Chapter 1, 3 years late, system activated. Highway survival officially begins. Each country randomly selects 100 contestants, sending them to an unknown wilderness highway for extreme survival. Any resources obtained by contestants may have a chance to be multiplied by 10,000 times and sent back to their respective countries. The final rankings will determine the fate of the nation. The bottom 30 nations will be completely erased from the blue planet map. Highway survival? Am I back again? Lin Feng opened his eyes and found himself in front of that familiar, endless black highway. Surrounding him was the desolate wilderness, and the gloomy sky seemed ready to pour rain at any moment. Looking back, he saw the distant highway collapsing, being swallowed by the void. Seeing all this, he was certain that he had once again entered the highway survival game. Since his death in the highway survival game in his past life, he had crossed over to a blue planet on the brink of death. He had lived there for 3 whole years, and the only food he could eat every day was bland and tasteless nutritional paste. Even worse, the essential system for a transmigrator had been unable to activate due to the depletion of resources on the blue planet. Global announcement: welcome to the highway survival world. Rule introduction. It has been detected that all contestants have been transported. Your shared goal is simple: survive. Contestants from the same country will have a chance to be sent to the same location. This is your only benefit. The newbie gift pack has been delivered to your personal survival wristband space. Please check it. Please note, each contestant must find and bind a usable vehicle within 1 hour and leave the initial area. Contestants who fail to bind a vehicle within the time limit will lose the opportunity to bind a vehicle forever. If you don't know how to drive, don't worry. Just step on the gas, and let luck handle the rest. The highway will collapse at a rate of 20 kilometers per hour. Do not stop. Each day of survival will reward you with different amounts of resource points, which can be used to buy supplies in the store. The first 3 days are a beginner protection period, with stable weather. After 3 days, extreme disaster weather will begin to occur. The first extreme weather is acid rain hell. Other rules are for you to explore. Beginner period, 20 resource points have been issued. Good luck to all. The cold mechanical voice faded, and all that was left was Lin Feng's excited heart, pounding loudly. Highway survival. I, Huhan-san, am back. Although the world of highway survival is dangerous, compared to the resource-depleted blue planet, at least here he could find fresh food in treasure chests. If worst comes to worst, he could directly buy it from the store. Thinking of this, he suddenly lowered his head to look at the survival wristband on his right arm. He lightly touched it with his hand, and with a hum, a blue light screen appeared in front of him. Personal status, world chat, regional chat, trading market, vehicle, space, shop. The previous announcement mentioned the newbie gift pack, so he immediately focused his mind on space. Instantly, a virtual space about 1 cubic meter in size appeared before him. Inside, there was a 500 milliliters bottle of Farmer's Punch, a pack of original sliced bread, and a 20L red fuel tank full of gasoline. Is this all that's in the newbie gift pack? How stingy. Lin Feng couldn't help but complain, then quickly opened the shop. In the shop, there were only 2 items: Farmer's Punch 500 milliliters, 10 resource points, original sliced bread, 10 resource points. Sure enough, food was available in the shop, and in the top right corner of the shop, he also had 20 resource points. But these resource points were far too few. Including the food in his backpack, this would only sustain him for a maximum of 3 days. Damn it, I need to find a way to collect more resource points. And the top priority is to find a vehicle. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings, but all he saw was the vast wilderness. There was nothing else. With no other choice, he could only grit his teeth and move forward. Vehicles could appear anywhere, staying in place would never let him find one. At the moment when he was teleported away, on the resource-depleted blue star. In front of the 8 billion people of the world, a live broadcast window was floating. On it were rolling flags of various countries and lists of the contestants. National Destiny, Highway Survival. Eagle Country Contestants. Michael Smith, former Navy SEAL Team 6 warrior. Kobe Mamba, famous helicopter pilot. MacArthur Brown, former 5-star general. Man. The kids, he's back. We've got this in the bag. Haha, a 5-star general, now we're sure to win. Fusang Country Contestants. Mechuan Kuko, male, Masigibai, female. Our Fusang Country has the Sword Saint, unbeatable. Yo, we have an IGA ninja with us, we can definitely make the Dragon Country people roll in fear. Bear Country Contestant, Oleg, Siberian Top Hunter. Yura. It's Oleg, we're sure to win in Bear Country. Around the world, the Eagle Country has popped champagne, Bear Country has opened vodka, and even Fusang Country has started eating nuclear food. Next came the contestants from Elephant Country, Gull Rooster Country, and West 8 Country. The contestants from these countries were all experts in various fields, whether it was military or survival skills. Soon, the last list arrived. The Dragon Country contestant list was announced. Dragon Country contestants. Number 1, Hichensi, Dragon Feng Special Forces First Soldier King. Number 2, Master Ma, Dragon Country's number 1 Kung Fu Master. Okay, we have a Special Forces Soldier King, this is safe. Holy crap, even Master Ma is here, now we're not worried anymore. Number 40, Lu Ruyan, Top Celebrity. Number 41, Kai Kuan, 2.5 years trainee. Across the ocean, in the Eagle Country live broadcast room, commentator Kirk laughed and said, Lu Ruyan? Even celebrities can get in? Ha ha ha. And that Kai Kuan, I heard he's just a little fresh meat with 2.5 years of training. What does he even know? Singing, dancing, rapping, basketball. Dragon Country has such talents, it's truly amazing. Similarly, in the Fusang Country live broadcast room, host Kojima Inada disdainfully said, Yo! The Dragon Country contestants are all this kind of trash, we're definitely going to beat them. Number 100, Lin Feng, 24 years old, university graduate. A resume, along with an ID photo. His clean, handsome face revealed a trace of a college student's purity. What the hell, what use is this university student? Damn it! Other countries send special forces and survival masters, and we get a university student, what's the point? Seeing this, the hosts of Dragon Country's TV station were also stunned. They never expected their own country's contestant to be so weak. But just when they couldn't say anything and didn't know what to do, a cup of warm water was thrown in to save the situation. To all the viewers in Dragon Country, no matter who our contestant is, with what background they come from. Today, they fight for the country, bearing the fate of the nation on their shoulders. At this moment, all we have to do is unite, help them with all our strength. The only thing that can determine the fate of Dragon Country now is them. Hearing this, every viewer instantly became clear-minded. Right, even if they are weak, they are still our Dragon Country's hope. Yes, we should support them, come on Hichensi. Go for it, everyone, behind you are 1.4 billion people supporting you. At this moment, in highway survival, Lin Feng was quickly walking towards the highway ahead. He had already walked 1 kilometer, but had yet to see any sign of a vehicle. 30 minutes had passed, and if he couldn't find one soon, he would lose his binding qualification. The more critical thing was that the collapsing road behind him was getting closer and closer. Just as he complained about his bad luck, he suddenly noticed a small round map appear in the top left corner of his view. What's this? A mini-map? Suddenly, a golden light screen appeared in front of him. Ding! Host detected, transported to the highway survival world, mini-map system activated. Current status of mini-map. Display range, 2 kilometers radius. Other functions, none. Beginner gift pack has been issued. 3 years, 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years? Open. Beginner's package opened successfully. Function obtained, treasure chest location displayed. Vehicle location displayed. As a progress bar loaded, Lin Feng could see a motorcycle icon appear on the small map in the top left corner. Motorcycle? And it's only 1 kilometer ahead, right in front. Chapter 2, Find the motorcycle. Lin Feng looked at the small map. The motorcycle was located just behind a huge rock 200 meters ahead on the road. Next to the huge rock was a bicycle icon. A bicycle too? This is a sure thing. After finding out the exact locations of the vehicles, he immediately headed toward them. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, TV stations from various countries had already started live broadcast reports. Dragon Country was no exception. At the Dragon Country TV station in the capital city, the hosts Sabe Ning and Dong Qin appeared before the nation's people. Hello, dear viewers, I'm Sabe Ning. I'm Dong Qin. From now on, we will be reporting the entire process of the road survival competition. After they spoke together, Sabe Ning continued. Today, we also have the chief instructor of the Dragon Tooth team, Lin Feng, here with us. The live camera panned to the right, revealing a stern and resolute face. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Feng. It's an honor to be here to explain the real-time situation of our country's contestants. When the viewers saw Lin Feng, the people of Dragon Country were thrilled. Oh my god, the chief instructor of the Wolf Tooth team? Incredible! Dragon TV did a great job this time, they know how to invite reliable people, not just experts. By the way, isn't Hichensi also from Dragon Tooth? After greeting everyone, Sabe Ning didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Dear viewers, our contestant from Dragon Country is currently in the world of road survival, representing our country. Let's now switch to the footage of contestant number 1, Hichensi. The camera quickly switched. A gloomy sky, a barren wasteland, and a long black straight road. And a beautiful and spirited figure was walking forward. It's He Chensi, the warrior of the Dragon Tooth team. As expected of a warrior, even her walking looks deadly. Look, there's a bicycle ahead of her. In the footage, He Chensi quickly reached the bicycle. It was a mountain bike. Although it required pedaling, it was sufficient for use on this kind of road. Moreover, using human power meant she didn't need to worry about fuel for now. She knew very well that finding food and water was the top priority in this world. So, He Chensi quickly mounted the bicycle and started pedaling rapidly forward. Great, as expected of our warrior, she's already bound a vehicle so quickly. He Chensi is amazing. The hope of our dragon country is on you. Seeing He Chensi's performance, Sabe Ning was also very happy. As expected of our Dragon Tooth Special Forces warrior. Her actions are really smooth. Lin Feng smiled as he heard this and said, anyone who can join Dragon Tooth Special Forces is a top warrior. And among them, the top warriors, you don't need to say more. Very good. Now, let's switch to the footage of contestant number 2. In the footage of number 2, Master Ma quickly found a tricycle and bound it. A tricycle with space to carry things, not bad. Indeed, this vehicle looks pretty good. After watching the first 40 contestants, each of them had found a vehicle. But when the footage switched to Lu Ruyan and Kai Kuan, the scene suddenly changed. Lu Ruyan was walking weakly on the road, constantly mumbling how tired she was. Finally, she just sat down on the ground. No, come on, you need to keep going, the road behind is still collapsing. As for Kai Kuan, although he had 2.5 years of basketball experience, physically, he's still alright. And, he got lucky and found a fixed-gear bike, speeding down the road. My speed is flying. How amazing is that, brother G? But just in the next second, the tire ran over a small stone, and Kai Kuan instantly fell to the ground with both him and the bike. Damn it, what's the time, brother G, can you stop pretending? What the hell is this? You're still trying to look cool at a time like this? The next contestants performed pretty average, but at least they all had vehicles. Until the camera showed the last contestant from Dragon Country, Lin Feng. In the footage, Lin Feng was walking towards a huge rock, and next to the rock, leaning against it, was an old 2/8 bicycle. The 2/8 bike might be old, but it's still rideable. Whatever, it's just an ordinary person, having a vehicle is already good enough. But Lin Feng walked up to the 2/8 bike and completely ignored it. And as if he didn't see it, he continued walking deeper into the wilderness. Hey, buddy, how do you not see this big bicycle? Damn it, this guy must be lost, why is he still walking deeper into the wilderness? Who knows what's there? Inside the Dragon Country TV station, the hosts and Lin Feng were all frozen, watching the scene. It seems our contestant number 100, Lin Feng, is having a bit of an issue, said Sha Beiping with a forced smile. Dong Qin was also confused, not knowing what Lin Feng was doing. Since it's everyone's first time entering the road survival, it's normal for some contestants to not know what to do. As for Lin Feng, he shook his head helplessly. In a place like this, leaving the road is like losing your most obvious reference point, and it's already been 32 minutes. If he misses this bike, he'll probably lose his binding qualification. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire studio became uncomfortable. At this moment, Sha Beiping immediately stepped in with a smile to ease the situation. Alright, let's cut back to contestant number 1, He Chensi, and see how our king of soldiers is doing. Now, most of the audience had left Lin Feng's livestream, flooding into He Chensi's and Master Ma's streams. Only a few viewers, who were there to watch the drama, stayed in Lin Feng's stream. Of course, now not only the contestants from Dragon Country had almost all bound their vehicles. The contestants from other countries were no exception. When Dragon Country's viewers saw the streams from other countries, they realized how big the gap was between them and the others. While Dragon Country's contestants were still using human-powered vehicles, the others had already gotten into cars. Some even from Eagle Country had found planes. Good. Our Kobe Mamba contestant has bound a helicopter, now we're set. Go! Our Meichuan Quozi and Ma Sigi from the S Country were transported to the same road and found a magic mirror car. Yura! Oleg found a big truck. Damn it, other countries have helicopters, and we're still playing with human-powered vehicles. What are we even competing for? We're still stuck in the human-powered age, while everyone else has ascended to the mechanical era. Ridiculous. Stop talking, we don't even have vehicles yet in our country. Inside Lin Feng's livestream, the few remaining viewers were watching him walk across the wilderness. Only 200 meters left, almost there. Seeing that he was getting closer to the motorcycle marker, his pace quickened. The reason he ignored the bicycle earlier was because it didn't even have shock absorbers. In such a complex terrain like this wilderness, riding it would only end in one result, a painful fall. Now, 50 minutes had already passed. What is this guy even doing? He only has 10 minutes left to bind a vehicle. Is he trying to kill himself? Wait a minute, look. Is there a motorcycle behind that pile of grass up ahead? The few remaining people in the livestream followed Lin Feng's gaze. They saw, not far away, behind a pile of withered yellow grass, a Harley-style motorcycle clearly in view. Moreover, the front of the motorcycle was filled with sharp spikes for impact. Chapter 3, Opening the Treasure Chest, 10,000 times return of food and water to Dragon Country. Lin Feng, after seeing the motorcycle behind the grass, immediately rushed towards it. The motorcycle had the classic Harley design. But what was unique about it was that, at the very front of the body, there were sturdy and thick steel spikes installed. And on both sides, there were strong crash barriers. Just from a glance, Lin Feng could imagine riding this motorcycle, crushing zombies on the highway. Arriving next to the motorcycle, he excitedly grabbed the handlebars. Ding! Detected a vehicle that can be bound, modified Harley Fatboy motorcycle. Status, brand new, drivable. Top speed, 80 km per hour. Fuel consumption, 4.3 liters/100 km. Bind now? Seeing this option, Lin Feng did not hesitate for a moment and selected yes. Then he immediately took out a fuel barrel from his space, pouring in all 20 L of gasoline, just enough to fill it up. He stepped on the engine and twisted the throttle. Boom rumbles. This motorcycle was indeed brand new, it started on the first ignition. He looked back at the direction he had come from, and the road was collapsing quickly. The distance was now less than 500 meters. So he immediately mounted the motorcycle and sped off towards the road ahead. During the ride, his mind didn't stop. He quickly calculated that this 20 L of fuel would be enough for about 465 kilometers. And the road was collapsing at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. That meant, by the time he finished this tank of fuel, he would still be 350 kilometers away from the collapse. That's roughly 17.5 hours of rest time left. Looks like I don't need to worry too much about the collapse of the road for now. The priority is to quickly find enough water and food, and collect more gasoline. After confirming the plan of action, he glanced at the minimap. Although the minimap showed an example of a treasure chest, there was currently no treasure chest displayed on it. He had no choice but to move forward. What Lin Feng didn't know was that, at this moment, a large number of viewers had flooded into his livestream, and the bullet comments were scrolling wildly. Damn, this college student is really lucky. He actually found a motorcycle. Now I think I understand why he ignored that bicycle earlier. Who would ride a bicycle when there's a motorcycle? What a pity, such a good vehicle went to a college student. If it had gone to Ichensi, Dragon Country would be safe for sure. At the same time, in the Dragon Country TV studio, the live broadcast quickly switched to Lin Feng. The two hosts immediately showed excitement as they saw Lin Feng riding a Harley motorcycle. This is great. Our Lin Feng has found a motorcycle, and it looks like he's riding it smoothly. Dong Qin also added. Yes, it looks like our Dragon Country player is quite lucky. At least one person has found a motor vehicle. Lin Feng, watching the live broadcast, calmly analyzed. This motorcycle is a Harley Fatboy, and it seems to have undergone some modifications. It should be capable of some impact work. Overall, our Lin Feng is quite lucky. When the news that a Dragon Country contestant had found a motor vehicle spread, other countries' hosts also joined Lin Feng's livestream. In the Eagle Country livestream, commentator Kirk shook his head and laughed. Looks like Dragon Country finally got a lucky contestant, they actually found a motorcycle. Too bad, compared to our Eagle Country's contestants, they're still far behind. After all, our Mamba contestant is already flying a helicopter. But they are still running on the ground. In the Fusang Country's live broadcast, the host, Xiao Dao, laughed loudly, ha ha. That person is Ji Na. A motorcycle just made them so excited. Look at our contestant, they're speeding down the road in the magic mirror car. In the live broadcasts from other countries, each host laughed in unison. Although Long Country is a country with deep history, in the world of road survival, it's truly embarrassing that only one contestant has found a motor vehicle. And the Long Country viewers in these live broadcasts, seeing their mockery, directly exploded in anger. Eagle Country, Fusang Country, you dogs. While others were in the live broadcasts of the Long Country contestants, cheering them on. Go, He Chensi. I believe you can do it. Go, the contestants from Long Country are the best. On the endless road, Lin Feng sped down on his Harley Fatboy. After traveling 10 kilometers, he finally saw a treasure chest icon on the map. The location was just 1 kilometer ahead on the side of the road. Sure enough, after traveling 500 meters, he vaguely saw a treasure chest by the roadside. At the same time, he noticed that deep in the wilderness, there were 2 more treasure chest icons. He parked his motorcycle by the treasure chest, then got off. Great, it's a treasure chest. I didn't expect this university student to find the treasure chest first. Detected wooden treasure chest X1, would you like to open it? Open. Opened. You obtain 2 fresh bread, 2 farmers 3 punch 500 milliliters. Wow, amazing. I got food and water in one go. Nice. 10,000 times return activated. You received 20,000 fresh bread, 20,000 bottles of farmers 3 punch 500 milliliters. With the prompt appearing, the people of Long Country quickly noticed that on the square in the capital, 20,000 packs of bread and 20,000 bottles of mineral water had appeared out of nowhere. In the TV studio, Xianbei looked at the scene on the square, excited, great. Our contestant Lin Feng from Long Country has successfully obtained 20,000 breads and waters for our country. Dongqin also excitedly said, this is amazing, we will immediately arrange organizations to distribute these breads and waters, with full fairness and transparency. Great, we can finally eat fresh food. Finally no more eating nutritional paste, woo woo woo. Look! Hichensi and Master Ma also found treasure chests. Announcement, Long Country contestant Hichensi obtained 1 bread from the treasure chest, triggering 10,000 times return. Announcement, Long Country contestant Master Ma obtained 1 instant noodles from the treasure chest, triggering 10,000 times return. Soon, with the appearance of these 2 announcements, more and more announcements appeared. Announcement, Eagle Country contestant Mamba obtained 1 parachute from the treasure chest, triggering 10,000 times return. Announcement, Fusang Country contestant Ma Sigi obtained 1 protective cover from the treasure chest, triggering 10,000 times return. Lin Feng ignored those announcements and casually ripped open a bag of bread, swallowing it down along with some mineral water. For now, the problem of food and water had been solved, and the next issue to tackle was the weapon problem. With experience from his past life in road survival, he was very clear about the terrifying monsters in this world. He glanced at the small map and noticed that in the opposite direction, in the wilderness, there was another treasure chest icon, and it was highlighted. Throwing away the trash, he turned his bike around and headed deeper into the wilderness. The viewers in the live broadcast rooms were all confused when they saw Lin Feng heading towards the wilderness. What is he doing? Why is he heading into the wilderness? I think he might be losing his mind again? Why is he going in the opposite direction? Is he lost? Chapter 4, Obtaining a Chainsaw, Returning 2,000 Cans of Braised Pork. With a motorcycle, moving forward in the wilderness became much easier. Although the dirt under the tires was rough and bumpy, it was nothing for this motorcycle. On the small map, he was just 300 meters away from the highlighted treasure chest. Sure enough, after passing a large rock ahead, a silver treasure chest suddenly appeared. Wait, another treasure chest? Damn, how does he always find things so accurately? This isn't right. Hichensi has only found 1 treasure chest so far, how is he doing this? Lin Feng quickly stopped and parked his motorcycle beside the chest. The treasure chest looked like it was made of metal, and generally, the more luxurious the chest's appearance, the better the items inside. I wonder if it's the same in this road survival game. Detected iron treasure chest, open it? Open. Opening successful. Opened. You have received, used chainsaw X1. A chainsaw, covered in grease, popped out of the chest and fell to the ground. The chainsaw's chain teeth showed clear signs of wear and tear, obviously used. But this thing was still a good weapon for the early stages of this game. He immediately picked up the chainsaw from the ground. It was a little heavy, but he could hold it. The oil tank on the chainsaw seemed empty, but when he opened the cap, there was still a thin layer of gasoline left inside. Let's see if it works. He yanked the starter cord with force. Boom! The chainsaw spewed out black smoke, then roared to life. Bzzzzzzzzz. After pressing the switch, the chain spun rapidly. He casually hacked at a nearby cactus, slicing it in half with a crack. The viewers in the live stream were shocked by the result. Damn, this chainsaw is so powerful? Amazing. With this, we don't have to worry about monsters or anything. Go for it. But wait, this thing runs on gas, doesn't he already pour the last bit of gas into his motorcycle? After confirming the chainsaw was usable, Lin Feng immediately turned it off and put it into his storage. Now, the chainsaw only had a little bit of gas left, and each use would consume more. The top priority was to find more gasoline. This would solve the chainsaw issue and also ensure his motorcycle had enough fuel to keep going. Announcement, the Western 8 Nations contestant, Yin Gonggong, has died. Cause of death, bitten by a zombie. Seeing this announcement, Lin Feng's heart tightened. Sure enough, there were zombie-like hostile creatures in this place. Luckily, he had just found a chainsaw. At least now he had a weapon to deal with zombies. Feeling the danger, he glanced at the minimap, then jumped onto his motorcycle and headed towards the other two treasure chests. At this moment, every viewer in the livestream was on edge, afraid their contestant would get bitten by a zombie. The host, Ping, also showed concern when he saw the announcement. Oh my god, I didn't expect there would be such terrifying creatures like zombies in the road survival game. I wonder what Cold Front instructor thinks about this. Cold Front glanced at Ping and then made a "Are you serious?" expression. Though he was a special forces instructor, it didn't mean he knew anything about zombies. However, he still quickly made a comment based on the movies he had seen before. From what we can tell so far, there are some very aggressive creatures in this road survival game. So, I think the top priority for our contestants is to find a weapon. After hearing Cold Front's analysis, Ping and Dong Qin both nodded in agreement. Then Dong Qin took over the conversation and said, Cold Front instructor is absolutely right. The top priority now is to find a weapon. Let's take a look at the progress of the Dragon Country contestants. The screen switched to Ichensi's livestream. After hearing the news about zombies, she sped up the pedaling on her bike, hoping to find a suitable weapon. However, she already carried a dagger, so she could rely on it for self-defense in a critical moment. Go, Ichensi. We believe in you. Meanwhile, Master Ma was calmly riding his tricycle, looking completely indifferent. What zombies? My lightning 5 whips can't be stopped. Amazing. No wonder he's Master Ma. Master Ma is so powerful. Then there was Lu Ruyan, who seemed to be quite lucky, having found a small electric scooter. Even Kai Koen found an electric basketball car. But the two of them were just moving forward aimlessly, without feeling any sense of urgency. Oh no, watching these two actors is making me anxious. Yeah, are they even taking this seriously? People could die. Forget it, I'm not watching anymore, it's frustrating. Watching them is worse than watching that college student. At this moment, in Lin Feng's livestream, the barrage had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Lin Feng was riding his motorcycle, speeding across the wasteland. At first, a few people were mocking him, wondering if he even knew how to play, and why he was just circling the wasteland. But when they saw Lin Feng find 2 treasure chests, all that was left was damn. Damn. This is real. How does he always find treasure chests so accurately? Bro, is this still a college student? Detected wooden treasure chest X2, open? Open. Opened. Obtained braced pork cans X2. Lubai 1LX1. Tactical flashlight X1. 10000X cashback activated. Cashback braced pork cans X20000. Instantly, on the square of Dragon Country's capital, 20,000 cans of braced pork appeared out of thin air. Holy crap, 20,000 cans of braced pork. Damn. It's pork. I haven't had real meat in 30 years. Ah. Lin Feng is amazing. I can finally eat real pork. Having obtained the braced pork cans, Lin Feng was also very excited. Since he crossed over, he hadn't eaten real food. Now, with these 2 cans of braced pork, he couldn't resist. So, no matter what happened next, he first opened a can of braced pork. As soon as he opened the can, the tender, red pork belly was exposed. Soaked in oil, it trembled, and Lin Feng immediately took a piece, with the taste lingering on his lips. The feeling of the fat flowing between his teeth, mixed with the lean meat, was truly moving. After finishing that can of braced pork, he was so touched that tears streamed down his face. It's so fragrant. This is real food. And in the livestream, the viewers, seeing Lin Feng's tear-streaked face, all felt the same and began crying too. Oh my god, this smells so good. I feel like I'm not watching survival on the road, I'm watching a food show. Woo woo. I also want to eat braced pork. Hey, I got a distribution quota. Lin Feng, from today on, you're my dad. My real dad. After finishing the braced pork, Lin Feng tested the tactical flashlight, and it worked. He quickly packed everything into his space. He got on his motorcycle and set off again toward the road. This time, after riding for a kilometer, he suddenly saw some figures ahead. At first, Lin Feng thought they were other competitors, but as he got closer, he realized something was wrong. These people had no vehicles, and their movements were strange, slowly wandering back and forth on the road. It wasn't until he was 100 meters away that he could see clearly. Those weren't humans at all, they were clearly zombies, all rotting away. But he didn't stop. Instead, he twisted the throttle even harder. Chapter 5, Can the minimap be upgraded? In the livestream, viewers were no longer calm when they saw the zombies ahead of Lin Feng. What the hell, what is that? Zombies? My god, I didn't expect to see real zombies in reality. What is he doing? Is he going to charge at them? Damn, this college student is too reckless, he's looking for death. At the same time, at the Dragon Country TV station, Sake Bing and Dong Qin, along with Lin Feng, were all sweating when they saw Lin Feng's actions. Is our Lin Feng contestant really going to charge ahead? Sake Bing frowned and asked. This is too. Lin Feng saw that Dong Qin couldn't find words. He immediately analyzed. I think he's probably prepared for this. Prepared? Sabe Ping and Dong Qin turned their heads in disbelief, staring at him. But there was no time for Lin Feng to explain. In the live broadcast, Lin Feng's motorcycle was heading straight towards two zombies in front of him. Puff, puff. Lin Feng closed his eyes and let the stinky blood splatter on his face. He gripped the handlebars with all his strength. Luckily, the Harley Fat Boy itself was heavy enough. These two zombies couldn't cause much of an impact. Rolling over them was like going over a speed bump. Then, another zombie appeared. Puff. Got it. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and in the rearview mirror, three zombies lay on the ground, their bodies mangled and motionless. And on the front-mounted collision spikes, there were remnants of flesh and black blood. He took out a bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches and washed his face clean. Ha, that feels better. He drank the remaining water and threw the empty bottle away. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were stunned by this scene. Holy crap! This is too savage. Oh my god, the motorcycle just rolled over them like that, so awesome. Now I get it, no wonder he's not afraid at all. Turns out this is a violent motorcycle. This scene not only shocked the viewers from the Dragon Country, but even some foreign viewers were drawn in. Oh my god. This guy is even tougher than Smith from our Eagle Country? Baka. How can that guy from the Dragon Country be so brutal? Asiba. This university student from Dragon Country is no joke. At the Dragon Country TV station, the two hosts and commentators were all stunned. They had never seen such a fierce contestant before. After a moment of shock, Sabe Ping regained his composure and excitedly said. It looks like Cold Phone was right, our Lin Feng contestant really came prepared. Dong Qin also smiled and said. Yes, although I don't know how our Lin Feng contestant did it, but it's truly a blessing that he escaped danger. Compared to Dong Qin's relief, Cold Phone gave a slight smile and said. Actually, when he first got that motorcycle, I already thought about the spikes installed at the front. This thing must have a purpose, otherwise, why would it be modified like this? At first, I thought it might be useful, but not too useful, as there wasn't much to crash into on the road. But when I saw the zombies appear, I immediately realized the power of this weapon. And in the live broadcast room, a barrage of comments flew by. TCH, I thought Cold Phone was something special. This kind of guess is something anyone could come up with. I could have thought of this with my butt. At the same time, other contestants on the highway were also encountering zombies. Eagle Country contestant Smith was the first to face danger. A zombie was wandering in front of him, and in the next second, he crashed into it with his Volvo. Nice. SEAL Team God of War is amazing. The Mamba contestant also encountered a zombie. But this seemed to have no effect on him, because he was flying a helicopter. On another highway, the Magic Mirror car from the Fusang Country was driving along the road. They were lucky, as they hadn't encountered any zombies. But suddenly, they stopped the car. Then the two of them crawled into the magic mirror at the back of the car. A few seconds later, the entire magic mirror car began to shake rhythmically. Holy crap! What are they doing? Awesome! As expected of the island country people, they can fight anytime, anywhere. Let me down, this is not a kindergarten vehicle. Lin Feng's motorcycle was speeding along the highway. In the next period of time, he didn't find another treasure chest. But that's normal, after all, treasure chests are rarely found on the roadside. If you want to find more treasure chests, as well as higher level ones, you must head to the villages or towns along the road. That's the only place you can find them. Not only that, but there are usually small shops or supermarkets in villages or towns. As long as you go there, you can collect many supplies. But the rewards always come with high risks. Places like these generally have stronger hostile creatures. Zombies, for example, are nothing unusual. If you're unlucky, you might even encounter mutated monsters, or even supernatural oddities. But these aren't the worst. The most dangerous part of such places is that they are usually crossroads of several roads. Which means other players will appear there as well. If it's players from your own country, it doesn't matter, encountering them might even increase your chance of survival. But if they're from another country, a fierce battle is inevitable. As he was thinking, he glanced at the small map in the upper left corner. That's when he noticed a line of text floating next to the small map. Kill 3 regular zombies. Gain 75 kill points. Kill points? What is that? Ding. Host detected to have gained 75 kill points, small map upgrade has been activated. Current small map level, LV0. Kill points required for upgrade, 100 points. After upgrade, more map markers will be unlocked, and the display range will increase. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. If it could display more things, would that mean the enemy's location could be shown too? Or perhaps other things, like markers for food, water, or weapons? And if the range is larger, he wouldn't have to blindly advance along the road, missing out on useful supplies. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was thrilled. But right now, he only had 75 kill points, and needed 25 more to upgrade. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a row of roadblocks ahead on the road. Damn, why are there roadblocks here? Besides that, behind the roadblocks, there were 4 zombies. They looked much stronger than the 3 zombies Lin Feng had encountered before. Now, because of the roadblocks, he couldn't just crash through them. Although he could bypass them through the wasteland beside the road, Lin Feng didn't plan to do that. In his eyes, these zombies were not dangerous hostile creatures, but experience points waiting to be earned. He opened his space and then looked at the chainsaw inside. Chapter 6, Small Map Upgrade LV1. In the live stream, viewers were stunned when they saw the roadblocks ahead of Lin Feng. Ah no, there are roadblocks ahead. These zombies are despicable. What should he do now? I think he should bypass them from the side. Lin Feng's motorcycle was only 50 meters away from the row of roadblocks. Just ahead, one of the zombies was positioned in front of the roadblocks. Heh, in that case, I'll take care of you first. Boom! Lin Feng twisted the throttle hard, and the motorcycle shot forward at a high speed. No way, is he crazy? Why is he charging toward the roadblocks? Doesn't he fear crashing? However, in Lin Feng's mind, he had already planned every move. The motorcycle slammed into the zombie at high speed. The sharp spikes at the front of the bike stabbed into the zombie's body. Ugh! The zombie let out a tragic scream. Then Lin Feng executed a quick tail whip, bringing the motorcycle to a stop right in front of the roadblocks. The zombie was stuck on the front of the bike, wildly waving its arms. Wow, amazing! That tail whip was so cool. So that's it, he used the tail whip to take down one of them first. But there are still 2 zombies, and they're even holding wooden sticks. The 2 zombies behind the roadblocks saw their companion get hit, howling loudly as they began to strike the roadblocks with their wooden sticks. They clumsily stepped forward, trying to get over the roadblock. For Lin Feng, this roadblock had now become the best defense. He took out a chainsaw from his space and then pulled the starting rope. Boom! With the roar of the engine, he didn't hesitate to slice at the zombie in front of the car. Put! Damn! This scene is so bloody. Mom! I don't want to watch this. Damn! This feels so good. So exciting. As the chainsaw tore through back and forth, the zombie in front of the car was immediately cut in half. Killing points plus 25. 25 killing points. Exactly enough for 100. Lin Feng was excited. Having 100 killing points meant he could now upgrade his minimap. But before that, he had to deal with the other 2 zombies. The 2 zombies had 1 foot already over the roadblock, preparing to climb over. However, he wouldn't give them that chance. He directly lifted the chainsaw and cut towards them. Gore, no fairness in fighting. Put! Put! Lin Feng moved swiftly, cutting both zombies in half with just 2 strikes. Killing points plus 25. Killing points plus 25. The viewers in the live stream were now thoroughly entertained. Damn! This college student is so fun to watch. Yeah. Other contestants are crying and running from zombies, but he just goes straight for them. Damn, this is so satisfying. In the TV studio, after watching this scene, the hosts all showed surprised expressions. Our contestant Lin Feng really shows great courage. Facing the threat of 3 zombies, he didn't hesitate at all, said Xia Beining admiringly. Lin Feng also expressed his admiration. Yeah, although he's just an ordinary college student, the courage and actions he displays can be compared to our special forces. The viewers in the live stream heard his comment and said, yeah, Lin Feng and He Chensi are both amazing. Go, Dragon Kingdom's contestants. Go go go. All 1.4 billion of us support you. After dealing with the 3 zombies, Lin Feng had collected a total of 150 killing points so far. System, upgrade the minimap. Consuming 100 killing points, upgrading minimap. Upgrade successful. Minimap LV0 Minimap LV1. New feature, detection range increased to 3 kilometers, added hostile creature location display, added treasure chest category display. Minimap LV1, experience, 0 out of 500. After the minimap upgrade, Lin Feng noticed that the minimap in the top left corner had gotten a bit bigger. At the same time, the previously blacked out areas now had more visible sections. And around him, there were several scattered red dots. Seeing the mini-map icon examples, those red dots should be hostile creatures. So far, there were 2 red dots 1 kilometer ahead on the road. More experienced babies. As for the treasure chest category display, Lin Feng noticed that the new icon examples showed different types of treasure chests. For example, the wooden treasure chest looked like a wooden chest, the iron treasure chest looked like an iron chest. In addition, there were golden treasure chests, platinum treasure chests, emerald treasure chests, diamond treasure chests. But currently, there were no treasure chests within the visible range. But that didn't mean there was no loot here. Lin Feng noticed that beside this row of roadblocks, there were 2 boxes filled with cargo. When he walked up to these 2 boxes, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. One of the boxes was packed full of water. Using the system to check, this was groundwater collected nearby, and it was safe to drink directly. The other box was filled with various fabrics and miscellaneous items. Lin Feng briefly rummaged through it and took a large canvas, placing it into his space. This was because when he first entered the highway survival, an announcement had reminded him that 3 days later, the first disaster would come, acid rain hell. He had experienced this disaster in his previous life. The sky would rain with corrosive rain. Only plastic could resist the corrosion of acid rain. If there is no facility to withstand acid rain, the vast majority of people will be burned alive by it. But just having this piece of canvas is definitely not enough, he needs to find more. As for that large box of water, Lin Feng did not plan to store it in his space. This box at least contains 100 liters, and there's no way he could drink all of it by himself. So Lin Feng planned to sell the water, and earn some resource points in the process. Coincidentally, he had been traveling for a while and hadn't checked the trade function, so he clicked into it and found the water category. Fresh cactus juice, 10 resource points. Seller's note, fresh and delicious green organic juice. You can't go wrong, though it may have a bit of spines. A half-drunk farmer's 3-fist 500 milliliters, 5 resource points. Seller's note, mineral water for ladies, only 1 sip taken, the rest for lucky customers to try. A mysterious yellow liquid 500 milliliters, 3 resource points. Seller's note, haha, old aid is here. At this time, survival is most important. Don't hesitate. After browsing the trade section, Lin Feng shook his head. Such trash resources are being sold at such high prices? He glanced at the clear water in his box, then found a few containers in another box and listed them. Clean underground water, 7 resource points. Seller's note, for 10 resource points, you can only buy a miserable 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water in the store, or weird liquids in the trade. But here, you can buy the purest water, in a big 1L bottle. Chapter 7, Store Upgrade. A bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water in the store costs 10 resource points. His 1L clean water only costs 7 resource points, which is definitely a great deal compared to others. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Feng listed his water, just a few seconds later, he received his first successful transaction message, earning 7 resource points. Then more and more transaction notifications appeared. In just 1 minute, all the water he listed was snapped up. With this wave, he made a net profit of 700 resource points. Opening them all, he now had a total of 720 resource points. However, if these resource points are only used to buy the 2 items, water and bread, from the store, that would be too wasteful. In his past life, he remembered that the store had an upgrade function. He wasn't sure if it was the same here. He focused on the store's details, and a window popped up. Current store level 0, spend 500 resource points to upgrade. Sure enough. Just like in his past life in the highway survival, the store here could also be upgraded. So Lin Feng didn't hesitate and spent 500 resource points to upgrade. Spent 500 resource points, store upgrade successful. Current level 1. Fuel zone unlocked. More food added to the store. Food zone, farmer's 3-fist 500 milliliters, 10 resource points, sliced toast, 10 resource points, Snickers, 15 resource points, chocolate, 15 resource points, canned luncheon meat, 20 resource points. Fuel zone, number 92 gasoline 1L, 20 resource points. Seeing the prices of the items in the store, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, the store was still quite greedy. A can of luncheon meat costs 20 resource points, why not just rob it? But luckily, he had already collected enough food, and in his space, he still had. In terms of food, he was completely fine. However, his only weapon, the chainsaw, had run out of fuel. In this world, when facing hostile creatures, the chainsaw was currently his only protection. But he had only traveled a little over 10 kilometers, so there was still plenty of gasoline left for the motorcycle. So he exchanged for 1L of gasoline, just enough to fill the chainsaw. After the exchange, he had 180 resource points left. To upgrade the store to level 2, it would require 2,000 resource points. For him right now, that was still a huge number. Announcement: Dragon Country player Lin Feng. The first to upgrade the store to level 1. A notice that all players could see lit up. After seeing this notice, every player was drawn to it. At the same time, Lin Feng's livestream also saw a massive influx of viewers because of this notice. Oh my god! Our college student was the first to upgrade the store. Wow, I never expected the strongest player from Dragon Country to be this college student. But now, everyone knows he upgraded the store. Isn't he the target of everyone now? Lin Feng thought the same thing. This damn notice, I just upgraded a store, why does it have to make it so that everyone knows? Even though he complained, the notice gave no response. Still, Lin Feng immediately realized the danger he was in. His achievement was now made public, and many players must have already set their sights on him. Although they hadn't met him yet, what if they reached some agreement to gang up on him? That would be a problem. So he immediately opened the regional chat, wanting to see what people were discussing. Regional chat 50-50. This region has 50 people? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. In his previous life, there were at least 50,000 people in one region. But here, each country only sent 100 players. Overall, there were far fewer people compared to his past life. He thought there would only be a dozen or so people in his region. Now, he realized he had underestimated it. Ha ha ha. I found a bicycle, I'm good to go. Wow. I got a Tesla, I'm taking off. Lin Feng skipped over these old messages and scrolled straight to the bottom. What the heck? Dragon Country people are so amazing? Who is this guy? I don't know, I haven't met anyone yet. Baka. How can that person be the first to upgrade the store? They must be cheating. The idiot upstairs, are you up? We should be careful, if we meet a Dragon Country player, we should take them down. After reading these messages, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Sure enough, these people had already started paying attention to him. And they had shifted their hostility towards Dragon Country people. It seemed that he'd have to be on guard when encountering foreign players. It would be better to strike first. But since all messages were anonymous, Lin Feng sent one. You little idiot, let me curse you again, I'll go your. After saying this, Lin Feng felt much better inside. When meeting little idiots, you had to curse them fiercely. After reading the regional chat, Lin Feng opened the world chat. This feature is not yet available. Alright then. Lin Feng looked around, confirming there was nothing he missed. He poked the zombie off the motorcycle's front with a stick. Then he started the motorcycle, detoured around the wasteland, and returned to the main road. At the same time, on Dragon Country's television station, Sakura Nation and the other two saw Lin Feng's notice and were excited. Great! Our Lin Feng player was the first to upgrade the store. This means our Dragon Country players are currently ahead. Dong Qin said with a smile. Sakura Nation also said happily. Exactly. Our Dragon Country players are all great. But now there's a danger, and that is that players from other countries know about this. Lin Feng nodded and analyzed. I think next, players from other countries will pay more attention to our players. On this front, our players need to be more cautious. Across the ocean, in Eagle Country, commentator Kirk wore a disdainful smile. Dragon Country players are indeed progressing well, but our Eagle Country players are already about to reach the first instance. And most of them already have over 400 resource points, so upgrading is just a matter of time. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom, there is still only one seedling. In the picture, it's the Eagle Kingdom's contestant Kobe Mamba. He is flying towards the first dungeon ahead, a village. Kids, I've already seen the village ahead, let's go take a look there. The helicopter flies straight towards the village. However, a cracking sound comes from the tail wing. The helicopter suddenly loses its balance and starts spinning in the air. Beep. 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 Mamba pulls the lever hard, but it's no use. The helicopter is rapidly losing altitude. Oh no! Kids, it looks like I'm going to crash. Mamba! Lin Feng is riding his motorcycle on the highway, and he has already ridden 50 kilometers. Except for a few zombies, he hasn't seen anything. And at this moment, the sky is gradually darkening, it looks like night will come soon. He looks into the distance, where it seems there's a village faintly visible. Chapter 8, The Convenience Store in the Village. As Lin Feng gets closer to the village, he notices something seems off about it. First of all, the closer he gets to the village, the thicker the mist becomes. In this barren desert, it's rare for fog to form. Another thing is that above the village, a helicopter is descending straight down. Then it crashes into the village, turning into a fireball. Damn, someone crashed? While surprised by the crash, he also realizes something. Since someone has crashed, it means that people have already entered the village. And since he's so close to the village, the other contestants must be near him in progress too. Thinking this, he glances at the small map in the upper left corner. As the village slowly enters the map's range, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly widen. He sees the village gradually appearing on the small map, and red dots begin to appear. 1, 2, 3. From what he can see now, there are at least 20 red dots here. Looks like there are quite a few zombies here. But these zombies are scattered. Now that I know where they are, I can take them out one by one. They're like walking experience packs. In the live broadcast room, the audience notices the village ahead on the road. My god, did a helicopter just crash from the sky? Yes. I saw it, it's the Eagle Kingdom contestant Mamba who crashed. Ah, Mamba. What can I say, Mamba, awesome. On the other side, at the Dragon Kingdom TV station. Two hosts and a commentator see the first dungeon appear and start discussing and analyzing. Sabe Ning stares at Lin Feng's live broadcast feed and frowns, saying, "This village looks a bit ominous." Dong Qin also nods. Yes, this village gives me a strange atmosphere, and with all this thick fog around, no wonder the Eagle Kingdom's Mamba's helicopter crashed. Lin Feng analyzes at this point. In such extreme weather, even a professional helicopter pilot can hardly guarantee there won't be an accident. But right now, our contestant Lin Feng needs to be extra cautious with what's in the village. After all, no one knows what hostile creatures will appear in the first dungeon. More importantly, there are other country contestants here, so he must be more careful. A wave of bullet comments float by. Yeah, Lin Feng, good luck. Definitely be careful. Hey, did you guys see? Looks like those two idiots from Fuso are heading to this village too? On another road, Fuso Kingdom contestants Meichuan Kuko and Masigi Paishur, after a cigarette, are heading towards a village ahead. Meichuan Kun, there's a village ahead. Yo, yes. A village, big and great. Let's sweep it clean. Vroom vroom. Meichuan Kuko steps hard on the gas pedal, and the magic mirror car speeds towards the village. The Fuso contestants seem to be in luck. Hee, looks like a village in the style of the Dragon Kingdom. We are the most familiar place of the Fusang country. Just get Dad and Meichuan Kun to thoroughly search this village, not letting any one of them go. In the barrage from the Fusang country, mixed with angry messages from the Dragon country people. You people, you. Damn, go die. Lin Feng, come on, kill this bunch of little bastards. Arriving at the entrance of the village, Lin Feng parked the motorcycle in a secluded, broken-walled yard. This place was not prominent in the village and had no resources at all. There were 3 zombies outside, and ordinary people would definitely not dare and would not want to target this place. Because the risk and return are not proportional. But he had a mini-map, so he easily avoided these 3 zombies. Lin Feng did not plan to kill these 3 zombies, he still needed them to guard his motorcycle. Although in road survival, once a vehicle is bound, others cannot bind it or drive it. However, vehicles can still be destroyed by others, so to prevent anyone from damaging his motorcycle, he hid it here. This mini-map only showed the surrounding terrain and buildings for now. Similar to the map style in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, but without any name tags. So now he could only search the village first, to see if there were any supermarkets or convenience stores. Climbing out from the broken wall, after the red dot on the mini-map passed by, he walked down a small path towards the inner part of the village. Now the whole village was shrouded in mist, with visibility only 3 or 4 meters. At this time, it's best to stay quiet, who knows how many other players are waiting for you. My god, this place looks so scary. Yeah, with such heavy fog, and it's getting dark, so terrifying. Did you see that? There's actually a zombie where Lin Feng just walked by. Phew, lucky. He went first, otherwise he would definitely bump into it. Watching the red dot slowly moving on the minimap, Lin Feng could precisely avoid these zombies with every step. Even though these zombies were no different from the ones he had encountered on the road, they could still be split in half by his chainsaw. However, he was not planning to expose himself yet, he would wait for others to reveal themselves first. Just as he was feeling his way forward, he suddenly saw the door of a small house ahead with the words "convenience store" written on it. Convenience store? Seeing these 3 words, Lin Feng's heart raced a few beats faster. Encountering a convenience store meant there could be supplies inside. Before going in, he observed the mini-map carefully for a while. The red dots on it moved very slowly, indicating that these red dots must be zombies. This meant that the current mini-map should not detect the positions of other players yet. So he stayed in place and observed for a while. Now there was only 1 red dot inside the convenience store, which meant there was only 1 zombie inside. This was not a problem for Lin Feng, he could easily solve it. Then after confirming that the convenience store's door had not been opened and that no one had come over, he cautiously made his way over. Once he entered the convenience store, he quickly shut the door. ensuring that no one outside would notice someone had come in. Inside the convenience store, it looked very tidy, not even a speck of dust in the room. At the back of the counter, a zombie resembling a big uncle was reaching out its hands towards him. "Sorry, uncle." He took out his chainsaw and struck down heavily at it. Although it was not turned on, the heavy body combined with the sharp chain teeth still knocked its head off. Kill points plus 25. After dealing with this threat, he looked at the shelves. There were some items displayed on them. There are all kinds of snacks, as well as vegetables and meats. Ha, now we're rich. Meanwhile, outside the small shop, Meichuan Kuki and Ma Sigi were carefully walking down the road with sticks in hand. Suddenly, Ma Sigi's eyes lit up, pointing at a small building ahead, saying, "Meichuan Kuan, look. There's a small shop up ahead." Meichuan Kuki looked over and said excitedly, "Yo! It's a convenience store. Let's hurry and grab all the supplies before anyone else." Chapter 9, Entering the Convenience Store, Cashback on 80,000 Livestock. Lin Feng was searching the shelves, and at the front shelf, there were various childhood snacks, such as mimi, shrimp chips, Brazilian roast duck, Nanjing salted duck. Although these can be considered high-calorie foods, Lin Feng only took 5 bags of shrimp chips and 5 bags of mimi. 10,000 times cashback activated. Cashback shrimp chips x 50,000 bags, cashback mimi x 50,000 bags. In an instant, a mountain of shrimp chips and mimi appeared in the square of Kyoto. Wow! So many shrimp chips, I want to eat. It's Mimi. I love Mimi the most. Woohoo! Finally, I can eat nutritious snacks. Because of the limited capacity of space, Lin Feng quickly moved to the vegetable and meat area after taking the snacks. Here, the vegetables and meats were directly displayed on the shelves. For some reason, these vegetables and meats looked just like they had just been picked from the fields or recently brought from the slaughterhouse. There was not a single sign of aging or lack of freshness. Even the bok choy had a few droplets of fresh dew on it. Wow! These vegetables are so fresh. Wow, this row of meats looks so good. Woohoo! Lin God, please take all these, we want to eat too. These fresh vegetables and meats were definitely better than bread and canned food. So, without a second thought, Lin Feng stuffed all the vegetables and meats into space. Just right, after putting everything in, there was still 0.1 cubic meters of space left. 10,000 times cashback activated. Cashback organic bok choy x 60,000, cashback organic cabbage x 70,000, cashback organic chives x 40,000, cashback organic tomatoes x 100,000. Cashback grain-fed pork x 50,000 head. Cashback grain-fed wagyu x 10,000 head. Cashback Northwest grazing sheep x 20,000 head. Cashback free-range eggs x 100,000. The moment the announcements ended, a huge pile of vegetables and eggs appeared in the square of Kyoto. Then 80,000 pigs, cows, and sheep were running wildly in the square. Fortunately, the relevant departments had prepared this in advance and sealed off the surrounding areas. This way, a large-scale animal injury incident was avoided. The two TV hosts, upon seeing the scene in the square, immediately made comments. So many porkers, as well as wagyu and grazing sheep, are truly valuable resources harvested by our country, said Sa Bailing excitedly. Dong Qing couldn't hide her smile. Yes. Since the Blue Star resources were depleted 15 years ago, we haven't seen so many live animals. After receiving news from the higher-ups, Sa Bailing happily spoke to the camera. To all the viewers of Dragon Country, these porkers, as well as wagyu and grazing sheep, will have a special breeding base constructed by the state. The goal is to ensure that every little one in front of the TV can enjoy fresh and healthy meat. After receiving the news, Dong Qin added. Yes, including those vegetables, the country will also organize professional agricultural scientists to cultivate them, so that every little one in Dragon Country can enjoy the freshest, healthiest vegetables. Hearing their words, the audience of Dragon Country shed tears of excitement and happiness. Woohoo! I'm so grateful to be a Dragon Country person. I'm able to eat fresh meats and vegetables. Thank you, Dragon Country. Thank you, Lin God. Without you, where could we have eaten these things? No more talk, everyone stand up. Lin Shen is amazing. Voice crack. As the audience in Longwa cheered, several comments from Fusang Country harshly interrupted. Hee hee, let you all be happy for a moment. Soon our sword master will kill your Lin Feng. Yoshi. Right now, we have the sword master and a Jonin teaming up, 2 against 1. We have the advantage. Meanwhile, in the small shop, Lin Feng was preparing to collect the seasonings displayed on the shelves. Just as he picked up a bottle of soy sauce, the shop's door was suddenly pushed open. When he turned to look, he saw 2 little bastards from Fusang Country in nuclear outfits. The viewers in the livestream were shocked when they saw the little bastards. Is that a little bastard? Damn, the small shop has actually been discovered by little bastards. The two little bastards froze their smiles when they saw Lin Feng. Who are you? The male bastard loudly asked Lin Feng while pointing at him. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng immediately realized they were little bastards. Damn it, I didn't expect to run into two little bastards here. I'm your grandpa. Lin Feng boldly shouted at them. Ha, Lin Shen is amazing. I love you like this. Yeah, well said. However, they seemed not to understand and clumsily mimicked. What yee? Hearing his clumsy imitation, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and shouted at him. Hey, turtle grandson. At this point, the viewers in the livestream burst into laughter. Ha, these two little bastards are making me laugh to death. Indeed, they are little bastards, their brains just can't function. The two little bastards looked confused. But when they saw the translation offered by their survival wristbands, their faces instantly turned red. Bastard. Your grandfather is very bad. The male bastard, realizing Lin Feng's words, became furious. Ha ha ha. The little bastard is vulnerable. They're just realizing it now? The other female bastard also flushed with anger. She took out a kunai, preparing to throw it at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was not a pushover. He casually grabbed a bottle of pepper from the shelf and threw it at them. Bang! Achoo! 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 The two little bastards were sneezing uncontrollably from the pepper smoke. The female bastard couldn't take it anymore and lunged at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng simply kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying. What? The female bastard fell to the ground, her expression painfully twisted. The male bastard finally opened his eyes, saw the female bastard on the ground, and rushed over to help her. Are you okay? The audience nearly laughed their teeth out upon hearing the male bastard's words. Ha ha ha. This guy, I can't tell if he's being caring or scolding her. 666. That name is hilarious. Not just the viewers, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. I say, your little bastards' names are really funny? Ha ha ha. The male bastard angrily turned back, then took a stick he found by the roadside, mimicking a samurai sword, and shouted fiercely. Bastard! How dare you insult the great names of Fusong? You, unworthy person, are seeking death. Before you die, let me make it clear. I am Meichuan Kuki, the current sword master of Fusong. Prepare to die. Facing Meichuan Kuki's threat, Lin Feng just smiled lightly and quietly pulled out a chainsaw filled with gasoline from his backpack. Oh? Is that so? Why don't you consider rephrasing your words? Chapter 10, Death of the Fusong Country Contestant. Lin Feng held the chainsaw and pulled the starter string. Vroom 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 vroom. The engine of the chainsaw whirred, and the roar echoed repeatedly in the cramped small shop. Holy crap! Sigma, degree winky face, it's a chainsaw. Ha ha ha. Two little bastards, now you know fear, ha. Baga Yoru. You filth, Dragon Country has no martial ethics. The little bastard above. Do you still need martial ethics to beat you? Meichuan Kuko saw the chainsaw in Lin Feng's hand and heard the terrifying roar from the convenience store. The wooden stick in her hand became unstable without her realizing it. Why you don't talk about martial ethics. Lin Feng grinned, his Nike smile harder to contain than AK's. You little brat, does Grandpa need to talk about martial ethics when dealing with his grandson? Take my strike. He couldn't be bothered to waste time talking with these two brats and directly raised the chainsaw, charging towards them. Meichuan Kuko and Ma Sigi were terrified as they saw a Dragon Country person charging at them with a chainsaw, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Although one was a sword master from Fusong and the other was a top ninja from Fusong. But traditional martial arts are still traditional and the times have changed. Flesh and blood opposing a chainsaw is just looking for death. Though both were goofy little brats, they knew the difference between life and death. Damn Dragon Country person. Ma Sigi, let's retreat first. Got it, Meichuan Kuan. Meichuan Kuko grabbed Ma Sigi's hand and pulled her out of the convenience store, rolling and crawling. When Lin Feng reached the door, he stopped. He glanced at the mini-map. The surrounding zombies were all running towards the sound of the chainsaw. Counting the red dots, there were at least 2 or 3 dozen. It would be too dangerous to go out now. It wasn't worth getting bitten by zombies just for 2 little brats. And once those 2 ran out from here, not knowing the zombie situation, they would definitely suffer. Ha! Why are those 2 also? Lin Feng suddenly noticed 2 small red dots moving quickly on the minimap. These 2 red dots' positions were exactly the same as where those 2 little brats had escaped to. Could it be that after becoming his enemies, they would also be marked as small red dots on the map? Lin Feng nodded, thinking that this made sense. Because the red dot was originally meant to mark hostile creatures. Though the little brats were foolish, they were indeed considered living beings. Now that they were hostile to him, it was natural for them to be marked. At the same time, they were running straight towards the horde of zombies. However, he was not in a much better situation. More than a dozen red dots were moving towards him. Lin Feng is amazing, little brats run away. Ha ha ha. Is this what little brats are? Didn't they say they were sword masters? They are useless. Look over there, it seems like there are zombies. How dangerous. Lin Feng saw a zombie walking towards him from 3 meters away. So he quickly closed the door, silently pushing against the wooden door with all his strength. Fortunately, zombies have poor vision, so on the minimap, that red dot just walked past the convenience store door. But the crisis had not passed. Since the sound originated from here, soon a red dot reached the convenience store's door. Counting the number, there were at least 10. Gore! Outside the door, 10 zombies' low growls echoed at the entrance. At the same time, 2 zombies were pounding on the door. Bang! 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 In the live broadcast room, the audience was holding their breath at this scene. God! So many zombies, so scary. Oh my goodness, I can't imagine what I would do if there were so many zombies outside. Too terrifying. Quickly reinforce the door. Don't let them in. It's still Lin Feng. If it were me, I'd have already wet my pants. In the Dragon Country television station, 2 hosts also noticed Lin Feng's situation. Sakurai looked at the live screen and the 10 zombies outside, his expression grave. With so many zombies, our contestant Lin Feng must stay quiet. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. Dong Qin frowned, his voice even a little trembling. This scene is just too terrifying. I've only seen it in movies before. At this moment, Cold Blade was completely focused, staring at the screen. I believe our Lin Feng will be fine. There are many zombies, but as long as he keeps a calm mind. So I think these zombies shouldn't notice him. A row of bullet comments floated by below. Go for it, Lin God. We support you. Don't be afraid, Lin God. All 1.4 billion of us support you. Come on, come on. Announcement, the contestant from Pusan Country, Uni Tianhua, is dead. Cause of death, heart and lungs ripped out by zombies. The news of the contestant's death was seen by every contestant in the road to survival. Audiences from around the world switched to the live stream from Pusan Country. In the live broadcast, a man with a hygiene mustache lay on the ground, being eaten by several horrifying zombies. Meituan Kuki and Masuga were hiding behind a wall at this moment. Shaking all over, they watched the Fusang man die from being bitten while saving them. Meituan Kuan, Tianhua, Lord Tianhua is dead. Woo woo. Masuga cried bitterly, holding Meituan Kuki. Meituan Kuki looked at Uni Tianhua being eaten, his eyes red, his hands clenched tightly. Damn those Dragon Country people, I will never let this go. In the live room, the audiences from Fusang Country were furious. Damn those Dragon Country people. If it weren't for them, our contestant Tianhua wouldn't have been bitten by zombies. Damn. This is really bad. Meanwhile, the audiences from Dragon Country laughed heartily at this scene. Ha ha ha. You little idiots, dying well, dying wonderfully, dying with a bang. Hee hee, little idiots deserve this outcome. Stop yelling, little idiots. If you keep yelling, I'll let you two be bitten by zombies too. At this moment, Lin Feng, hiding behind the convenience store, couldn't see what was happening with Meituan Kuki. But he faintly heard Meituan Kuki's painful screams. Looks like those 2 little idiots are in some trouble. He raised his head to glance at the mini-map in the upper left corner. The 2 little idiots were standing behind a wall, not moving. And in front of them, there were dozens of red dots. Since something was happening over there, the zombies that had been wandering at the convenience store entrance also started moving towards that direction. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief at this moment, hurriedly going to the shelf to put all the seasonings into his space. 10,000 times cashback activated. Returning 10,000 bottles of soy sauce, returning 20,000 bags of salt, returning 30,000 bottles of pepper. Thank you for Lin God's gifts. Yay, great. We have seasonings now. Lin God is awesome. Besides these several shelves, Lin Feng looked around but found nothing else. At this moment, he noticed. On the mini-map, there was a golden treasure chest located in the center of the village. Golden treasure chest? This is the first time I've encountered one after being here for so long. His mood became a bit exciting, already eager to go there to open the golden treasure chest. But just as he was about to leave, a huge red dot suddenly appeared on the mini-map. And it was moving towards him. Chapter 11, Crisis, Titan Zombie. Bang bang bang. Outside the convenience store, heavy footsteps came from nearby. On the mini-map, a gigantic red circle, 5 times larger than the other red dots, was slowly walking down the road from the left. What is that? Listening to the noise outside, Lin Feng immediately perked up. He leaned over the wooden door of the convenience store and looked out through the crack. At this moment, the sky outside was completely dark. Only a thick black fog surrounded everything. Bang, bang, bang. The footsteps outside were still coming and getting closer. At this time, the audience in the live room held their breath upon hearing the noise outside. Oh my, what is that sound? It sounds like a very big thing is walking? I don't know, but I feel that. This is definitely not a good thing. The footsteps grew louder, thud. The last step surprisingly stopped right in front of the convenience store's door. Lin Feng felt every hair on his body stand on end. He could even feel that there seemed to be a gaze outside looking in here. His pupils instantly contracted, and his heart started to race. Although he sensed this thing was very dangerous, he still mustered up the courage to look outside. Still, nothing was there. The viewers in the live stream, seeing this, also let out a sigh of relief. Who that thing seems to have left? So scared. What was that? Even though he saw nothing. The footsteps outside were gone. However, on the mini-map, that red dot was right behind the door. As if it were watching him too. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang on the door hit Lin Feng's face. Damn! What is this thing? So scary. I can't keep watching. What do we do? Our Lin God is in danger. Though it was sudden, Lin Feng still pushed against the door tightly. This kept the door from being pushed open directly. Damn, this guy is really strong. He braced against the door, thinking. One thing was certain now, this thing was definitely a hostile creature, and it was huge. Thud, thud, thud. But this guy seemed not to notice Lin Feng's presence. Heavy footsteps echoed from outside. The red dot on the minimap moved away from the door and continued to the right. And that was just where those two little troublemakers were. You guys listen, that monster seems to have left. Oh yeah. Great. Our Lin God is safe. In the live stream of Japan's player, Meichuan Kuzi, viewers were still furious over Tian Huang's death. But at that moment, a strange and terrifying thing suddenly appeared on the screen. Meichuan Kuzi hid behind a broken wall, and he and Masigi were preparing to find a chance to escape. But just as they were about to run, in the distance, heavy footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was like a huge elephant, no, an even heavier monster was coming towards them. Meichuan Kuan, what is that? There was still a little light where they were, so they could see the zombies feeding on Tian Huang's corpse. Likewise, Masigi also saw the monster walking towards them. He pointed at the monster in panic, and Meichuan Kuzi looked over too. What? How can there be such a monster? Meichuan Kuzi trembled all over. A group of ordinary zombies had just caused Tian Huang's tragic death. He couldn't imagine how terrifying such a monster would be. Meichuan Kuan, let's escape quickly. Masigi grabbed Meichuan Kuzi's arm, trying to get him to leave. But he didn't move. Because that monster suddenly roar. That enormous beast let out a loud roar and rushed towards Tian Huang's corpse. The zombies feeding on Tian Huang's corpse were knocked away with a few swats. What? Those zombies were swatted away by it? This big guy is too terrifying. At that moment, Meichuan Kuzi and Masigi finally saw the true face of the monster. It was clad in thick armor, wearing a steel helmet, its body strong and only its mouth and neck exposed. It was massive, twice the size of an elephant. It grabbed the corpse of Tian Huang from the ground and swallowed it whole. Nation! You monster! Seeing Tian Huang's corpse being devoured, Meichuan Kuzi was furious and wanted to rush forward. But was stopped by Masigi. Let's go, Meichuan Kuan. In Dragon Nation, there's an old saying, CC Dancer is a hero. With Masigi's persistent efforts, Meichuan Kuzi finally left with resentment. Nation! Dragon Nation people! I won't let this go. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already stealthily snuck out from the convenience store. Hiding beside a building, he quietly witnessed everything that just happened. So it's a titan. After seeing the monster's appearance, Lin Feng immediately recalled this name. In his past life, during a road survival game, he had encountered this zombie. At that time, he had struggled hard to barely burn it to death. He didn't expect to find a titan here as well. However, fortunately, he had dealt with it before and clearly knew its weaknesses. This guy had tough skin and thick flesh, ordinary knives, axes, and even bullets did not hurt it much. But its only weakness was its fear of fire. As long as it was surrounded by flames, it would become timid, and the flames would burn it to death. He glanced at the remaining 9L of gasoline in the space. This little gasoline could never be enough to burn such a giant creature to death. So, he needed to find more. Although the Titan was dangerous, one should know. A regular zombie gave 25 killing points when killed. Such an elite creature, no, it should be considered a boss, would definitely yield a lot of killing points. Moreover, he was clear about its weaknesses and had dealt with it before. So Lin Feng felt that killing it was worthwhile. But before that, he needed to make some preparations. At least, he needed to find enough gasoline and combustible materials first. Combustible materials should be easier to solve. In this village, most of the houses were made of wood. However, in this humid environment, igniting a house was not a simple matter. So he had to solve the gasoline issue first. He glanced at the golden treasure chest in the center of the village, feeling that he could only go there now. Oh whoa! After the Titan devoured the locust, it let out a loud roar, as if expressing satisfaction. Then it continued walking forward. Lin Feng looked at the minimap and made his way to the village center. However, on the minimap, there were two small red dots that seemed to be following him. Chapter 12, Endure for a moment, but the more you think, the angrier you get. On the other side, Meituan Kuzi and Moscobi fled in embarrassment. Initially, he thought about going back to the convenience store to see if the Dragon Country people were there. If not, they would take the remaining supplies from the store. However, when they arrived, they found the door wide open. After entering, they saw that there was no one inside. But everything in the convenience store was gone. Meituan Kuzi had been thinking of enduring for a moment. But retreating in the face of difficulty leads to anger and frustration. Baka Yoru. Damn Dragon Country people. Bad, very bad. Meituan Kuzi angrily pushed a few empty cans off the shelf. Clatter. But he immediately regretted it. Not good, Moscobi, run. The noise of the cans breaking quickly attracted zombies. Fortunately, they ran fast, avoiding being surrounded by the zombies. However, his hatred for that Dragon Country person did not lessen at all. Yash. I found his footprints, he went this way. Saying this, he pointed ahead and followed the footprints on the ground. Moscobi followed behind him. In Lin Feng's live streaming room, Dragon Country viewers who had just returned from Meituan Kuzi were all anxious. Lin God, be careful behind you, those two little bastards found you. Damn little bastards, always like to cause trouble. What to do? Those two little bastards want to ambush Lin God. Lin Feng advanced along the path, and with the help of the minimap, he encountered no zombies along the way. However, he had noticed those two red dots. After a minute of moving forward, those two red dots were still following him. This could only mean that someone was tracking him. At this time, who else could be stalking him? Even without thinking, it was definitely those two little bastards again. TSK, you like to stalk me, huh? Then I'll prepare a surprise for you. He continued walking towards the center of the village, pretending not to notice that someone was following him. Meanwhile, Meituan Kuzi and Masigibai were quickly approaching Lin Feng. At this moment, they could vaguely see the silhouette of that Dragon Country person through the thick fog. Good job, Masigibai. As expected of a Jonin, tracking him down so quickly. Arigato, Meituan Kun. Although it was Meituan Kuzi who first discovered the footprints. When it came to tracking, Masigibai was the one to rely on. Yoshi. It seems he hasn't noticed us. So, Masigibai, I'll confront him head-on in a moment. Then you hide in the shadows and use your kunai to sneak attack him. At this point, he solemnly patted her shoulder and said. You know, as a warrior, I can only duel people openly. But his weapon is too powerful. We have no chance in a direct fight. So, this despicable tactic is left to you, Masigibai. Hearing Meituan Kun, whom she had always admired, entrust such an important task to her, Masigibai was moved to tears. Meituan Kun, thank you for trusting me. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. In the live broadcast room, the audience from the Fusang Kingdom was moved to tears. Get away and grab him. This is just too touching. Well done, Masigibai. We are proud of you. However, the audiences from the Dragon Country were displeased with this scene. Damn it, the little 8 bastards can't win a fair fight, so they come for a sneak attack. What a disgrace. Stinky 8 bastards, it's pathetic. Meanwhile, on Dragon TV, the two hosts and Lin Feng also looked serious. Sa Bei Ling indignantly said. These Fusang Kingdom players, as fellow humans, at such a critical moment should be thinking about helping each other, yet here they are, plotting sneak attacks. It's truly despicable. That's right, the players from Fusang Kingdom shouldn't be doing this. They should cooperate against a common enemy. Lin Feng looked at the livestream of Meituan Kuzi, his expression grave. From the current footage, it seems our Lin Feng contestant hasn't noticed that they are following him. But that's normal, in such dark conditions and with so much fog, it's indeed hard to notice them. Now we will see how our Lin Feng contestant responds. As he said this, he couldn't help but clench his fist tightly. In the live stream room, every audience member was cheering for Lin Feng. Go, Lin God. I believe you can find them. Come on. Lin God, find them quickly. Lin Feng walked a distance and came across a narrow alley. Inside the alley, Lin Feng noticed a red dot lingering in place. About 2 meters inside the alley, there was a pile of clutter that he could climb over. Suddenly, an idea formed in his mind. He just needed to walk in and make some noise deeper in the alley. At that time, those 2 little 8 bastards would definitely come in after him. However, because of the noise he made, the wandering zombie would also come toward the clutter pile where he was. But by then, he would have already climbed over, and the only ones he would encounter would be those 2 little 8 bastards. He continued moving forward, pretending not to notice the 2 people behind him at all. Then he stopped at the entrance of the alley and glanced inside. The fog in this alley was thicker, and he couldn't see anything. But he had a mini-map, so he could clearly see the terrain inside and where the zombies were located. So he walked into the alley. And behind him, those 2 little 8 bastards also followed him in. Hurry, Ma Siggy Bai, he seems not to have noticed us. Mei Chuan Kuzi quickly reached the mouth of the alley, but when he looked inside, he could see nothing. But that was just fine, in such a straight alley, it really didn't matter if he could see or not. He just needed to charge straight in and attack. Ma Siggy Bai, listen, the battle plan is like this. I'll rush up first and give him a surprise blow. Then when I shout 1, just throw the kunai. When the time comes, I'll crouch down, and your kunai will hit him right on the head. Alright, Mei Chuan-kun, your plan is absolutely perfect, said Ma Siggy excitedly. The viewers from Fusan Country and Mei Chuan Kuzi's live stream admired this as well. S Country 1, as expected of the Sword Master, the plan he came up with is perfect. S Country 1. This plan is too perfect, it will definitely take down that despicable Longwa person. What are you little idiots saying? Isn't it you who are despicable? A bunch of idiots, I'll beat you up. Lin Feng was walking into the alley, the pile of junk was about 2 or 3 meters away from the red dot. At this distance, he was absolutely safe. Then, the 2 of them reached that pile of junk. It was indeed easy to flip over. So he gently flipped it over, and as he raised his leg, he kicked a stone into it, making a loud noise. Mei Chuan Kuzi heard the noise coming from deep in the alley and showed a joyful expression. Heh, he has gone deeper. In such a place, if there is noise, the zombies certainly won't notice. Truly heaven helps me. Ma Siggy, be ready, I am going to start acting. Mei Chuan-kun, you go. I'll be waiting for your signal. Yoshi. Then let's begin. Longwa person, get ready to die. Ha ha ha. Chapter 13, Seeking Trouble. Mei Chuan Kuzi raised the wooden stick in his hand, he didn't plan to sneak up behind that Longwa person. He heard the guy's footsteps, which were less than 3 meters in front of him. At this distance, he could charge forward and hit his head with one blow. This is the confidence of a great sword master from Fusan Country. Yoshi. Good job, sword master, quickly take him out. Awesome. Quickly take down this despicable Longwa person. Mei Chuan Kuzi raised the wooden stick high and rushed quickly into the alley. Go to hell. Despicable Longwa person, die. A figure appeared in front of him, he swung the wooden stick down without hesitation. Clang. At the moment the wooden stick struck his head, under the huge impact, the stick broke into pieces. But Mei Chuan Kuzi was excited, even if the stick broke, hitting him with that much force, he would definitely faint. Ha ha ha. Despicable Longwa person, you fell for it. Mei Chuan Kuzi said proudly. However, he quickly realized something was off. Normally, after getting hit like that, even if one doesn't pass out, they should at least cry out in pain. But the guy in front of him had no reaction at all. He continued to walk towards him. When he looked closely, he finally realized. This was not a Longwa person at all. This was clearly a zombie. And it had already reached out its hand to grab him. At this moment, there was no time to escape. He could only watch helplessly as he was caught. Mei Chuan Kuzi screamed in terror. At the alley entrance, Ma Siggy heard that scream, thinking it was Mei Chuan-kun signaling her to launch the kunai with one. Mei Chuan-kun, I received your signal. Watch me blast his head off. Whoosh. A kunai flew swiftly from her hand. Ah. In the alley, Mei Chuan-kun's scream of despair echoed. What happened? Ma Siggy shouted loudly. Realizing that the situation might have changed, she rushed over. When she arrived behind Mei Chuan Kuzi, she saw a kunai sticking straight into the back of his head. Mei Chuan-kun. How could this happen? Don't worry about that, hurry and help me. Meichuan Kuzi desperately tried to block the zombie's attacks with his hands. Gore! The stinking saliva of the zombie dripped out, making Meichuan Kuzi vomit. Ugh! Ah! Meichuan Kun! You threw up all over me! At this time, the Longboy audience watched the scene between the two little idiots and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Two little idiots brought this on themselves, deserved it. What is this called? This is called asking for trouble. Ha ha ha! With your skill level, you want to ambush Lin Feng? Dream on! Meichuan Kuzi and Ma Sigi fought desperately with the zombies. After paying the price of having their arms badly scratched by the zombies, they finally escaped from the alley. Zinni! Damn it, Dragon Country people! I won't let you go! Meichuan Kuzi knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. At the same time, Lin Feng, who was approaching the center of the village, heard the commotion from the two little idiots and smiled in his heart. Heh, the grandson wants to compete with grandpa? Get lost! At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room finally understood Lin Feng's actions. Wow, Lin Feng is so awesome! So he had already discovered those two little idiots and set a trap for them. Ha ha ha! The little idiots thought they were smart. In reality, Lin Feng had seen through everything long ago. Meanwhile, on Longshore, the two hosts showed a smug smile after seeing the two little idiots fail in their attempt. Hee hee, I said long ago that we should let the players from the Fusang country cooperate with the players from the Dragon country. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Dongqin smiled and said. Yes, as the saying goes, good rewards for good deeds, bad rewards for bad deeds, this is the most direct example. Lin Feng calmly analyzed. It seems that we all underestimated our Lin Feng player. He had already discovered those two Fusang country players following him from the very beginning and made corresponding preparations. Although we don't know how he did it, it is obvious that our Lin Feng player is stronger than we imagined. Alright, since our Lin Feng player is temporarily out of danger, let's see how the other players are doing. Sake Peining cut the screen into Yi Chenxi's live broadcast room. She was also in a dungeon at this moment. But it didn't look like Lin Feng's dungeon. Instead, it appeared to be another one, looking like an abandoned small town. As the soldier king of the Longya team, she efficiently dealt with the zombies she encountered on the way. At the same time, she found several treasure chests and collected a lot of food. Yi Chenxi, go for it, you are the best. Come on, I still have so much I want to do. On the other side, Master Ma used a 5-hit whip to knock a zombie away. Youth, ambush. After quickly dispatching the zombie, he also found a treasure chest, from which he opened food. Awesome, Master Ma, still as powerful as ever. In Kai Kuen's live broadcast room, he had just found a basketball inside a gym. Then he encountered a zombie, smashing it to death with a basketball. Chicken Brother has something. 666 Chicken Brother. At the same time, in a live broadcast room across the ocean, Mamba was elbowing a zombie to death. Then he hid in a small wooden house and started eating snacks. Kids, I just found these snacks at the convenience store, they are so delicious, so I took them all. Ha ha ha. So the little idiots couldn't find food because you took it all? Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing, family. Lin Feng cautiously advanced along the small path. Ahead was the building where the golden treasure chest was located. This building was a single-story house. At the entrance of the house hung a plaque of the Community Activity Center. And around this house, there were at least 20 red dots moving back and forth. Fortunately, he could see their positions, so he quickly discovered an entry point on the minimap. He swiftly passed through the open space directly in front of the house. Then he arrived at the northwest corner of the house. Here, there was a side door to enter the house. So he quickly moved along the wall to this side door. He gently pushed, finding that the door could move. So he slowly pushed the door, with a creak sound. He realized that he seemed to have made a fatal mistake. On the small map, a dense cluster of red dots was moving towards his location. Chapter 14, 1 million liters of gasoline returned. Gore. A series of low growls from zombies came from all directions around the house. Clearly, the creaking sound of the door disturbed the zombies nearby. What's happening? Why are there so many zombie sounds? It's over, it's definitely because Lin Feng just opened the door and attracted them. What do we do now? We should escape quickly, our lives are important. Lin Feng observed the small map. There really were many zombies around this house, and they were approaching him. However, there were only 2 zombies inside the house for now. So he immediately walked inside, shut the door, and locked it. Then he dragged over a wooden table nearby to block the door. Although this wouldn't stop the zombies from breaking in, it bought him enough time. He turned around, there was a lot of dust in the room, a thick smell of dust. And it was very dark here, he couldn't see anything. He took out the tactical flashlight he had previously opened from the treasure chest from his space. It illuminated the new civilization propaganda poster hanging on the wall ahead. This was a small foyer. Lin Feng quickly walked forward along this foyer. Soon, he arrived at the hall. This was clearly a large hall that could accommodate over 100 people for activities. But he didn't pay much attention to it for long. Now the side door in the foyer was being repeatedly banged against by zombies, trying to break in. And the two zombies identified on the small map inside the house were also moving towards him. Fortunately, the golden treasure chest was right on the stage of the hall. So without hesitation, he ran toward the golden treasure chest. What the hell? What kind of treasure chest is that? Holy crap! A golden treasure chest. I mean, it's no surprise that Lin Shen is so lucky. Detected a golden treasure chest, do you want to open it? Open. Open successful. Opened. You have received battle-tested P2000X1.357 ammunition X 30 rounds. Gasoline 100L. 10,000 times cashback has been activated. Returning gasoline 1 million L. As the cashback announcement appeared in front of every contestant. The next second, in the capital of Longwa, 10,000 barrels of 100L gasoline appeared in the square. Great. We have gasoline now. Woohoo! My Maybach, which has been gathering dust for 15 years, can finally run. Take off. Now I can ride my little motorcycle. At launcher, the two hosts were also very excited. Since the resource depletion of Blue Planet 15 years ago, vehicles in this world had not been able to start again. That's why the magical scene of horse-drawn vehicles appeared. But now, with gasoline in Longwa, it meant that those industrial machines could start operating again. Even if this could only supply key departments for a short time of work. Sakura excitedly said. Wonderful. With the help of our contestant Lin Feng, our country has once again obtained valuable strategic materials. Dongqin also smiled, saying. Yes. With so much gasoline, our country's industrial machines can finally start operating. Lin Feng calmly analyzed it this time. 1 million liters of gasoline is equivalent to the output of a small oil depot. This can allow our long-dormant main battle tanks and 1,000 military vehicles to operate for a short time. More critically, this will allow us to start emergency vehicles in major cities, operating for several weeks. After hearing Lin Feng's analysis, everyone realized just what a tremendous impact this 1 million liters of gasoline could have. Everyone's admiration and respect for Lin Feng grew even stronger in their hearts. Lin Shen is amazing. You are my god. Woo woo. The Dragon Kingdom cannot be without Divine Lin, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Hey, you guys, look at that little baka over there, they have already started attacking our Divine Lin. On the other side, the television station of the Fusang Kingdom. Xiaodao Dang watched as 1 million liters of gasoline appeared in the Kyoto Plaza of the Dragon Kingdom, envy, jealousy, and hatred written all over their eyes. This Dragon Kingdom contestant, using our Fusang Kingdom contestant being devoured by zombies, our sword master being hurt by zombies as a cost, stole our contestant's golden treasure chest, it's truly shameful. Below, the audience of the Fusang Kingdom was indignant. Zinniai. This group of people is too despicable. If it weren't for our sword master blocking the zombies for him, how could he possibly get the golden treasure chest? Damn dragon people. At the same time, Lin Feng quickly put 3 items into the space after opening the golden treasure chest. Because the items obtained from the treasure chest can only be seen when held in hand. So the audience only knew Lin Feng got 100 L of gasoline. They didn't know he got a handgun and 30 rounds of ammunition. Lin Feng understood very well that having a handgun must not be easily exposed. This is his last trump card when facing contestants from other countries. As for zombies, anyone who has played Resident Evil knows. Bullets are just too weak against zombies. Because zombies have no sense of pain, even if you hit them, unless you damage their vital spots, it won't affect their attack on you at all. But people are different. Due to the sense of pain, once a person is hit, they immediately lose their fighting ability. Not to mention people will also bleed. So, it's easy to imagine how terrifying guns are for humans. As for that 100L gasoline, it's a good thing. It can fuel motorcycles and chainsaws and can be used against that titan. However, he did not have time to feel excited now. Crash. A sound of a wooden board breaking came from the hallway behind him. He could hear the door and wooden table continuously colliding with each other. Countless zombie growls sounded like they were going crazy. Even here, he could smell the stench from the zombies' mouths. How many days has it been since they brushed their teeth? Lin Feng complained, then saw on the mini-map those zombies breaking in. He wanted to escape through the front door of this room. But reality gave him a hard blow. Because in the direction of the front door, many red dots were gathered. It looked like at least 20. At this moment, the total number of zombies on both sides had exceeded 40. It could be said that he was in quite a dangerous situation now. In the live broadcast room, the audience listened to the terrifying sounds around and became anxious. Oh my god, what is this sound? How many zombies are there? What to do? Now Divine Lin is surrounded by zombies, he can't get out. No, could it be that our Divine Lin is going to fall here? Chapter 15, Divine Lin is killing frenzied. Crash. The wooden door in the hallway was completely pushed open. The table that was blocking the door was also knocked over. Dozens of zombies rushed toward Lin Feng like mad. The audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Mommy! What is this? So scary. So many zombies. Oh my goodness. This is even more thrilling than in Resident Evil. Wow. Divine Lin. Hurry up and use the Molotov cocktail to burn them. Under the watchful eyes of many viewers in the live broadcast room, Lin Feng showed no signs of panic at all. Although the scene looked extremely impactful. But for him, he had seen this kind of scene countless times in his previous life. Perfectly, he still had a barrel of gasoline with 9L left in his space. Now he could only use this barrel of gasoline to block them. He quickly took the gasoline barrel out of the space. Then unscrewed the lid, quickly ran to the entrance of the hallway. A pile of gasoline was splashed there. Then took out a tactical flashlight, deftly removed the back cover, and took out the battery. Then short-circuited a wire and tossed it into the gas barrel. After that, he quickly threw it towards the group of zombies. With a sizzling sound, it was followed by a bang. A blue flame burst from the mouth of the gasoline barrel. Then the gas barrel crashed into a zombie. The gasoline inside poured out. Boom! A huge fireball exploded directly. At the same time, the flames burned along the gasoline that dripped to the ground, all the way to the entrance of the hall. It formed a wall of fire that was as tall as a person. The scorching wave of heat rushed towards him. The zombies rushing in the front were immediately ignited. Hiss. Screech. The group of zombies let out sounds similar to painful wails. This was because their tracheas were burned, making it impossible to produce normal sounds. Then, the crackling sound filled the entire hall. Damn Sigma, degree. Lin is too strong. Is there such a trick? Directly using a battery to ignite, too smart. Awesome, Lin. This kind of operation can only be done by you. The smell of burnt flesh immediately rushed over. Smelling this disgusting odor, Lin Feng took out a chainsaw from the space without the slightest hesitation and pulled the start rope. Boom, rumbling. Now, I can only carve a bloody path. Lin Feng's eyes fixed on the main door, where the door was being slowly pushed open with loud banging sounds. Ha! What is Lin doing? My god, he isn't going to confront this group of zombies head-on, right? No, Lin, that's too dangerous. Bang! With a loud noise, the main door was instantly broken. 20 zombies at the door poured in like a tide. Faced with this vicious group of zombies, Lin Feng showed no fear at all. He raised the chainsaw and pressed the switch without another word. Ah! Lin Feng roared and charged straight toward the group of zombies. Buzz! The roar of the chainsaw reached its peak at that moment. The first zombie in front didn't even have a chance to swing its claws. It was cleaved from top to bottom by Lin Feng, piercing through its head into its chest in an instant. Puff! The chain teeth violently rubbed against the bones, producing a horrifying creak sound. Black thick blood, smelling foul, spurted out violently, covering half of Lin Feng's body. He shook his head violently, tossing the stinky black blood out of his eyes. Then without stopping, he forced the chainsaw out from the zombie's body with a powerful kick. He turned and performed a wild and swift lateral sweep. Get away from me! With the powerful kinetic energy from spinning at high speed. 3 zombies beside him were instantly cut in half. Their upper bodies still maintained a forward pouncing posture. But their lower halves had already collapsed weakly to the ground. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chopped the chainsaw down, cleanly smashing the heads of these 3 zombies. Next, he repeated the earlier motions, subjecting every zombie to brutal torture. The chainsaw lifted from below, and a zombie's jaw along with half its head was severed off. Then he sidestepped a claw swipe, turned the saw blade, and cut off its swinging arms at the root. At this moment, the entire hall had completely turned into a nauseating meat grinder. Limbs and remains flew everywhere, black blood splattered like ink all over the walls and ceiling. The piercing roar of the chainsaw, the dull sound of flesh being torn apart, the crackling sound of bones being crushed, and the final meaningless screams of the zombies made every viewer in the live broadcast room stare in blank amazement. They had never imagined that an ordinary college student could face so many zombies without losing composure. And have the courage to pick up a chainsaw and charge at them. They also never thought that an ordinary college student could create such a hellish scene. Oh my god, is this still human? Holy crap, this is so damn scary. You tell me this damn thing is his student? Damn. If this is a college student, I'll eat live on stream. So brutal. So terrifying. But still, I have to say, Lin is awesome. On the other side, the two hosts of Dragon Vision were also stunned. With an incredulous tone, Sabe Ning said. This, our Lin Feng contestant, actually killed more than 20 zombies by himself. Dong Qin followed suit, tremblingly stating. I have never seen an ordinary college student unleash such terrifying combat power. At this moment, Lin Feng stared at the live stream screen, equally shocked. But even so, he was doing his best to stay calm and analyze. Just now, Lin Feng's performance not only proved his strong mental quality, but he also used a battery to ignite an oil barrel, blocking the zombies attacking from the back door, which further proves his tactical thinking is very flexible. A contestant with such strength shouldn't be a college student. If he is a college student, then what does that make our Special Forces team? Elementary school students? Hearing Lin Feng's analysis, the viewers in the livestream were even more shocked. If Lin Feng is an elementary student, then how strong is Lin God? Can't even imagine, I really can't imagine. Thank goodness we have Lin God, now we are steady. After killing these 20 zombies, Lin Feng saw subtitles flashing by next to the small map in the upper left corner. Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. These 20 zombies directly gave him a total of 500 kill points. Looking back, he saw that the group of zombies had also been burned to death by the flames. They also contributed 575 kill points to Lin Feng. Counting the earlier gains, he now had a total of 1,150 kill points. On the other side, Meichuan Kuzi and Ma Escobai came to the side of the Community Activity Center. They heard the noises coming from inside and saw the bursts of fire, their faces showing proud expressions. Meichuan Kuzi held a shiny butcher knife in his hand, which he had just picked up from a butcher shop during his escape. He looked at the door of the Community Activity Center and said proudly to Ma Escobai. Ma Escobai, it looks like that Dragon Country person is right there. He must be besieged by a group of zombies now, this is our good opportunity. We just need to help those zombies a little, and that dragon person is finished. The 100L of gasoline he just got will be ours. Ma Escobai looked at Meichuan Kuzi's bandaged head with admiration. In her eyes, Meichuan's plan was so perfect. As expected of the Swordmaster, only he could come up with such a clever plan. Okay. Meichuan, I'll follow your lead. Chapter 16, the small map upgrades again. 1150 kill points? Doesn't that mean the small map can level up? Lin Feng checked the small maps panel. Small map LV1, experience, 0/500. Sure enough, he only needed 500 experience points to level up. With 1150 kill points, he had more than enough. So, without hesitation, Lin Feng decisively leveled up. System, upgrade the small map. Consuming 500 kill points, small map upgrading. Upgrade successful. Small map LV1, small map LV2. New features, detection range increased to 4 kilometers, new biological information display. Small map LV2, experience, 0/2000. With the successful upgrade, Lin Feng noticed that the detection range of the small map had expanded again. Furthermore, within the village's range, a yellow dot appeared, accompanied by a string of characters saying Kobe Mamba. Now, can I see other contestants? Not only that, but there were also 2 red dots showing Meichuan Kuzi and Ma Escobai. These 2 little idiots again? Through the small map, he saw that these 2 little idiots were right outside the house he was in. And they were quickly approaching him. However, what he was currently worried about was not the 2 of them. But it was another red circle marked Zombie Titan. It was moving quickly, just 100 meters away from here. Oh no, another Titan. Lin Feng exclaimed in alarm. Right now, he had no problem dealing with ordinary zombies. But this Titan, he couldn't handle it. However, there was still a little bit of time left. He had just upgraded his system using 500 kill points. Lin Feng wanted to see what else these kill points could be used for. System, besides upgrading the minimap, what else can kill points do? Hint, kill points can be used to upgrade minimaps, upgrade weapons, and exchange for resource points. Upgrade weapons, exchange for resource points? Exchanging for resource points was great, but he had no use for it right now. So he focused his gaze on the chainsaw in his hand. System, can the chainsaw be upgraded? Weapon detected, use chainsaw. Use chainsaw LV1, 500 kill points to upgrade. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Now, he couldn't care about anything else. First was the threat of the Titan, and then there were two little buggers threatening him. In this situation, he had to quickly upgrade his equipment. Consuming 500 kill points, upgrading used chainsaw. Upgrade successful. Used chainsaw LV1, used chainsaw LV2. New features: weight reduced by 50%, chain teeth increased by 100%, power enhanced by 50%. With the upgrade complete, Lin Feng felt the chainsaw in his hand was suddenly half as light. And the chain teeth in front had doubled in size. As for the power, just listening to the strong roar of the engine confirmed how powerful it was. Meanwhile, on the mini-map, the two little buggers had already arrived outside the door. Ha! Disgusting Dragon Country people, we have caught you. Mechuan Kuzi appeared at the entrance with a pig-killing knife. Masa S. Dove followed closely behind. It's you two again? Lin Feng frowned, his hand firmly on the switch. Those two little buggers are back. Damn it, I let them go last time, and they still are not giving up. Damn it, I absolutely cannot let these two little buggers go this time. Mechuan Kuzi felt a wave of dizziness upon seeing the pile of corpses and pieces of meat inside. He couldn't help but make a dry heaving motion, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Masa S. Dove also clearly couldn't handle the blood and odor in here. But compared to Mechuan Kuzi, she was a bit stronger. Mechuan Kuan, take this. Mechuan Kuzi took a pill from Masa S. Dove's hand and swallowed it. Immediately, he looked much better. After regaining his composure, he pointed his knife at Lin Feng and shouted. You despicable Dragon Country person. Daring to mock my great Fusang swordmaster, you deserve to die 100 times. In the live chat, viewers couldn't help but burst out laughing. Damn it, little buggers, take your beating, and you still have the face to talk. Exactly, you were the ones who caused trouble first and still dare to talk about Lin God. Damn it, stop wasting time with these two little buggers, let's take them out. In the screen, Lin Feng coldly stared at the two of them. He originally wanted to say some trash talk before killing them. But now the mini-map showed that the Titan was only 20 meters away. He had no time to play games with these two little buggers. So he coldly said a line. You two little buggers, since you want to die, don't blame your grandpa for fulfilling you. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward in a leap. But Mechuan Kuzi was not unprepared, raising the pig-killing knife to counterattack. Masa S. Dove. Help me from the side. Masa S. Dove nodded and quickly darted to the side. Okay, Mechuan Kuan. Seeing them collaborate, Lin Feng only felt disdain. Small tricks. He raised the chainsaw high and quickly pressed the switch. Buzz. The teeth spun violently under the engine's power. Without saying a word, Lin Feng chopped down fiercely at the little buggers. Ha, don't underestimate your swordmaster. Watch me block. Mechuan Kuzi raised the pig-killing knife horizontally, trying to resist Lin Feng's chainsaw. Ha ha ha. This little brat thinks his pig-killing knife can withstand the chainsaw? Laughing to death here, is this little brat crazy? Not good, that girl brat is going to sneak attack. Just as Lin Feng's chainsaw was about to fall, Masjebi dishonorably threw a shuriken from the side. Lin Feng keenly noticed the flying shuriken and quickly dodged to the side. However, the chainsaw, which was supposed to fall straight down, veered to the right because of this. Clang! Bang! With a sharp breaking sound, the pig-killing knife in Mechuan Kuzi's hand snapped. Then, the teeth of the chainsaw fell. Puff! Ah! Mechuan Kuzi let out a wailing scream. There was a reason for his reaction. His pig-killing knife fell to the ground in two pieces. Along with the knife, his entire right arm fell. Masjebi saw Mechuan Kuzi's right arm cut off, blood gushing from the wound. She immediately ran over. Mechuan Kuan. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was laughing. Ha ha ha. This little brat is killing me with laughter. This little brat thinks he's a swordmaster? Does he really think a knife he picked up can block a chainsaw? So funny. This little brat is this smart? Really hilarious. Lin Feng swung the chainsaw sideways, preparing to cut down the rushing Masjebi. But as a seasoned ninja, she flipped and dodged the strike. Not bad, quite nimble. Lin Feng sneered, getting ready to deal her a heavy blow. However, the sound of heavy footsteps interrupted his movement. Thud thud thud. Lin Feng quickly glanced at the minimap, his pupils constricting sharply. Before him, a red circle appeared outside the wall behind him. The next second, boom! A loud noise, the entire wall was smashed. A gigantic figure emerged from the exploding dust. Chapter 17, You Fuel the Road. This guy again? Masjebi looked terrified at the red-blooded monster emerging from the dust. Last time, they had seen this monster swallow Lord Tianhuan whole. They never expected this creature to appear again. In Lin Feng's livestream, the viewers were terrified of the suddenly appearing monster. God, what on earth is this thing? Wow, I've never seen such a terrifying monster. Is it a zombie? If so, why is it so big? Oh my god, Lin God, run! This guy is too terrifying. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened on the titan that had suddenly barged in. He was clad in heavy armor. His head was covered by some steel helmet or something. This guy, even with a chainsaw, might not be able to cut through. In an instant, Lin Feng recognized the huge power gap between him and this zombie. Facing this head-on was the worst possible choice. With threats on all sides and no preparation, he had no chance against such a terrifying foe. So, for him, the best choice was... You fuel the road. Without saying a word, Lin Feng took off running. Mas Debi, who stayed behind to tend to Meituan Kuzi, was left stunned at this scene. Nani? This guy ran away just like that? Meituan Kuzi, seeing this, exploded in fury. Despicable Dragon Kingdom person, did you know this would happen all along? Ah! Watching Lin Feng vanish in a flash drove Meituan Kuzi insane with anger. However, staying here was not a good idea. The Titan would not care which country's contestant you were. In its eyes, there was only one thing. Battle, excitement. Roar! The monstrous flesh giant opened its mouth and roared at Meituan Kuzi and the others. Then it slammed its fists down hard on the ground. The whole house trembled. Ma Sigibai immediately saw its intention to attack. Such a big guy, if 2 punches hit them, they will undoubtedly die. Meituan Kuan, run! She desperately pulled Meituan Kuan, not caring at all about the severed arm on the ground. Ma Sigibai. My hand! I can't leave my hand here. Don't care about that. If we don't leave now, we will lose our lives. Ma Sigibai, ignoring Meituan Kuan's struggles, pulled him away forcefully. But how could the Titan let them leave so easily? It casually tore apart a wall and threw it toward them. Watch out! Ma Sigibai rolled forward with Meituan Kuan tightly in her arms. The two of them rolled together on the ground, barely dodging the deadly blow. However, the Titan became even angrier when it saw its attack miss. Roar, roar, roar! It suddenly jumped up from the ground and aimed a lethal stomp at them. Boom! Run! Ma Sigibai frantically grabbed Meituan Kuan and ran forward. Behind them, the Titan relentlessly pursued. The spectators from Fusang country were extremely nervous at this point. Run, Aku! Run! Sword hero! Don't die! Zinniai! Damn Rokoku people! If it weren't for them, our sword hero wouldn't be in such great danger. However, their powerless rage amused the spectators from Long country. Ha ha ha! A bunch of little idiots, shout all you want. Does it help? Look what happens when you sneak attack Linshan. Go big guy, kill these 2 little idiots. Because 2 little idiots attracted the Titan's hatred. Lin Feng easily slipped away. He found an empty house to hide in. Huff! He leaned against the wall and let out a sigh. Although he wasn't harmed at all. The experiences he just went through still left him a bit tense. After all, it was an attack from over 40 zombies. Moreover, there were also 2 little idiots and that Titan. In short, it was already very lucky to escape safely. However, he didn't plan to just hide here for a night or find a chance to slip away. How could a gigantic zombie and so many kills be so easily let go? You see, kills can upgrade the minimap and can also upgrade weapons. They can even exchange for resource points directly. Such useful things are definitely better to have more of. But directly confronting that monster surely wouldn't work. Fortunately, he had already collected enough gasoline. Next, he just needed to set up a trap to lure this monster in to succeed. Previously, he removed one of the batteries from his tactical flashlight to ignite the gasoline barrel. Since he was going to set up a trap to ignite gasoline, of course, he also needed a fire source. Fortunately, his tactical flashlight had a total of 2 batteries. So that was just enough. He looked at the situation in this house. Although this house was spacious enough, it was completely made of bricks and stones. There were too few combustible materials. He couldn't just dump all the gasoline and ignite it here, right? Though that was possible, it would be too costly and not worthwhile. He glanced at the minimap. There were very few red dots around. Most of the red dots, including that red circle, were in the center of the village. They were chasing those 2 little idiots. Thus, he took advantage of the time the 2 little idiots bought him and went outside. After exploring for a while, he found an excellent building. It was a brickwood structure house. The whole structure was a bungalow, surrounded by a courtyard wall. There were also pig pens made of steel and wood around the courtyard. This kind of building had the advantage of being able to withstand a certain degree of impact. And it also had enough combustible materials. The best part is, he can lead the Titan through the front door. As it steps into the yard, it will ignite the entire house. At that moment, with the right arrangement, the whole house, including the surrounding walls, will be in flames. And because the Titan cannot move when it encounters fire, it will be trapped and left to die inside. After confirming the trap layout plan, he immediately began to pour gasoline around the house and on the walls. In the live broadcast room, the audience watched Lin Feng's actions, not understanding his intentions. What is Lin God doing? Why is he pouring gasoline around the house? I don't get it. Even if he wants to stay the night, there's no need to douse everything in gasoline, right? Yeah, during situations like this, I think it's enough to just hide inside, the zombies won't notice. Lin Feng moved swiftly, soon covering the whole area around the house with gasoline. Now all he needed was a spark, and the entire house would become hell. Next, he needed to lure the Titan over. Chapter 18: Encountering Mamba. To avoid attracting other zombies and causing accidents, Lin Feng first returned to the house. At this moment, because gasoline was spread around, a pungent smell filled the entire house. On the mini-map, the Titan's speed had returned to normal. That two little bastards were 100 meters away, seemingly resting. However, the Titan was still about 200 meters away and did not seem to be coming this way. So, to hunt down this zombie, he still had to find a way to lure the Titan over. At the same time, he suddenly noticed. On the mini-map, a yellow dot suddenly appeared within the range of the house. When did this appear? Lin Feng was suddenly alarmed. He had been here for so long and hadn't noticed the existence of this yellow dot. Only after setting up the trap did he discover this yellow dot. It seemed that he had been careless. Previously, he focused on the Titan and the surrounding zombies. This made him overlook the presence of the yellow dot. This yellow dot was the Kobe Mamba Lin Feng had discovered earlier. He seemed to have sensed Lin Feng's presence, so at this moment, the yellow dot was slowly approaching Lin Feng. Trying to ambush me? Lin Feng sneered. In such a dark environment, it is indeed easy to ambush an ordinary person. But he had the mini-map, how could he possibly be ambushed? After all, he didn't know what kind of opponent he was facing. For safety, Lin Feng still held the P-2000 in his hand. Surrounded by utter darkness, he could only hear his own breathing. And a series of faint "oh-it" sounds. On the mini-map, the yellow dot was now just 2 meters in front of him. And it was still moving towards Lin Feng. It was clear that it was right in front of Lin Feng. So, he raised his handgun and shouted loudly. Don't move! The other party seemed not to have anticipated that Lin Feng would discover him. He was so startled by the sudden shout that he stood frozen in place. The yellow dot on the mini-map was now completely still. Don't shoot, a classic lakeside accent rang out. Lin Feng saw the survival bracelet's translation and understood what he meant. Don't move, tell me who you are and what your purpose is? Hey, friend, don't be agitated. I'm just here taking a nap. I smelled a pungent odor downstairs, so I came to check it out. The voice didn't sound hostile, but Lin Feng did not let his guard down. If that's the case, then why were you sneaking around? I think you're trying to ambush me, aren't you? Oh no. You've misunderstood. I just wanted to see what happened downstairs. Plus, there are zombies everywhere now, how could I dare make any noise? His response did have some logic to it. However, Lin Feng still could not trust such a stranger. After all, he is not from the Dragon Country, he is his opponent. His best choice now is to fire a burst, completely emptying the magazine. So, he gradually tightened his finger, about to pull the trigger in the next second. At that moment, the other party seemed to sense that Lin Feng was going to shoot and shouted excitedly. Hey! Friend, don't shoot. I won't hurt you. I just had a helicopter crash, so I was forced to spend the night here. If you need me to do something, I can help you. Hearing his words, Lin Feng coldly retorted. Help me? What can you help me with? I can help you with anything, as long as you don't shoot. What do you think you can do to make me believe you? Hey, don't worry. I can show you my space. I only have a basketball uniform on me, there's nothing to hide. Hearing this, Lin Feng was a bit interested. So he put away the handgun into his space and took out a chainsaw instead. Fine, show me. Oh. Thank the heavens. Thank you. Kobe summoned his space, and a blue interface appeared immediately. Because space and other functions are realized through the survival wristband. So participants can choose to show these interfaces to others. When doing so, a glowing interface will appear. Because of this, Lin Feng was able to see the other person clearly. He was a black man, and apart from a flash of white teeth, nothing else was clear on his face. And as he said, he was indeed wearing a basketball uniform. And it was very thin, indeed nothing could be hidden. In his face, apart from some snacks and food, there was nothing else. It seemed this guy was not lying to him. At the same time, Kobe Mamba noticed what Lin Feng held in his hand. The good news was that it was not a handgun. But the bad news was that this thing could kill even more terrifyingly. To avoid the other party getting agitated and killing him, Kobe Mamba smiled and soothingly said, "Hey brother, I know you must be from the Dragon Country, right?" Lin Feng nodded and coldly replied, "That's right, if you guessed correctly, you must be from the Eagle Country, right?" "Oh yeah. I'm a contestant from the Eagle Country. Actually, I think we can completely cooperate and leave here together." "Then give me a reason why I should cooperate with you?" "Think about it, there are so many zombies here, if we want to leave, we definitely can't rely on just ourselves. At this time, if we can have one more person cooperating, the probability of surviving will definitely be greater, right?" Hearing his words, Lin Feng smiled. "Is there a possibility that I can kill my way out of here on my own?" Kobe Mamba's smile froze on his face. At this moment, he noticed the chainsaw in the Dragon Countryman's hand under the weak blue light. That chain blade over a meter long was covered in dark brown blood and remnants of flesh. It was unclear whether that was from zombies or humans. Thinking of this, he felt a chill down his back and swallowed hard. "Hey, listen friend, calm down, I just want to survive. I don't care about the fate of the country or anything. If you want food from my space, I can give it to you right now. I just hope you won't kill me, we are all humans, aren't we?" Lin Feng did not agree with his words. However, it seemed that he did not have any hostility toward him. Because from the mini-map, his color had turned to green. And beside the symbol example, this color indicated a friendly creature. This meant that the other party would not cause him harm. Furthermore, he felt that he had a crushing advantage over this black man in terms of strength. He did not believe that Kobe Mamba could pose any threat to him. Although he had no intention of cooperating with this guy. However, if someone else can attract the Titan's attention, at that time, even if there are any problems, he can slip away easily like he did at the community activity center. So, he nodded and said, "Okay, I won't kill you. But I won't cooperate with you either. However, I have something to trouble you with." What is it?" "I need you to walk 200 meters down the road in front, and help me bring back a lost big guy." Chapter 19, this is sending Mamba to his death. Lost big guy? Kobe Mamba showed a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what this Dragon Countryman was talking about. "Anyway, I just need you to do me this one favor. If you can handle it, maybe I'll consider taking you away from this damn place." "You really are willing to take me away from here?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, but the premise is that you help me handle this." "Okay. As long as you can take me away, I can do anything. I really don't want to stay in this damn place any longer." Kobe Mamba looked very excited, he really wanted to leave this place. At first, he joined the road survival, thinking it was going to be such an exciting game. However, when his helicopter crashed, and he parachuted down here, he realized this was no fun game. This is truly life-threatening. This guy emanated a dangerous aura with every move he made. Although he didn't understand this Dragon Countryman, one thing he was sure of. That is, he is strong. Strong enough to take him away from here. Lin Feng didn't waste time and briefly told him. "The road out the door, walk 200 meters forward. When that guy notices you, turn around and run immediately, do not look back. Your mission is to bring it to this house. So, what should I do after I bring it back?" "You don't need to worry about that. I'll handle it." "Got it, I'll go." Lin Feng nodded, and then Kobe Mamba walked out of the house. Once outside, Kobe Mamba felt an overwhelming sense of terror surrounding him. After all, it was pitch black, and he could see nothing. Moreover, there were terrifying zombies nearby, and he was genuinely afraid. However, to survive and leave this place, he must have a powerful person to protect him. "Kids, I'm now going to the front to find a big guy. What do you think? Should I go?" Kobe Mamba muttered to himself as he walked. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Eagle Country commentator Kirk looked at Kobe Mamba's livestream with a frown. Shit. This despicable Dragon Country player deceived our Mamba player. He asked him to find that big guy, obviously referring to that giant zombie. He's sending Mamba to his death. Exploiting our Mamba player's kind weakness to lead him to death. The comments below were filled with furious Eagle Country viewers. Fuck. This Dragon Country player is sending our player to his death. Shit. Our Mamba fell for it, what do we do? Motherfucker. This dragon person is truly wicked. On the other side, Dragon Vision. The two hosts had different opinions on this. Dong Qin, after watching Lin Feng's actions, said, "Our Lin Feng player is really kind. In such a dangerous situation, he is still willing to promise to take the other party out. What an international spirit." Saba Ling also commented, "That's right, our Lin Feng player still remembers we are all human beings at this time. In such times, we should help each other, rather than target fellow humans like those two players from the Rising Sun country." Lin Feng followed up with an analysis. "I just saw Lin Feng player's movements. He sprinkled gasoline around the house, obviously to deal with that giant zombie. And letting the Eagle Country player lure it over is precisely to attract the giant zombie inside. To trap him in the flames. In this way, such a huge threat can be eliminated." After hearing Cold Wind's analysis, the audience immediately understood Lin Feng's actions. "So awesome, our Lin God isn't scared at all facing these zombies. Amazing. If it were me, I would definitely just find a place to hide." Although letting others lure the zombies is a bit immoral, after all, this method was his idea, and he also wants to help the Eagle Country player escape, so using this dangerous task as a trade, I think it's very reasonable. Kobe Mamba cautiously moved forward. He didn't know how far he had walked. The pitch-black environment around him made him afraid to make any noise. He could only quietly and carefully move forward. But after such a long time, he hadn't found that so-called big guy. Could it be that the Dragon Country man was lying to him? So he could have the whole house to himself? Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, boom boom boom. In front, about 50 meters away, a series of heavy footsteps came. It felt like two huge elephants were walking. What is that? Kobe Mamba suddenly froze in place. The fear inside him constantly reminded him not to move forward. But he took a deep breath. "Kids, I know I might die this time, but I want to try. Maybe I can survive? Besides, that Dragon Country man seems very confident. I should be able to do it. And I'm a black man, this guy definitely can't run faster than me." After the self-talk, he gathered his courage and moved forward. Boom boom boom. The eerie and heavy footsteps were getting closer and closer. Finally, when he reached a wall, he saw the monster ahead. It was a huge shadow behind the mist. With every step he took, the ground shook. He stared at the shadow, then glanced back. Finally, he made up his mind and shouted at it. "Man!" After shouting this, Kobe Mamba instantly regretted it. The monster immediately turned to look at him, and even though he couldn't see its eyes, he could feel it staring at him. In an instant, a huge roar erupted. Roar! What can I say, Mamba out? He turned around and ran madly. He ran frantically back the way he came. And behind him, the heavy footsteps accelerated, chasing him. Faster, faster. He desperately ran. The rush of adrenaline made him reach the house door in just a few seconds. At this moment, he finally saw the figure of the Dragon Country man. "Hurry! That guy is coming. I know, get inside," Lin Feng said calmly, and then the two of them rushed into the backyard of the house. Meanwhile, the Titan was quickly charging towards the house. On the other side, not far from where Lin Feng was, Meituan Kuzi and Masjebi followed Lin Feng's footprints and reached his house. Hearing an Eagle Country voice at the door, as well as Lin Feng's voice, he was sure Lin Feng was right there. He held a firewood axe he found from a nearby house, his face showing a grim expression. "Damn Dragon Country man, this time, I will never let you escape." Chapter 20, Little Bastard plays with fire and gets burned. After Lin Feng and Kobe Mamba returned to the backyard, he suddenly discovered that on the mini-map, Meituan Kuzi and Masjebi had appeared again. And they were now outside this house. What's going on? In the distance, he could vaguely hear the Titan's heavy footsteps getting closer. He had initially thought to lure him into the house and set fire to solve it here. But he didn't expect that just when everything was ready, these two little bastards popped up again. At this moment, bang! A loud sound of a door being kicked open echoed from the front room. Kobe Mamba was startled by this noise. Damn! That guy is here. He looked very anxious and was already searching for a suitable place to hide. However, in Lin Feng's line of sight, what appeared ahead was not the Titan at all. It was those two little bastards. Don't panic, it's not that monster. It's the other two newcomers. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Kobe Mamba showed a look of confusion. Those two newcomers? Who are they? There's no time to explain. In short, these two guys are participants from Fusang. I have some small conflicts with them, and now they've found me again. So what should we do now? That big guy will come over soon. If they stay here. Lin Feng sneered, knowing what Kobe Mamba meant. Indeed, their presence here would not greatly affect his plan. Because no matter what, the Titan would soon rush in. At that time, whether they were killed by the Titan or burned to death by the fire he ignited, it didn't matter. In short, the only path left for these two little bastards was death. At this moment, in Lin Feng's live broadcast room. What? Those two little bastards are back again? I'm really fed up. Do these two little bastards ever stop? Hee hee, I think they came at just the right time. Showing up here now is just asking for death, right? Yeah, that monster will kill them both later. Meichuan Kuko and Masajibi barged into Lin Feng's house. For some reason, as soon as they entered, they smelled an unpleasant, pungent odor. Meichuan Kuko couldn't help but cover his nose with his hand. Bastard, everywhere the Dragon Kingdom people go smells bad. It's fine, Meichuan Kun. Let's kill him and leave quickly. Alright, Masajibi, you're right. As long as we kill him, it's all good. Saying that, they both moved forward, heading towards the yard. Meichuan Kuko had only taken a few steps when he saw the shadow of a person faintly appearing in the yard. That was definitely a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Hey! You, Dragon Kingdom worker? Kobe Mamba sighed with relief upon hearing a man's voice from the front. As it turned out, just as Lin Feng said, the ones who had just barged in were indeed two people from Fusang. Oh, you little turtle sons are here, huh? What is it? You must really miss your grandpa and keep chasing us, right? Lin Feng replied without hesitation, giving a sharp retort. Upon hearing the Dragon Kingdom person speak back to him like that, Meichuan Kuko was furious. You little brat, how dare you talk to us Fusang lords like that? Masajibi, standing next to him, was equally furious. I advise you not to go too far, otherwise Meichuan Kun and I won't spare you. However, the threats from the female bastard had no effect on Lin Feng whatsoever. He just smiled slightly, then in a disdainful tone, mocked. So what? If I say your so-called Meichuan Kun is not just my little turtle son, but also my good dog, what will you say? The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom in the live room burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Ha, what do you say, everyone? Lin God's words really make me laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Lin God is awesome, so sharp with his insults. Feels great. Exactly, you have to scold little bastards like this fiercely. On the other hand, Meichuan Kuko's anger reached its peak upon hearing the humiliation from the Dragon Kingdom side, unable to endure any longer. Bastard! You Dragon Kingdom person! You are truly asking for death. He raised the axe in his hand and struck it forcefully onto the ground. Bang! A crisp sound of striking iron rang out, and a spark flew from the tip of his axe. Upon seeing that spark, Lin Feng's eyes immediately narrowed sharply. Not good. Lin Feng shouted loudly, then dragged Kobe Mamba and ran away. Hey friend, what happened? Kobe Mamba was stunned by the sudden action. But at this moment, Lin Feng had no time to explain, because the next second. Boom! A huge fireball erupted from the spot where the two little idiots were. Then the entire house was instantly engulfed in flames. Even the whole yard was not spared. Fortunately, Lin Feng ran fast, so he wasn't trapped by the flames in the yard. Lin Feng and Kobe Mamba lay on the muddy ground outside, gasping for breath. Kobe Mamba looked at the blazing house and yard in front of him, feeling terrified. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if Lin Feng hadn't pulled him away. It would surely be. I'm gonna die. From the burning house, the voices of the two little idiots echoed like a haunting melody. Even though they did not see the tragic scene of the two little idiots in the sea of fire, they could imagine how horrifying it was just by hearing their terrible screams. The flames burned fiercely, driving away the night of the entire village. Although it was night, it was as bright as day. And the terrible screams of the two little idiots faded completely after more than 10 seconds. Then, two announcements appeared in front of all the contestants on the road to survival. Announcement: Fusang Country contestant Meichuan Kuzi has died. Cause of death: playing with fire and self-immolation, trap set by Long Country contestant Lin Feng. Announcement: Fusang Country contestant Maas Gobai has died. Cause of death: engulfed in flames, trap set by Long Country contestant Lin Feng. Upon seeing this news, Kobe Mamba's heart jumped fiercely. This fire was truly terrifying. If he hadn't escaped just now, he would have surely shared the same fate as those two Fusang people. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, filled with gratitude. At this moment, Lin Feng, on the other hand, smiled with disdain. As the saying goes, they brought it upon themselves, they are the best proof. However, the crisis was not over yet. Although the two little idiots were dead, Titan was still alive. Now that the traps he set had been used by these two little idiots to self-immolate. This meant he had lost his greatest weapon against Titan. And at this moment. Dong dong dong. Chapter 21 Titan Pursuit, 1. At the same time, at Fusang Country's television station. Xiao Daoying collapsed upon seeing the death of her country's 2 contestants in the sea of fire. Baka! Our swordmaster, our IGA shinobi, they can't be dead. She howled this in a voice close to complete breakdown. Immediately, tears streamed down her face like a floodgate opened. Swordmaster. IGA shinobi. Damn Long Country people. If it weren't for them, our swordmaster wouldn't have died. All Fusang people, from this moment on, our Fusang country will be irreconcilable with Long Country. In her livestream, every Fusang person broke down. No. Swordmaster. Damn Long Country people. They are the ones who killed our swordmaster and IGA shinobi. Zinniai. If it weren't for them, our swordmaster wouldn't possibly die. We will be irreconcilable with Long Country people. On the other side, Dragon TV. Saka Beining made the most fair and objective assessment of the deaths of the 2 contestants from Fusang Country. It is clear that we have seen the 2 top contestants from Fusang Country perish in flames. We have just received news that the Fusang Country's ambassador has issued a strong protest to our country. They claim that our Lin Feng contestant deliberately set a trap, leading to the deaths of their country's 2 top contestants. To this, I can only say that, first of all, I do not see the so-called top players of their country as exceptional. Because from their recent performance, the player Meichuan Koko and the player Mas Jebi showed that neither their tactical skill nor their attitude towards players from other countries is what a top player should possess. If the Fusang country believes their top player is at this level, then I have nothing to say here either. At the same time, I would like to reiterate that our instructor Lin Feng has already analyzed this well for us. The trap prepared by player Lin Feng was entirely aimed at the giant zombies. As for why the 2 players from Fusang country were killed by this trap, it is entirely their own fault, the result of their own actions. If they hadn't come looking for trouble with player Lin Feng, and if they hadn't struck the deadly spark on the ground, they would not have perished in flames. Every Dragon Country person in the livestream recognized what Sabe Ling said. That's right, Sabe Ling is right. These 2 Fusang country players completely brought this upon themselves. Exactly, they were the ones who came to trouble our Lin God. Not only did they destroy Lin God's trap, but they also got burned to death. And now they want to blame us, I spit. Truly shameless. This is Fusang country, knowing little etiquette but lacking great righteousness. Although anyone with common sense can tell right from wrong. However, on the other side of the ocean, the commentator from Eagle Country, Kirk, made the following comments. It is evident that we can see that the scheme of Dragon Country player Lin Feng has succeeded. He has successfully harmed the 2 players from Fusang country. Here, I condemn the actions of the Dragon Country player. At the same time, I express my sorrow for the unfortunate fate of the 2 Fusang country players. May our Lord in heaven bless them and let them ascend to heaven, amen. Meanwhile, in other areas of the survival road, every player received the news of the deaths of the Fusang country players. They naturally saw the reason for the death of these 2 individuals. But what mattered most to them was the phrase in parentheses after the cause of death, Dragon Country player Lin Feng's trap. Although the cause of death indicated that their deaths were due to their own actions. However, what followed was Dragon Country player Lin Feng's trap. This implies that the reason for the great fire that caused their deaths was because of this Dragon Country player. So, in their hearts, they became even more wary of the Dragon Country player. After all, this Dragon Country player at the bottom of the ranking was able to take down the 2 top players from Fusang country. It is easy to imagine that others should definitely not be underestimated. Heavy footsteps rushed over from a distance. Lin Feng saw on the mini-map that the Titan was swiftly approaching their location. It bypassed the house that was burning fiercely. Because of the flames, this place was already bright as day. And because of this, it easily found Lin Feng in their position. From this distance, it only needed 10 seconds to charge over and smash them to pieces. Kobe Mamba saw the giant rushing towards them, his eyes almost popping out. Just moments ago in the dark, he could only see a huge figure. But now, with the fire shining as bright as day, he could clearly see this monster covered in blood red, clad in heavy armor with a helmet. Oh my god! How could such a terrifying monster exist? He pointed at the monster charging like a tank, his voice trembling. And at this moment, both the Dragon Country and Eagle Country audiences were watching everything unfold in sync. My god, what kind of monster is this? Damn! This guy looks like he can't be killed at all. It's over, it's over. What should we do if this guy charges at us? Oh dear. What is this thing? No. Mamba, run. Thank you, thank you. Mamba, run, or you'll be turned into mush. Lin Feng knew that staying in place would only lead to death. Just then he saw a house made of brick walls beside him. So he grabbed Kobe Mamba's arm and quickly ran towards the house. Run! Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Kobe Mamba finally snapped back to reality. So he followed him and ran wildly. What should we do? We run first, then think. Boom. 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 Just as they reached inside the house, rumble. A loud crash, and the entire house was rammed open by the Titan. As if all of this were simply non-existent to it. Intense dust filled the room, and both of them were stunned, unable to open their eyes. Fortunately, Lin Feng could see the small map even with his eyes closed. So he looked at the map and saw the Titan charging at him. Mamba, dodge back. Boom. Mamba had just dodged when he heard a huge crash from where he had just stood. Thank you. Kobe Mamba panted heavily. If it weren't for Lin Feng's warning just now, he would have been crushed. Although the Titan was powerful, it was not invincible. At least this guy was very slow, and its movements were clumsy. With their skills, dodging its attacks was not a problem. But this was not a solution. You see, Lin Feng's initial plan was to kill it. Now there was only one option. He pulled out the chainsaw from his space and without hesitation, yanked the starter rope. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 22, Titan Chase, Part 2. The chainsaw in Lin Feng's hand let out a deep rumble. Now the only weapon that could deal with this guy was the chainsaw. As for that P-2000, it could barely handle ordinary zombies. Not to mention such a big brute. But this big guy was covered in heavy armor. To kill it, they could only aim for the uncovered spots on its body. Beside him, Kobe Mamba felt a bit more at ease upon hearing the roaring chainsaw in Lin Feng's hand. Such a large chainsaw must be able to take down this terrifying monster. Hey, friend. What should we do now? You make some noise to attract its attention, I'll find a way to attack it. Shouldn't we just run away? For Kobe Mamba, the safest thing to do now was indeed to escape. Although that chainsaw in Lin Feng's hand looked indeed powerful. But the problem was, the opponent was powerful too. Facing Mamba's question, Lin Feng calmly analyzed. Running is certainly an option, but the problem is, the whole village is lit up now. We have nowhere to hide. If we try to escape now, the only outcome would be being chased by the endless zombies here. At the same time, the Titan will also find us due to their noise. So the best solution now is to take it down and eliminate the threat. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Kobe Mamba nodded and said. Yeah, you're right. Alright, I'll attract its attention, and you attack it. Also, keep an eye on my signals, I can see its position. Okay. As soon as they finished speaking, the Titan let out an angry roar. Roar. Then it slammed a fist down. Mamba. Run left. Okay. Under Lin Feng's command, Mamba successfully dodged the Titan's heavy blow. But now the entire room was full of dust. Although he could see the Titan's position and its movements, as well as the direction of its attack. But in this state, he couldn't see the Titan's weak points. And next. The Titan seemed to grow angry after failing to attack several times. He began to redirect his aggression, charging fiercely towards Lin Feng. The position Lin Feng occupied was very bad, as there was a wall behind him. His only option now was to dodge to the left. But the problem was he didn't have time for that. With no choice, he could only raise the chainsaw in front of him while dodging to the left. Clang! Clang! When the chain teeth of the chainsaw collided with the Titan's heavy armor, it produced a violent metallic clash. A large number of sparks flew out. In the livestream, the audience couldn't see the specific scene because of the dust. However, the intense sound of metal grinding, along with the multitude of sparks, still left them dumbfounded. My god, what is happening? Holy cow, is Lin Feng going to fight this monster? Oh my, Lin Feng is so fierce. The Titan's strength was tremendous. When the chainsaw hit the Titan, he even felt like his arm might snap. Fortunately, he still managed to narrowly evade it. But clearly, the chainsaw in his hands had not inflicted any substantial damage on the Titan. The main reason was the heavy armor he was wearing. As with the experiences he gathered from his past life, to kill this Titan, one must target its weak spots. But the problem was, inside this house, he couldn't see anything, so the urgent task was to get out of this house quickly. Mamba, run forward, there's a door, hurry and escape from here, fast. Okay, I got it. Mamba followed Lin Feng's command, running straight ahead. Sure enough, as Lin Feng said, after running a short distance, he found a door. Then he kicked it open with all his strength and dashed outside. The audience from Eagle Country sighed in relief upon seeing this scene. Good. Our Mamba player has escaped from there. Very good. Let that Dragon Country person be trampled to death by that monster. Exactly, just like he did to those two Japan people. While Mamba was escaping, Lin Feng was also not idle. Beside him was the side door of the house. He quickly pushed the door open and ran outside. As soon as he got outside, he felt a rush of clarity. Although the village was still shrouded in thick mist. It was still much better than inside the house. But how could the Titan let them go? Boom! Another loud crash echoed as the Titan broke through the wall of the house, charging out from within. At that moment, he stood in an open area, with no cover around. Thus, in the Titan's eyes, Lin Feng became his sole target. However, just as he was about to charge over, Mamba suddenly appeared. "Hey, big guy! Look over here!" Saying this, Mamba pulled out a bag of chips from his space. Then he threw it hard towards the Titan. Crash! The chips hit the Titan's head, scattering everywhere. Although this attack wasn't very damaging, it was deeply insulting. Roar! The Titan roared angrily at Mamba. Then he charged forward, rushing towards him. "Hey, that's right, big guy. Come over here." While taunting, Mamba ran. He was now helping Lin Feng attract the attention of this big guy. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. He held the chainsaw and quickly followed closely behind the Titan, trying to find a chance to attack. Suddenly, the Titan reached a broken wall. Then he ripped off a large chunk of the wall and lifted it high. At that moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity. He rushed towards it, then leaped high, bringing the chainsaw down heavily onto the Titan's nape. Put! The chainsaw's teeth sank deep into the Titan's thick, red flesh at the back of its neck. Then, driven by the engine, it spun rapidly, crazily cutting through the Titan's flesh and blood. In an instant, a massive spray of foul, crimson blood erupted from its nape. Ah! The Titan let out a deafening wail from its throat. "Great job, Lin God! You actually chopped this monster's neck. Awesome, this monster took such a hit, it must be done for. Go, Lin God, go!" Just when everyone thought Lin Feng would kill this monster, only Lin Feng sensed that something was wrong. Under the Titan's agonizing howl, he heard the rage before the Titan's fury. But it was too late now. Oh no, it's too late. As Lin Feng tried to pull the chainsaw out from its nape, the Titan suddenly spun fiercely, throwing both Lin Feng and the chainsaw off its back. Then it leaped into the air, fists raised high. It jumped towards the spot where Lin Feng was standing. If it hit, he would definitely die. Chapter 23, Titan's Pursuit, 3. Lin Feng was thrown into the air by the Titan's overwhelming power. At this moment, the Titan's entire body soared off the ground, hands high, ready to smash down on him. This was dangerous. His body was suspended in midair and hadn't yet fallen. At this moment, he had no way to maneuver away from the Titan's attack. And the chainsaw was no longer in his hands. He was trapped in a dire situation. The viewers in the live stream, seeing this scene, all closed their eyes in despair. They feared that the next moment would reveal Lin Feng's mangled corpse before them. "No, Lin God, don't die. Damn zombies. Don't hurt our Lin God. Damn it. Is he really going to fall here?" At Longshore, both hosts furrowed their brows. Sakebe anxiously said, "Our Lin Feng player is in danger now. I don't know if he can create a miracle." Dongqin also frowned deeply. She didn't even dare to look at the screen. "I hope our Lin Feng player can create another miracle." But Lin Feng, at this moment, calmly analyzed. Now Lin Feng is suspended in midair, with no way to dodge this monster's attack. The only way is. At this point, even Lin Feng fell silent. He truly couldn't imagine what Lin Feng could do to survive. Just as everyone had lost hope, accepting that Lin Feng was doomed, Lin Feng did not give up. Though the chainsaw was thrown away, it fell in the same direction as him. So, he desperately reached out his hands and finally grabbed the handle of the chainsaw. Then he lifted the chainsaw straight up towards the Titan and fell heavily to the ground. Ugh! Lin Feng felt a tremendous impact on his back and couldn't help but let out a painful groan. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But just when one wave hadn't calmed, another rose. The Titan's attack followed closely. Roar! The Titan's fist crashed down onto the chainsaw, and in an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. As all the viewers, including Kobe Mamba on site, closed their eyes, unable to bear the brutal scene to come, an amazing scene occurred. Lin Feng perfectly blocked the Titan's hands with the chainsaw in his grip. And because the Titan's hands had no protection, they were directly shredded by the chainsaw. In an instant, the Titan's hands were severed, reduced to a mist of blood and shredded tissue on the ground. Titan let out a painful wail once more due to the intense pain. Hearing Titan's wailing, Kobe Mamba opened his closed eyes. In disbelief, he stared at the scene before him. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. This monster, it was actually disarmed by this young man from the Dragon Country. Kobe Mamba cradled his head in his hands, astonished. Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's live stream room, viewers were in an uproar. Great! Our Lin God is still alive. Yay! We haven't lost yet. Go, Lin God, we believe you can do it.
On Dragon TV, excitement shone on Sa Beining's face as well.
Wonderful. Our Lin Feng has withstood the monster's attack, and he even took off one of its arms.
Dong Qin also exclaimed with excitement. Ah, this is so amazing. Our Lin Feng is alright.
Lin Feng said seriously, with a shocked expression.
This is unbelievable.
As a college student, to stay calm in such a situation and think of a solution, this is a mindset and thinking that's beyond what a typical student would have.
At the same time,
after getting through the recent life and death crisis, Lin Feng did not stop.
He knew that Titan had not lost its fighting ability yet.
If he let Titan recover, it would be too late. So Lin Feng raised the chainsaw again and charged towards Titan's neck.
This time, he had to. Suddenly, before Lin Feng's chainsaw could reach Titan's neck, Titan began roaring madly.
Although it had lost its hands, its destructive power did not diminish at all. Its arms still served as powerful weapons.
Roar! It was crazy, completely insane.
In its mind, only battle and excitement remained.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
It wildly swung its body, spinning like a top.
Wherever it went, all obstacles were instantly shattered.
It was now utterly out of control, and the only thing Lin Feng could do was dodge, and keep dodging.
Seeing Lin Feng in danger, Kobe Mamba couldn't just stand by.
After all, Lin Feng had saved him before.
Hey, big guy. Come at me.
He threw a few bags of snacks towards Titan, but they had no effect. It was now mad, and such small tricks could not catch its attention.
Shoot. Is there really no way? But Mani knew it wasn't time to despair yet.
He still had one last card, a way to attract Titan's attention for sure. However, he wasn't sure if Lin Feng had a way to deal with this monster. Just as he hesitated, Lin Feng shouted to Kobe Mamba.
Hurry! Help me distract it, I have a way to deal with it. He had a way to handle this big guy?
Kobe Mamba glanced at Lin Feng doubtfully. But looking at the seriousness on his face, he believed Lin Feng was telling the truth.
He really had a way to deal with this big guy, right? Okay, buddy, I believe you.
After saying that, he sprinted towards Titan at full speed. Then he used his trump card, an elbow strike.
Hey, big fella, take this. Kobe Mamba's elbow crashed heavily against Titan's thigh.
It staggered a few steps forward as it lost its balance. When it turned around and saw that it was Kobe Mamba who struck it, it roared in anger again. At the same time, its target of attack shifted from Lin Feng to Kobe Mamba.
Hey, big guy, calm down. Oh shoot, run.
Kobe Mamba realized that this big monster wasn't playing fair, it was charging straight at him. Fortunately, he was fast enough to buy some time.
Next.
It's all up to that kid from Dragon Country.
After Kobe Mamba bought Lin Feng precious time,
he took out the remaining can of gasoline from the space. This can of gasoline with 50L left was something he intended to keep.
But now it seemed there was no possibility or necessity for that. Chapter 24, A Narrow Escape. Hey, big guy. You're running so slow, can you keep up? Kobe Mamba mocked the Titan while running.
The Titan seemed to understand what he said and let out another furious roar. Then a tornado destroyed the parking lot and rushed toward him at high speed.
Shit. I didn't mean it. Don't go proving me wrong now. Thank you, shit. Kobe Mamba regretted his earlier taunts.
Now this guy really was proving himself, and he was starting to struggle.
The audience from Eagle Country was now anxious for Kobe Mamba.
Fuck. This damn Dragon Country person is going to get our Kobe Mamba killed.
Shit. If it weren't for this trick from the Dragon Country person, our Kobe Mamba wouldn't be in danger. Oh no. That monster is going to crash into Kobe Mamba.
And it was at this moment that Lin Feng found a perfect opportunity. At this time, the vast majority of people's attention was drawn to the Titan and Kobe Mamba.
He was also in a dark corner,
with the gasoline can in his left hand and AP-2000 in his right. He was waiting for a moment, a chance to cover his gunfire. And that moment was when the Titan struck Kobe Mamba.
Now.
He threw the gas can high into the air, aiming for the Titan's head. At the very moment the gas can reached the Titan's head, its attack also came crashing down. Its entire body slammed hard into the ground, producing a loud noise.
Clang. Boom.
The loud sound from the Titan almost coincided with the gunfire from Lin Feng's hands. It perfectly covered the sound of his shot.
In the next second, the gasoline can was ignited, and the entire can exploded violently. Like a bomb going off. Boom.
The gasoline splashed on the Titan instantly caught fire.
The entire Titan transformed into a giant fireball in an instant. Hisses. The Titan, like those zombies burned by fierce flames before. Its throat was scorched by the intense fire. Now air could only pass through its burnt vocal cords, making a hissing sound. Crackle crackle. The flesh of the titan burst under the raging fire, making explosive sounds. And its gigantic, mountain-like body crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling in the mud, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. But all its actions were in vain. The gasoline stuck to its skin, and the raging fire showed no sign of stopping. As the flames gradually receded from its head, Lin Feng wasted no time and lifted the chainsaw beside it. Then he raised the chainsaw high and brought it down heavily. Vroom vroom vroom. The chainsaw was now running at its peak. The chain teeth barely touched the titan's neck before slicing it instantly. Pooh. Then, a massive amount of blood erupted from its neck. Lin Feng closed his eyes, letting it splatter onto his face. He had only one thought, to completely end this terrifying monster. Soon, he felt the resistance against the chainsaw's descent was gone. Then he opened his eyes. The titan's head had been severed from its massive body. Kill points plus 2000. Announcement: Dragon Country contestant Lin Feng becomes the first player to kill the dungeon boss. Reward for Dragon Country contestant Lin Feng: 2000 resource points, 200 L gasoline, 1 free vehicle upgrade opportunity. 10,000 times return activated. Return 2 million liters of gasoline. 4 beams of light appeared in Lin Feng's vision. This was his reward for killing the titan. The remaining 3 announcements were visible to every participant. At this moment, the viewers in Lin Feng's livestream were completely insane. Oh my god. Our Lin God has killed this monster. Wow. Not only that, our Lin God is the first among all participants to defeat the dungeon boss. Now I can only say, who else? Everyone stand up, Lin God is amazing. At launcher, the 2 hosts, along with Lin Feng, were overjoyed. Sabe Ling looked at the monster's head rolling in the frame, trembling as he said. Our Lin Feng player, he truly created a miracle for every one of us. Dong Qin was just as excited, seeing her country's player perform so well and escape from danger. She was of course thrilled. Oh my god. Our Lin Feng player has really created another Lin Feng miracle for us. Not only that, he has provided our country with a precious 2 million liters of gasoline again. Now our country has the largest reserve of gasoline in the world. I believe that with the joint efforts of our other players, we will soon achieve gasoline freedom. The bullet screen surged by. Oh yeah. Long live. Lin God has helped us achieve gasoline freedom. No need to say anything else, just for this, I will forever support Lin God. Damn. So awesome. Our country has finally achieved gasoline freedom. At the same time, Lin Feng began his tactical analysis. Just now, Lin Feng's tactical quality and planning really stunned me. I never thought an ordinary college student could analyze the situation so calmly in such a crisis, and successfully direct an Eagle Country player to cover for him. Such a terrifying mentality, execution ability, and accurate judgment of others' psychology, even I, as a Longya Special Forces instructor, might not do better than him. If there's a chance, when Lin Feng returns safely, I must let him join our Longya Special Forces. Kobe Mamba looked at the monster on the ground, now separated into head and tail, and then at the blood-soaked young man from Long Country. He felt that he was the one in front of him. He was the young man. He is that Eagle Country kid. Alright, the danger has passed. We shouldn't encounter any more dangers now. Lin Feng took out a bottle of water from the space to wash his face. On the mini-map, those red dots were moving in the distance, not a single one was close to here. It seemed the Titan's death greatly intimidated them as well. How did you do that? Kobe Mamba's face showed shock. He had no idea how this kid thought of using that method to kill the giant. Don't ask, just consider it experience. Experience? Kobe Mamba looked at Lin Feng in confusion. This answer left him even more puzzled. Now the sky was getting dark, and Lin Feng planned to find a place to sleep first. At the same time, he needed to upgrade his mini-map and shop. Tomorrow, he would deal with the remaining zombies. As for Kobe Mamba, Lin Feng told him not to follow him. Tomorrow, he would find him and take him out. Chapter 25, Upgrade. Lin Feng, using his mini-map, found a safe and relatively comfortable house in the village to stay in. After such a hard battle, he now had a barrel of 200 liters of gasoline, a P2000 with 29 bullets, a tactical flashlight without batteries, a large canvas, and vegetables, meat, seasonings, along with a 1-liter bottle of energy drink. As for drinking water, currently, he only has one 500 milliliters bottle of Farmer's Sanquan left. Damn, after all this time, the thing I'm most short of is water. He had to admit that despite being very careful along the way and trying his best to gather strategic supplies, but the most important resource was overlooked by him. Right now, with only one bottle of water, he could only drink it sparingly. So, tonight's dinner naturally turned into a piece of bread and a can of Rebbe. After eating the bread mixed with Rebi, he opened the system panel. Now he had 2,150 killing points left. And upgrading the minimap to level 3 required 2,000 killing points, just enough. System, upgrade the minimap. Consuming 2,000 killing points, upgrading minimap. Upgrade successful. Minimap LV2, minimap LV3. New features, detection range increased to 5 kilometers, new treasure chest perspective, marking and measuring functions. Minimap LV3, experience points, 0/5,000. Seeing the 2 new features of the minimap, Lin Feng immediately perked up. Treasure chest perspective, marking and measuring functions? Treasure chest perspective, when any treasure chest enters the detection range of the minimap, the host can concentrate on the chest icon and instantly learn about the core 1 to 2 items in the chest. This function was quite good. Although he had not encountered such situations here yet. But in his previous life, he often encountered golden treasure chests that only had some junk inside. With high-value resources like treasure chests, many people would naturally compete and fight for them. If he wasted precious resources or energy on a chest that only contained a pile of garbage, it would be a terrible loss. Marking and measuring functions, the host can now set custom marks at any position on the minimap, and the minimap will automatically show the straight line distance between the host and the marked point. After seeing the introduction of this function, Lin Feng was still ecstatic. It's important to know that in road survival, many times he would encounter problems like forgetting the location of key items or unclear plan routes. But with this function, he could directly mark the locations of important items on the map and also get real-time information about the distance between him and the marked object. As for route planning, it was just like giving him a navigation map, only manually planned instead of automatic. He could plan out the forward route on the minimap in advance, which means he now had a simple navigation system. This was incredibly important for traveling in complicated environments. Too amazing, this feature is just too useful. Since that's the case, the lack of water definitely wouldn't be a problem. He just needed to find a treasure chest that contains water. Lin Feng noticed that after the originally black part of the map was revealed, several treasure chest icons appeared. So he focused his attention on them. Wooden chest contains a bag of expired potato chips. Iron chest contains a rusty wrench. Wooden chest contains half a bottle of drunk cola. Lin Feng directly ignored these 3 treasure chests. As expected, they were all a pile of junk. If he didn't have this function and foolishly went to the locations of these chests, he would probably be furious. Finally, northeast of his current location, about 3.8 kilometers away, an abandoned gas station icon drew his attention, as well as a silver iron chest. When he concentrated on it. Iron chest contains portable water purifier X1, Beef Connects 2. Found it. Sure enough, after upgrading the mini-map, the difficulty of obtaining the resources he needed had greatly decreased. However, he didn't plan to go open this chest right now. It was too late now, and he still needed to rest. At the same time, besides him, there was also Kobe Mamba nearby. There was not a shadow of a person. So he didn't need to rush. Next, he opened the shop. Now upgrading the shop requires 2,000 resource points. And he just happened to have 2,180 resource points left, perfectly enough. Upgrade the shop. Cost 2,000 resource points, shop upgraded successfully. Current level 2. New areas added, vehicle modification zone, tools and weapons zone. Food zone product expansion. With the upgrade completed, 2 brand new pages appeared in front of Lin Feng's shop. He first clicked on the vehicle modification zone. Puncture-resistant tires for motorcycles made of high-strength composite materials can resist most sharp objects' penetration. Price, 150 resource points/pair. Simple armor plate, 5mm thick steel plate, can be used to reinforce key parts of the vehicle, effectively resisting small impacts and claws. Price, 50 resource points/square meter. Enlarged fuel tank, increases the vehicle's fuel tank capacity by 50%. Price, 300 resource points. Bumper horn, a sturdier alloy bumper horn that enhances front collision power. Price, 250 resource points. These upgrades were very useful. Because as a 10-year veteran player, he clearly understood that in road survival, a vehicle is a moving home, a second life. If he solely relied on the vehicle's original performance, it would eventually be eliminated. Only by constantly modifying and enhancing it to better adapt to the current environment could he increase his chances of survival. But the items in the shop were still as dark as ever. Now he only had 180 survival points, and apart from the puncture-resistant tires and simple armor plates, there was nothing else he could upgrade. Next was the tools and weapons zone. Fire axe, a heavy-duty tool, can be used for breaking obstacles and is also a powerful melee weapon. Price, 80 resource points. Crowbar, an essential tool for opening locked boxes and doors. Price, 50 resource points.
P2000 magazine, 12 rounds, replenish ammunition for your P2000 pistol.
Price, 100 resource points. Molotov cocktail creation set includes empty bottles X2, cloth strips X2, simple funnel X1, allowing you to easily create incendiary weapons. Price, 30 resource points.
Seeing this, Lin Feng finally felt that the shop was being fair for once. The fire axe and crowbar were not very useful, because he had a chainsaw. But the other two items were quite useful. The magazine goes without saying, being able to replenish bullets for only 100 resource points is really fair.
The Molotov cocktail creation set is simply divine. Although it does not include fuel, having these items would make it very convenient to create Molotov cocktails. He wouldn't have to throw oil barrels directly like before. Good, this area is fairly decent. Just as Lin Feng was about to purchase a few sets of the creation kits, an announcement appeared before him. Announcement: Dragon Country contestant Lin Feng, the first to upgrade the shop to level 2. At the same time, all other contestants saw this announcement. Chapter 26, Leaving the Village.
Lin Feng did not pay much attention to this announcement. After all, the meaning of this announcement was merely to label him as the number one enemy of other players. What he needed to do now was to quickly understand the information after the upgrade.
Next was the food zone. Compared to last time, there was only one new item in the Yi food zone.
Energy drink: after drinking, stamina recovery speed increases by 20% within 30 minutes. Price, 25 resource points.
This was a pretty good item.
For just 25 resource points, he could get a tool that quickly restores stamina in a short time.
Lin Feng suddenly realized, since the shop upgraded to level 2, it seemed to have become fairer.
Maybe this road survival finally found its conscience. After confirming some new items that were added after the upgrade, he planned to upgrade the motorcycle's tires to puncture-resistant tires. After all, in this world, a vehicle is your second life. In case he rolled over something sharp on the road and got a flat tire, that could be lethal. So, he bought the puncture-resistant tires without hesitation. Spend 150 resource points to buy puncture-proof tires for motorcycles X1.
Gained puncture-proof tires X2.
Soon, a pair of brand new, thick-walled puncture-proof tires appeared in his space. As soon as tomorrow's dawn breaks, he will be the first to install these tires on his motorcycle. After buying the puncture-proof tires, he had 30 resource points left. Just enough to buy a set of bottle bomb making kit. Now he lacks nothing, except gasoline. So buying this is a natural choice.
Moreover, bottle bombs are great things.
Whether dealing with zombies, various monsters, or humans, even for breaking some barriers, they can come in handy. So without a second thought, he bought a set. Spend 30 resource points to buy bottle bomb making kit X1. Now his resource points were completely cleared. But he felt an unprecedented sense of security in his heart. He glanced at the gas station marker 3.8 kilometers away on the minimap, and he had a very clear plan for what to do tomorrow.
First, change the tires, then take Kobe Mamba out of this hellhole.
After that, go to the gas station to open the treasure chest to get canned food and a water purifier to solve the water problem. The remaining time will naturally be spent gathering more resource points and kill points, and getting armor and rams as well. As for other things, like plastic tarps or acid rain protection gear, he could only try his luck for now. There were too many matters, so he would look while walking. After confirming there was no danger around, Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep.
Meanwhile, in other places of survival on the road, Eagle Country player Smith was using a knife to take down 2 ferocious zombies.
When he saw the announcement appearing in front of him, he frowned. Shit, this Dragon Country person is ahead of me again.
Mao Bear Country player Oleg, eating a roasted zombie leg, also frowned when he saw the announcement before him. Sucka, this Dragon Country player is too strong.
Players from other countries saw this announcement, and they started exchanging their thoughts in the regional chat.
Shit, this Dragon Country person is really too strong.
All Eagle Country players, if you can see this message, be sure to remember, when you see a Dragon Country person, especially one who looks like a college student, directly take them down.
Yura.
The brother from Eagle Country above, I support your opinion. Dragon Country players are indeed a threat to all of us. We must unite to deal with them.
Zinni.
This Dragon Country player killed our swordmaster in Jonan. I cannot coexist with him.
I will definitely take him down myself.
Although I have no grievances with him, since everyone is in agreement, I will join in. Soon, every player in every region, except for Dragon Country, reached the same opinion. They formed a simple alliance with each other. As long as they encountered someone from Dragon Country, they would definitely take them down.
If one person is not enough, then 2, if 2 are not enough, then 3.
In short, they cannot let Dragon Country get ahead. On the other side, Dragon Country player Hichensi was resting on a patch of grass behind a rock. She saw the plans of players from other countries in the regional chat and frowned.
It seems I must quickly find my people.
Master Ma was sitting cross-legged in the cargo area behind a tricycle, meditating.
After seeing the announcement, he hurriedly checked the regional chat.
Seeing the plans of other country players targeting Dragon country players, he also felt a sense of urgency. These young people really lack martial virtue, need to hurry up and find my people. The next day, Lin Feng quickly made 2 bottle bombs, then went to install the puncture-proof tires.
Then he followed the mini-map's marker to find Kobe Mamba.
He had just pushed open the wooden door and entered the small cabin where Kobe Mamba was when he saw him staring blankly at the dimly lit sky outside.
Ha! Up so early? Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Kobe Mamba turned his head.
No, I didn't sleep at all last night.
Didn't sleep all night? Why? Because I am a bit scared.
Scared? When Lin Feng heard this towering black man, 2 meters tall, say he was scared, he felt it was quite strange.
With his build, even an ordinary zombie would probably run away in fear upon seeing him, right?
But that didn't matter now, he was just here to fulfill his promise and take him safely out of here. As for what happened afterward, they would have no further connections. From what he saw in the regional chat this morning, there was a high chance that both sides would become enemies when they met again. But at least that was not the case right now.
Ha, you must find it strange, right? A 2-meter guy like me afraid.
But after last night, I discovered that I am increasingly afraid of this world.
If I could, I would just want to go home and not stay here anymore.
He stared at Lin Feng, his face revealing fatigue and confusion about the future. That kind of expression he had also experienced before. Back in his previous life, shortly after entering road survival, he was also like this. But this kind of situation would pass quickly, and by then, everyone's only goal would be to survive.
I understand, but now it's morning. It's most important to leave here quickly while it's safe.
Thank you.
Let's go. Kobe Mamba got up from the ground and then followed Lin Feng to the village exit. There were 3 roads ahead, each leading to different places. Kobe Mamba didn't speak, just quietly walked towards the leftmost road. The 2 parted ways.
Lin Feng also returned to where the motorcycle was, climbed on, and then headed towards the abandoned gas station 3.8 kilometers away. That place was on another road.
Chapter 27, is Long Country actually at the bottom?
Lin Feng rode his motorcycle swiftly on the road, when suddenly, a light curtain appeared in front of him, as well as in front of every competitor in the road survival world.
Global announcement, Road Survival Day 2 has begun. Each surviving contestant has received a reward of 20 resource points. Please check.
Day 1 survival statistics, a total of 127 contestants have died worldwide.
Please cherish your life and keep trying.
Seeing the death toll in the survival statistics, Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. It had only just been a day, and already 127 contestants had died.
That meant 1 out of every 5 contestants was gone.
It seemed that the harshness of this world was not different from what he experienced in his previous life.
New feature unlocked, personal rankings are now open.
The rankings will be updated in real time based on contestants' resource acquisition, kill counts, exploration progress, and special achievements.
Current top 3 overall rankings. First, Long Country contestant Lin Feng. Second, Eagle Country contestant Michael Smith. Third, Bear Country contestant Oleg.
Seeing these lines on the light curtain, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. As expected, the system wanted players to kill each other by displaying each player's rankings. In this way, those ranking at the top would become thorns in everyone's sides.
The announcement continued. Important reminder, 48 hours left in new player protection period.
After 48 hours, the first extreme disaster weather acid rain hell will arrive on time. During that time, vehicles and organisms without effective protection will suffer continuous corrosive damage. Please find or create protective measures as soon as possible.
Please strive to survive.
The light curtain disappeared, leaving only the howling wind echoing in his ears.
There are 48 hours left. We need to quickly find a way to gather more plastic.
As Lin Feng rode his motorcycle toward the abandoned gas station. In Dragon Country, Dragon Vision. 2 hosts were analyzing the current situation of the Dragon Country contestants for the whole nation.
Sa Bei Ning stared at a ranking on the screen.
This was the ranking that had just appeared in front of each contestant. On top, Lin Feng's name from Dragon Country stood out in first place.
Seeing this, Sa Bei Ning couldn't help but happily say, "Great!
Our contestant Lin Feng from Dragon Country is now number 1 on the ranking. This means our country is leading others in this aspect." The comments flooded the screen.
Awesome! Our Dragon Country is first. Ha, it's fantastic to have Lin God with us. Don't celebrate too early, didn't you see there are no other Dragon Country contestants below? After announcing this good news, Sa Bei Ning's frown began to deepen.
Because in the list below, He Chenxi's name only appeared at the 10th place.
Master Ma's name appeared at the 50th place.
And the third Dragon Country contestant's name showed up only at 230th place. As the rankings continued to scroll down, the expression on Sa Beining's face grew more serious. Well, based on the current situation, it seems our Dragon Country contestants are mostly ranked after 5,000. As she spoke this news, Dong Qin's expression was also very grave. She said heavily. Although our contestant Lin Feng is currently number 1 on the ranking, we cannot be complacent, because most of our contestants are ranked after 5,000. Some are even beyond 15,000. In fact, Dong Qin's words were still conservative. The situation in Dragon Country is not as optimistic as she and Sa Beining said. Currently, most of Dragon Country's contestants are ranked after 15,000. This means that Dragon Country's current condition is lagging behind the vast majority of countries in the world. Meanwhile, Lin Feng calmly analyzed. Based on the standings, our situation is indeed not optimistic, but I believe we shouldn't be so pessimistic.
After all, the number 1 on the leaderboard is our Dragon Country contestant, right? The comments flowed again.
Heh, even if Lin God is number 1, it doesn't change the fact that most of our contestants are lagging far behind. Yeah, no matter how strong one person is, they can't carry a bunch of pig teammates to win. Sigh, it looks like our Dragon Country will suffer a heavy loss in this road survival game. For a moment, the people in the entire livestream were very pessimistic.
In other parts of the world, the hosts from each country had different views on the rankings.
In Eagle Country's livestream, commentator Kirk looked at the rankings and excitedly said,
"Everyone, look! Our contestant Smith is now in 2nd place.
Although with our Eagle Country's contestant strength, we shouldn't be in 2nd place, but that's alright because the number 1 Dragon Country contestant is just a lone sprout from their country. Look at the ranking of their other contestants, they don't even know how far down the list they have fallen. While our Eagle Country contestants, the vast majority of them are in the top 100, and the last one is at the 170th position. So I have reason to believe that our Eagle Country is already in the world's number 1 position in this game."
The comments surged again. Good. Our Eagle Country must be number 1, whether in reality or in the game.
Ha ha. Let those Dragon Country people eat dust, we've left them far behind. In the live stream of Fusang Country, host Koji spoke sadly and heroically.
Minna.
Although our Fusang Country has lost the Swordmaster and the IGA Ninja because of the despicable Dragon Country player Lin Feng, we will not be discouraged. Because our Wuji San Wall player is now 5th in the rankings.
The comments flew by. Fusang won.
Even though we lost 2 major generals, our player is still awesome.
Zinniai.
Dragon people, our great Fusang will never forgive you. Meanwhile, in television stations in other countries, every country's host is analyzing the situation of their own players.
Ola. Our Ogul player is 3rd. Ha ha. Our Jin Shinkai player is 7th, yes. Our
Lin Feng rode his motorcycle quickly to the abandoned gas station. Before arriving, he had seen 2 red dots here, showing the name Ordinary Zombie. So as soon as he got off the bike, he took out his chainsaw and walked inside with big steps. When he encountered zombies coming toward him, he dealt with them swiftly like chopping vegetables.
Puff. Puff.
Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. Then he arrived in front of an iron treasure chest, eager to open it and take out the items inside.
Chapter 28 Clean water done. Iron treasure chest detected, do you want to open it? Open. Open successfully. Opened. Obtained, portable water purifier X1, canned beef X2. Just as I expected, these 2 items.
Lin Feng happily stored these 2 items into his space.
10,000 times return activated. Return canned beef X 20,000.
In an instant, a large number of canned beef appeared in the square of Longwa's capital. The workers responsible for collecting supplies had already prepared trucks to load these cans.
Great, it's canned beef. Thank you, Lin God. Now we can have canned food to eat. Awesome.
I haven't tasted beef for a long time. After getting the portable water purifier, Li Hao began to search for a water source on the minimap. Just right, about 2 kilometers away, there seemed to be a small puddle. So he rode his motorcycle toward it. On the way, he noticed many red dots in the region chat. After scrolling past the messages he had seen before, a few of them caught his attention. Guys, I heard that the Dragon Country guy is a college student.
I think we can easily take him down.
Don't think it's that easy, he is 1st place.
Hee, 1st place?
Just a bit of luck. Just wait and see, Jin Shinkai and I are on the way, let's see if we bump into this Dragon Country kid. He closed the region chat and showed a disdainful smile.
Want to take me down? Do these 2 fools really think they are capable?
A few minutes later, Lin Feng arrived near the puddle.
It was just like marked on the map, a small puddle. There were some plants around, and a few zombies were wandering nearby. And some experienced babies are coming to me, nice. Lin Feng went over and took care of the 3 zombies, earning 75 kill points. Then he arrived in front of the puddle, and as soon as he got close, he smelled a disgusting odor. What the hell, did someone die in here? It's so stinky. Lin Feng covered his nose and quickly filled a bottle with water from it. Then he quickly went to a spot about tens of meters away from the puddle to take out the water purifier. This was an upwind area, and he placed that smelly murky liquid on the ground. Then he carefully checked the water purifier. This water purifier was designed very cleverly. The main body was a hand-operated pump connected to a water intake hose and an output hose. As a 10-year veteran, he had used such a thing, of course. So he skillfully unscrewed the filter chamber at the bottom of the pump and took out the filter inside to observe under the sunlight. 0.2 microns filtering accuracy. It should be able to filter out most of the bacteria here. After confirming that the filter cartridge had no defects, he put it back in place. Then, he began to prepare the water filter, connecting the filter head to the bottle and the outlet hose to a clean, empty bottle. He then started to rhythmically press the water pump, and after multiple layers of filtration, a stream of clear, transparent water slowly flowed from the outlet pipe into the clean empty bottle. Soon, a bottle of clean, clear water was filtered and ready. The viewers in the livestream were stunned when they saw this scene. Wow, this bottle of foul water was filtered so clean? Awesome, Lin. With this thing, we don't have to worry about having no water to drink. Lin is amazing. Because on the road, he couldn't always stop to collect water to filter. Firstly, because stopping on the road is still fairly risky. Secondly, there isn't always a water source along the way. Lastly, and most importantly, the filter cartridge had already been contaminated. If left for too long, bacteria would definitely breed in large numbers, so the best way was to quickly collect all the water. Fortunately, he had collected some empty bottles before leaving the village, so at this moment, he didn't need to worry about bottles. After about half an hour, he collected a total of 10 bottles of water. Combined, it amounted to around 5 to 6 liters. For him alone, this amount of water would last him about 3 days. Well, the water issue is no longer a concern. Next, I need to find plastic tarps. Now, there were less than 48 hours left before the first disaster, acid rain hell. He had to speed things up. Otherwise, when acid rain hell arrived, if he didn't have something to shelter him from the acid rain, he would just watch himself get burned alive by it. After collecting so many bottles of water, the water filter was already scrap. So Lin Feng threw the water filter into a patch of grass and rode away on his motorcycle. Just onto the highway, Lin Feng saw several red dots appear on the mini-map ahead. As expected, these red dots were all zombies. Just like before, Lin Feng easily rolled over them. Puff. 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 Again, he collected 75 kill points. He noticed that he now had 350 kill points left. During the previous system upgrade, it was mentioned that kill points could be exchanged for resource points. System, how many resource points can I exchange for all my kill points? Ding. The host currently has 350 kill points, which can be exchanged for 350 resource points. Would you like to exchange? So it was a 1-to-1 exchange. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly exchanged all his kill points. Adding the 20 resource points given this morning, he now had a total of 370 resource points. He opened the vehicle modification zone. Puncture-resistant tires, motorcycle-specific, made from high-strength composite materials, can resist most sharp objects' punctures. Price, 150 resource points/pair. Simple armor plate, 5mm thick steel plate, can be used to reinforce key parts of the vehicle, effectively resisting small impacts and claws. Price, 50 resource points/square meter. Expanding fuel tank, increases the vehicle's fuel tank capacity by 50%. Price, 300 resource points. Front bumper, a more robust alloy bumper, enhancing frontal collision power. Price, 250 resource points. Currently, among his resource points, the most suitable things to exchange for were the simple armor plate and the front bumper. As for the expanding fuel tank, Lin Feng felt it was not very useful right now. Because this fuel tank was already sufficient as it was. Besides, storing so much fuel in it was unnecessary. It was certainly much safer to store gasoline in space. So, without saying a word, he spent 350 resource points to exchange for these two items. Now, his space had an extra front bumper and 2 square meters of simple armor plates. Just as he was about to park and install these two things, the sounds of 2 urgent motorcycle engines came from behind him. Chapter 29, The Little Trouble Seekers. Vroom vroom vroom. Wow. Take off. Jin Hyunki, slow down. I can barely keep up.
The urgent sound of motorcycles came from behind. Lin Feng quickly turned his head to look back. He saw two flashy racing motorcycles rushing towards him from behind. One was a flashy fluorescent green, the other a bright red. The one riding the fluorescent green motorcycle was probably the Jin Hyunki the kid mentioned. He had striking silver-gray hair, typical double eyelids from the West, and lightly applied eyeliner. He was holding the handlebar with one hand while waving the other hand in the air, his body swaying with the serpentine movement of the motorcycle. The other yellow-haired kid following him looked a bit awkward. He was yelling and trying hard to keep up with his pace. Both of them were wearing classic tight leather jackets and pants from the West. Lin Feng glanced at the minimap and saw two yellow dots behind him. The names next to them were Jin Hyunki and Park Changfan's. Just as he speculated, the guy in front was indeed Jin Hyunki. This kid seemed familiar. If he remembered correctly, he should be the 7th on the leaderboard. As the distance between them closed, Jin Hyunki also noticed Lin Feng. "Hey, Park. There seems to be someone up ahead." Jin Hyunki slowed down to match Park Changfan's speed and pointed at a black figure ahead. Park Changfan squinted his small eyes and nodded, saying, "It really is someone we haven't seen before, Hyung." At this moment, Jin Hyunki stared at the figure ahead, with a playful smile creeping on his face. "Hee, a guy we haven't seen before? Interesting. Let's go, Park. Let's check out what this guy is all about. Maybe he's the university student from the Dragon Country." University student? Upon hearing this word, Park Changfan clearly became interested. He and Jin Hyunki had long planned to deal with that arrogant kid from the Dragon Country. If that kid ahead was really him, then they would be lucky. "Hyung, should we prepare our weapons?" Jin Hyunki grinned wickedly and nodded, pulling out a 40-centimeter machete from his storage and placing it on the back of his motorcycle. Meanwhile, Park Changfan also took out a machete in his hand. "Park, the machete you picked up might come in handy this time. When we meet this university student from the Dragon Country, he might just pee his pants when he sees the knives we're holding." "Ha ha ha. Exactly, Hyung. Let's go." The two laughed loudly and then twisted the throttle, rushing towards the black figure ahead like rockets. Lin Feng saw the two motorcycles quickly approaching in his rearview mirror. They were not on his side, and closing in so fast, these two must have bad intentions. So Lin Feng didn't slow down, instead, he twisted the throttle. Soon, his speed reached 140 kilometers per hour. This speed wasn't really fast, but it was the limit for a Harley fat boy. The reason he quickened his speed wasn't because he was afraid of them. Mainly, in such situations, there was no need to engage with two unknown folks. It would just waste time and might very likely yield nothing. Unpleasant and unrewarding. After some time of speeding up, he had already opened up some distance between himself and those two troublemakers. Behind him, Jin Hyunki and Park Changfan laughed out loud as they saw the figure in front of them getting further away. "Hyung, let's. This kid seems really afraid of us, huh? He's directly speeding up, preparing to run. Hee, trying to run away is not that easy. Park, get ready, crank up the speed to the max." "Okay. Brother Jin. Let's take off." Although Lin Feng's Harley Fat Boy is already fast, it wasn't specially made for speed. So soon, those two little guys on their motorcycles chased up. After all, their speed had already reached 220 kilometers per hour. "Hey kid, which country are you from? State your name." Jin Hyunchai quickly rode to Lin Feng's right side. At the same time, Park Changbium came to Lin Feng's left side. The two of them thus sandwiched Lin Feng in the middle, one on each side. In the live stream, the viewers couldn't help but feel anxious upon seeing this scene. Whoa, where did these two jerks come from? I can't believe they want to stop our god Lin right here. Hey, look. It seems like they are holding knives. Lin Feng glanced at the two of them and felt a wave of nausea seeing their classic jerky outfits. "You two jerks, what do you want by chasing me?" Jin Hyunchai and Park Changbium exchanged glances and then nodded simultaneously. "Hey! You really are from Dragon Country!" Jin Hyunchai shouted at Lin Feng. At the same time, Park Changbium pulled out a big knife and pointed it at Lin Feng's head, yelling. "Say it, are you the guy named Lin Feng? Speak up. Or I'll slice you open." Hearing his threat, Lin Feng only felt it was funny. Can such a broken knife really threaten him? Not to mention he has a P2000 in his space that can take his life with one shot. His chainsaw is not something this little jerk's knife could even touch, okay? Lin Feng simply chuckled and disdainfully retorted. "That's right, I am your dad. So what? You think waving a knife can scare your dad, huh? You little backwards jerk. You. Ah, jerk." Hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Park Changbium couldn't hold back anymore. He yelled at Lin Feng.
You're just a college student from Dragon Country, what are you being so arrogant in front of me? Do you really think you're amazing just because you got lucky and placed first? Exactly, you're just a person from Dragon Country. You guys around there only have an average of more than 10,000 people. Our Dahan Mingwei is around 1,000 people per capita, what do you have to be so arrogant in front of us?
Jin Hyanchai's voice was cold, as if he were really putting himself in the role of a hero from a series. At this moment, he also took out a 40-centimeter knife from behind him. Lin Feng just glanced at the knife in his hand with disdain, then made a gesture with his thumb and index finger. I say, are you guys really that short in everything? Thinking that having a 40-centimeter knife means you can threaten others? If you ask me, you better open your dog eyes wide and take a good look at what's really big. Chapter 30, You Run, I Chase. While speaking, Lin Feng took out the chainsaw from his space. Then he raised it high with his right hand, mocking Jin Hyanchai. Little jerk, take a good look at your stacked weapons. Isn't it a lot weaker than my big one? As soon as Lin Feng finished the sentence, panic and disbelief appeared on Jin Hyanchai and Park Changbyeom's faces. In their eyes, this Dragon Country college student suddenly pulled out a long and thick chainsaw, lifting it single-handedly. The chain teeth on it still had dried blood and flesh remains. With their small minds, they knew this thing must have taken many lives. This thing was big and thick, much stronger than their little knife, no doubt about it. Even if he didn't start this thing, just the weight and length alone were enough to overpower them, okay? Suddenly, a look of fear appeared on Jin Hyanchi's face. Ah, Siba, how did we provoke such a tough character today, he regretted in his heart. Looking at the current situation, the two of them had no chance of winning against this student from Dragon Country. Right now, their best choice was to run away quickly. Although running away was embarrassing, it wasn't the first time in the history of Sakura Nation that they had fled. Back in the 1950s, their grandfathers had also been chased away by the people of Dragon Country. This was a family tradition, not something to be ashamed of. Park, the situation is wrong, we need to run, Simaida. As soon as Jin Hyanchai finished speaking, he tightened the throttle and shot out. Ha! Ah, Siba. Wait for me, Jin brother. Following closely behind Jin Hyanchai, Park Changbyeom also twisted the throttle and sped away. In the live stream, every Dragon Country viewer was laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, is this all Siba can do? Why did they run away so quickly? TSK, I thought they were tough, waving a little broken knife in front of Lin Shen, and now they're scared. Lin Shen, hurry and catch up, don't let them escape. Seeing that these two little Siba were about to run, Lin Feng wouldn't let them go. He twisted the throttle directly and chased after them. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng put the chainsaw in front of him to block it, allowing him to focus on controlling the motorcycle. Soon, the speed of his motorcycle soared to 140. This was already the maximum speed of this motorcycle. But the two little Siba's motorcycles were much faster than Lin Feng's. In no time, they had left him several hundred meters behind. Damn it, these two little Siba's motorcycles are too fast. Lin Feng felt a bit uncomfortable, just watching them run away was indeed a bit unpleasing. However, after he glanced at the mini-map, that feeling vanished in an instant. He saw that the road ahead suddenly broke off, with a section of about a kilometer of muddy and rugged dirt road. On this kind of road, their two racing motorcycles would quickly slow down. And because they weren't designed for this terrain, their speed would only decrease further, and they might even flip over. In Jin Hyanchi's livestream, comments scrolled by. Ha, this university student from Dragon Country can't catch up with us at all. Hee hee, how powerful can the weapon be? If it's slow, it's useless. Right, we can go ahead and open the treasure chest first, and by then, we'll collect stronger weapons, and Lin Feng will be doomed. At the same time, Jin Hyanchai and Park Changbyeom were thinking the same thing. Park, let's not confront him head-on for now. He has a big weapon, and our little knife can't beat him. Although he was very unwilling to admit it, he still nodded and said. Jin brother, you're right. Let's go ahead and open the treasure chests on the way or in the instance. Who knows, we might get more powerful weapons. Exactly. In this world, running fast is king. If you run slow, you'll get nothing, ha ha ha. Boom, boom, boom. Their motorcycles sped forward, wearing smiles of joy from their recent analysis. However, after they had traveled 500 meters, soon they could no longer laugh. Ahead, the road directly broke off, revealing the muddy and rugged soil below. And to the naked eye, this broken area extended for at least a kilometer. Ah, Siba. Why is the road ahead broken? Jin Hyanchai gritted his teeth, pointing ahead. Park Changbyeom saw it at that moment too. Oh no, with this kind of cursed road, our motorcycle can't even run. Ah, Siba. Behind them, Lin Feng's motorcycle was rapidly approaching them at a speed of 140. He only needed one more minute, and he would catch up with them. At this time, the two red dots representing Jin Hyanchai and Park Changbyeom were slowing down at the broken part of the road on the minimap. From the distance they had traveled on the map, their speed had at least dropped to 40 miles per hour. This speed was like crawling. 1 minute later, he arrived at the broken part of the road. Ahead, two small scooters were moving at a crawl. "Ha, running so slow, are you waiting for me to catch up?" Lin Feng didn't reduce his speed at all and charged forward at full throttle. Although it was a dirt road, it was still a bit difficult to ride compared to the highway. However, his Harley Fat Boy was still a heavy motorcycle. On this kind of road, he could still ride it, and his speed only decreased to 100 miles per hour. But this speed was still way too fast for the two small scooters. "Ah, the university student from Longwei is catching up with us." Park Changbyeom looked back and was shocked to see Lin Feng charging towards them at a high speed. Jin Hyanchai also turned around and saw the chainsaw on his bike, almost losing his mind from fear. After all, that was something that could cut down big trees. What could they, mere flesh and blood, possibly do against that? "Ah! Hurry up!" The two of them screamed like crazy. But it was of no use. On this kind of road, they only had two choices: go fast and flip over, or go slow and steady. But now, either choice was a gamble. "Jin Appa, don't stop. I believe you can do it. Come on, Park Appa. You can do it. This Longwa person is really hateful. Oh no, that Longwa person is catching up. Simi da." Boom! Lin Feng's motorcycle roared behind them. In the next second, Lin Feng came right up beside them. "What's wrong? Weren't you two running pretty fast? How come I caught up?" As he spoke, Lin Feng lifted the chainsaw and pointed it at them. Under the threat of such a deadly weapon, they didn't dare to act tough with Lin Feng for even half a word. Instantly, they became like frightened turtles, trembling and begging for mercy. "Lin Feng, we were wrong. Don't kill us. What about you?" Lin Feng pointed at Jin Hyanchai. "Ah. Longwa Appa, I was wrong. Don't kill me." Seeing how terrified and fearful these two small scooters were, the audience in the livestream was stunned. "Ha, these guys are just that, descendants of the sun, the descendants of the white flag, right? Tisk, TSK, I thought they were tough? Weren't they arrogant earlier? Why are they scared now? Now it's like a grandfather teaching his grandson, their reaction is too normal." In Long TV, the two hosts also shared their views. Sabe Ling looked at the two terrified small scooters on the screen, and although he wanted to laugh, he forced himself to hold it in and said, "What does it mean to reap what you sow? Everyone can see that these two Hangua players are the best example." Dong Qin also said with a smile, "Yes, our Lin Feng player has no grudge against them, but they came to provoke us. In the end, when they couldn't beat our Lin Feng, they ran away. Running away is one thing, but they even mocked while fleeing. Now they're getting a taste of their own medicine." Beside them, Lin Feng then analyzed. These two Hangua players' motorcycles can travel at over 200 miles per hour on the highway. But the problem is, this area is all dirt road, their motorcycles' performance can't be utilized at all, and their speed advantage becomes their biggest hindrance. Because driving at high speed on such a road is simply impossible, and they themselves lack the suspension for this bumpy terrain, so their motorcycles couldn't move at a normal speed at all. This is also why our Lin Feng could easily catch up to them, because although his motorcycle is not as fast as the two competitors from the Han country on the road. But when it comes to this rugged dirt road, it completely reverses. After hearing Lin Feng's analysis, a flurry of comments floated by. So in this environment, Lin God's motorcycle is the best. Yeah, what's the use of running fast on the road? When faced with this kind of road, it's two words, doomed. Hee, these two little cowards are so arrogant in front, I really want to see Lin God teach them a good lesson. Seeing these two little cowards so timid, Lin Feng clicked his tongue in disdain. TSK, you two useless trash, if I had known it would be like this, why did you come to provoke me? Facing Lin Feng's question, Jin Hyunkai and Park Changfan both said repeatedly. Sorry. We were blind before, we were too reckless and impulsive. Yes, what Brother Jin said is right. We were indeed too reckless and impulsive earlier. If we had known you were this strong, we wouldn't have dared to treat you like this. Lin Feng suddenly chuckled coldly, so, if I weren't strong, you would still act like this, right? His rhetorical question left both little cowards speechless. Indeed, as Lin Feng said, if he wasn't strong and hadn't pulled out that big, long chainsaw, they would have already threatened him with their machetes to get off the motorcycle. So now, the ones begging for mercy wouldn't be them but Lin Feng. However, they thought that in their hearts but did not dare to say it. So Jin Hyunkai kept trying to make up, Brother Lin. We really didn't mean that. Please, let us go, we are willing to give you everything we have. Everything you have? Then tell me, what do you have on you right now?
Upon hearing his words, Jin Hyunkai's tense expression relaxed a little. He realized that since the other party had said this, perhaps there was still a chance. Although he would lose some belongings, he wasn't a fool. Why would he have to tell Lin Feng everything he had truthfully? He just needed to offer some unimportant items he had and hand them over. Brother Lin, I still have 2 packs of bread and a bottle of water. If you don't mind, you can take them.
After saying that, he glanced at Park Changfan. The other party quickly understood the meaning in his eyes. Yes, Brother Lin, I also have a pack of chips and a bottle of cola.
If you don't mind, you can take them. This really is the last of what I have.
Listening to their words, Lin Feng could only feel that they were practically rubbing his intelligence on the ground.
What do you mean their only belongings are bread, water, and chips? What a joke.
Given their speed on the motorcycle, they must have dozens or even hundreds of liters of gasoline or something. And they could even take out 2 big machetes, which shows they had at least rummaged through some places. Yet they still claimed to have only these few scraps left. They were seriously taking him for a fool.
Hee, I see you two really take me for a fool, huh?
His tone suddenly became heavy and stern.
Then without saying another word, he kicked them both to the ground. Ouch. Jin Hyunkai and Park Changfan fell heavily to the ground, painfully clutching their chests. Brother Lin. What are you doing? We were telling the truth. Park Changfan followed up and said. Yes, Brother Lin, we really didn't deceive you, we only have this little bit left. Seeing them still talking nonsense, Lin Feng was truly angered to the point of laughter. Do you think it's because your brains aren't functioning well, or do you all believe my brain isn't functioning well?
I won't even say whether what you're saying is true or not, but even if it is true, do you think with this little bit of trash, you can buy back your worthless lives? Or do you think your 2 lives are as worthless as the trash coming out of your mouths? If that's the case, why should I spare your lives? Why not kill you directly and take all this for myself? Lin Feng's tone was sharp and full of anger, every word, every sentence, deeply imprinted in the hearts of these 2 little punks. The logic in every word he said was perfect and unassailable. Indeed, the exchange condition they proposed couldn't buy their lives at all. Just at that moment when Jin Hyunchai regretted it and was about to take back what he said, he saw Lin Feng raise the chainsaw high in his hand, and then pull the starting rope. Booming. With the engine's rotation, a loud roar followed. Lin Feng just gently pressed his hand on the switch, and the chainsaw buzzed into high-speed rotation. He only needed to lightly bring the chainsaw down towards their heads, and these 2 little punks' heads would split open like watermelons, bursting out with bright red juice. Chapter 32, Be Careful in the Next Life. Seeing the truth raised high in front of them, Jin Hyunchai and Park Changbyeom did not dare to play any tricks. They could only kneel on the ground in confusion, continuously pleading, Brother Lin, we were wrong. We still have some gasoline, water, and food with us, take whatever you need. Seeing Jin Hyunchai confessing the truth, Park Changbyeom certainly understood that continuing to hide anything would be pointless. At this point, the most important thing was to survive first. If they lost their lives, what use were these things? Moreover, after they died, these things would still be taken by the other party. So he gave in completely. Brother Lin. I have a 25-liter can of gasoline in my space, a first aid kit, and 2 packs of filet steak, take all of it if you want. I just hope that after Brother Lin takes the things, you can show mercy and spare us. But in the face of their desperate pleas, Lin Feng showed no intention of lowering the chainsaw. So now you have good things on you? Hee, let me guess, if I kill you, would you produce even better things? He sneered and tightened his grip on the switch. Buzzing. This time, the chainsaw's teeth spun even faster. The 2 little punks were so scared that they wet their pants at the sight of the descending chainsaw. Jin Hyunchai cried out in anguish and quickly opened his space, displaying its contents in front of Lin Feng. Lin, Brother Lin. These are all my things. Please spare me. Seeing him display his space, Lin Feng slowly stopped the descending chainsaw, just a centimeter away from his scalp. At the same time, Park Changbyeom did the same action. 2 blue light screens projected from the survival bracelets on their wrists. Lin Feng looked over. Jin Hyunchai's space contained not much, but all were useful things. 20L of gasoline X2. 5L bottled pure water X1. Vehicle repair toolbox X1. Military first aid kit X1. While Park Changbyeom's space was filled with food. Vacuum-packed filet steak X2. Sliced bread X2. Grilled ribs X2. Hee, that's more like it. Lin Feng sneered coldly, then proposed a deal to them. Turn everything over quickly, I don't have much patience. Okay, Brother Lin, we will do it right away. Jin Shenkai hurriedly nodded, then transferred all the items in his space to the trading interface. Park Changfan also made the same move. As for Lin Feng, he naturally wouldn't give anything in return. After clicking confirm trade, he got all the items from these 2 little bastard spaces for free.
By the way, I'll take those 2 knives in your hands too. You don't mind, right? Mind? How dare they mind? At this moment, even if they said a single no, their heads would explode. Okay. Of course not, I will give them to you right now.
Jin Shinkai eagerly handed over the machete in his hand, and Park Changfan did the same. Lin Feng certainly wouldn't be polite, taking all the machetes from their hands into his space. Now, everything those 2 little bastards had was taken over by Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's live stream room, the bullet comments flew by.
Ha ha ha. So satisfying. Got everything.
TSK, I thought these 2 little bastards were tough, turns out they just came to offer warmth.
Awesome. Now the bastards have nothing left.
On the other side, at KBS TV station of the Great Han Ming Nation, the host Chen Jingbing angrily condemned.
Ah, these little bastards.
This despicable Dragon Country person dares to insult our Jin Shinkai and Park Changfan.
Absolutely unforgivable, Simida. We must severely condemn actions like this from Dragon Country participants, Simida.
And the bullet comments from the bastards below flew by. Ah, these despicable Dragon Country people are too much. Go, Jin Shinkai, don't compromise with him. What to cheer for? Their stuff has all been taken by this Dragon Country person.
Bastards.
After Jin Shinkai and Park Changfan handed over everything they had, they hoped Lin Feng would let them go.
After all, in their view, they had already given up everything and even their dignity. They should at least be left with a way out, right? Brother Lin, we have given you everything, can we go now?
Jin Shinkai asked nervously with a flattering smile. To his question, Lin Feng just looked at him with contempt, then coldly said,
Do you think if you provoke me, I would let you leave so easily?
His words struck Jin Shinkai and Park Changfan like a bolt from the blue.
In an instant, Park Changfan couldn't help but wet himself again.
As for Jin Shinkai, he was no better off, trembling uncontrollably, shivering non-stop. Smelling the foul odor wafting from the 2 little bastards' pants, Lin Feng felt disgusted.
He had no intention of wasting time with these 2 little bastards anymore. There were many things waiting for him to do, and the road behind was continuously collapsing. He didn't have time to mess around with them anymore. Brother Lin, I beg you. Let me go.
As Jin Shinkai continued to plead for mercy, suddenly, Lin Feng ruthlessly stomped down on his wrist.
Crack.
A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed.
Crack.
Another crisp sound of a bone breaking followed. Then, Lin Feng lifted the chainsaw and pressed the switch.
Jin Shinkai and Park Changfan stared in terror at the chainsaw above their heads, their eyes filled with fear.
Apologizing or something, you better be careful in your next life.
V-room. V-room. V-room.
Just as Lin Feng was about to bring down the chainsaw, suddenly.
Boom.
A loud noise came from behind him.
What's going on?
Lin Feng quickly turned around, then saw a scene that filled him with dread. Less than 200 meters away, the ground began to collapse and was continuously being swallowed by the void. At that moment, a visible light curtain lit up in front of him. Announcement: Unstable spatial fluctuations detected. Road collapse speed temporarily increased to 120 km per hour. Expected duration: 10 minutes. All contestants, please leave the edge of the collapse zone immediately.
Seeing this announcement, Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly. Damn it, this is so poorly timed. Chapter 33, Motorcycle Upgrade. 120 km per hour, less than 200 meters of distance.
These 2 numbers combined in Lin Feng's mind immediately led to one conclusion. He had less than 6 seconds to escape this place.
Otherwise, he would be swallowed by the void. Damn it!
Lin Feng glared hatefully at the 2 small figures on the ground and swung the chainsaw in his hand with all his might.
Buzz Poochie.
The chainsaw's teeth missed the 2 small figures only because they desperately dodged at the last moment.
But their motorcycles weren't so lucky. The rapidly spinning chainsaw instantly cut a huge gash in the fuel tank and engine of one of the bikes.
Gasoline gushed out, turning it into a pile of scrap metal. 2 seconds had already passed, and Lin Feng had no time to deal with the 2 small figures anymore.
He could only put the chainsaw back into space and quickly escape on his motorcycle.
The 2 small figures, still catching their breath from their narrow escape, looked ahead and saw the ground rapidly collapsing.
Ah, the figures.
Lin Feng raced down the highway on his motorcycle. In his live stream, viewers' comments filled the screen.
Oh no, what a pity. So close to taking out those 2. Yeah, so unfortunate.
But it's okay, they already wrecked one of their motorcycles, they must be swallowed by the void soon. Indeed, as the comments said.
It was somewhat regrettable not being able to personally finish off those 2.
But there was no choice, the situation changed too quickly. In that kind of circumstance, if he didn't flee quickly, he wouldn't have had a chance to survive.
It wouldn't be worth it to risk his life for the lives of those two. But this also indirectly indicated something. That was, he had been too careless about the safety distance earlier. Because in his view, the road collapse speed was only 20 kilometers per hour. At that speed, he didn't have to worry at all. But it was exactly because of this mindset that led to his short advance distance, which caused him to be caught up by the collapsing road 10 minutes ago. Announcement: unstable spatial fluctuations have been resolved, road collapse speed returned to 20 kilometers per hour. All contestants, please continue moving, do not stop. Seeing the road collapse speed return to its initial value, Lin Feng finally relaxed his tense heart. He glanced at the mini-map and marked his position against the road collapse position to measure the distance. The distance from where he was to the road collapse point was about 3.3 kilometers. At the current speed of collapse and his motorcycle speed, he needed around 10 minutes to buy himself an hour's worth of safety. So he continued on the highway for 10 minutes. By the time he looked at the mini-map again, he could no longer see the collapsing road. He checked his surroundings to confirm there was no danger and parked the motorcycle by the roadside. Since purchasing the puncture-proof tires and simple armor plates earlier. Because of those two small figures, he had never had the chance to equip them on his motorcycle. Now, he finally had the time. In fact, aside from these two items, he had been given a free vehicle upgrade opportunity after killing the Titan, and he had never used it. But even now, he also did not intend to use this opportunity. The first reason is that there wasn't any problem that needed him to upgrade his vehicle to solve. The second reason is that this is just a motorcycle. If he could find a four-wheeled vehicle later, it would be much more worthwhile to use this opportunity on a four-wheeler. So he took the puncture-resistant tires and the simple armor plate from the space, then opened the vehicle. A shimmering blue light curtain appeared in front of him. On the curtain, there was the Harley Fat Boy he was riding. Bound vehicle, customized Harley Fat Boy motorcycle. Status: good, light wear. Top speed, 140 kilometers per hour. Fuel consumption, 4.3 liters per 100 kilometers. Current fuel, 85%. Upgrade modules. Tire module, default highway tires. Armor module, not installed. Bumper module, not installed. Engine module, default V-twin engine, upgradable. In the vehicle panel, Lin Feng could directly choose which modules he wanted to upgrade. This way, the parts he had bought from the store could be automatically installed on the vehicle. Detected puncture-resistant tires, install to tire module? Install. Detected simple armor plate X2, install to armor module? Install. Detected front bumper, install to bumper module? Install. Soon, with a flash of golden light, his Harley Fat Boy was transformed. The original highway tires were replaced with thicker-walled, deeper-tread puncture-resistant tires. Two thick steel plates were perfectly welded to the sides of the fuel tank and below the engine. Though it looked a bit heavy and rugged like machinery from the Bear Country, the sense of security was at full. At the front of the motorcycle, a sharp bumper glistening with a metallic cold shine was in sight. With this bumper, he no longer needed to control the motorcycle to aim the spikes at the incoming zombies. Instead, he could crash into them freely and casually. No matter how many zombies came, one word: death. In Lin Feng's live broadcast room, the comments floated by. Oh wow, this motorcycle looks so cool after the upgrade. Awesome, Lin God. With this bike, I feel invincible on the road. So cool, Lin God. I want to see how it rides. After the motorcycle was upgraded, Lin Feng couldn't wait to hop on and test its performance. V-room. As he started the engine and twisted the throttle, the motorcycle sped down the road. Due to the added bumper and armor, the overall weight of the motorcycle increased. So relatively, the top speed lowered to 120 kilometers per hour. But this impact was not significant, as stability and protection were more important in this area than high speed. He glanced at the minimap, and not far ahead, several dozen red dots appeared intermittently. Facing so many experience points, Lin Feng certainly would not let them go. After driving a few hundred meters, the first zombie appeared. Without saying a word, Lin Feng charged straight at the zombie. GR. The zombie had just opened its mouth to roar when it was smashed to pieces by Lin Feng's motorcycle. Kill points plus 25. Wow. This feels so great. Wiping the black blood off his face, Lin Feng looked up at the minimap. Suddenly, he saw the words, Highway Service Area, appear 5 kilometers away. Chapter 34, Entering the Highway Service Area. Highway Service Area? Lin Feng's eyes were fixated on the area represented by this term on the minimap. As he got closer to the highway service area, he discovered it was an area about 1 square kilometer in size. It was located next to the highway. At the same time, 3 other highways crossed through this service area. Strange, does a service area have so many highways crossing it?
Generally, in the real world, a service area only serves one road. In very few special locations, it is possible for two roads to intersect simultaneously in a service area. And the area of the service station is generally not likely to be as huge as 1 square kilometer. Right now, this situation can only exist in the world of highway survival. Because every special area is like a copy. And this copy might connect different roads at the same time. It means that competitors from different regions may meet in the same copy. Now, ahead at a distance of 4 kilometers, there is a service area, which is also a copy. This means he is very likely to encounter other competitors ahead. It's just unclear whether there will be competitors from Dragon Country in it. But no matter what, from now on, he needs to be prepared. Because once he enters there, the probability of encountering competitors from other countries is very high. Now, competitors from Dragon Country, especially himself, have become public enemies of all other countries' competitors. Every competitor he meets who is not from Dragon Country could be his enemy. After confirming the current situation, he glanced at the mini-map again. In the center of the service area, in a small square building, there is a platinum treasure chest.
Platinum treasure chest?
Generally speaking, in highway survival, the most common treasure chests seen by everyone are usually wooden chests and iron chests. And gold treasure chests are relatively rare.
The resources that can be opened from them are naturally more valuable. But platinum treasure chests are even rarer than gold treasure chests. The resources opened from them are naturally even more extraordinary.
Previously, in a village's gold treasure chest, he opened a handgun and 100 liters of gasoline.
God knows what good stuff will be in this platinum treasure chest?
Thinking of this, he suddenly realized that he could directly see what was inside the treasure chest.
So he focused his gaze on this platinum treasure chest. Platinum treasure chest contains small vehicle armor modification kit.
This time, his luck was not very good, it only displayed information about one item inside the chest.
But just knowing this is enough. Small vehicle modification kit? Although he was unclear about what this item could do.
But just by its name, he could tell that it could upgrade the armor of a vehicle.
Maybe he could use it to enhance the armor protection of this motorcycle. Or if he was lucky enough to find a 4-wheeled vehicle, he could directly modify it into an armored vehicle? It seemed like whatever he thought about came true. Just as Lin Feng realized this, he noticed on the minimap that inside the service area, there was an icon of a car. Next to it, a small line of text read, Ford Taurus, status, reparable. It's truly like speaking of the devil. Awesome.
Lin Feng was overjoyed, and he immediately twisted the throttle to the maximum speed, heading towards the service area. After all, it's best to occupy these things quickly while no one has discovered them yet.
10 minutes later, Lin Feng slowed down his speed and stopped at the entrance of the service area.
The huge entrance sign was already rusted, and the words welcome had long been eroded and blurred by wind and rain. Inside the service area, abandoned cars and overturned trucks were scattered everywhere, presenting a scene of apocalyptic ruin. The air was filled with a strange smell of mixed motor oil and decay. He slowly parked his motorcycle behind a row of abandoned charging piles. This place was overgrown with weeds, making it difficult to be spotted by others. In Lin Feng's livestream, the comments floated by.
Wow, what is this place? It looks so dilapidated.
This place must have zombies, it's certainly ruined. This place looks like a high-speed service area, but I don't know why it seems much larger than a usual service area. After hiding the motorcycle, Lin Feng took a simple look around. It indeed feels like a service area here.
Everywhere around, rusty and dilapidated large trucks were parked. He walked along the central road of the service area towards the platinum treasure chest marked on the minimap.
When he passed by a truck that had overturned on the road, his steps suddenly came to a halt. On the minimap, a red dot was rapidly approaching from another entrance of the service area, heading directly towards Lin Feng's location.
Looks like someone else is coming.
To avoid being discovered by this person, Lin Feng quickly ducked behind the wreckage of a bus and held his breath. His brows furrowed as he intently watched the road ahead.
Soon, a lithe figure appeared in his line of sight.
The person was dressed in a dark combat uniform, with a black-handled katana slung on their back, their eyes filled with fierce killing intent. They were riding a road bike, speeding towards him. In Lin Feng's live broadcast room, comments flooded in.
Damn. It's that little bastard again. What a surprise to encounter this little bastard here. I've seen this guy before, I think he's called Guosher Shabai? Hiding behind the bus, Lin Feng could see the opponent's identity clearly on the minimap.
Guosher Shabai, Fusang Country.
Seeing this name, his guard immediately went up. He had seen this name before.
The player ranked 5th on the leaderboard was this Guosher Shabai. He was currently the highest-ranked player from Fusang Country. After Meichuan Kuko and Mas Ji were burned to death by the trap he set, this group of little bastards hated him to the core. Lin Feng dared to say that if he appeared in front of this little bastard now, the other party would undoubtedly draw their knife and attack him without hesitation. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the katana in his hand. He could just let his chainsaw handle any issues. Just as Lin Feng planned to let this little bastard pass first before making his move, suddenly, this little bastard made a sudden stop, parking the bike not far from the bus. Then he got off the bike and began sniffing the surrounding air. There's the smell of a living person, and it's a familiar dragon country scent. Chapter 35, Angry Guosher Shabai. Guosher Shabai kept sniffing and stepped toward Lin Feng's hiding spot. After taking a few steps forward, he suddenly stopped. His eyes coldly locked onto the direction of the bus where Lin Feng was hiding, and he shouted in stilted dragon language. Come out. I know you're there. However, how could Lin Feng come out just because the other party told him to? That would just make him a big fool, right? But even if Lin Feng didn't come out, it seemed the other party had no intention of letting him off the hook. Ha, coward. Do you really think you can escape my righteous punishment by hiding there? His voice was filled with repressed hatred. Watching him walk step by step toward him, Lin Feng decided not to hide any longer. After all, the other party already knew his position, hiding was meaningless. It was clear that this little bastard had a nose as sharp as a dog's. It seemed unlikely that he could escape this little bastard's tracking. So, he slowly walked out from behind the bus, appearing empty-handed, while actually prepared to pull out the chainsaw from his space at any moment. Ha, I say, are you a dog? Your nose is as sharp as a dog's. As Lin Feng walked out, he mocked him. Lin Feng. Guosher Shabi gritted his teeth, pronouncing his name as if he wanted to swallow him whole. You bastard, you caused the death of our swordmaster from Fusang and the IGA ninja. Ever since I heard this news, not a moment has gone by without me wanting to skin you alive. I was just worried about not being able to find you, but it turns out you came right to me. Let me tell you, today, I am here to take revenge for them. No matter what, one of us must die here today. Heh, revenge? Those two useless fools brought it upon themselves, and the fire was ignited by them. It has nothing to do with me. When enemies meet, their eyes are especially red with hatred. Moreover, Lin Feng insulted his sword master like this. Guosher Shabi had reached his limit of patience. He took the katana from his back, gripping the hilt, ready to draw it at any moment. Lin Feng didn't back down either, he pulled out a chainsaw from space. Just as they were about to make their move, suddenly, boom! A heavy, thunderous sound rang out from the depths of the service area parking lot. It sounded like a fully loaded truck had fallen from a great height. Then, the two were shocked to see a row of containers nearby being pushed down with brute force from behind, crashing to the ground with a deafening metallic distortion sound. Lin Feng quickly looked at the mini-map and saw a red circle appear at the location of the containers. Next to it, there was also a labeled text, Zombie, Truck Driver. Boom boom. With two loud footsteps and crashing sounds, a giant zombie over 3 meters tall, bulky and fat, with half a metal shell of a truck cabin embedded in its body, walked out from behind the collapsed containers with heavy strides. With each step it took, the ground trembled. In Lin Feng's livestream, a flurry of panicked comments filled the screen. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Oh my god. This zombie is way too big. It looks like the big guy Lin Shen encountered in the village before. What the hell Sigma, degree. This zombie is coming at us. This zombie was clearly charging towards the two of them. It opened its mouth wide and roared at Lin Feng and the others. Roar. Then it directly charged towards their location. Damn it. Lin Feng and Guosher Shabi's expressions changed simultaneously. Both of them understood that facing a monster of this size, staying put meant death. Though Guosher Shabi harbored deep hatred for Lin Feng, he couldn't care about revenge at this moment. After all, if one is dead, what's left to avenge? For Lin Feng, the best choice now was to run away quickly. He had no reason to throw away his life for this worthless brat. So, the two of them quickly darted in different directions. Just as they left their original position, the zombie truck driver crashed into the spot. The bus wreck where Lin Feng had just hidden was directly crushed flat by the impact. The massive force kicked up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the zombie, Guosher Shabi, and Lin Feng could not see each other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng immediately plotted a route on the minimap. This route could lead him away from here at the fastest speed, with cover along the way to avoid running into that brat. Moreover, the distance from here to the location of the platinum chest was short. What he needed to do was leave immediately and hurry to open the platinum chest. Without hesitation, Lin Feng quickly took off in that direction. Meanwhile, Guosher Shabi was forced into the other side of the truck parking area by the creature. He cursed angrily and then rode away on his bicycle. Only the truck driver remained, raging wildly in the dust.
Guishi Shabi rode his bicycle away from the truck driver's location, finally slowing down. He unwillingly glanced back at the spot where he had just encountered Lin Feng. If it weren't for that suddenly appeared monster, Lin Feng would already be dead under his knife. Zinni. Lin Feng, I will never let you go. In his livestream, the comments from the little bastards flashed by. Zinni. Damn Dragon Kingdom person, our Guishi Shabi will definitely not let you go. Guishi Shabi, Ganba Dai. Find the damned Dragon Kingdom person and kill him with your own hands. Ganba Dai Guishi Shabi. Avenge our sword hero lord. Even though he couldn't kill Lin Feng because of that monster, he still did not give up. As an elite of the Fusang National Self-Defense Forces, he was selected as a scout due to his keen sense of smell. As long as he could remember the opponent's scent, he could locate them within a kilometer. So, he recalled the scent of that Dragon Kingdom person in his mind. Too smelly. Just when he thought he found the scent of that Dragon Kingdom person and opened his eyes, he discovered a drooling zombie in front of him. Baka. It turns out to be your smell. Guishi Shabi, furious, drew his katana and beheaded the zombie. Just as he was about to continue searching for Lin Feng's scent, he suddenly saw two figures not far ahead. One was tall, holding a fire axe. The other appeared agile, holding a crossbow. The two were walking toward Guishi Shabi's position. Chapter 36, Smith and Oleg. Oleg, be careful, there are people ahead. Smith, holding the crossbow, stretched out his hand to stop the big steps of Oleg. At this moment, Oleg's sturdy body finally came to a halt. He followed Smith's line of sight and looked ahead. Not far down the road, an Asian face dressed in dark combat gear appeared in his view. He frowned slightly, combining it with a recent announcement from the system. He had some suspicion and worry that the person was from the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, he looked down on Dragon Kingdom people in his heart. However, their strongest, Lin Feng, was first on the leaderboard, so he had to be a bit careful. He could look down on other Dragon Kingdom people, but he had to be careful with Lin Feng. Being first on the leaderboard definitely wasn't just pure luck. Smith, do you think that guy could be Lin Feng from the Dragon Kingdom? At this moment, Smith was concentrating fully on the not-so-distant Asian face. He suddenly noticed the katana strapped to the guy's back. He was familiar with this thing. In Eagle Country, due to the cultural and product invasion from Fusang Country in the 80s, the elements of ninjas and samurais were very well known to the Eagle Country people. So, upon seeing the katana on his back, Smith immediately determined that the person should be a contestant from Fusang Country. I believe he should be a contestant from Fusang Country. Why? Oleg looked puzzled. Look, he has a katana on his back, which is a weapon that only Japanese samurai possess. Additionally, he is quite short, appearing to be less than 1.6 meters. It is well known that the Fusang people, due to ancient preferences for close relatives and a series of reasons, are generally very short. In ancient times, the Dragon Kingdom referred to them as woku, meaning short bandits. Dragon Kingdom people are generally much taller than them, so I confidently believe he is a contestant from Fusang Country. At the same time, on Eagle Country's television station, the commentator Kirk smirked proudly and praised. Our Eagle Country's strongest contestant can quickly determine the opponent's identity. Impressive. At the same time, comments floated by. Good. Our Officer Smith is amazing. I learned something, now I know why the people from Fusan always seem so short. Nice, this is why I love watching Smith's livestreams, I always learn so much. In addition to the comments from the Eagle Country viewers, there were also comments from the Dragon Country viewers mixed in. Ha ha ha. This Smith is something, he's entirely correct. Exactly, those pirates are a bunch of weirdos, that's why their descendants don't grow tall, I can't stop laughing, everyone, the reputation of those pirates has spread far and wide. Almost all the comments were filled with laughter, except for a few from the Fusan Country. Baka. Our great Fusan Country is not something you small ones can insult. There must be a misunderstanding here, we will explain to our best ally, the Eagle Country, that we are not short people. You despicable Dragon Country folks, you deserve to be ranked last. After listening to Smith's analysis, Oleg had a look of realization and learning on his face. Not bad, Smith, you can always analyze everything about the opponent so quickly. I must be careful of you from now on. Smith shook his head and smiled, saying. No need to worry about me so soon, right now we are allies. After we take down that Dragon Country college student, you can become my enemy then. Heh, you look pretty relaxed. But don't be too happy too early, what I said just now wasn't flattery, nor am I afraid of you. I am Oleg, the strongest presence of the Bear Country. Of course, I will also be the strongest presence here. Alright, I got it. Let's go see what this Fusan person is up to. Smith smiled helplessly and walked ahead. This Oleg always acted like he was the coolest one.
Now he was just using him. Once he dealt with the Dragon Country's college student, he would take care of this arrogant guy right away.
Oleg followed behind, feeling disdain inside. Eagle people were still like they always were, liking to show off.
However, when the time came for them to become enemies, Smith would understand what the Fighting Nation really meant. On the other side, Wishiyu Sandy saw the two Western faces coming over and became nervous.
Who are these two guys? I wonder if they have any hostility.
Just as his hand reached behind to grab his knife, the approaching Western faces called out first.
Hey, you are from Fusan, right?
Don't worry, we have no hostility. Hearing this, Wishiyu Sandy's hand with the knife paused halfway. At the same time, he saw the emblem on the other's shoulder. That was the emblem of the Eagle Country's SEAL Team 6. When he first arrived in the Road Survival Challenge, Wishiyu Sandy had checked the list of Eagle Country participants. Among all the Eagle Country participants, only Smith's identity was the previous god of war of SEAL Team 6.
So, it must be Smith. You are Smith, right? How did you know I was from Fusan? Smith walked over, grinning, and said. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this?
I only know you're from Fusan because I figured it out from your clothing and the weapon on your back.
But how did you know my name was Smith? So you admit it? You still haven't answered my question.
Suddenly, Smith flashed in front of Wishiyu Sandy. Just as Sandy wanted to draw the sword from his back, Smith heavily pressed down on his right hand. Just as he wanted to retaliate with his left hand was controlled by another man with a Western face.
Kid, if you want to die, my axe can fulfill your wish right now.
The big bearded man controlled Wishiyu Sandy's left hand while revealing the firefighting axe in his hand. His eyes were filled with the intent to kill.
Seeing this, Washishabi's heartbeat suddenly slowed down.
At the same time, his two hands instantly lost strength. Seeing him like this, Smith smiled and said to Oleg. Oleg, don't scare our friend from the Sakura country like that.
You know our Eagle country is allied with the Sakura country, right?
Humph, Oleg snorted coldly, what alliance?
Our bear country is not their ally.
Alright, Oleg, give me some face. Remember, our current enemy is that college student from the Dragon country.
Hearing Smith's words, Washishabi's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you talking about Lin Feng? Smith looked at Washishabi with a puzzled expression. You're also looking for him?
Exactly. He killed our swordmaster.
I want to take revenge. And, I just saw him.
Instinctively, Smith and Oleg both grew interested in this Sakura person.
Chapter 37, Join us, eliminate the Dragon Country person. So what you mean is, you just saw him?
Smith was the first to ask. Washishabi nodded vigorously, anger on his face as he said.
That's right. I just saw that baka at the entrance.
Unfortunately, I was ready to draw my sword and duel him, but then a giant zombie charged out.
This zombie looked at least 3 meters tall and smashed a bus flat in an instant.
Because the power gap was too vast, I had no choice but to escape, letting the Dragon Country kid slip away.
Hearing this, Oleg became interested.
He swung the fire axe in his hand and with excitement said.
Hee, interesting.
If I get to meet that guy, I have to personally chop off that zombie's head with this axe.
That way, I can say I killed a boss in a dungeon.
Smith glanced at him, a look of disdain in his eyes. From Washishabi's description, that zombie was not something that could be handled by ordinary strength.
This big fool from Bear Country really thinks he can take on such a huge zombie? How naive. But he didn't let his thoughts show and instead said to Washishabi.
Actually, we also really want to find this Dragon Country college student.
You know, people from the Dragon Country are always extremely evil.
The deaths of your Sakura Country swordmasters and IGA's shinobi are the best examples. If it weren't for his trap that got both of them burned to death, your Sakura Country wouldn't have lost such powerful players.
So on this point, I believe our interests align.
How about this, since we all have a common enemy now, why don't we join forces to find this Dragon Country college student and take him down together?
That way, you get your revenge and we also eliminate an evil enemy. Isn't it a win-win? Regarding Smith's proposal, Washishabi accepted without any hesitation.
Of course.
I am willing to join you. Although I don't want to admit it, this Dragon Country college student really isn't easy to deal with.
At least, the deaths of our Sakura Country swordmaster and IGA shinobi are the best examples. If we can have your help, I believe we can definitely solve this trouble from the Dragon Country.
Hearing Washishabi's words, Smith smiled.
He loosened his grip and said to him.
Great, welcome to join us.
At the same time, Oleg also loosened his grip and said in the same friendly tone.
Welcome to join us, Washishabi. I am very glad to join you. Meanwhile, at the Sakura Country television station. Anchor Kojima Yandai couldn't help but excitedly say upon seeing the scene where the three formed an alliance. Wow! Our player Washishabi has now successfully allied with Eagle Country's player Smith. And the player Oleg from the Bear Country formed an alliance. This is very good news for our Fusang country and for all the Fusang citizens in front of the screen. You see, player Smith is the warrior of the SEAL Team 6 from the Eagle Country. Player Oleg is also a top hunter from Siberia. With their two joinings, we will definitely be able to kill the Dragon Country's Lin Feng and take revenge for our Swordmaster and the IGA Ninja. She spoke these words with tears and excitement. In the bullet screen at the bottom of the television station, the audience from the Fusang country excitedly said, "One for the S country. With the help of the Eagle Daddy, we can definitely kill that person from the Ji family and take revenge for our Swordmaster and the Ninja. Yes. We must take revenge for our Swordmaster. Kill that person from the Ji family. Very good, now our team has grown to 3 people. We will definitely be able to handle this Dragon Country's college student," Smith said confidently to them. However, at this moment, Oleg raised a question. "We do have 3 people now, but the problem is, where can we find this Dragon Country's college student?" Faced with this question, Smith was a bit troubled. Because he had not thought about how to find him either. But thinking of how the rock sand wall had just encountered Lin Feng, perhaps he would have a way. This question, I think our rock sand wall should know the answer. After saying that, Smith and Oleg looked towards the rock sand wall at the same time. And indeed, he did not disappoint them. He raised his head and said confidently, "Don't worry, leave this to me. My nose can smell subtle scents within a 1-kilometer radius and identify their locations. When I encountered him earlier, I already remembered the scent of this Dragon Country college student, and even now, I can still smell it in the air." Smith and Oleg both showed surprise on their faces. They did not expect that this unremarkable Fusang person had such a skill. Fusang country is truly a good dog raised by the Eagle Country. At a critical moment, it can be of great use. Very good, since that's the case, then lead us there now. Oleg also said. That's right, let's act quickly so this guy doesn't escape again. Alright, I will take you to find his location right now. After saying that, the rock sand wall stretched out his neck and began to sniff around like a dog. Here, I smell his scent, it can't be wrong. The rock sand wall sniffed the scent while walking ahead and waved his hand. Smith and Oleg exchanged glances and smiled, silently following behind him. While Smith and Oleg were searching for Lin Feng's location, Lin Feng was quickly moving through the complex buildings of the service area along a pre-planned route. His goal was very clear, which was a square building located at the center of the service area, where the platinum treasure chest was. Along the way, red dots continuously flashed on the minimap. These were the zombies wandering in the service area. Fortunately, he could see their locations, so Lin Feng was always able to appear at the most opportune moments when the zombies were leaving, turning a corner, or jumping over a low wall. In Lin Feng's livestream, the audience was on the edge of their seats, watching his every move with their hearts racing. They clearly saw Lin Feng weaving through the ruins, yet he was able to avoid every zombie with precision. It was as if he could predict their presence in advance. But even so, watching his maneuvers, the audience's heart rate soared. Wow! This positioning is too awesome. No wonder he is Lin God. Too amazing. Oh my. This operation makes my heart race. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the place where the square building stood. In front of the building's main door, it read Luosang Convenience Store. So it's a convenience store. I wonder if there's anything else inside that can be collected. However, at the entrance, 3 zombies were wandering around. Chapter 38, Opening the Platinum Treasure Chest. Lin Feng had no intention of sneaking into the convenience store while the 3 zombies lingered at the entrance. Because there was a little bastard still searching for him, every second was precious. Although there were powerful zombies like the truck driver nearby, as long as he moved quickly, he wouldn't attract its attention. Of course, he couldn't use the chainsaw now. If that roaring sound went off, not to mention the truck driver, the little bastard and other competitors from different countries would definitely be attracted. So he took the machete he had gotten from 2 stick wielders out of his space and held it in his hand. Then, his figure shot forward like an arrow, rushing towards the 3 zombies at high speed. The viewers in the livestream were stunned by this scene. What the hell? Is Lin God going to confront these 3 zombies head-on? Goodness, he only has a machete in his hand. What? Is he going straight in? The front zombie didn't even have a chance to see Lin Feng's figure before its neck was severed in one strike. Immediately after, the other 2 zombies had just opened their foul-smelling mouths when a silver flash swept past their necks. Puff, puff. 3 decaying heads thudded to the ground, rolling against the glass door of the convenience store with a banging sound. Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Feng had neatly dealt with the 3 zombies. And aside from the sounds of flesh bursting and blood splattering, there was no other noise.
At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded.
My god, what kind of operation is this? Damn.
It's still Lin God.
Wiped out 3 zombies in an instant. I ask who else can do it? Are you awesome, chicken brother?
Sorry, wrong channel. After taking care of the 3 zombies, Lin Feng shook off the black blood on the machete. Without even glancing at the headless zombies on the ground, he pushed open the glass door and walked into Luosang convenience store. Upon entering, the whole convenience store was a mess, with shelves toppled over. However, the supplies were relatively well preserved.
What caught his eye was a dazzling array of snacks and rows of instant noodles.
Moreover, the refrigerator still contained various sealed beverages and meat products. Only, the refrigerator had stopped cooling, and he didn't know if the items had gone bad. He quickly packed high-calorie snacks, instant noodles, some beverages, and meat products into his space. Then, without lingering here, he directly went to the back of the cash register.
Here, a luxurious platinum-colored treasure chest lay quietly on the ground. Found it!
Lin Feng walked over quickly, his heart racing. He couldn't wait to see what could be opened from this platinum treasure chest. If a golden treasure chest could yield a gun, then there must be good things in here besides the small vehicle armor modification kit.
Platinum treasure chest detected. Do you wish to open it? Open. Open successful. Opened.
Gained, small vehicle armor modification kit X1.
Military defense grenades X10. Military first aid kit X1. Energy drinks X5.
Small vehicle armor modification kit can upgrade ordinary small vehicles to armored vehicles, significantly increasing their defense and durability.
Military defense grenade, a powerful area of effect weapon that can instantly clear clustered enemies with shrapnel after exploding.
Military first aid kit can quickly treat gunshot wounds.
Bite wounds and other fatal injuries can instantly restore a large amount of life points for survival. As expected, there is a surprise.
Seeing the military grenade that opened from the treasure chest, Lin Feng was overjoyed.
Compared to a handgun, a grenade is also a great weapon. Moreover, this grenade is a defensive grenade, which will have even greater destructive power.
Not only that, there is also a medical kit and 5 bottles of energy drinks. According to the system's description, the medical kit can quickly restore life points in a short time.
This is very useful in critical moments. Overall, this mission was still worth it. He didn't waste any time and immediately put all these items into the space. 10,000 times return has been activated.
Returning small vehicle armor modification kit X10,000. In an instant, 100,000 tightly sealed metal boxes appeared out of thin air in the square of Kyoto, Dragon Country. The commander in charge of the scene rushed forward to check, and when he saw the label small vehicle armor modification kit on the boxes, he trembled with excitement. At the same time, in the Dragon Vision studio, Sak Cup looked at the mountain of metal boxes that appeared in the Kyoto square and excitedly said,
"Citizens of Dragon Country,
our player Lin Feng has just collected 10,000 sets of vehicle armor modification kits for our country.
What does this mean?"
This means we can immediately transform 10,000 ordinary civilian vehicles into armored vehicles with basic defensive capabilities. At the same time, Cold Wind also excitedly told everyone.
Currently, Blue Star's resources are exhausted, and iron ore cannot be mined.
But now that we have these 10,000 sets of components, the armor steel will provide our country with crucial strategic reserves.
After hearing the analysis from the two, a stream of excited comments flooded through. Awesome!
With these kits, we can make armored vehicles. That's right, and we can also use some of them to repair our tanks.
Ha ha! Lin God is amazing.
Now our Dragon Country can use tanks again.
After getting the items from the treasure chest and supplies from the convenience store,
Lin Feng found the location of the Ford Taurus and then planned a route on the minimap. Now that he had the vehicle upgrade kit, he could hurry to bind that vehicle and upgrade it. As for the Harley motorcycle, Lin Feng planned to dismantle the upgraded parts and install them on the car. Then, he would sell the bare motorcycle to earn some resource points.
After clarifying his next action plan, Lin Feng immediately got up and prepared to leave.
However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed. On the minimap, in the abandoned parking lot, there were several treasure chest icons. Lin Feng focused his attention on these treasure chests to take a look.
Wooden chest, contains 2L of mineral water. Iron chest, contains a used composite bow. Wooden chest, contains a brand new Fruit 17 Pro Max. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to the first 2 treasure chests. But the third wooden chest successfully caught Lin Feng's attention.
It was a brand new Fruit 17 Pro Max.
It's a phone. In this desolate world, who understands the value of having a phone? No way, for the phone, I must make a trip.
As for that little brat, Lin Feng didn't care at all about that little troublemaker. If he tried to come after him, Lin Feng wouldn't mind letting him have a taste of a grenade.
Chapter 39, Don't Try to Bite the Master.
After Lin Feng left the convenience store, Turbine Sandwall brought Smith and Oleg to the entrance of the convenience store.
Stop, there's a situation ahead. Smith pressed down on Turbine Sandwall's shoulder, and the three of them looked at the three headless corpses lying at the entrance of the convenience store.
There are no obvious signs of a struggle around them, and there are no scratch marks on their bodies.
This proves that they didn't kill each other.
At the same time, the heads of these three zombies were all decapitated, with smooth-cut surfaces, and there were no other wounds on their bodies, indicating that the person who killed them was very efficient, and the knife was very fast.
Oleg calmly analyzed the three corpses at the convenience store door.
In his live stream, the comments floated by.
Hooray! As expected of Oleg, he figured everything out so quickly. Hooray! It's still Oleg, only he could understand everything so fast. But who killed these three zombies? Smith agreed with Oleg's analysis.
His opinion was the same as Oleg's. These three zombies were killed by someone very powerful. And this person was very likely that university student from Dragon Country.
You're right, Oleg.
I think these three zombies were killed by that Dragon Country university student.
You mean Lin Feng?
Wusher Shibiki became alert as soon as he heard Lin Feng's name, quickly drawing his katana from behind his back. Seeing him so tense, Smith patted his shoulder and casually said,
Relax, look at the necks of these three zombies.
There's no blood flowing anymore, which proves they've been dead for some time.
What do you mean? I mean, that Dragon Country university student isn't here anymore. What? Wusher Shibiki's expression was full of surprise.
He had followed Lin Feng's scent all the way here. Because the smell was so strong inside the convenience store, he thought Lin Feng must be inside.
But to his surprise, he had already left?
Sure enough, when he sniffed in another direction, he also caught the stench of Lin Feng.
Damn it! He must have gone toward the parking lot. Let's catch up with him.
Smith and Oleg exchanged a glance, and both of them smiled at the same time.
Then Oleg grabbed Wusher Shibiki's hand and dragged him toward the convenience store.
Let's go, we'll collect the supplies inside first and then deal with that Dragon Country kid.
Why? Why not go after him now? What if he escapes later? Don't worry, he can't escape. Smith followed behind with a weird smile on his face.
The Japanese audience watching this were furious but helpless.
Damn it! Are these two white-skinned idiots? Not chasing Lin Feng now is just letting him go free? Baka Yoru.
I don't think they plan on chasing Lin Feng at all.
I know. It's frustrating, but what can we do? They're from the Eagle Country and the Bear Country, we Japanese can't say anything. Oleg dragged Wusher Shibiki into the convenience store.
Then he shoved Wusher Shibiki toward the door and roughly ordered.
You stay here and watch the door. If anything happens, let us know. Clang.
Wusher Shibiki crashed into the glass door, feeling a bit of pain in his shoulder.
What's this about? You dragged me here, and now you want me to guard the door? I also want to collect supplies here.
But just as he was about to walk toward the shelves, Smith suddenly shouted at him.
Japanese boy, if you don't want to die, you better behave.
Wusher Shibiki slowly turned around, only to see Smith holding a crossbow aimed at his head.
What are you trying to do?
He suddenly panicked, drawing his katana in an instant.
But suddenly... Ugh!
Wusher Shibiki felt like his back had been hit by a small car. He screamed in pain and then fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, a foot stomped heavily on his back, and Oleg's rough voice rang out.
Sucka, stay obedient. Don't think that just because we let you join, you can do whatever you want.
At the same time, Smith approached the sand wall and squatted down, patting its head, teasingly mocking.
You must remember, the land of Fusang is just a dog of our Eagle Nation. As a dog, you must always understand not to disobey your master's orders.
And don't even try to. Smith suddenly pressed the sand wall's head hard against the ground, bite the master.
Ugh! The jaw of the sand wall broke, letting out a sharp crack.
Its expression was painful, but it couldn't make a sound.
Oleg and Smith looked at its condition and burst into cheerful laughter. So, do you understand now?
The sand wall desperately nodded, and only then did Smith finally release his grip.
At that moment, the audience from the land of Fusang was completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that their good master would treat them this way. How dare the Smith treat our sand wall like this? Unbelievable. He's going too far. It's shameful, but what can we do? He's from the Eagle Nation.
After that scene, the sand wall became completely docile. It stood at the door, watching Smith and Oleg pack the remaining items from the convenience store, getting nothing while taking a beating. But even then, all it could do was smile when they walked by. Shit, there's a platinum treasure chest here. Too bad we came late, otherwise, everything inside would have been ours.
Who says that isn't true? Sokka. If we had arrived earlier, we could have encountered that university student from Dragon Country and then killed him. Smith, full of resentment, reached the door and pushed the sand wall, grumbling. It's all your fault for being so slow to lead us. Actually, the sand wall had been moving as fast as it could all along. But the problem was that Lin Feng had come straight here. They had taken a long detour from the beginning and had delayed for a while along the way. He felt so wronged. But even being wronged, he could only nod in response to Smith's words. Oleg kicked open the glass door of the convenience store and turned the sand wall around, kicking it forward. At the same time, he cruelly said, "Hurry up and take us to find that university student from Dragon Country. If we're late again, then there's no use keeping you." Chapter 40, What is the Strength of a Bear? Following the route planned on the minimap, Lin Feng quickly arrived at the abandoned parking lot. This abandoned parking lot was spacious, shrouded in an atmosphere of doom. Dozens of cars and trains were quietly parked here, twisted in various postures. The bodies of the vehicles were covered with rust spots and dried bloodstains. A few zombies stumbled aimlessly between the cars. Some rotten corpses were stuck in the deformed car doors, or hung by seatbelts in the driver's seat. In Lin Feng's livestream, the viewers couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. "Oh my, this place looks so desolate and terrifying. I feel like this is Blue Star decades from now. Scary, I really don't want to end up as a corpse stuck in a car here." Although it looked desolate and scary, for Lin Feng, arriving here felt like coming home. After all, in his past life, he didn't know how many similar scenes he had experienced. His gaze swept across the few zombies, confirming that they posed no threat to him. He then turned his attention to the treasures. Some wooden boxes and iron boxes were half open in the trunks or under overturned trucks. There were also several red gasoline barrels and toolboxes scattered on the ground. However, what caught Lin Feng's attention the most? Still, it was a piece of seemingly worn-out plastic tarp. Ha! Finally found another one. He saw this tarp as he would see gold, rushing over quickly and swiftly storing it in space. Now, along with the plastic tarp he picked up at the roadblock, he had a total of 2 pieces of plastic tarp. Although these 2 pieces of plastic tarp still could not solve all of the problems. But at least now he had one more piece, which was far better than none at all. With these 2 pieces of plastic tarp, he should at least be able to make a small canopy to shield against some of the acid rain. After getting this piece of plastic tarp, his attention returned to the purpose of his visit here. He looked at a car with its trunk open, where there was a wooden box. Wooden treasure chest, contains a brand new Fruit 17 Pro Max. This is it. Lin Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly ran over. Detected wooden treasure chest, do you want to open it? Open. Opening successful. Opened. Obtained, Fruit 17 Pro Max, brand new, X1. 10,000 times return activated. Returning Fruit 17 Pro Max, brand new, X10,000. As the prompt appeared, 10,000 brand new Fruit 17 Pro Max phones appeared in the square of Longwa's capital. Wow! So many phones. We can finally play with phones again. Thank you, Lin God. With a phone, I can finally play Genshin Impact. Just 1,000 phones, whether we can get one is still uncertain. Moreover, in the world where Lin God is, there's no internet or electricity. What can we do with a phone? Lin Feng excitedly opened the box containing the Fruit 17 Pro Max. Sure enough, inside was a brand new Fruit 17 Pro Max. Great! I can finally use a phone. Since crossing over into road survival in his previous life and then crossing over into Blue Star for 13 years. He hadn't played with a phone for 13 years. How tormenting this was for someone addicted to smartphones. Unexpectedly, he found a brand new phone here. He immediately pressed the power button, successfully turning it on. But unfortunately, there was no internet here, and the phone had no SIM card. This meant that the phone could not connect to the internet. No internet is fine, I can take photos and record videos. Occasionally playing small games to pass the time is okay too. Lin Feng stored the Fruit 17 Pro Max in space. However, he then realized a serious problem. This Fruit 17 Pro Max did not have a charger. He turned the phone box inside out, but there wasn't even a trace of a charger. It seems that even in this world, the fruit still adheres to the environmental protection idea. Damn! Can you stop worrying about your environmental protection like a chef? Does one more charger really cost one less tree? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the parking lot, the swirling stone sand wall moved quickly ahead, bringing Smith and Oleg to the abandoned parking lot. After taking a few steps into the entrance, the swirling stone sand wall suddenly stopped and turned to them, saying, "I smelled it. Lin Feng's scent is very strong here, he must be inside." Smith and Oleg exchanged glances after hearing his words. Then Smith swiftly jumped onto the top of an abandoned bus.
From his position, he could see the entire abandoned parking lot at a glance.
Oleg looked up at Smith from below the bus. To be honest, he had great admiration for Smith's agility. After all, a bus is at least 3 meters high, and jumping up like that is not an easy feat.
"Hey, did you find anything?"
Oleg shouted up to him.
Smith scanned the parking lot with his sharp gaze, stopping at an abandoned car. He grinned slightly, then turned to Oleg with a proud smile and said,
"I found him.
He's over there by an abandoned car, 100 meters ahead." Looking at his expression, he must have discovered some good treasure over there.
Good treasure? Upon hearing this term from Smith, Oleg immediately became interested.
To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in hunting down that university student from the Dragon Country. The only reason he teamed up with Smith was that he saw him as no threat and could be somewhat useful. What he was really interested in was the stuff collected from that university student from the Dragon Country. As the number 1 on the leaderboard, he had already upgraded the shop first twice.
And he also killed the dungeon's boss first.
Those rewards were extremely tempting to him. However, at this thought, a great sense of caution suddenly arose in his heart towards Smith and the stone sand wall.
What if they dealt with the university student from the Dragon Country? How would they divide the things he had?
For Oleg, he absolutely would not allow anyone else to lay a finger on what he had set his eyes on. If someone wanted to pull a tooth from a bear's mouth, he would definitely make that person taste what bear power really meant.
After Smith confirmed Lin Feng's position, he easily jumped down from the bus. Then he said to them, "Let's go, guys.
I'll find a bus or a truck later. I will shoot him from there, and you guys take care of him in close combat."
Chapter 41, Different Motives. You attack from a distance while we go up to deliver the final blow? Oleg did not move but instead retorted him with a question.
Hearing his counter, Smith also stopped, looking at him with a hint of annoyance in his eyes.
My weapon is a crossbow, so if you want me to fight in close combat, doesn't that just seem like a joke?
He pretended to smile kindly, but in his heart, he was already starting to feel a bit displeased with Oleg. As for the stone sand wall, he was just a dog for these two, with no right to voice his opinion. But it didn't matter to him, as he only had one goal in his heart, to eliminate this damn person from the Dragon Country and avenge the Swordmaster.
What I mean is, we can't have someone sitting back and watching the fight. Otherwise, in the end, that person benefits, and wouldn't all of us become clowns?
While speaking, Oleg waved the fire axe in his hand. He wore a smile on his face, but the threat was unspoken.
Smith actually wasn't worried about Oleg attacking him. Because he was a god of war from the former Navy SEAL Team 6, what kind of enemy hadn't he encountered before?
However, right now, the focus was on that university student from the Dragon Country. Before dealing with him, it was best not to have internal strife. So, he took a step back and smiled while saying to him,
"Hey buddy, how about this? Since you are so worried that I might benefit, I'll team up with you.
I'll shoot that university student from the Dragon Country with a crossbow from a distance, and you guys can do it as usual, how about that?" This suggestion was acceptable to Oleg. So, he happily buried the hatchet and said to him with delight,
"Alright then, it's decided. Let's go, time waits for no one."
Having said that, Oleg walked ahead, with the stone sand wall closely following.
Smith didn't lag behind either and quickly followed suit. Hee, just a little bear.
How will you dodge when I give you a sneak attack later? Lin Feng planned to go open the other 2 treasure chests after searching the small car. But just as he was about to do so, he suddenly noticed 3 red dots rapidly approaching him on the minimap. The labels next to the 3 red dots displayed:
Oleg, Bear Country. Stone Sand Wall, Fusong Country. Michael Smith, Eagle Country. 3 competitors from different countries? The 3 names marked above.
He had just encountered the Whirlwind Sand Wall not long ago. Although he had never met the other 2 competitors, he knew and was familiar with their names. This was because they were both ranked in the top 10.
Not only that, but Smith and Oleg were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively.
Now, the top 3 competitors in the rankings were walking together, and the marks on the minimap were red dots.
This meant that all 3 of them were his enemies. Damn, why is my luck so good?
I run into all 3 top 10 players. Realizing that 3 powerful enemies were approaching him, Lin Feng quickly planned his next move in his mind. One known fact was that the Whirlwind Sand Wall had an excellent sense of smell.
He could track Lin Feng by the scent lingering in the air. So no matter where he ran, unless he quickly drove away from here.
Lin Feng shook his head, that method wouldn't work either. Driving could shake them off quickly, but the noise would definitely alert them. If their vehicle was faster than his, he would soon be caught up by them anyway. As for another method, finding a place to hide wouldn't work either. This service area was not like the wild, where there were swamps and ponds. In those places, he could cover himself in mud or jump into a pond to mask his scent. But in this parking lot in this service area, there was nothing nearby that would allow him to do so. This meant he had no way to avoid them by hiding. From the 2 points mentioned, there was no way for him to avoid a fight with them now. However, since he couldn't avoid it, let's fight. After all, he had many things he could use right now. He was not afraid to take on these 3 guys. Lin Feng first thought of the 2 Molotov cocktails he had previously made. This thing was not only effective against zombies. It could also be quite useful against humans. After all, they were all carbon-based lifeforms, how could they not fear fire? However, the biggest problem now was that he had nothing to ignite them with. The 2 batteries he had used to ignite the fuel tank were already gone. As for bullets, they wouldn't work either. Because a Molotov cocktail was not a fuel barrel, if shot, it would break. And then gasoline would spill everywhere, and there would be no way to ignite a flame. So the urgency was to find something to ignite it with. Just then, he noticed 2 treasure chests next to him. Wooden chest contains 2 L of mineral water. Iron chest contains a used composite bow. Just looking at the contents scanned from these 2 treasure chests, there was nothing to ignite with. But Lin Feng still planned to try his luck. What if he found something? Even though he could choose to directly pull out his handgun and kill them all, Lin Feng still didn't want to expose his trump card so quickly. After all, based on the information he had, no one should have found firearms or similar weapons yet. So it would be best for him to use his handgun only as a last resort. Because it was his greatest weapon for a surprise victory. After confirming his plan of action, Lin Feng didn't delay and immediately observed the minimap to reach the location of the iron chest. Detected wooden chest, do you want to open it? Open. Open successfully. Opened. Obtained, used composite bow X1, arrow X15, lighter X1. Opening this treasure chest did not disappoint Lin Feng at all. In addition to a composite bow, there was also a lighter. He quickly stored everything from the chest into space. Now he not only had a lighter to ignite the Molotov cocktail, and there was also a compound bow. This means he has a way to attack from a distance without using a handgun. Everything is ready, only lacking the favor of the wind. On the small map, the positions of the 3 people have reached less than 10 meters away from him. Lin Feng hid behind an abandoned Land Rover while taking out a Molotov cocktail from space. In his location, if the 3 of Xiao Bagua want to get closer, they must pass through a narrow passage formed by 2 rows of cars. Once they enter this passage, the flames from the Molotov cocktail will trap them inside. Chapter 42, Battle in the Parking Lot. Washishabi brought Smith and Oleg to a narrow passage formed by 2 rows of cars. After arriving here, he suddenly stopped. Then he said in a cautious tone, "I smell him, his scent is strongest here." At the same time, Smith and Oleg also stopped. They looked around warily. This place looked no different from others. Furthermore, they did not see the figure of that Dragon Country student. "Are you sure he's here?" Smith asked with some doubt. Washishabi nodded confidently, pointing ahead, and said, "I can smell him, behind that Land Rover in front, his scent is strongest." Smith and Oleg looked in the direction Washishabi was pointing. About 10 meters ahead, a rusty Land Rover was parked there. But aside from that, they still didn't notice anything unusual. "Oleg, what do you think?" Smith, unsure if he was really here, sought Oleg's opinion. As a survival master in the wilderness, Oleg somewhat believed Washishabi's words. Because he could smell that the scent here was different from the surrounding scent. In the air, there was a faint layer of human smell wafting. "I think that guy should be behind that Land Rover." His voice was very certain, and he held the fire axe with both hands and started to walk forward. Seeing him suddenly act, Smith couldn't help but shout, "Are you going in just like that? Don't you want to prepare a bit?" Before he could finish, Oleg interrupted him. "I'm not as timid as you, he's just some kid from the Dragon Country, what's there to fear? Hey! Hurry up and come out, I know you're hiding back there." Smith, watching Oleg's actions, couldn't help but cover his forehead. Indeed, it's a hairy bear, he doesn't consider the consequences at all when doing things. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing, after all, they might soon become enemies. If in this process, he could weaken that Dragon Country student well, he would naturally be happy about it. Of course, after Oleg took action, Washishabi also didn't hesitate, pulling out his katana and following closely behind. Seeing them both act, Smith also began to take up his crossbow, looking for an abandoned car as cover, and loading the string. At this moment, in the television studio of Eagle Country, host Kirk saw the actions of the 3 on screen and smiled as he said, "Look everyone, now our strongest competitor Smith is ready. As soon as that Dragon Country student pops his head out, his bolt will instantly blow his head off. Not only that, we also have the strongest player from Bear Country, Oleg, who is moving forward with his fire axe to find him." And behind him is the strongest player from Fusang Country, Washi Shabi, whose incredibly sharp katana can surely slice the Dragon Country student's neck in one blow. At this moment, after hearing Kirk's explanation, the barrage below was very excited and joyous. Good, good. Now we have 3 of the strongest competitors forming a team. Absolutely, we can definitely take down that arrogant university student from Dragon Country. Exactly. Our team is the strongest among all competitors. Lin Feng has absolutely no chance of survival. Ha ha. I can't wait to see them kill that Dragon Country guy. At the same time, in the television station of Fusang Country, the host, Koji, was both angry and extremely excited as he exclaimed. Team S. Our Washi-san Wall contestant now has 2 of the strongest allies, and they are both searching for that damn Dragon Country University student. I'm sure none of you viewers have forgotten, it was that damn Dragon Country student who caused the death of our swordmaster and the IGA ninja. This time, with the help of these 2 powerful allies, our Washi-san Wall will definitely avenge them. Below, a flood of comments scrolled by. Yes, let's avenge our swordmaster. Avenge our IGA ninja. This time, we cannot let that university student go. At the same time, on Dragon Country's Long TV, Sakaki looked at the live broadcast showing 2 foreigners and the little bastard Lin Feng encountered before, worry in his eyes. Dear viewers, it seems our contestant Lin Feng is in trouble now. The Fusang contestant Washi-san Wall, because of his grudge, is now entangled with Smith from the Eagle Country and Oleg from the Bear Country. These 2 contestants are ranked 2nd and 3rd, while Washi-san Wall is 5th. That means our Lin Feng is now in great danger. Dong Qin also had the same expression. She said angrily. Previously, we already condemned the shameful behavior of the Fusang contestants Meichuan Kuzu and Ma Sitsuan. They kept causing trouble for our Lin Feng out of selfishness, and now they are reaping the consequences. But Fusang Country not only does not reflect, but also shifts all blame onto our Lin Feng. This is truly an ugly face. Beside her, Lin Feng analyzed while watching the live broadcast. Looking at the overall situation, the strength of the 3 opponents is very strong. First, Oleg and Washi-san Wall both have powerful weapons, and Smith has ranged attack capabilities. If they cooperate well, our Lin Feng will probably be in great danger. Below, comments flowed by, all showing concern. Damn it, it's that little bastard again. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have to worry about Lin Feng being in danger. What should we do? The opponents have 3 people, and our Lin Feng is alone. How can he deal with them? It's over, it's completely over. Oleg took big strides ahead, carrying a fire axe on his shoulder, and shouted roughly in the direction of the Land Rover. Dragon Country brat hiding in the back, come out and face your Uncle Oleg. Don't hide like a sucker. At the same time, Washi-san Wall stood straight, holding his katana, and coldly echoed. Lin Feng. Today is your day to die. I will use your head to honor our sword master and IGA ninja in heaven. Their shouts echoed in the narrow passageway. Lin Feng hid behind the Land Rover, watching them step-by-step approach, a smug smile on his lips. Now, they were already in the middle of the passage. Here, they had no chance to escape. Just as Oleg was preparing to keep spouting trash talk, a glass bottle cut through the air, whistling as it flew by. Molotov cocktail? Seeing the burning cloth at the bottle's mouth, Oleg instantly realized something was wrong. He wanted to turn and run, but it was already too late. A burning bottle shattered on the ground not far in front of them, and blue flames immediately soared up. Then came the second one. The pungent smell of burning gasoline mixed with rags instantly spread out, and a raging firewall rose up from the ground, separating them from the Land Rover. Boom! The scorching wave of heat rushed towards them, and Oleg and Washi-san's arrogance instantly evaporated. In its place was panic and confusion. How is this possible? How could he have a burning bottle? This thought flashed through both of their minds together. They never expected that this Dragon Country man would have such a deadly weapon as a burning bottle. The flames spread rapidly. Their pant legs were instantly ignited, and the intense pain made them scream in agony. My leg! My leg! Oleg was clever, he desperately crossed the burning firewall to reach a safe place. Then he immediately lay down on the ground, rolling madly on the rocky surface, trying to extinguish the damned flames on him. Hearing their screams, Lin Feng poked his head out to take a look. And in that moment, Smith seized the opportunity and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Swish! A sharp crossbow bolt pierced through the air. Lin Feng heard the sound and hurriedly ducked his head just in time to avoid it. Damn it, playing dirty? Lin Feng was a bit angry at this sneak attack, so he immediately took out his compound bow from the space. He had used this cold weapon many times in his previous life as a 10-year veteran. Smith quickly loaded the next crossbow bolt, poking his head out again, ready to shoot again. However, Lin Feng was much faster than him. Before he could set up the crossbow, Lin Feng had already shot his arrow out. Swish! Ah! Smith covered his ears in pain, blood dripping from his hand. He took out a small knife he carried with him, reflecting that his ear had been pierced by the arrow. If he hadn't turned his head just a bit, he would probably be. Thinking of that terrifying image, Smith's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Shit! Is this guy a college student? In the live stream, the audience erupted upon seeing this scene. Holy shit, I can't believe my eyes. Those three actually got beaten like this by Lin God? Damn! Lin God is too strong. 1 against 3, and he's still killing. I'm dying of laughter, 3 against 1 and still being counter-killed. Do you even know how to play? The flames of the burning bottles gradually extinguished, leaving only a ground of charred remains. Oleg was now completely burned, looking extremely miserable. Washi-san's situation was even worse than Oleg's, as he hadn't managed to escape the sea of fire in time, and his whole body was burnt to a crisp. If he hadn't brought out all the water from space to put out the fire at the last moment, he would have already been burned to death. How outrageous! That damned person played dirty. I want to kill you. Washi-san's eyes were bloodshot, and at this moment, reason was completely overtaken by rage. As for Oleg, he couldn't care less about whether Smith would benefit from it. He only wanted to personally slaughter this dragon countryman. But when they arrived at the Land Rover, Lin Feng's figure had already disappeared. When they saw his figure again, he was already running toward a warehouse. Lin Feng focused on the warehouse on the mini-map. He wanted to lure these 3 people there. In that warehouse, there was only one entrance. More importantly, it was pitch black inside. It would be very difficult to see anyone's position clearly inside. But for Lin Feng, this was not a problem. Because he had the mini-map, he could see the red dots representing the 3 of them. Smith hurried to Oleg and the others, asking about Lin Feng's whereabouts. Where did that Dragon Country college student go? Oleg coldly pointed towards the warehouse and said. Over there. This time, you won't have a chance to hide behind. We 3 will go in together and kill that kid from the Dragon Country. Chapter 43, he is just digging his own grave. Hearing Oleg's words, Smith shook his head with a helpless expression and smiled. Alas, I really don't understand you. Didn't I already tell you? I stay back because my weapon only allows me to attack from a distance. You can't expect someone with a ranged weapon to run up close to fight hand to hand, can you? I'm not a fool. I won't do something so stupid. You guy. Oleg clenched his fists. He had always hated Smith's self-righteous attitude. It was just a damn SEAL Team 6, after all. He had served in the Alpha Team before, and at that time, he often dealt with these fools from the Eagle Country. You speak so nicely, but I know what you're really thinking inside, right? Forget it, I don't want to waste my breath with you. Anyway, once you enter this warehouse ahead, you won't see anything. I suggest you pick up a stick or something on the roadside and join us instead of thinking about that broken crossbow of yours. Alright, I'll pick up a stick then. I'll just follow behind you guys, and when you move, I'll move too. After all, you can't expect my stick to fight against that kid's knife, right? Damn it! Oleg suddenly exploded in anger and grabbed him by the throat. At that same moment, Smith's dagger was already pressed against his kidney. I advise you to calm down, or my dagger won't show any mercy. Oleg looked down at the dagger in his hand and then spat angrily. Sucka! I knew you had a weapon. That's right, you're smart. But I still say, if I can attack from afar, why fight hand to hand? Heh, if you say that, then you might as well get lost. I don't need a bastard like you as my teammate. Oh really? Do you think you still have a chance to negotiate with me now? While speaking, Smith pressed his dagger harder against Oleg's kidney. But facing his threat, Oleg didn't seem to care at all. You think I can't snap your neck before you move that knife? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Smith's throat even more. Feeling his life threatened, Smith finally chose to compromise. Fine, I'll listen to you. I won't stay back anymore, alright? We are teammates now, and what we're dealing with is that college student from the Dragon Country, not each other. Now you know we're on the same side, huh? Alright, big guy, we don't need to be like this, okay? Smith voluntarily withdrew his dagger. Seeing the fear flash in his eyes, Oleg finally loosened his grip with satisfaction. In Oleg's live stream room, the viewers from the Bear Country finally felt relieved upon seeing this scene. Hooray! Oleg did a great job, that arrogant fool from the Eagle Country should be taught a lesson. That feels good. I've disliked this fool from the Eagle Country for a long time. Sucka Blyat, this Eagle Country fool should be taught a good lesson. After the hand around his neck finally loosened, Smith shook his head from side to side. Then he sneered in a fierce tone. Nice one, big guy, you really went heavy. What?
Do you want to try again? No need, no need. Let's go. I'm just sighing.
Smith rubbed his neck and stopped talking. Oleg glanced at him and, ensuring he wasn't making any sudden moves, picked up his fire axe and walked towards the warehouse. Washi walked alongside Oleg, the most severely injured, so his desire for revenge against Lin Feng was the strongest. Just now, when he saw Oleg and Smith arguing, he almost lost all hope. After all, he is only a dog. To seek revenge, he must have a master.
Oleg, what are we going to do later? It looks so dark inside, we can't see anything.
Gosh looked inside the warehouse. Except for a leg of a shelf visible near the door, nothing else could be seen.
What to do? Do you really think the Dragon Country Kid has any skills or power? Oleg sneered back disdainfully.
But Gosh had just been hit pretty hard by those 2 Molotov cocktails. Although he looked down on the dragon people, he had to admit it was better to be a little careful.
But didn't he make us suffer quite a bit just now? What about 2 Molotov cocktails? What else does he have? That compound bow? Please, what use is that broken thing in such a dark place? He can't use it at all over there, okay? Sagashine. Hearing you say that makes sense.
Indeed, in such pitch darkness, a compound bow can't be used at all.
Because if you can't see anyone, how can you shoot them? Oleg laughed proudly, then turned to look at Smith, mocking him. See, Gosh understands this principle.
Yet a certain someone in our team is still fantasizing about using his broken crossbow for long-range attacks.
Funny.
In this situation, just take an axe or a knife and charge in to hack away, and that dragon kid will have no chance to fight back against us 3.
Country 1. This strategy is too smart. I will rush in with my katana, and you can support me on the side. We will definitely kill that Gina man.
Gosh excitedly waved the katana in his hand, already imagining how he would cut off Gina's neck later.
At the same time, Oleg asked Smith once again, now you understand our plan, right?
Smith chuckled, replying. I know, don't worry, I won't hide in the back. He pulled out a dagger and weighed it in his hand.
You better not. Oleg carried the fire axe, snorting coldly.
At this moment, the spectators from various countries looking at the 3 of them felt very pleased.
Good. Now we have 3 against 1, the advantage is mine. Hooray! They finally stopped fighting among themselves. This time, they will surely take down that dragon kid. Yoshi. With the help of the 2 daddies, we will definitely be able to avenge Lord Sword Saint. Ha, that dragon man thinks he is safe hiding in the warehouse, not knowing that it will become his grave.
Before they came in, Lin Feng had poured the last drop of gasoline. Now, as soon as they walk a few steps through the warehouse door, they will be surrounded by the gasoline he spread. At that time, it only takes a spark, and they will be engulfed in raging flames. He hid in the darkest corner of the warehouse, holding a compound bow. In this place, even if flames burst up, they wouldn't see his figure. And in his sight, the small map in the upper left corner clearly marked everything here. Chapter 44, Soon, I will send you to hell. As they approached the warehouse door, Gosh could not control his emotions, holding the katana while walking in front. His eyes were bloodshot, staring ahead at the pitch blackness.
He knew Lin Feng was inside. Damn Gina man. This time I won't let you escape from my hands. Oleg followed closely beside, vigilantly observing the surroundings. On the surface, everything seemed normal here. However, he certainly wouldn't stake his life on a gamble. So he planned for this Fusan guy to go up first to test the waters. Washi Sandy, you go in first, and I'll follow right behind you. If anything happens, don't hesitate. Rush in and strike first. Washi Sandy turned back to glance and nodded, saying, I understand. As soon as I see him, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. Washi Sandy walked in front, carefully stepping through the doorway. This warehouse seemed to be a place for storing supplies nearby. On the shelves by the entrance, various broken car parts were displayed, along with some empty oil barrels. Inside, some damaged food packaging boxes could be faintly seen on the shelves. He cautiously moved deeper inside. It was very dark and very quiet inside. Aside from the sound of his footsteps and breathing, and those of Smith and Oleg, there was nothing else to be heard. However, he could clearly feel that a pair of eyes was watching him in the darkness. But he just needed to take a few more steps inward, and his figure would be covered by the darkness. At that time, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to see him. In that moment, both sides would be in a completely equal state. Each would have the chance to kill the other in the dark. But before walking in, he stopped and shouted loudly toward the dark depths of the warehouse. Lin Feng, get out here. I know you're inside, stop hiding, it's useless. At the same time, Oleg and Smith also shouted loudly inside. Get out, sucka. I know you're here, stop hiding, eventually, we will find you, and I will bash you to bits with my axe. Hee, Oleg is right. Your only choice now is to come out and face our punishment. If you do, maybe we will show mercy and let you go easily. Amen. Meanwhile, on the Eagle Country's television, commentator Kirk boasted. Now we can see that Dragon Country's Lin Feng has been completely surrounded by our Smith and the team composed of Oleg and Washi Sandy. I really can't understand why Lin Feng chose to escape to this place. Here, the pitch-dark environment has turned his recently used compound bow into useless junk. Moreover, although our Smith's crossbow can't be used here, he still has his knife. And there are Oleg's axe and Washi Sandy's katana. This time, Lin Feng will have nowhere to escape. Below, the comments from the Eagle Country audience floated by. Ha. This Lin Feng is really stupid, he's looking for his own death. I've said before, this Lin Feng from Dragon Country is just lucky, he has no real strength. That's right. We will soon make these Dragon Country people feel despair. At the same time, on the Fuso Country's television, host Kojima was laughing loudly at that moment. Ha. Este Country won. With the help of these two dads, we will definitely be able to kill that person here, Este Country won. Below, the comments from the Fuso Country audience floated by. Yo! Now that person has nowhere to escape. Ha. Die, that person. Tremble under the swords of our Fuso Country. Ganbade Washi Sandy. Kill that person, avenge our sword master and IGA ninja. Meanwhile, on Dragon Country's launcher, the two hosts displayed concern as they watched the scene in the warehouse. Sakaping clenched his fists tightly, seeing that Smith and his team surrounded Lin Feng. Dear viewers, our Lin Feng situation is very grim now. I hope everyone can cheer for our Lin Feng competitor. Dong Qin also followed up and said. Yes, right now our Lin Feng competitor needs our cheers and support, everyone cheer for him. Cold Phone looked at the screen and analyzed. Earlier we saw Lin Feng busy in the warehouse before Guoshi Shabai and the others came in, but unfortunately, the screen was too dark, and we weren't sure what he was doing. I hope our Lin Feng can find a way to defeat them. After hearing the words from the three, the comments from the audience in Long Country flowed by. What to do now? It's 3 against 1, and in this environment, it's too dangerous for him alone. What can we do now? All we can do is trust Lin Shen. No matter what, let's cheer for him. Yes, Lin Shen, go for it. There are 1.4 billion people behind you cheering and shouting. What, scared little guy, afraid to come out? Ha. If you don't dare to come out, then hide in there, no worries, I will find you and personally chop you to death. I've wanted to feel the thrill of killing that pig my grandpa talked about for a long time. Guoshi Shabai shouted arrogantly into the darkness. Lin Feng was hiding behind a shelf, he could clearly hear Guoshi Shabai's words. What he just said, that pig, that grandpa said. Clearly, everyone from Long Country understood what these meant deep down. Damn ghost. If you dare to stand in front of me, I will definitely kill you myself. Damn it, a little ghost getting cocky, Ayor. This is something I cannot tolerate. Lin Shen, hurry up and kill him. In Lin Shen's live broadcast room, the audience was enraged by Guoshi Shabai's words. Indeed, anyone from Long Country should feel furious about what he just said. For Lin Feng, this was no exception. Moreover, he was filled with even more rage. Damn little ghost, daring to say such words in front of your Long Country grandpa, then today I must send you to the afterlife. At this moment, Guoshi Shabai had already stepped into the darkness. Lin Feng glanced at the minimap to confirm his location. Then he knocked an arrow on his compound bow and aimed at Guoshi Shabai. I've activated the X-ray vision, what do you have to fight me? Soon, I will send you to hell. Chapter 45, Sending the Little Ghost on His Way. After Guoshi Shabai entered the darkness, he became noticeably more cautious. He no longer taunted as arrogantly as before. Yet, he still kept muttering in his heart. Come out, pig. I can't wait to chop you up. Baka. Behind him, Oleg was sniffing the air around him. He had a feeling he sensed a smell of gasoline in the air. Smith walked over, saw him standing still, and asked playfully. What's wrong, our big guy? Weren't you tough outside? Why do you look like a frozen eggplant now? What do you know? Oleg shot him an angry glance and pointed at the air around them saying. There's a damn smell of gasoline everywhere, can't you smell it? Seeing his serious expression, Smith also looked around and began seriously smelling the air. Sure enough, just like Oleg had said, there was indeed a scent of gasoline in the air here. He frowned and nodded, saying. There is indeed a smell of gasoline here. So, I think we shouldn't go in, there's definitely a trap. Hiding in the darkness, Lin Feng's finger that was about to release the bowstring was pulled back. He clearly heard the conversation between Smith and Oleg. Did they notice? For a moment, he felt a little regretful. Because he clearly hadn't handled the smell of gasoline well.
Although he had found ways to cover it up with the junk here, it was obvious that the volatility of gasoline was too strong, and this intense smell was hard not to detect. However, he had long prepared a plan B. If they noticed something unusual, he would not hesitate to shoot the rock sand wall with an arrow. Then throw a grenade at them and finally finish with a handgun. As he furrowed his brows and prepared to execute plan B, Smith suddenly laughed and said to Oleg, "I tell you, big guy, sometimes you're just too tense.
Do you really think that student from the Dragon Country has so much gasoline?" Oleg snorted. "Didn't you see the announcement before? That kid got 200 liters of gasoline. But you are ignoring one thing, this is a damn warehouse. Do you understand that it's a damn warehouse? So what? What does it matter if this place is a warehouse?" Seeing that Oleg still didn't understand his point, Smith shook his head helplessly and said, "I say, can you not use all your energy on building muscles? Sometimes you need to save a bit for your brain, alright? What did you say?" Oleg suddenly became furious, but Smith quickly raised both hands and soothed him. "Don't be angry, big guy. I just sometimes express myself poorly, I mean no harm to you." "Ha, you better mean it." Oleg clenched his fists tightly, making a creaking sound. "In this enclosed space, and it's a warehouse. Do you know how many flammable materials are here?
If he dares to set the warehouse on fire, then this blaze will swallow everyone here without exception.
No one can escape. I believe the Dragon Country student has some brains, he won't do something so stupid." Smith's analysis made no sense.
If a fire were to ignite here, it would only consume everything and everyone. What they didn't know was that Lin Feng had a mini-map.
When he made this plan, wouldn't he prepare an escape route for himself in advance?
On the mini-map, Lin Feng had already marked a retreat route, which was the back door of the warehouse. In the darkness, if you didn't carefully check every corner, you could not find this door at all. But Lin Feng was different. On the mini-map, this door was clearly marked.
After hearing Smith's analysis, Oleg gradually felt that what he said made sense.
Indeed, in such a place, starting a fire was just asking for death.
But this still couldn't explain why he could smell gasoline here. But why can both of us smell gasoline? Regarding this question, Smith chuckled and said, "Did you forget that earlier he threw 2 Molotov cocktails at us? You two were burned badly then." It was at that moment that the smell of gasoline deeply lingered in our nostrils, so we continue to smell it. "I see." Oleg suddenly realized and nodded.
After confirming that there was no so-called gasoline trap here, his courage increased and he boldly moved inside.
Smith followed closely behind.
Seeing Oleg being brainwashed by Smith, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, really two big smart ones.
"Lin Feng, where are you? Come out!" Oleg shouted as he walked.
And Smith gripped his dagger tightly, ready to deliver a heavy blow to the suddenly appearing Lin Feng. In the darkness, Lin Feng watched the positions of the 3 people on the mini-map. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
"Hee, very good, now you all have entered my trap circle. Next, I will send you on your way."
After thinking this in his heart, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. Based on the position of the vortex stone sand wall on the mini-map, he immediately inferred his exact location in the warehouse. Then he aimed at what he believed to be the neck of the vortex stone sand wall and released the bowstring.
Whoosh! Thud! Ah!
The wretched scream of the vortex stone sand wall echoed from the darkness, but then abruptly stopped. Only the air escaped from his throat, leaking out like a tire losing air.
Hiss hiss! Thud!
With the sound of a body hitting the ground, Lin Feng could be 100% sure that the vortex stone sand wall was now dead. After all, with a pierced neck and a severed artery, no one could survive in such a situation. Smith and Oleg were both stunned by this sudden scene.
"Sucka! What happened? Vortex stone sand wall, are you okay?"
The viewers in Lin Feng's livestream, hearing the noise in the warehouse, were all confused about what had happened.
"Damn, what was that sound just now? It sounded like an arrow was shot out. Did I just hear someone fall to the ground?"
After dealing with the vortex stone sand wall, Lin Feng took out the arrows that he had previously tied with cloth strips, then he bent his bow, nocked an arrow, and ignited the cloth strips.
A faint glow flickered in the darkness. Oleg and Smith almost instantly noticed it. "There!" Oleg shouted, pointing at the source of the glow.
Smith was quick and threw his dagger towards Lin Feng.
Clang!
The sharp dagger struck the wall behind Lin Feng, creating intense sparks.
That was close.
If he hadn't dodged in time just now, a dagger would have been plunged into his head. No wonder they called him the war god of Team Seal, truly not to be underestimated. On the other side, Oleg and Smith had already confirmed Lin Feng's position. They didn't care about the vortex stone sand wall's condition now. In their hearts, there was only one target, Lin Feng.
Oleg, he's over there. You go first, I'll support you from behind. Alright, watch me take down this sucker. With that, Oleg let out a roar.
Like an angry bull, he charged recklessly toward Lin Feng's position. But Lin Feng would never let him escape from the trap he had set so easily.
Without a word, he shot the fire arrow out. Whoosh! Just as his arrow flew out, Smith's crossbow arrow flew back. Whoosh! Clang! Lin Feng quickly hid behind the shelf, avoiding being hit. It was clear that he was now in Smith's crosshairs. As long as he poked his head out, the other side would definitely shoot at him without hesitation. But he didn't need to worry about that, as the flames would ignite this place soon. As the fire arrow landed on the gasoline he had set up beforehand, suddenly, a fireball erupted instantly. Boom! A wall of fire instantly surrounded Smith and Oleg along the surrounding shelves. The reckless Oleg, charging in, immediately stopped. He looked at the towering wall of fire before him, fear flashing in his eyes. Sucka! Damn Dragon Kingdom person, you are really crazy!
Beside him, Smith, seeing this scene, also realized the danger. This fire was enormous, and there were flammable materials everywhere in the warehouse.
Soon, this firewall would ignite everything around. This place would become a sea of flames and hell. Fact. This Dragon Kingdom person is really insane. Does he want to die?
In Lin Feng's livestream, the viewers were dumbfounded by the suddenly rising wall of fire.
My god, this firewall, it's too fierce. Oh my god, it's still Lin God. In an instant, these two foreigners were trapped by the firewall. Hey, look quickly. That little brat's neck is gushing blood, it looks like he's done for. As the flames rise, the intense fire illuminates the dark warehouse. All the onlookers finally see what just happened in the warehouse.
There, Washer Sandby lies on the ground, twitching all over. At the same time, an arrow is stuck in his neck, the tip piercing straight through. A stream of blood forces its way out around the arrow, spraying bright red blood under the pressure of his heart. In the television studio of Thousandfold Nation, the host screams like a pig being slaughtered upon seeing this scene.
No! Our Gwasher Sandby, you must hold on. You can't die. Damn that guy, you harmed one of our competitors.
I will suggest to the higher-ups that we Thousandfold Nation declare war on your Dragon Nation. Below, the spectators from Thousandfold Nation are also grief-stricken.
Zinniai. That damn guy again, he killed one of our competitors. Baka. Those rotten dragon people, we cannot let them go. Zinniai. We must declare war on Dragon Nation, avenge our competitor. At almost the same time, the comments from Dragon Nation spectators mix in. Ha ha ha. You bunch of little bakas. What? You little brats think you can declare war on Dragon Nation? Go talk to our tank battalions. I'm dying of laughter, family. Declare war on us? Do you have gasoline? Do you have armor to repair tanks? No?
That's funny, we Dragon Nation have all of that. At this moment, the fire in the warehouse burns hotter and hotter.
Smith and Oleg both know very well. If they stay here any longer, the only outcome awaiting them is death. Damn, Oleg, we should leave this place. Smith anxiously looks around, hoping to find a way out.
Oleg had already taken out his only liter of water from his space and poured it all over the firewall at the door.
Heh, use what you say.
This liter of water gives him a precious second of time, and for an instant, the firewall in front of him goes out. Without hesitation, he rushes out.
Seeing Oleg act so quickly, Smith angrily curses. Fuck. You're really quick at running away.
He originally wanted to take the chance to escape behind Oleg while the flames were extinguished. This way, he wouldn't have to waste his precious water resources. But now, it seems that won't work. With no other choice, he can only take out all the water in his space and pour it to create an opening, then escape. After escaping from the warehouse, Smith and Oleg breathe heavily, relieved to have survived. They glance back at the warehouse, where fierce flames burn intensely. If they had still been inside right now, they would surely have been burned to ashes.
Phew, thank goodness we escaped, we almost stayed inside.
Smith touches his chest, trying hard to calm his racing heart.
Crash.
A loud noise suddenly erupts. Smith looks over to find Oleg angrily slamming the fire axe he holds down.
Sucka blee.
That dragon guy again, he almost burned me to death. When he says this, his tone carries both anger towards Lin Feng and a strange fear.
What? You still want to get revenge on him?
Oleg furrows his brow, then grits his teeth and says. I'm not an idiot, I won't go back to settle scores with him now. Based on our two encounters just now, that dragon brat is definitely not simple. And he's first on the leaderboard, which means he has a lot of supplies, even some powerful weapons we have never gotten.
To seek revenge on him now is to seek death.
Hearing his words, Smith nodded thoughtfully.
Indeed, Oleg was not wrong. From the two encounters just now, he could clearly tell that this university student from the Dragon Country was not just an ordinary student. He was sure that this guy's skills were even stronger than his own. So what should we do now? Should we change places and search together? Oleg looked at him disdainfully and said, "Staying with you, I will eventually die by your hand. Let's stop here." After saying that, he left without looking back. Smith twitched his lips in frustration and glanced back at the warehouse. "All right, Lin Feng. This time I admit you're stronger, but next time, you won't be so lucky." On the minimap, the red dots of Smith and Oleg moved away from the warehouse simultaneously. It seemed they did not intend to seek trouble anymore. After confirming this, Lin Feng looked at the swirling stone debris lying on the ground. He took out the chainsaw and quickly cleared a firebreak. Although this could not prevent the raging fire from destroying the entire warehouse, it at least bought him a few minutes to whip the little devils. Chapter 47, The Little Devils Must Be Properly Humiliated. Flames roared, engulfing the entire warehouse, making crackling sounds. However, this posed no threat to Lin Feng. At least with this firebreak, nothing would happen for a while. He slung the chainsaw over his shoulder and walked step by step toward the swirling stone debris lying in a pool of blood with an arrow embedded in its neck. At this moment, the once arrogant swirling stone debris was nowhere to be seen. He lay on the ground, his body twitching reflexively due to intense pain and fear. The arrow had pierced his throat, and each breath brought forth a large amount of blood froth. He emitted a gasp sound. His eyes bulged wide, staring fixedly at Lin Feng approaching him. In Lin Feng's live stream, every viewer was excited and unable to sit still at the sight. Here it comes. God, Lin is finally going to take care of this little devil. This despicable little devil must be properly tormented to understand how evil his words were. Exactly. Let this little devil know that insulting our dragon country has dreadful consequences. Lin Feng reached the swirling stone debris and looked down at him with cold eyes devoid of warmth. He slowly crouched down and placed the chainsaw's chain teeth on the swirling stone debris' face. "What did you just say?" Lin Feng's voice was soft, but every word sent chills down the swirling stone debris' spine. "You said you wanted to taste the feeling of killing that pig that your grandpa talked about?" Upon hearing this, the pupils of the swirling stone debris shrank suddenly. He knew that because of this statement, Lin Feng would never let him go. But thinking of the death of the swordmaster, he could not help but glare at Lin Feng with anger. Seeing the little brat's furious gaze, Lin Feng revealed a sinister cold smile. His voice suddenly rose, overflowing with suppressed rage as he said, "You think you are worthy? I remember the crimes you committed clearly. Not being repentant is one thing, now you still want to do that kind of thing to us. A beast like you must die." He kicked the swirling stone debris in the face, the immense force flipping him halfway around, teeth mixed with blood splattering everywhere. Gasp! The swirling stone debris could not make a sound, he could only squeeze out horse wind. "Let me tell you, I will definitely not let you die so easily." Lin Feng stepped forward and heavily stomped on the swirling stone debris' right hand that tightly gripped the katana. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Ha! The intense pain made the throat of the anglerfish sand wall emit a sharp whistling sound. But Lin Feng's anger did not disappear. He stamped relentlessly on the anglerfish sand wall's limbs, one foot after another. Every stomp was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and the wind from the anglerfish sand wall's throat. This kick is for those compatriots you once slaughtered. This kick is to avenge the women you once violated. And this kick is for the countless dragon people you have harmed. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. In Lin Feng's livestream, the audience from Dragon Country watched the scene, feeling their blood boil, their long-suppressed anger finally released. So satisfying. So damn satisfying. Lin God, well done. What a relief, this is too damn relieving. Dealing with these damn little devils should be done like this. Exactly, let them know what blood debts mean. Lin God did a great job. In the Dragon Vision studio, Sha Beiling looked at the screen with a serious expression. Then, with a subtle hint of pleasure in his tone, he said, "We can see that Lin Feng's emotions are extremely agitated. This comes from the strong insults and provocations in the words of the anglerfish sandwall from the previous statements. This behavior not only shows disrespect to Lin Feng as an individual but is also a violation of the dignity of our entire dragon country. In such circumstances, any patriotic dragon citizen would make the strongest counterattack." Dong Qin added, "Yes, we maintain a reserved attitude towards violence itself, but we must understand the reasons behind the violence. When national dignity and historical pain are maliciously trampled, we understand and support Lin Feng's determination to defend the country's honor. I hope the Fuso side can deeply reflect on why their athletes repeatedly engage in such behavior that challenges human conscience." Meanwhile, Lin Feng, with his usual calm tone, gave the most straightforward evaluation.
From a tactical standpoint, Lin Feng's choice to destroy the enemy's will to resist after utterly defeating them is completely correct. Facing an enemy that harbors such deep hatred towards our country, any mercy would be cruel to oneself and one's nation's athletes.
The comments below were all supportive.
That's right, the ones in the wrong are clearly those little devils. Indeed, they made mistakes themselves, and instead of reflecting, they keep shouting about killing our athletes. I think Lin God did very well. Athletes who harbor such strong hostility towards our country must be dealt with, otherwise it poses a significant threat to our nation's athletes. In Fuso's television station, host Kojima Idon had completely broken down. He looked at the screen where the anglerfish sandwall was being brutally tortured by Lin Feng and let out a hoarse scream.
Baga. Devil. This dragon person is a devil. What is he doing?
He is insulting our greatest warrior in Fuso.
This is unforgivable. Unforgivable.
He was nearly mad, grabbing his hair, tears and snot running down his face.
We must protest. We must accuse this dragon country athlete of his atrocities to the world. We must go to war. We must make dragon country pay in blood for their debts. The comments below exploded. Zinniai. How dare this person treat anglerfish sandwall like this? How outrageous. This is the shame of our great Fuso country. I wish I could go and kill that pig right now. Your Majesty the Emperor. Please give the order for us to trample dragon country and wash away today's humiliation. Regarding these warlike remarks from Fuso's audience, the viewers of Dragon Country were delighted at this moment. Haha, little 8 bastards, want to come and fight us in Dragon Country? Then come on. That's right, I can't wait to take down all you little devils. TSK TSK. I'm even afraid you won't come, otherwise our tanks would have nowhere to go.
Under the flames in the warehouse, Wusher Sandwall was already tortured beyond recognition by Lin Feng. Continuing this torment had lost all meaning. So he decided to give this little 8 bastard a final blow. He placed the chainsaw's teeth against Wusher Sandwall's neck and said coldly, "Remember, in your next life, don't be born into that filthy island country again." As soon as the words fell, he didn't hesitate to press the switch.
V-room. Put.
A headshot into the sky, Lin Feng did not hesitate to deliver a powerful strike right at that head still in midair.
Bang!
Wusher Sandwall's head flew like a ripped-up ball, kicked hard into the nearby blazing warehouse fire. Instantly consumed by the flames, it turned to ashes.
Announcement: player Wusher Sandwall from Fusang Country is dead.
Cause of death: executed by Lin Feng from Dragon Country.
Kill points plus 250.
After finishing all this, Lin Feng hurriedly escaped from the warehouse that was about to be completely engulfed in flames. On the service area road, a racing car was speeding down the highway with 2 people inside.
Behind them, a giant zombie 3 meters tall was closely chasing them.
"Brother Jean, I told you not to mess with him, now we are doomed."
"You. If you hadn't told me where he was, would I have gone after him?" "Oh, wait, what's going on with the warehouse up ahead? Why is it on fire?" Chapter 48, The Truck Driver's Weakness.
Jin Shankai and Park Changfan had been fleeing on the only racing car after Lin Feng destroyed one at the broken highway. Just barely escaping the collapsed road, they were looking for a place to rest. They found the service area and were about to search for supplies when Park Changfan said there was a crushed bus by the roadside. When Jin Shankai looked over, he discovered a huge zombie there. Normally, anyone would run at the sight of such a zombie. But Jin Shankai was different. His self-destructive nature forced him to test his luck recklessly. As expected, the two were now being chased by this zombie. Despite the racing car's speed, the road here was filled with obstacles. They couldn't go fast at all in their racing car. "Brother Jean, don't care about that damned warehouse, watch the road."
"Ah, this is bad. That thing is catching up to us."
Jin Shankai drove the racing car, twisting and turning, trying to dodge the obstacles on the road as fast as possible. But it was useless. No matter how fast, the racing car couldn't pick up speed. Park Changfan looked back and saw the zombie jump, then pounced towards them with great force. At the same time, Lin Feng had just come out of the warehouse. As he came outside, he saw 2 red dots on the minimap: Jin Shankai 8 Country, Park Changfan 8 Country moving quickly on the road. Behind them, a red circle zombie truck driver was rushing towards them at a terrifying speed.
Hee, looks like these 2 bastards are being chased by this guy?
Lin Feng chuckled and looked in their direction. Sure enough, he saw the 2 riding a racing car. And behind them, the truck driver jumped into the air, charging towards them at an incredible speed.
"Brother Jean. Jump out of the car." "What are you talking about? Jump what car? This is our only vehicle. Jump now."
Park Changfan stopped explaining and directly grabbed Jin Shankai's collar, pulling him down from the racing car together.
Bang!
The two of them crashed to the ground like dogs fighting in the dirt, rolling several times before finally stopping.
Park! Are you out of your mind? Ah, shit.
Jin Hyunshai painfully got up from the ground, looking towards the place where the truck had been sent flying.
Brother Jin, if I hadn't done that just now, we would both be dead. Alright, I know.
Jin Hyunshi's eyes were fixed on the truck that was sent flying.
Suddenly, that giant zombie smashed into the truck and then punched it, causing it to explode. Boom! With a loud crash, the entire truck exploded, and a huge fireball engulfed the giant zombie. Damn it! That zombie got blown up.
Brother Jin, forget about that, our truck is gone. Jin Hyunshai turned around and glanced at Park Changbyeom, then said in a blaming tone.
It's all your fault.
If you hadn't said there was a giant zombie, I wouldn't have gone to provoke it, and our truck wouldn't have exploded.
Damn it! Park Changbyeom looked completely innocent regarding this statement.
He clearly did nothing wrong, but Jin Hyunshai insisted on provoking it. What could he do? Brother Jin, please don't say that, it's all my fault.
Just knowing is good. Now what do we do?
We have no vehicle left.
Let's look for another one, maybe there are other vehicles here. Damn it, I give up.
Jin Hyunshai got up from the ground, looking frazzled, and then the two quickly left the area while the big guy was still affected by the explosion. Near the warehouse, Lin Feng had been hiding in the distance, watching the whole scene unfold. He noticed that the truck driver's jumping ability and strength were both terrifying. Just now, it jumped a full 8 meters and then punched, exploding the truck. However, it was this action that ignited the truck's gas tank, causing flames to cover its entire body. Looking at its painful appearance, it seemed that the flames were hurting it quite a bit.
Sure enough, all zombies are the same.
They all have one weakness, they are afraid of fire.
Afraid of fire, huh? With that thought, Lin Feng was no longer sleepy. He still had a lot of gasoline that hadn't been used yet.
What he needed to do now was find a few big barrels and some cloth strips or similar items to use as kindling. That way, he could make a large Molotov cocktail.
Although there were ready-made Molotov cocktail kits for sale in the store. But for such a big zombie, he didn't think a small Molotov cocktail would be of much use.
As for where to find these things, Lin Feng turned his gaze to that parking lot where he had just encountered the wind and sand walls. That place had many abandoned items hidden inside the cars. If he searched carefully, he was sure to find a lot of good things there. In fact, if this warehouse hadn't been burned down, it already had many ready materials inside. What a pity, because of those 3 guys, he now had to search elsewhere. As for why he wanted to take down the truck driver, the reason was simple: abundant rewards. He had observed the minimap, and here, aside from the truck driver, there were no zombies that were larger or posed a greater threat. Moreover, its performance just now was clearly much stronger than the zombies he had encountered in the village. So overall, this truck driver was very likely the boss of this chapter. After he killed the boss in the village, the system had given him generous rewards. However, to obtain this reward, he must be the first to kill the chapter boss. Since no prompts had appeared yet, it meant that no one else had killed the chapter boss.
He still had a chance. After Oleg parted ways with Smith, searching for supplies alone in the service area.
At the same time, he encountered a few clueless zombies on the road, and he killed them all with 1 axe each. Unfortunately, most places here seemed to have something. But in reality, once you went in to search, you would find that there was nothing at all.
Sucka. It's all the Dragon Country kid's fault, he must have taken everything from here. Oleg angrily pushed over an automatic vending machine in the gas station. Crash.
The vending machine fell to the ground, and a can of cola slid out from inside.
Cola?
Seeing such a rare thing, Oleg quickly picked it up. But when he pulled the tab to prepare to drink, he realized the cola had long gone bad.
Sucka. What bad luck. Oleg angrily threw the cola on the ground.
Just then, he heard a loud explosion.
There's movement. Oleg quickly ran out from there.
1 minute later, when he reached the place where the explosion had come from, he saw a huge zombie on fire, painfully slapping its own body. Seeing it in such a sorry state made Oleg think his chance had come.
Hee, it seems God still favors me, letting me pick up a leak. Chapter 49, The Terrifying Truck Driver.
That huge monster, 3 meters tall, capable of crushing a bus in 1 hit, was now engulfed in flames. It seemed to be very afraid of the fire.
Now, it looked extremely weak.
Oleg felt that he only needed to go over and give it 2 axe strikes, and this guy would die on the spot.
Yura now, I can kill a dungeon boss too. He hoisted the fire axe in his hand and swaggered towards the zombie.
But just as he took a few steps, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure appearing in front of him.
Sucka, it's him again. Oleg's eyes instantly revealed anger, someone he least wanted to see was here again. Looks like he has his eyes on this zombie too. He gripped the fire axe tightly, no matter who it was, as long as they dared to compete with him, he absolutely wouldn't spare them. Behind a roadblock, Smith cautiously hid behind it. At the same time, he glanced towards the warehouse. After confirming that the Dragon Country College student was not here, he picked up the crossbow in his hand and aimed at the fiery giant. Didn't expect to find a leak here. This first kill belongs to me. Just as he was about to pull the trigger to shoot at the zombie, a thick hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder from behind. Who is it? Smith turned around sharply and stabbed heavily with the arrow in his right hand towards the hand on his shoulder. Ah! Although Oleg quickly withdrew his hand, his left hand was still grazed by the sharp arrowhead. Sucka, you are seeking death. Oleg roared and lifted the fire axe high, hacking down heavily towards Smith. Mother **** cur. Seeing it was that crazy Oleg, and he was wielding a fire axe to chop him, Smith rolled away to dodge the attack. The fire axe smashed down hard, striking sparks on the ground. Bang! After dodging this strike, Smith kicked Oleg in the waist. F*****KU. After all, being a battle god of the former SEAL Team 6, this kick on Oleg's waist made him suffer. Sucka! You bastard, I must kill you today. Stimulated by the intense pain, a surge of immense anger arose from his heart, occupying his reason. Bang! 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 He swung the fire axe like a crazed bear, constantly chopping down with it. The road's surface was left in a complete mess under his destruction. Fuck, you crazy bastard. Smith continuously retreated, dodging the axe that came down at him. The audience from Bear Country cheered at this scene. Yura! Oleg, teach this guy a lesson. That's right. Take him down, this proud Eagle Nation garbage deserves to taste our Bear Country's power. Ha ha ha. Wasn't Smith so tough before? Look at him now, utterly powerless against our Oleg. Although Smith kept dodging, it didn't mean he wasn't prepared. He let out a cold laugh and then pulled out a silver-gray cylinder from his waist. Click. A slight sound followed, and then he threw the cylinder, quickly turning to shut his eyes tight. Boom! An explosion echoed, the intense white light instantly blinded Oleg. At the same time, his ears were filled with a buzzing noise. Sucka! Flashbang! Oleg wildly swung his axe in all directions. But to Smith, this looked downright comical. You think you can fight me? Little Russian, you are still too young. Smith sneered, then took out a crossbow and shot an arrow through Oleg's chest. Put! Ugh! Oleg's miserable scream rang out, loud enough for Lin Feng, who was collecting supplies in the parking lot, to hear it. How did these two guys end up there? Lin Feng glanced at the minimap and found Smith and Oleg near the truck driver. It seemed they were both targeting that zombie. He needed to speed up. Ha ha ha. You big fool, did you really think you could oppose me? What is Bear Country? Did you really think Alpha can be compared to us SEALs? Smith laughed heartily as he looked at the bleeding Oleg. At the same time, the audiences from Eagle Nation also felt triumphant. So funny, Bear Country. That's right, our SEALs are the strongest. Smith, don't hesitate, finish off that Russian. Oleg was in great pain after being shot in the chest with the crossbow. However, he would not let himself be easily defeated. This pain did not crush him, instead, it fueled his strength even more. You bastard, die already. Oleg roared like a real brown bear, charging at Smith with incredible speed. The next second. Ugh. Smith couldn't even finish his sentence before Oleg punched him away. His entire face twisted and deformed severely. Bang. Then, Oleg crashed to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. All the audience members from Eagle Nation stared in disbelief. Fuck. How did that Russian? It's over, our Smith is going to die. Damn Russian, fuck. Even though the Eagle Nation's audience believed Oleg would now kill Smith. He didn't do that. Because at this moment, he needed to deal with the zombie in the distance. The flames on it were almost extinguished. If he didn't act fast, it would be too late. He quickly turned around and rushed towards the monster. When he reached in front of the zombie, he struck down with his fire axe. The heavy and sharp axe embedded deeply into the flesh of the zombie's thigh. Put. It was effective. Oleg didn't hesitate and swung down again with the axe. But just as his axe was about to fall, he suddenly found that, somehow, his axe was stuck in midair, and he could not swing it down at all. When he looked up at the monster, he realized that the creature had grabbed his axe with bare hands. Then. Ah! Oleg screamed loudly as he was lifted into the air. Sucka, you monster! He tried to let go to escape the predicament, but it was clear he had underestimated the zombie. At the moment he let go, it grabbed him fiercely. Then. Boom! Oleg was thrown away by the immense force, crashing heavily against the wall of a nearby building and fainting.
The truck driver, seeing him so easily defeated, let out a wild roar.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
As Oleg lay unconscious, the audience from the bear country was filled with despair.
Sucka! This zombie is way too terrifying. No! Our Oleg cannot die. This monster is just too scary.
At that moment, less than 50 meters away from the truck driver, Lin Feng's figure quietly appeared behind a damaged car, his eyes fixed tightly on the truck driver.
Chapter 50, He's Seeking Death.
Lin Feng crouched behind an abandoned small car, peering through its window at the truck driver in the distance. After searching just now, he successfully gathered 2 big barrels and several rags, which he used to make 2 oversized Molotov cocktails. He had been there the whole time during Oleg's conflict with Smith, and also when Oleg was thrown away by the truck driver. Based on his observation, the truck driver had immense strength.
As an ordinary person, trying to fight it up close would be a completely suicidal act. However, its weakness was particularly obvious. That is, it was afraid of fire.
Just one explosion from a small car's gas tank set it on fire, and it suffered considerable damage.
Although it could still move and had thrown Oleg away, its skin had already started to char. Over time, its ability to move would only continue to decline.
This was just damage from a tank with only a dozen liters of gas. Now, he had 2 big barrels of gasoline, containing a total of 60 liters. If he could throw these 2 barrels onto it, it would surely die. And Lin Feng was very confident about this. While gathering supplies in the parking lot, he had already drunk 2 bottles of energy drinks. Now, his stamina had completely recovered, and 2 barrels of gasoline were nothing for him.
Not to mention, the truck driver's speed of movement was visibly decreasing.
The most crucial thing was, it had no brains and only know how to charge wildly. So he just needed to lure this big guy into crashing into the gasoline barrels he threw out. After determining his next move, Lin Feng unhesitatingly walked out from behind the car and headed straight for the truck driver. He arrived about 25 meters away from the truck driver. At this distance, he had enough time to throw the gasoline barrels and then hide in a nearby building. At this time, Jin Xiankai, who had previously fled, arrived at a 3-story building. He and Park Chang-fan could see through the window the zombie that had previously destroyed their car. Moreover, they also saw a familiar figure.
Hey Park, isn't that the person who damaged our car from Long Country?
Jin Xiankai gritted his teeth, pointing at the huge zombie's opposite figure. Park Chang-fan looked in the direction he pointed, squinting slightly, and then exclaimed in surprise.
Brother Jin. It's him, Simida. What do you think he's planning to do there?
Park Chang-fan shook his head.
Who knows? He can't be trying to kill that terrifying guy, right?
Just as he finished speaking, Lin Feng called out to the truck driver with a cold smile.
Hey, big guy. Look over here.
As he said this, Lin Feng deliberately made a gesture to the truck driver, signaling come here. The truck driver had just finished dealing with a troublesome little human, and now seeing such an unwise human provoking it before him, how could it endure?
Seeing Lin Feng's provocative gesture, the first thing it did was, with a terrifying roar, he let out, roar.
On the other side, Jin Xiankai, from the 3-story building, gasped at the actions of that Dragon Kingdom person.
Ah, this Dragon Kingdom person really is not afraid of death? Heh, I think he's looking for death.
Jin Xiankai did not understand the purpose of this Dragon Kingdom person's actions.
He merely sneered with disdain. Perhaps this Dragon Kingdom person thinks he is strong enough to kill this big guy?
Park Changfan's expression showed everything. He did not believe this Dragon Kingdom person had that strength.
Ah, Brother Jin. I think he's gone mad, really believing he can beat such a big guy?
You know it crushed our pasa with one punch.
Hearing his latter words, Jin Xuansai's muscles twitched.
Ah, speaking of this, I haven't settled the score with him. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost that pasa for nothing.
Ha! Brother Jin, don't get excited. This kid is seeking his own death. When he dies, we can just pick up the stuff in his space and earn it back, right?
Jin Xiankai turned to look at Park Changfan. For the first time, he thought this little follower was somewhat smart.
Didn't expect you aren't always so stupid sometimes.
Yes, just as you said, after he dies, we go pick up the spoils, Simida. At the same time, audiences from all over the world flooded into Lin Feng's livestream. For no other reason, they were attracted by the scene of Lin Feng showing off an Oleg's or Smith's livestream. Shit, this guy is crazy. That Russian couldn't even beat that big guy, and he looks so weak yet dares to foolishly provoke him? Hee, I originally thought this Dragon Kingdom student had some skills, but now it seems he's just brainless.
Come on. Hurry up and go to your death.
That guy, I can't wait to see you get turned into meat pie by that big guy.
Right. Big guy.
Avenge our swordmaster, and also the sand wall.
Why is there a little idiot mixed into Lin God's livestream? Those two little idiots, just wait, I'll send you a message, you asterisk 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 eat your asterisk asterisk asterisk. Go asterisk asterisk be born out asterisk 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 asterisk. Exactly. I'll also send that to those two little idiots, fuck asterisk 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 you. At the same time, in the Dragon Vision studio, two hosts closely followed Lin Feng's current actions. Sabe Ling looked at the gigantic zombie on the screen, contrasting greatly with Lin Feng, and couldn't help but worry. Although we don't know why player Lin Feng chose to provoke this giant zombie, we must cheer for him now, because he is our Dragon Kingdom's strongest player. Dong Qin followed suit, exactly. I believe player Lin Feng must have his own reasons for doing this, let's cheer for player Lin Feng. Lin Feng calmly analyzed, although player Lin Feng's actions seem very dangerous and unprofessional in my eyes, considering the surprises he has brought us before, I believe he must have thought of a countermeasure before acting this way. Below, a flurry of comments floated by. I agree with Lin Feng, Lin God must have his own considerations for doing this. No matter what, we must cheer for Lin God now. But, against such a terrifying guy, can Lin God really do it? After letting out that roar, the truck driver sprang up without saying a word and charged at Lin Feng. Looking at its figure in the air, Lin Feng could only smile disdainfully. Are you ready to enter the world of flames? He. Chapter 51, Return of 10,000 Energy Shield Generators. Facing the truck driver jumping towards him, Lin Feng not only felt any panic but rather wanted to laugh. Sure enough, just as he thought, this truck driver, apart from being a bit strong, was completely brainless. He only knew how to attack any human that appeared in front of him. It was precisely because of this that Lin Feng was confident he could easily take him down. When he saw on the mini-map that the truck driver was less than 15 meters away from him, Lin Feng immediately took out a gasoline barrel from his space. Then, without saying a word, he lit it with a lighter. Next, he threw 2 barrels of gasoline at the truck driver like throwing Molotov cocktails. The 2 gasoline barrels arced through the air and, without any suspense, smashed onto the truck driver's body. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions sounded, and huge fireballs immediately engulfed the entire truck driver. Lin Feng seized the chance to hide in a nearby building. Thud thud thud. The heavy body of the truck driver crashed heavily to the ground, rolling 3 times and creating 3 large holes, before finally coming to a stop. At that moment, fierce flames were burning on his body, sending forth billows of black smoke. Roar! The truck driver let out a painful wail. The sound was so loud that the entire service area could hear it. On the 3rd floor, Jin Shenkai and Park Changfan were stunned at this scene. They did not expect that this Dragon Kingdom person had actually prepared a plan beforehand, throwing 2 barrels of oil as that big fellow pounced. What the hell? This Dragon Kingdom person was actually prepared. Brother Jin, this zombie looks like it can't hold on anymore. Jin Shenkai looked again to see that the huge being was gradually stilling under the intense flames. The fire had completely consumed it, and there was nothing to see except for black smoke. Seeing this, Park Changfan had a bold idea in his mind. Brother Jin, look, this zombie is done for, why don't we go over now and pick up the loot? Hearing this, Jin Shenkai couldn't help but slap him. Smack! You idiot! Going over now to pick up the loot, are you looking for death? Brother Jin! That zombie is finished, why can't we go? You pig head! That Dragon Kingdom person can kill such a big zombie, do you think he is afraid of us? But what? Don't forget our knives are still in his hands, what do we have to fight him with? After saying that, Jin Shenkai turned away from the window, no longer wanting to look. Brother Jin, wait for me. The fierce fire burning on the truck driver lasted for a few minutes. As the hissing sounds from his mouth gradually faded, only a gigantic, human-shaped charred corpse remained on the ground. Kill points plus 2,500. Announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Lin Feng became the first player to kill the boss in the second copy. Reward for Dragon Kingdom contestant Lin Feng: 2,500 resource points, portable shield generator X1, corrosion-resistant special coating material X10 barrels. 10,000 times rebate activated. Returning 10,000 large city energy shield generators. For light screens appeared in Lin Feng's view, this was his reward for killing the truck driver for the first time. Just like last time, the remaining 3 announcements could be seen by every contestant. At this moment, the audience in Lin Feng's live broadcast room went completely wild when they saw the charred corpse on the ground. Wow, Sigma, degree. God, Lin so easily took down such a big zombie. So awesome. No wonder he is God Lin. Ha ha ha. Where are the foreigners who said God Lin was no good? Come out and show yourselves. The foreign viewers who had previously mocked Lin Feng were now left dumbfounded by the scene in the live broadcast. They had never imagined that this Dragon Kingdom college student could be so strong. Of course, they didn't dare to speak in Lin Feng's live room, as doing so would be like humiliating themselves.
But when they returned to their own country's live rooms,
they exclaimed in amazement. Fuck! Is this Dragon Kingdom student even human? He killed such a terrifying monster. Sucka! Our Oleg killed zombies for this Dragon Kingdom student to take advantage. Damn! Another failure. How can we kill this person from Gina?
As the announcement slowly came to an end, 10,000 large city energy shield generators appeared in various cities of the Dragon Kingdom. They quickly discovered that as long as these devices were connected to a power source, they could generate a dome that enveloped the entire city.
On Longshore, two hosts happily introduced to the audience of the Dragon Kingdom.
We have good news to tell everyone. Our contestant Lin Feng has created another miracle for us. He has secured 10,000 large city energy shield generators for our Dragon Kingdom. With this shield generator, we no longer have to worry about the acid rain arriving in 2 days.
Dong Jin also said excitedly. Yes, we all have to thank Lin Feng. It is because of his efforts that every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom can live a happy and stable life. Countless viewers of the Dragon Kingdom cheered in the comments. Lin God is amazing. Because of Lin God, we have a safe home. Great. With this shield generator, we no longer have to worry about acid rain. Ha ha ha. Let other countries shiver in the acid rain. The rewards from the system quickly appeared in Lin Feng's space.
Because the noise from just killing the truck driver was really loud, and there were many competitors from other countries around. So Lin Feng chose to retreat and went to the Ford Taurus he had marked on the map earlier. He just arrived at the roadside where the car was located. This Ford Taurus was a 4-seater car, black in color.
It looked like it had been around for a while.
The main thing was that the front engine cover of this car was dented. When he walked over and opened the engine cover, he found that the engine inside was already dead.
Damn!
No wonder the system said it was fixable, it was truly broken. There was no option to repair vehicles in the system. However, he had not used a free upgrade opportunity for vehicles once before. He wondered whether this opportunity could directly repair and upgrade it. Saying this, he opened the panel and selected the Ford Taurus in front of him to bind. Then he chose to upgrade. Detected Ford Taurus, do you want to upgrade to Defender Light Armor Assault Vehicle?
Upgrade.
A golden light flashed by. The Ford Taurus in front of him vanished, replaced by a magnificent 4-wheeled armored assault vehicle.
Moreover, the engine was still intact. With this armored vehicle, he could start modifying it for the acid rain. Chapter 52, Vehicle Upgrade, Defender Medium Armor Assault Vehicle. Is the Defender Light Armor Assault Vehicle bound? Bind. Bound Vehicle, Defender Light Armor Assault Vehicle. Status, brand new. Max speed, 160 km per hour. Fuel consumption, 15 liters/100 km. Armor level, basic military grade, can resist conventional light weapon fire. Special ability, all-terrain adaptation. Modifiable modules, armor, coating, energy, weapon. Well, after the upgrade, the Ford Taurus became a brand new 4-wheeled armored assault vehicle. The previously damaged engine of the Ford Taurus was intact when he opened the engine cover. Furthermore, the speed had increased from the previous maximum speed of 140 km per hour of the Harley Fatboy to 160 km per hour. Although the speed increase was not much, the fuel consumption had indeed risen significantly. Compared to the 4.3 liters/100 km of the Harley Fatboy, this armored vehicle's fuel consumption was over 3 times higher. Adding the remaining 15 liters of gasoline from the Harley Fatboy, along with the 200 liters of gasoline left in his space, this vehicle could run 1,433 kilometers. Although the increase is significant, it is still completely sufficient for now. After all, this vehicle is covered in armor, and its weight has increased by an unknown amount compared to the original Harley Fatboy. Exchanging this slight increase in fuel consumption for comprehensive armored protection is certainly well worth it. However, from the panel's description, this armor can only defend against some light weapon fire. What if he encounters an opponent with heavy firepower on the road? Fortunately, this is not a problem for Lin Feng. He still has a small vehicle armor modification kit in his space that hasn't been used. At this moment, using it on this armored vehicle is naturally the most appropriate. Detected small vehicle armor modification kit, would you like to use it on Defender Light Armored Assault Vehicle? Use. As Lin Feng confirmed, the kit in the metal box was automatically opened, and then, under the control of blue light, it was automatically integrated into the armored vehicle. The originally thick armor was further raised and thickened, and some key areas, such as the cockpit and engine cover, were additionally covered with a layer of slanted extra armor. Vehicle armor upgrade completed. Armor level increased to strengthened military grade, effectively resists heavy machine gun fire and small explosive impacts. Awesome! Lin Feng was very happy looking at the performance introduction on the panel. Now, he no longer needs to worry about his opponents having heavy firepower. This is undoubtedly a great help and enhancement for his upcoming survival.
After finishing the armor modification, Lin Feng took out 10 barrels of corrosive-resistant special coating material from space. Now that the armored vehicle has heavy armor protection, he no longer needs to fear the enemy's heat firepower. But there is still one more thing he must resolve. That is the acid rain hell in 2 days. Although the armor can resist bullets and explosions, it is naturally powerless against acid rain. By then, without the protection of plastic tarps or the 10 barrels of corrosive-resistant special coating materials in his hand, even the most solid armor cannot escape the fate of being corroded by acid rain. So the priority is to treat the entire armored vehicle for acid rain protection. And the 10 barrels of material in his hand are naturally the best thing. This is much more useful than the plastic tarps he had worked so hard to collect before. He opened a barrel of coating. Inside was a thick, mercury-like silver-gray liquid. Detected corrosive-resistant special coating material X10, would you like to perform a full coating on the vehicle? Use them all. Once again, just like before, the 10 barrels of coating flew into the air. Under the effect of blue light, they transformed into silver mist, evenly spraying over every corner of the armored vehicle, including the chassis and tires. After the mist dissipated, the entire armored vehicle turned into a silver-gray coating. Vehicle coating completed. New feature, acid rain resistance 100%. Seeing this prompt, Lin Feng felt much calmer inside. With these coatings, the upcoming acid rain hell will be much easier for him. Of course, this does not mean that the plastic tarps he previously collected have no use at all. He plans to now cover the armored vehicle's exterior with the plastic tarps. This way, it can effectively reduce damage to the armor coating. At the same time, he needs to collect more plastic tarps later. After all, the current plastic tarps can only cover the top of the armored vehicle, while the sides and the front have yet to be covered. However, after finishing these, Lin Feng still didn't stop. After killing the truck driver earlier, he obtained a good treasure. He took out the portable shield generator from space. This is a fist-sized metal ball, smooth and transparent on the surface, but the base below is engraved with complex blue patterns. What could this thing be useful for? Lin Feng stared at the metal ball in his hand with a bit of confusion. A shield generator, could it generate a light shield? Just as Lin Feng was wondering, a blue light curtain appeared in front of him. Detected portable shield generator, would you like to install? Although he didn't understand what this thing was good for, Lin Feng still installed it without any hesitation. Install. Installation successful. Vehicle feature added, energy shield. Consuming energy can generate an energy shield covering the vehicle's body, resisting one high-intensity damage or continuous damage. After the installation, Lin Feng saw a small device slowly rising from the roof of the vehicle. A circle of light blue energy ripples flashed by. I see, so that's it. After seeing the introduction provided by the system, Lin Feng understood what this portable shield generator was really for. In short, this thing can generate something like the light shields from science fiction movies. With this device, he could use the shield in critical moments to defend against some very deadly weapons. System, bring up the vehicle panel. Bound vehicle, Defender medium armored assault vehicle. Status, perfect, reinforced. Top speed, 150 km per hour. Fuel consumption, 20 liters per 100 kilometers. Armor level, reinforced military grade, can effectively resist heavy machine gun fire and small explosion impacts. Special abilities, all-terrain adaptability, acid rain resistance 100%, energy shield, can be activated. Upgrade modules, energy, weapons, internal facilities. Lin Feng glanced at the information on the vehicle panel. Sure enough, due to the upgrade of the armor, the overall weight of the vehicle had increased. The speed slightly decreased, while the fuel consumption increased by 5 liters. Although there were some negative effects, overall this vehicle was still very impressive. It already gave a preliminary look at what a road fortress might be like. After upgrading the vehicle, the next thing for him to do was to quickly sell that Harley Fat Boy. After all, he couldn't just give away such a great motorcycle for free, could he? Chapter 53, Selling the Motorcycle. After confirming that he was going to sell the motorcycle, Lin Feng opened the car door and sat down in the spacious cockpit. The internal space of this armored vehicle was many times larger than a Ford Taurus. The seats were made of comfortable leather, and the space in the back was quite large, with simple cushions placed along the sidewalls. For Lin Feng, these cushions weren't particularly useful. After all, he had no need or plan to transport a large number of people. In the future, he planned to turn the back space into an area where he could live comfortably. Like a big soft bed, a shower room, a bathroom, a kitchen, a big TV, and so on. Of course, with the current size of this armored vehicle, it was definitely impossible to realize his perfect vision. But at least getting a bed and a shower room shouldn't be a problem. This way, he wouldn't need to find a place to sleep outside at night. He could sleep directly in the vehicle, feeling completely safe. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands, although the central control was quite simple. After all, it was an armored vehicle and couldn't ask for too much. But the handling was still nice. As he turned the steering wheel, the front wheels would flexibly and promptly follow the direction. Then, he started the vehicle. Boom, boom, boom. With a puff of black smoke from the rear of the vehicle, the engine at the front roared to life, making the deep rumble expected of a large vehicle.
It's less than 300 meters away, driving there won't take long.
Lin Feng plotted the route on the map and confirmed there were no other competitors tracking him before heading towards the location of the Harley Fat Boy. Lin Feng parked the car by the roadside, then walked to the charging station where he found the Harley Fat Boy he had hidden in the bushes.
Great, it seems no one has discovered it. Just as he had predicted, hiding the bike in this spot meant that no one would find it.
Even though he had been gone for 1 or 2 hours, his motorcycle was still in perfect condition. Now he needed to sell this motorcycle, so he had to remove all the modifications he had made to it.
Lin Feng opened the panel and selected the modified parts for the motorcycle.
System dismantled the selected modification parts and replaced the puncture-resistant tires with the original tires.
Command received, dismantling. Puncture-resistant tires, simple armor plates, front bumper have been dismantled into your space. Detected that you have bound a new vehicle. Do you want to list the vehicle Harley Fat Boy motorcycle on the trade market?
Lin Feng did not immediately list the motorcycle for sale. Instead, he opened the trade panel and selected the vehicle module first. He wanted to see how the market was doing.
A dazzling list instantly popped up.
For sale, Eagle Country Freedom Rider all-terrain bicycle, slightly defective version.
Price, 300 resource points.
Description: sturdy frame, tires nearly brand new, but the chain is broken, yet it does not affect its value as an excellent piece of fitness equipment.
Seller's message: hey guys, check out this gem. With just a little bit of skill, you can own a fast ride.
Trust me, this is definitely a worthwhile deal.
Lin Feng exclaimed, a broken chain and you call it slightly defective? Selling it for 300 resource points? Not even a dog would buy it.
He continued to scroll down.
For sale, Gull Country Art Piece Electric Bike, 1-wheel limited edition.
Price, 450 resource points. Description: the body is hand-painted with camouflage by a master artist, highly collectible. The left rear wheel was lost during a tactical evasion from zombies, but the remaining single wheel still offers a unique driving experience. Seller's message: oh my friend, what you see is not just a bike, but a moving work of art. Its value far exceeds 500 points. This friendship price is just to let more people appreciate the aesthetics of the apocalypse.
A one-wheeled electric bike for 450? They really think others are fools.
The list kept refreshing. For sale, Elephant Country Divine Vehicle Tuk-Tuk, powerful modified version.
Price, 1,280 resource points.
Description: the engine roars powerfully, comes with a strong taunting aura, guaranteed to attract all wandering creatures within 2 kilometers, the perfect companion for brave monster hunters.
Seller's message: bro, buy it. With this, you will be the star of the show. No more worries about finding monsters. It's definitely worth it. Unbelievable, it seems they're afraid monsters can't find you.
If one bought this vehicle, they would probably be surrounded by zombies on the spot, leaving no bones behind.
Besides, there was an even more ridiculous one.
For sale, City Stroller 4-wheeled shopping cart. Price, 150 resource points.
Description: all 4 wheels can turn.
Extremely spacious, can hold many things.
Seller's message: survive.
It has 4 wheels and can be pushed.
What more do you want? Hurry up, I'm starving.
After looking through the list, Lin Feng understood. This was the same situation he encountered when selling water before. None of these guys were poets, they were all just asking for sky-high prices. These vehicles need to be human-powered, and they all had missing parts. Occasionally there was one that ran on fuel, but it was a friend to zombies. With such rubbish, they dared to price them in the hundreds or even over 1,000 resource points. They really thought others were complete fools. Lin Feng felt that with this kind of junk, no one would buy it.
Ding! Transaction successful.
Fuso Country player Gu Eichishi purchased the Divine Vehicle Tuk-Tuk from Elephant Country.
Trading 1280 resource points. No way, someone actually bought it. Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff at the pop-up notice.
But when he saw that the buyer was a contestant from the Fusan country, he felt relieved. If such a powerful vehicle could be sold, then his nearly new motorcycle, although stripped of all enhancements, still had perfect performance, a strong engine, and a fuel tank that was more than half full. In a world where most relied on their legs and bicycles, this motorcycle was definitely a top-tier asset that could instantly boost any contestant's strength. So Lin Feng wasted no time and chose to put it up for trade.
Selling at a price of 2,500 resource points.
Price set, 2,500 resource points.
Do you confirm the listing? Confirm. Command received. Vehicle Harley Fatboy successfully listed on the market. Selling vehicle, Harley Fatboy. Price, 2,500 resource points. Description, nearly new motorcycle, perfect performance, strong engine, fuel tank is more than half full. Seller's message, what are you waiting for? With this motorcycle, you'll fly on the road to survival. After listing the trade, Lin Feng returned to the armored vehicle. As soon as he sat down and prepared to start the engine, a ding sounded. You have a new successful trade to check. Chapter 54, everything is ready, departing for a new road. Lin Feng clicked on trade and was surprised to find that his Harley Fatboy had been purchased so quickly. He thought back, from listing to successful sale was merely a few seconds. He could only say that he was quite generous compared to these people. Selling the motorcycle earned me 2,500 points, so now I should have 5,000 resource points, right? Lin Feng did some quick calculations in his head and then opened store. Now he had a total of 5,060 resource points. Perfect for upgrading the store. But Lin Feng didn't choose to do so. Because he noticed that after the previous two missions, his space had already collected a lot of materials. Now his 1 cubic meter space was already crammed full with supplies. Even though his vehicle could carry items, it was still exposed to other players. If he encountered any unexpected events on the road, what would happen if those things fell from the vehicle? So Lin Feng didn't plan to load any unfit supplies onto the vehicle. Instead, he started looking for a way to upgrade his space. Sure enough, he found it. In the lower right corner of space was a small button. It said, spend 2,500 resource points to upgrade. Is it really that expensive to upgrade the space size? Lin Feng couldn't help but complain, saying that compared to the upgrade of the store, the points consumed for the space upgrade seemed excessive. This system was just too greedy. But no matter how much he complained, he still had to upgrade. System, upgrade the space. Consuming 2,500 resource points, space upgrading. Space upgrade successful. A blue light flashed. From the survival bracelet on Lin Feng's wrist, a brand new, larger space was projected. Current capacity, 10 cubic meters. After the upgrade, Lin Feng's space volume increased to 10 cubic meters. Compared to the previous cramped 1 cubic meter, this new space was ample. He didn't have to worry about not having enough room for supplies and could freely gather them now. Great! Now I won't have to worry about space issues anymore. After solving the problem of inadequate space capacity, Lin Feng began to check the items currently in space. In terms of weapons, he had an upgraded chainsaw, a P2000 pistol with 29 bullets, 10 military defensive grenades, a used compound bow with 12 arrows, and 2 40cm machetes. Looking at these weapons he owned. In the world of road survival, he basically won't encounter any opponents or threats. After all, even the strongest players from Eagle Sauce and Bear Mao are only using cold weapons until now. His hot weapons are a complete dimensional strike against them. In terms of energy, he currently has a 200-liter barrel of gasoline. This gasoline is more than enough for him to drive a long distance in road survival. For food and drinking water, he has a 5-liter barrel of purified water and 10 bottles of previously filtered water, totaling 5 liters, 1 bottle of Farmer's Triple Punch 500 milliliters, 3 bottles of energy drinks, 2 cans of beef stew, 1 can of braised pork, 2 vacuum-packed fillet steaks, 2 packs of grilled ribs, 2 packs of sliced bread, as well as various snacks and instant noodles he scavenged from convenience stores, along with various meats, vegetables, and seasonings collected from the village shop. Looking at it now, he doesn't need to worry about food or water at all. If he had enough cooking utensils, he could easily prepare a feast. It doesn't matter if he can't cook it now, these foods will not spoil in the space, since time is frozen inside. As for other tools, he has a box of vehicle repair tools, a lighter, and modified parts taken from a Harley motorcycle. In addition, there are 2 military first aid kits and that brand new Fruit 17 Pro Max phone. After taking stock of what he currently has in his space, Lin Feng's sense of security soared. For him now, survival issues are no longer a problem. Next, he needs to find other players from the Dragon Kingdom. After all, this road survival is not like the personal survival he experienced in his previous life. What he is experiencing now is a survival closely related to the country and its fortune. Every person in his country is connected to him and to the Dragon Kingdom. So, it is not enough for him to be strong alone, he must find other Dragon Kingdom players and lead everyone to grow stronger together. This way, not only will many hands make light work, but the fortune of the Dragon Kingdom will also grow stronger with the strength of its players. He glanced at the minimap. Besides a few foreign players and a handful of zombies nearby, there were no unopened treasure chests or resources. So, this service area has lost its value. What he needs to do now is to leave this cursed place quickly. Before leaving, Lin Feng hurriedly reattached the ram horn and the makeshift armor he took off from the motorcycle.
This way, his armored vehicle is also a good hand against the zombies on the road. Then he bought a pair of puncture-resistant tires from the store, combining them with what he removed from the motorcycle to equip the armored vehicle. He also bought 6 P2000 magazines for a total of 72 bullets, and purchased 10 sets for making Molotov cocktails. In this way, he has 101 bullets and 20 Molotov cocktails, so he doesn't have to worry about firepower anymore. What he needs to do next is to shoot and blow up. Having bought these things, Lin Feng spent a total of 1,050 resource points. He still has 1,510 resource points left.
Although it's not much, it's enough.
After assembling the Molotov cocktails, Lin Feng got into the car and had a quick meal of a pack of sliced bread along with a can of beef stew. After drinking a bottle of Farmer's Triple Punch, he hit the road. Soon, his car left the service area and arrived on a new road.
At the same time,
just after Lin Feng drove away from the service area, Chen arrived at the place he had just left on a mountain motorcycle she had stolen from a player from the land of the rising sun. She parked her motorcycle where Lin Feng had just parked his armored vehicle. Looking at the fresh tire marks left on the nearby dirt, she immediately looked up toward the distance.
It seems I came a step too late, this guy runs pretty fast.
She looked towards the distant, blurry silhouette of the car, then pressed the accelerator and sped towards the highway where he was.
Chapter 55, Little Bastard's Whale Hunter.
After Lin Feng left the second copy, other players began to leave their respective copies one after another. At this moment, in Longwa's Dragon Vision, in the broadcasting hall,
Bei Ning was introducing the latest status of each player to the audience.
The scene switched to Chen's live broadcast. She was racing on a mountain bike on the highway. At the same time, she had a pneumatic nail gun on her back.
Bei Ning watched the live broadcast with excitement.
It looks like our player Chen is still as strong as ever. She not only snatched a precious mountain bike from a player of the Fusang Nation but successfully exchanged a bicycle for a motor vehicle. And it seems she has also acquired a new powerful weapon.
Dong Qin also chimed in.
Yes, she truly lives up to being our special forces king.
Comments flew by below. Chen is so amazing.
I declare, besides Lin God, the strongest player is Chen. Sister Chen is so beautiful, like a little hug. The scene switched to Master Ma's live room. Unlike the last time he rode a human-powered tricycle, this time Master Ma's vehicle had changed to a four-wheeled van. And in the image, it could be seen that the van was loaded with a lot of food and water.
Bei Ning, looking at all the food on the screen, happily said.
Great. Our Master Ma has also met expectations, getting a new vehicle and collecting a lot of food and water.
Comments flowed in.
Master Ma is awesome, truly a master, quite something.
Amazing, it looks like our Longhua has hope now.
Then the scene switched to other players.
Lu Ruyan and Kai Koen didn't know what kind of luck they were having.
The two of them had actually come together and even found a two-seater electric sightseeing car. At this moment, they were leisurely driving the car while munching on snacks. They had no idea that a horde of zombies was following them closely.
The scenery here is really nice, I wish there were no zombies. Lu Ruyan sighed while looking out the window. Kai Koen, driving the car, agreed.
Yeah, once we find Lin Feng, it'll be comfortable, then he can take us to eat delicious food. The two hosts watched their actions, momentarily speechless. Comments passed by.
Wow, are these two fools?
There's a horde of zombies behind them, and they are still admiring the scenery. I can't believe those two have survived this long with such an IQ. After a while, the scene finally switched to Lin Feng's live room.
Seeing Lin Feng's image, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
On the desolate, endless highway, a mid-size armored vehicle covered in silver gray paint and equipped with heavy armor and fierce rams moved steadily and powerfully, like a steel beast. Just the oppressive appearance formed a stark contrast with others. And Lin Feng was casually holding the steering wheel with one hand while snacking, feeling relaxed and happy. In the passenger seat, he had a chainsaw and a compound bow ready to deal with potential enemies at any moment.
After seeing this scene, Bei Ning excitedly said.
It seems that our player Lin Feng is the most stable. He has now obtained a highly protective armored vehicle.
Dong Qin also followed up.
Yes, with this armored vehicle, we no longer have to worry about zombie attacks.
Comments flowed in below, the tone completely different from before. Wow! Lin God is incredible.
The armored vehicle is such an impressive thing.
Ha ha ha.
As expected of Lin Shin, he looks completely different from the others.
It's stable now, we're safe.
With Lin Shin here, our dragon country can't possibly lose. At almost the same time, other countries were also reporting on their own contestants' situations. On the other side of the ocean, the Eagle Nation's television station was broadcasting footage of their contestant, Kobe Mamba. This contestant, who had originally lost his helicopter, was now sitting in a huge modified truck. The massive bumper was welded with sharp steel spikes, smashing through a few zombies on the road.
Woohoo! Kids, feel this power. This is the true king of the highway. Kobe Mamba shouted excitedly, while commentator Kirk was even more enthusiastic. Look! Our contestant Kobe Mamba has gotten a truck. With this truck, those zombies on the road are no threat to him at all. The comments flooded in. Good job. Mamba is still amazing.
Even though our Smith contestant is a bit unfortunate, it's great that Mamba is soaring. In the bear country, besides Oleg, another contestant named Xiaoifu somehow got a 6-wheeled armored personnel carrier. The vehicle was covered with bullet holes, and the engine sounded incredibly heavy. At first glance, it was clearly an old machine that had served on the battlefield for a long time. But even so, it couldn't stop the bear country audience's enthusiasm.
Yura! Our Xiaoifu got a good vehicle. Yura!
With this vehicle, he will surely flip that armored vehicle of the Dragon Country kid. In the Fusang country, the atmosphere suddenly changed.
A heavily modified container truck appeared on the screen. The front of the truck was remodeled into a bow shape. And on top of the truck, there was a massive whaling cannon. This cannon was specially modified by Fusang contestant Onizuka Jiro.
The purpose was to hook other contestants' vehicles and then approach them to capture theirs like pirates.
And this Onizuka Jiro was another top expert in Fusang, besides the one named Waji Shabi.
In the Fusang television station, the host Kojima was no longer in a slump. He wore a sickly excited expression and shouted hoarsely.
Do you see it?
This is the strongest trump card of our great Fusang Empire, the ultimate tool for hunting vehicles, the Sea God's Wrath whaling truck.
That despicable Janaka thinks he can keep being arrogant like this? Soon, Jiro will make his broken truck taste the feeling of being pierced by a harpoon. Yoshi! With this whaling cannon, let's pin that Janaka down on the highway like a whale. Avenge Lord Kenjutsu. Avenge Waji Shabi. The audience in Fusang went wild with cheers. Some Dragon Country viewers saw their crazy cheers and the massive vehicle driven by Onizuka Jiro. They couldn't help but feel worried for Lin Feng. What the heck? Does that thing have a harpoon cannon? Where did that little brat get such a good thing? Damn it!
It looks like their thing is specifically aimed at large vehicles like Lin Shen's. Lin Feng was driving on the highway, completely unaware of what was happening in the live broadcast. However, his expression suddenly became serious. Because, on the mini-map, a special large vehicle suddenly appeared, coming from an intersecting road. The distance between them was less than a kilometer. And the vehicle clearly had a group of names marked on it. Onizuka Jiro, Fusang Country. Chapter 56, Catch Up with That Armored Vehicle. Lin Feng could clearly see on the mini-map that besides Onizuka Jiro Fusang Country, there were several other contestants from Fusang in the same large vehicle. On the side, it was written in small letters that this was a whaling vehicle modified from a container truck by the little bastards. Although Lin Feng did not know what this whaling vehicle really meant. But one thing he understood was that this thing was definitely not a simple vehicle. However, he was not worried about the little bastard's vehicle. Even though they had many people, in reality, being numerous did not play a decisive role. After all, he had a gun and 101 bullets in hand. No matter how many little devils came, they would only be there to send their lives to him. On another road, Jizuka Jiro sat in the passenger seat, observing the roads along the way. On their journey, they had already cleared several zombies on the road. Previously, due to dispersed numbers and lack of good weapons and vehicles, they had a hard time fighting off the zombies. But now, with weapons, vehicles, and personnel, zombies were nothing but toys for them to play with. He actually hoped there would be more zombies on the road. This way, they wouldn't be too bored. Thanks to meeting these few players from the country of Fusang during the first instance. Since he was the strongest among them, he naturally became their leader. As for the other country players met in the second instance, they had no hesitation in killing them. After all, they were just a bunch of weaklings from the Western countries. Even if they killed all their players, with the strength of the Western countries, they would definitely not dare to touch the nation of Fusang. After all, although Fusang and the Western countries were both loyal allies of the Eagle Nation, there were still differences in status among allies. However, there was one thing that always made him very unhappy. That was the death of several players from his own country earlier. He knew, whether it was Lord Tianuan, Master Kendo, Iga Shinobi, or Oroshir Kazuhira. Their deaths were all because of that Dragon Country person named Lin Feng. He didn't understand why such a small Dragon Country person could make 4 of his country's generals die at his hands. After all, the other side was just a mere Dragon Country person. And he was still a college student. How could he have the ability to kill 4 of his country's strong men? There must be some situation. Anyway, for him, he absolutely did not believe that a mere Dragon Country person could have the real strength to kill the players of the Great Fusang Country. Right now, there is only one possibility, which is that he definitely received help from players from other countries. He had heard about this from other players' ears. It seemed that when Master Kendo and IGA Shinobi died, the Eagle Nation player Kobe Mamba was also there. If it was the Eagle Nation players who killed them, then Jizukajiro would not be surprised. After all, that was the Eagle Nation's daddy. He just didn't understand why the Eagle Nation's daddy would help the Dragon Country person. Nishinai. It's making me furious. Jizukajiro slammed the center console hard, shaking the little bastard driving so much that he almost lost control of the steering wheel. What's wrong, boss? What happened to make you so angry? The little bastard driving was puzzled. Jizukajiro sighed and then said, You know, the 4 strong men from our country were killed by a mere Dragon Country person. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Hearing his words, the little bastard driving understood. He was also very angry about this matter. After all, those were the 4 strongest players of the Great Fusang Country. Being killed by such a small Dragon Country person was really too regrettable and too unnecessary. Boss, don't be angry. As long as we can encounter that person, I believe with our strength we can definitely take him down. Hee, that's right. Kaitojiro sneered, his face full of confidence. As long as we find him, we will definitely kill the damned Dragon Country man. At this point, the vehicle arrived at the junction ahead. At the same time, they noticed a silver-gray armored car driving on the road not far away. Which country's car is that? Kaitojiro pointed at the distant silver-gray armored car, his brow slightly furrowed. The little idiot driving looked over but was unclear. So he stepped on the gas, speeding up. Boss, let's chase and see what's going on. Okay, hurry up and catch up, don't let him get away. Don't worry, boss, our car has been modified, it can reach 200 kilometers per hour, that armored car definitely can't go that fast. After saying that, the little idiot drove the truck quickly towards the silver-gray armored car ahead. Up ahead, inside the armored car, Lin Feng noticed the truck speeding towards him through the rearview mirror and the minimap. According to the information on the minimap, this truck was moving at least 200 kilometers per hour. Far faster than his armored car's 150 kilometers per hour. So at this moment, it was definitely impossible for him to speed up and escape. Now, seeing the little idiot's markers on the minimap turning red, he was sure that they were coming at him with hostility. Rumbling. The truck was rapidly approaching from behind. Soon, the 2 vehicles were driving side by side. Kaitojiro was sitting in the passenger seat and could see Lin Feng in the driver's seat on the right. He rolled down the window, and a fierce gust of wind blew in. He leaned out in the wind and shouted in idiot language. Where are you from? Lin Feng glanced at the little idiot on the left. He could hear what the other was saying and what it meant. Because the survival wristband could translate the other's words in real time. Seeing the other party asking where he was from, Lin Feng was too lazy to waste time with him and violently turned the steering wheel to the left, crashing into the truck. Bang! Ah! Kaitojiro and the little idiot on the truck screamed in shock. The entire front of the truck veered left under the impact of Lin Feng's armored car. If it weren't for the little idiot's decent driving skills, their truck would have flipped over long ago. You idiot! This person is very bad. After regaining balance, Kaitojiro shouted angrily at the armored car ahead. Although he didn't know which country the other party was from. But it didn't matter anymore. In any case, the other side was already his enemy, so they had to take down the opponent. Ikeda Taro. Speed up. Catch up. The rest, prepare the wailing harpoons, aim at that damn armored car. Chapter 57, Lin Feng's terrifying archery skills. After hearing Kaitojiro's command, the little idiots on the truck began to take action. Among them, 2 little idiots climbed onto the top of their modified truck. There, they began to maneuver the wailing harpoons aimed at Lin Feng's armored car. Ha ha ha. If you mess with us, don't even think about escaping. Daring to crash into our Great Fusang Country's car is simply asking for death. They shouted arrogantly while aiming. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, the little idiot was responsible for increasing the truck's speed. To get as close as possible to the armored car ahead, bringing it within the wailing harpoon's range. Inside the truck, there were 4 little idiots with machetes, baseball bats, etc., each with a hooklock made from collected ropes and iron rods found on the road. Although it was simple, it was still useful. They had previously used these hooks to deal with several other contestants' vehicles on the road. As for the other little idiots, they were sitting on the truck's floor waiting for further orders. Jiro Onizuka watched as the wailing harpoon gradually approached within range. A proud smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee hee, dare to provoke us? Then you're definitely doomed. At the TV station in Fusan, host Kojima Ando watched everything happening on screen, his face filled with excitement and arrogance as he shouted loudly.
Yoshi! Our viewers in Fusan, look! Our fighter Jiro Onizuka is leading his subordinates and the whaling vehicle towards Lin Feng's armored car.
As soon as his armored car enters our harpoon's range, Lin Feng will be finished.
Ha ha ha! It's truly divine help. Our fighter Jiro Onizuka has encountered that damned Gina.
Below, a group of small hounds began to celebrate wildly.
Yoshi! Well done, Onizuka-kun, hurry and hook the Gina pig's armored car.
Charge! Charge! Charge!
Let them see the power of Great Fusang.
At the same time, at Longwa's Long TV. Two hosts looked at everything happening on screen, their expressions very serious. Sakei looked at the screen and was the first to make his judgment and statement. Ladies and gentlemen, now we can see that Fusang's so-called whaling vehicle is rapidly approaching our Lin Feng's armored car. We can clearly see that their aim is to hook Lin Feng's armored car, then use the hook to approach the vehicle, ultimately achieving an assault on Lin Feng.
Dong Qin uneasily added.
From what we can gather in the live broadcast, there are more than 12 fighters from Fusan on that whaling vehicle.
It's safe to say that Fusang is really going all out against our Lin Feng. Even though this conflict is nearly an accidental encounter, we still have to condemn Fusang and their fighters.
Every action they take in this highway survival event
is openly targeting other countries' fighters.
They have clearly lost the most basic human sympathy and empathy. We must condemn and resist their violations of human decency. Lin Feng looked at the screen, his expression serious as he analyzed. Ladies and gentlemen, now we can see that in terms of numbers, our Lin Feng is totally outmatched by the opponent. Moreover, they also possess a whaling harpoon specifically designed to counter large vehicles, which undoubtedly presents a huge challenge for our Lin Feng.
The TV audience listened to their commentary and analysis, showing signs of unease.
Oh no, hearing what they said, our Lin God is in a very dangerous situation.
Damn small hounds, why do they always have to commit such heinous acts? No matter what you say, I believe in Lin God. Lin God will definitely beat these little hounds to the ground.
Sigh, although I also believe in Lin God, but this time the opponent's numbers are just too many.
I'm really worried if he can handle it.
Don't worry so much, what we can do now is support Lin God.
Go, Lin God.
All 1.4 billion of us support you. The whaling vehicle was fast, and within less than 10 seconds, the harpoon reached its range. Jiro Onizuka saw that the time had come and unhesitatingly gave the order.
Now immediately, hook that armored car.
The two little hounds on the roof had long been targeting the goal and immediately launched their harpoon.
Clang!
With a sound of metal colliding, the whaling harpoon plunged into the rear of the armored car, firmly hooking onto it. Once Lin Feng's armored car was hooked, it was instantly pulled back slightly. Screech! The wheels made a piercing screeching sound against the ground. Lin Feng struggled to steady the steering wheel while watching the rearview mirror, preparing to counterattack. This armored vehicle was equipped with cruise control and steering lock functions. In front was just a relatively straight stretch of road. So, after activating the cruise control and locking the steering wheel, he quickly picked up the composite bow from the passenger seat, opened the car window, aimed at a little thug on the truck's roof, and shot an arrow. Whoosh!
Ah! The little thug on the roof couldn't react in time.
His arm was directly pierced by the arrow, and blood flowed down his arm. This shot was quite accurate. You see, this was aimed and shot while traveling at 150 kilometers per hour. The air current was extremely chaotic at that speed, and hitting his arm was already an incredible feat. Another thug saw how good this archer was and immediately ducked down, pulling the injured thug into the truck's cabin.
Boss, sure Tai is injured.
Gazuka Jiro glanced back and, seeing the arrow sticking out of his arm, clearly showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect someone could shoot so accurately.
In such a fast-moving vehicle, they could still hit the target precisely.
However, this wasn't a big deal.
Now he knew the enemy's weapon was just a bow. This kind of weapon was easy to deal with.
You guys, grab some wooden boards, and when we get close, put the boards in front of you. Don't worry, his arrows can't pierce solid wood.
The four thugs holding grappling hooks quickly each took a wooden board. At the same time, they boldly shouted, "Don't worry, boss. We will definitely take this guy down."
After saying that, they opened the side door of the truck.
At that moment, Ikeda Taro accelerated, aligning the truck's cabin with the armored vehicle's door. Without hesitation, they threw out their grappling hooks and quickly climbed up.
Inside the armored vehicle, Lin Feng saw them swiftly climbing towards his door with grappling hooks.
He knew he couldn't delay any longer.
Besides, the enemy was using wooden boards for protection, so his composite bow was definitely useless. So, he quickly took out his P-2000, disengaged the safety, and loaded a bullet.
Four little thugs, knives clenched in their mouths, hung upside down on the grappling hooks, quickly approaching Lin Feng's armored vehicle. Watching their swift and skilled movements, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. These little thugs were truly average ninjas, executing such difficult moves without falling off. Unfortunately, no matter how skilled they were just coming to their deaths. Although his composite bow couldn't pierce the wooden boards they were holding, that didn't mean his .357 bullets couldn't break through. Ha ha ha. Kid, prepare to die. One little thug had already reached the door of the armored vehicle and grabbed hold of it. At the same time, he kept shaking the door handle, trying to open the door. And in the next second, his eyes widened in disbelief. As if he had seen something terrifying. Nanny! Before the little thug could finish his sentence, Lin Feng drew his gun in the blink of an eye. Aimed at his forehead, he pulled the trigger directly. Bang! With a crisp gunshot, the little thug dropped lifelessly from the door. Kill points plus 250. The other three little thugs, hearing the gunshot and seeing their comrade fall, were all petrified with fear. Run! This guy has a gun! One of the three little thugs shouted loudly. The other two recognized the danger and quickly prepared to flee. But Lin Feng would not give them this opportunity. He swiftly sat in the driver's seat, aimed, and fired. Bang! 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 With 3 precise shots, all 3 little bastards were hit. One of them, like the first little bastard, had his skull blown open and fell off the hook. Kill points plus 250. The other 2 were one shot in the thigh, blood pouring out, struggling to use their other leg to hook onto the cable and try to climb back into the truck's cabin. One more had his arm shot and was hanging from the hook, about to fall off at any moment. Seeing you struggle so much, I might as well send you on your way. Without saying a word, Lin Feng adjusted his aim again and fired. This time, he didn't hold back at all, emptying the entire magazine. Bang! 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 A total of 8 shots, not a single bullet missed the target, all of them hit. The 2 little bastards fell off the hook, rolling along the road. Kill points plus 250. Kill points plus 250. Inside the truck, Onizuka Jiro saw his subordinates all killed by that guy with a handgun. His expression turned tense, and he panicked, ordering Ikeda Taro to quickly adjust the distance from the armored vehicle. Ikeda! Slow down. We can't let the driver's cabin be exposed to his line of fire. The ones on the roof, quickly cut the harpoon lines. Hurry! Hearing Onizuka Jiro's command, a few little bastards quickly started to act. The little bastards on the roof immediately used pliers to cut the iron chains. Ikeda Taro immediately slowed down, moving the truck's cabin behind the armored vehicle. Before, Onizuka Jiro thought he was just facing another lamb to slaughter. But unexpectedly, they were the lambs. He never imagined that the opponent would have a gun. Had he known this earlier, he definitely wouldn't have made such a foolish move. Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's livestream, viewers were going wild after witnessing his heroic, powerful moves. Holy shit! Lin God 1v4, single-handedly killing them all. Awesome! What did I say? Even though they had more people, they were facing Lin God. It's them who should be careful. Exactly. Lin God is too awesome. Damn, I didn't know Lin God had a handgun. Such a badass weapon, and he hid it until now. Right. I can't believe how many more powerful weapons Lin God is hiding, it's terrifying. On the other side, in a TV station in Fusan, the host, Kojima Inako, lost his arrogant expression after seeing the scene. All that was left on his face was anger and a sour expression. Bastard! This damn guy just killed our 4 players. Our Fusan country has suffered greatly at Lin Feng's hands. Below, a group of little bastards' desperate and frantic comments flooded the screen. Unbelievable. This damn guy. We must get revenge. Onizuka, don't back down. Just take him down. That's right. Onizuka, you must not let this damn guy go. Inside the truck, Onizuka Jiro had finally calmed down after maintaining a certain distance between the truck and the armored vehicle. After thinking for a moment, he realized that his earlier actions were a bit off. Although the guy in the armored vehicle had a handgun, it didn't mean he had enough bullets. You see, at first, he attacked them with a bow and arrow. When their wooden boards blocked the arrows, only then did he resort to using the handgun. This meant one thing: he didn't have enough bullets left. It was likely that those shots just now were all the bullets he had left. Damn! Why didn't I realize this earlier? Gizmo slammed his thigh angrily, regretting the order he had just given to cut off the wailing harpoon. Now they had lost 4 men. This bill absolutely could not be left unsettled. Today, no matter what, he was going to kill the guy in the armored car and avenge his brothers. Just as he thought this, the armored car in front suddenly slowed down,
and the two cars instantly returned to their side-by-side position. The man in the armored car rolled down his window, smirking arrogantly as he mocked him. "Hey, little bastard, still wanna mess with your Dragon Country grandfather? Ha ha ha. Dragon Country?" Gizmo's anger surged when he heard the two words Dragon Country. "Could it be you, Lin Feng?" The man in the armored car nodded, laughing mockingly. "That's right, I am your Dragon Country grandfather. It's good that you know your place. Next, I'll give you a quick death." "Give us a quick death? Ha ha ha. Don't make me laugh. You think I don't know your handgun is empty? Oh? Really? Stop with your tricks. Just wait, I'll get on the car, capture you, and then tear you to pieces." Ikeda. "Speed up the car, line the side of the car up with his door, we're charging in, we're going to charge like our kamikaze ancestors." With that, he stood up and went to the compartment, shouting loudly to the remaining little bastards. "You are the strongest warriors of the great Fusang Nation. Now that we have found the killer of our brave warriors, all we need to do is kill him, no matter the cost." Inside the compartment, the remaining little bastards' eyes all flickered with the same crazy light after hearing Gizmo's passionate battle cry. "That's right. We're going to kill that Dragon Country person." "What Dragon Country person? That's the guy. Forget about everything else, we're going to kill him, to avenge our great Fusang Nation's warriors." Inside the compartment, there was a loud shout. To them, Lin Feng was already out of ammo. This final charge wasn't just for avenging the great Fusang Nation's warriors. It was the ultimate embodiment of the Bushido spirit, it was the belief of certain victory. Ikeda Taro slammed the steering wheel, and the giant whaling vehicle once again violently moved toward Lin Feng's armored car. The side door of the compartment scraped harshly against the armored car's body. The little bastards frantically waved the hooks in their hands, then threw them one by one, locking them firmly onto the armored car's edge. Then, like mad dogs, they swarmed up the ropes. In Lin Feng's live broadcast room, all Dragon Country viewers had their hearts in their mouths when they saw this scene. It's over, they're going to forcefully board the car. Lin God, think of something. Don't you have any bullets left? These little devils have gone crazy. They're playing a suicidal game. However, despite their reckless charge, the look on Lin Feng's face in the driver's seat was not a hint of panic, but rather a cold, mocking smile. "You really think I'm out of bullets? Heh, naive." Lin Feng steadied the steering wheel with one hand, while slowly, leisurely pulling out his handgun. He took aim at the little bastards coming toward the armored car, then quickly and decisively fired. Bang! 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 Several loud gunshots rang out. Soon, two little bastards dropped off the hooks from the gunshot. Kill point plus 250. Kill point plus 250. The remaining little bastards were scared silly when they saw Lin Feng still had bullets. For a moment, they didn't know whether to advance or retreat. And in the compartment, Gizmo shouted at them. "Don't be afraid, warriors. He doesn't have many bullets left, charge, take him down." Hearing Gizmo's words, the little bastards finally gathered the courage to climb toward the armored car. But then, something that made them despair happened. Lin Feng's pistol showed no signs of running out of bullets. He raised his hand and fired another 7 or 8 shots. Bang! 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 Ah! Ah! Several small thugs all fell from the hooks, with not a single one surviving. A few had their heads explode on the spot, not even able to scream before their bodies plummeted down, crushed into a meat paste by the speeding wheels. Kill points plus 250. Kill points plus 250. A series of system prompts flooded the screen. Jizo Jiro saw his men being so easily taken down by Lin Feng. This time, he was completely stunned. He realized that the bullets in Lin Feng's hands were far more than he had imagined. His bullets were much more than he thought. His previous actions undoubtedly led them to their pointless deaths. Thinking of this, Jizo Jiro felt immense regret inside. Nishin. If I had thought a bit clearer just now, they wouldn't have died in vain. On the other side, Lin Feng in the armored vehicle clearly heard Jizo Jiro's desperate cries. Listening to his desperate voice, Lin Feng couldn't feel more pleased. That's right, scream a little louder. I love hearing the desperate sounds of small thugs. Of course, feeling smug didn't mean Lin Feng would let the tiger return to the mountain. Now, while the last two thugs were still immersed in shock and regret, he needed to take them all down. At this moment, the only thing that could accomplish this was the 10 grenades in his space. So, he immediately took out 2 defensive grenades from his space. Then he skillfully bit off the safety pins, aimed at the truck's rear door, and threw them directly. The grenades landed at the truck's rear door. They made a faint sound, then rolled twice, stopping right by Jizo Jiro's feet. What is this? Jizo Jiro looked at the dark green spherical object by his feet. In the next moment, he seemed to realize something, and his expression turned into despair.
Boom!
A deafening explosion erupted, sending out a scorching shockwave, mixed with countless high-speed flying steel balls and shrapnel, instantly sweeping through the entire cabin.
One grenade wasn't done before the next one followed. Boom! The side wall of the truck cabin was blown out. Jizo Jiro and Ikeda Taro were both knocked down, their wails echoing.
As for the truck's tires, two were blown up directly. The massive vehicle lost control, skidding madly on the highway, ultimately flipping over hard. It skidded for several dozen meters before stopping, bursting into flames. In Lin Feng's live broadcast room, the audience saw this turn of events and fell into silence. A few seconds later, the bullet screen rolled rapidly.
What the heck? Grenades.
Lin God still has grenades.
I'm dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? 2 grenades took out all the thugs? Awesome.
Lin God is indeed our Dragon Nation's war god. Everyone, stand up. In the Long Vision broadcasting studio, Sabei Ning, Dong Qin, and Lang Feng were all dumbfounded, mouths agape, unable to say a word for a long time. Finally, it was Lang Feng who reacted first, his voice trembling with incredible shock.
Military defensive grenades? This is completely beyond my expectations.
I thought just having a gun would be enough to surprise me, but I never expected he also had these. Even more terrifying is his marksmanship, his courage, and his tactical execution ability are truly formidable.
Meanwhile, at the television station in Fusan, host Kojima Ino was completely broken down.
She looked at the truck overturned on the screen and let out a scream that didn't sound human.
No, it's impossible. Our Fusan Nation's warriors are invincible, they cannot lose, they cannot die.
At the same time, the bullet screen below was equally filled with endless despair.
Baka. Everyone is dead? Baka Yoru. That person must be cheating. How could he possibly have a gun and grenades?
It's over, our Jizuka-kun also.
Do we still have hope in our Fusan country?
Seeing the little Baka's truck completely overturned, Lin Feng immediately slammed on the brakes and got out of the armored vehicle. He held a P-2000 in his hand and walked over with a serious look.
Now, the entire cabin of the wailing vehicle was severely deformed. Jizuka Jiro and Ikeda Taro were trapped inside, bloodied and barely alive. Seeing Lin Feng approach, Jizuka Jiro's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness.
Seeing you guys like this makes me very happy, because I love seeing you little bakas unable to stand me and helpless against me. Ha!
Chapter 60, returning 1 million boxes of food supplies.
Lin Feng slowly walked beside the driver's cabin and kicked Jizuka Jiro's head with his foot.
Baka! You dare to insult me? Jizuka Jiro's eyes turned red with anger as he glared at Lin Feng, veins bulging on his forehead. Seeing his strong reaction, Lin Feng couldn't help but become interested.
Yo, I say you little baka, don't you have any self-awareness?
Even if I'm shitting on your head, what can you do to me?
He laughed heartily, his face filled with pride and arrogance.
How dare you? I am a dignified man of Great Fusang. How can I be insulted by you little pig? Jizuka Jiro angrily voiced his unwillingness. But that harsh term he used instantly made Lin Feng explode with rage. What the hell are you saying?
Ha!
I said, you. Fuck you.
Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick right to Jizuka Jiro's chin. The force of the kick was so strong that his jawbone flew out like a soccer ball. The scene became incredibly bloody.
Pooh.
In Lin Feng's livestream, viewers were pumped up upon seeing this scene.
Ha ha. Lin got kicked well, I've long disliked this little baka. Damn, well done.
Anyone who dares insult our Dragon Kingdom people deserves this kind of end. Oh my god, this scene is so bloody, so cruel.
But I love it.
On the other side, the little bakas were all furious watching this scene.
How dare this little Dragon Kingdom person treat our Jizuka-kun like this? Jizuka-kun, get up. As a warrior of Fusan, I believe you can do it. Knees. This Dragon Kingdom person is bullying us too much, Jizuka-kun, unleash your power. However, after Lin Feng's kick, Jizuka Jiro's neck snapped from the immense force.
In other words, he was already dead the moment his jaw was kicked off.
Kill points plus 250.
Seeing him die so easily, Lin Feng's anger hadn't subsided yet. So he turned his target to another guy named Ikeda Taro.
You're also a little baka, right?
Hee, surviving such a serious crash, I must say you're a bit lucky.
Too bad, it's just a bit, not much. Bang!
Lin Feng drew his gun and shot directly at his forehead without hesitation. Immediately, his brain exploded, and he lost his life on the spot.
Kill points plus 250.
In Lin Feng's livestream, the viewers erupted.
Nice. This is what I wanted to see. Ha, clean and precise. Killing these enemies has to be this way. Awesome.
This time I really felt refreshed.
On the other side, the little bakas had a completely opposite reaction. Ah, knees. This damned Dragon Kingdom person has caused us to lose so many capable fighters. How dare this Dragon Kingdom person, he must not be forgiven. Jizuko-kun. Ikeda-kun. Ah. At the Fusang television station, the host Kojima was weeping and wailing. Ah. Jizuko-kun. You died so tragically. This damned Dragon Kingdom person. We, Great Fusang, will never rest until we take revenge. After Lin Feng took down these two little bakas. Immediately find their survival wristbands and search through their supplies. Ding. Detected pickable supplies, gasoline X50L, compressed biscuits X10, first aid kits X2, katana X1. Not bad. Although these items are not particularly precious to Lin Feng right now. But considering the possibility of new teammates joining later, it's good to prepare a bit more food, fuel, and weapons. So he gathered all these scattered supplies into the space. After collecting the supplies from these two people, he immediately turned his gaze towards the overturned whaling truck, which was still emitting black smoke. Since these little bastards are driving a truck, there must be some stock inside, right? He quickly walked to the side of the truck. The huge metal door was severely deformed due to the overturning, and it was jammed shut. This means that the door can't be opened at all. However, this was not a problem for Lin Feng. He took out the chainsaw from space, then started it and pressed the switch, striking down fiercely at the connection point of the door lock. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. After a few seconds, accompanied by a harsh sound of metal grinding, he forcefully split the door open, creating a gap big enough for a person to crawl through. A mixture of oil, blood, and various complex odors assaulted his senses. Without hesitation, he crawled inside, and the sight inside made his eyes light up. It was obvious that these little bastards had turned this place into a small mobile base. In the corner, several 20-liter military fuel barrels were neatly stacked. An ajar wooden crate was stuffed full of various canned foods and bottled water. On the other side was a toolbox filled with messy mechanical parts and electronic components. Good heavens, these little bastards are really lucky to have gotten so many good things. Seeing these supplies, Lin Feng was overjoyed and unhesitatingly collected them all. Ding! Detected pickable supplies, gasoline X100L, food supply box X1, contains canned food X30, purified water X20, high-grade mechanical parts X1 box. 10,000 times return has been activated. Returning gasoline X 1 million liters, food supply box X 1 million. As the announcement appeared, a large amount of supplies suddenly materialized in the Kyoto square of the Dragon Country. Countless barrels of gasoline appeared out of thin air, along with 1 million food supply boxes. This means that the Dragon Country has obtained 30 million cans and 20 million bottles of purified water in one go. In this resource-scarce environment, the meaning of this food supply is self-evident. In Longsure, two hosts looked at the gasoline and food supply boxes appearing in the square, their faces beaming with excitement. Saka BZYM commented. Dear audience, we can see that thanks to player Lin Feng's heroic actions, he has provided our Dragon Country with a large amount of valuable supplies. Dong Qin also followed up. Yes, this batch of food is massive. While it can't satisfy everyone's daily staple food needs, it's enough for a boost in daily life. Below, the screen was filled with comments thanking Lin Feng. Wow, so much food, Lin God is awesome. So many cans, Lin Feng really, I'm crying. After collecting the supplies from the little bastard's truck, Lin Feng poured some gasoline on the vehicle and then lit it on fire, letting these little bastards descend into hell completely. After that, he returned to the armored vehicle and continued on his way. Chapter 61, Upgrade Pistol, Full Automatic Mode. Announcement, player Kitsuzuka Jiro from Fusang Country is dead. Cause of death, neck vertebrae broken by Dragon Country player Lin Feng. Announcement, player Ikeda Taro from Fusang Country is dead. Cause of death, headshot by Dragon Country player Lin Feng. The announcements of Lin Feng killing Kitsuzuka Jiro and his subordinate appeared instantly in front of every contestant on the survival road. When they saw these announcements, the brows couldn't help but furrow. First was the Eagle Nation player, Smith. After escaping from the service area, he found a barely rideable bicycle and hit the road. Previously, he had already witnessed the combat power of that Dragon Kingdom student. To be fair, if he had to give Lin Feng the most fair and objective evaluation, he would undoubtedly express without hesitation that his overall ability has surpassed most of the elite SEALs. This was evident in the previous battle he had with Lin Feng. Now, within just 2 hours, not only did he kill the terrifying giant zombies, but he also killed several players from the Fusang Nation. Such terrifying combat capability truly made people wary. Next was the Bear Nation player, Oleg. After being swatted away by a giant zombie, he found a scooter on the road. Although it required human power to glide, it was a great enjoyment compared to walking. Upon learning that Lin Feng had killed so many Fusang Nation players, he was equally shocked.
This Dragon Kingdom kid's combat power greatly exceeded his imagination. Now it seemed, he had to take this Dragon Kingdom kid seriously. And it shouldn't just be him, they should unite with other players to seriously face this Dragon Kingdom kid's threat. Then came another player from the Fusang Nation, Yamamoto Tatsuya. As a legendary gunslinger from the Fusang Nation, known for taking down Ampi with one shot, he was now racing down the highway in a van. Upon seeing these announcements, he couldn't help but grip the steering wheel tightly. Kitsurugi Jiro, Ikeda Taro. This time, because of this Dragon Kingdom person, they suffered heavy losses in the Fusang Nation. Moreover, it was precisely because of this Dragon Kingdom person that they had been continuously suffering significant losses. He absolutely could not let this go. At the same time, players from other countries, such as Gallia, West 8, the Flag Nation, Kangaroo Nation, and others, also had their own calculations. Although their views on the details differed, they cleverly reached a consensus on one point. That is, in the face of the powerful threat from the Dragon Kingdom, they must unite. Only then do they have a chance to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom, especially a strong threat like Lin Feng. In the chat rooms of each area, players from various countries unanimously reached an agreement. They had agreed to unite against the Dragon Kingdom before eliminating all players from the Dragon Kingdom. As long as they encountered players from the Dragon Kingdom, they absolutely had to unite to wipe them out. At the same time, other players from the Dragon Kingdom also saw this announcement. At the forefront was He Chansi. She had been riding her motorcycle on the road for a long time. But she had never been able to catch up with that figure. When she saw the pop-up announcement, her respect and curiosity for Lin Feng increased. Interesting, such an ordinary college student can achieve such amazing performance. I simply can't wait to meet you. And Master Ma held the same attitude in view on this. Along the way, he had noticed the system announcements triggered by Lin Feng. Originally, he had not paid any attention to a college student ranked at the bottom. But now seeing that he could repeatedly achieve such astonishing results and kill so many little devils, he certainly looked at him with new eyes. The young man has some skills. When I see you, I must see how extraordinary this college student really is. As for the other players from the Dragon Kingdom, seeing Lin Feng kill so many little devils, they were greatly encouraged. Their worries about the low ranking of the Dragon Kingdom began to vanish. Lin Feng was driving an armored vehicle down the highway. After taking out the truck full of little devils, his heart was filled with joy. In fact, in his previous life, he had no good feelings towards these little devils. After all, this nation regards the destruction of Huaxia as their primary goal, an evil presence. Even after their defeat, they did not abandon this evil goal. Later, they even committed acts of unimaginable wrongdoing, like dumping nuclear waste. Now that he had the chance to take out the little devils, he felt an indescribable thrill. Killing little devils feels so good. Lin Feng shouted loudly, then glanced at the small map in the upper left corner. Right now, there were no treasure chests to open along the way. Only ahead, some red dots appeared from time to time. As before, these red dots were merely ordinary zombies wandering on the road. For Lin Feng's armored vehicle, they posed no danger whatsoever. They were just experience points, harmless little experience babies. Just then, two zombies appeared ahead, and Lin Feng pressed the accelerator without hesitation, speeding towards them. Boom! Splatter! Splatter! With two sickening splashes, the two little zombies were instantly turned into mush by the armored vehicle. Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. After killing two zombies, he gained another 50 kill points. Now, adding those kill points from the little bastards he had killed before, he had a total of 3,200 kill points. This was quite a lot. But, it was still far from the amount needed to upgrade the small map. However, this didn't mean the kill points were completely useless. Previously, he spent 500 kill points to upgrade the chainsaw. It turned out this weapon exhibited great potential after the upgrade. So, he planned to upgrade his P2000 as well. After all, most players must have already cleared 2 dungeons by now. So, it's highly likely that some of them had collected more powerful weapons. In the struggle for survival on the road, powerful weapons meant a higher chance of survival. Thus, upgrading the weapon was very necessary. System, how many kill points does it take to upgrade the P2000? It will cost 1,000 kill points to upgrade the pistol P2000. 1,000 kill points? That's twice the cost compared to upgrading the chainsaw. But, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and decided to go ahead with the upgrade. System, upgrade the P2000. Consuming 1,000 kill points, upgrading pistol P2000. Upgrade successful. Weapon, P2000 tactical version, upgraded. New features. Effective range enhanced, more stable trajectory, increased precision shooting distance by 30%. Penetration enhanced, can effectively penetrate standard bulletproof vests and light cover. Precision optimized, built-in laser sight greatly increases hit rate for quick aiming. Shooting mode switch, new fully automatic fire mode, allowing for concentrated firepower in a short time. Magazine capacity expanded, magazine capacity increased from 12 rounds to 20 rounds.
So many enhancements, the system is impressive.
Lin Feng held this brand new pistol in his hands, unable to hide his excitement. Though the appearance of the gun didn't change much, its range, penetration, and accuracy had been greatly improved.
And most importantly, this gun now supported fully automatic fire.
It was practically a mini submachine gun.
Great, this is amazing.
Just as he was feeling excited, Lin Feng caught something surprising in his peripheral vision on the small map. He saw that 5 kilometers ahead on the road, the number of red dots had skyrocketed, at least 30 or 40 of them.
Chapter 62, A Zombie Tide. What's happening? Why are there so many zombies ahead?
Lin Feng looked at the small map and couldn't help but wonder this in his heart. Ahead, 5 kilometers away, the number of red dots had suddenly surged to over 30. This was a situation he had never encountered before. At the same time, upon seeing these red dots, a terrible thought suddenly crossed Lin Feng's mind. In his previous life, he had once encountered such a situation. On a certain stretch of road, you would suddenly come across many zombies. And these zombies were no longer seen alone or in small groups aimlessly wandering on the road. Instead, it was as if these zombies suddenly had a collective consciousness. They acted as a unit, attacking anyone or anything they saw on the road. Generally speaking, Lin Feng referred to this situation as a tide of corpses. This was one of the most dangerous scenarios in early road survival. Because once you encountered a tide of corpses, what you faced would not just be a few dozen zombies. Behind the initial few dozen zombies, there were hundreds, even thousands, waiting for you. So this was why Lin Feng felt worried. Based on his current preparations, dealing with a few hundred zombies was not a problem.
But if the number of zombies rose to thousands, that would be somewhat challenging.
He drove his armored vehicle steadily down the road, while keeping a close eye on the number of red dots on the map with his peripheral vision. Now, the number of red dots had increased from the initial 30 or 40 to visibly over 100.
Over 100 zombies.
Lin Feng murmured to himself. With this number of zombies, he was still able to handle it. Firstly, his armored vehicle itself had a strong impact power, and the engine's horsepower was sufficient. So he did not need to worry about being blocked by the corpses of those zombies while driving. That kind of situation was the most dangerous. Because once you encountered a tide of corpses, and your vehicle could not move,
it only signified one possibility and outcome. That was being surrounded by these zombies and being eaten alive. Of course, this possibility did not exist for Lin Feng's armored vehicle.
Moreover, the structural strength of his armored vehicle was very high. There was no need to worry about the vehicle deforming from hitting zombies like with an ordinary car, which could lead to the engine stalling. Not to mention his vehicle had a ram at the front, able to easily push through any amount of zombies. So, at least in terms of driving, Lin Feng did not need to worry.
But that did not mean he could relax completely.
Although the attack power of these zombies was weak, nevertheless, they were a tide of corpses.
One zombie's attack power might be weak, but in a group of hundreds, their destructive power should not be underestimated.
Over time, even the armored vehicle would likely struggle to withstand the continuous damage from these zombies. At that point, either the windshield would be broken, or the doors would be torn off. In such a case, his situation would become extremely dangerous. Therefore, he had to prepare some offensive measures. Thus, as he drove, he took out 20 Molotov cocktails that he had previously assembled from his space. He also pulled out the remaining 8 grenades at the same time. Then he strapped his pistol to his waist as a means of self-defense. As for the chainsaw, Lin Feng did not forget that either. Compared to the pistol, while this weapon could not attack at a distance, it was extremely efficient at chopping nearby zombies.
Announcement: Gallus contestant Pierre is dead.
Cause of death: attacked by a large number of zombies.
Announcement: Kangaroo contestant Bruce is dead.
Cause of death: vehicle destroyed by zombies and then devoured.
Announcement: Western contestant Dayang is dead.
Cause of death: swallowed by the tide of corpses.
Announcement: Elephant contestant Mirhan is dead.
Cause of death: swallowed by the tide of corpses. Just as Lin Feng was still preparing to deal with the tide of corpses, dozens of announcements popped up in front of him, detailing the deaths of contestants from various countries. Looking at their causes of death, basically, without exception, they were all killed by zombies or a horde of corpses.
This proves one thing.
That is, although each contestant is on different roads, the events they experience are somewhat the same. In other words, although the environment of each road, and the side quests or rewards they encounter are different, after moving a certain distance, the types of events they encounter are about the same. This is also why, after Lin Feng saw the horde of zombies appear on the minimap,
The announcements of these contestants being killed by zombies popped up as well. It seems that most of them were not prepared.
Indeed, for most contestants.
How would they think of something like a horde of zombies?
Even Lin Feng did not expect a horde to appear at such an early time. But fortunately, he had gathered a lot of supplies and enough weapons in advance. So now he appeared to be quite at ease. Just as he watched the announcements of contestants' hopes pop up. He had just driven 4 kilometers. At this moment, some zombies had started to appear on the road one after another.
For Lin Feng, these few zombies posed no threat at all. He pressed the accelerator and rushed toward them without hesitation. As before, these zombies were easily crushed into pulp by the armored vehicle. Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. After crushing 6 zombies, Lin Feng's armored vehicle quickly reached the position of the 30 to 40 zombies he saw ahead. Now, he could see clearly.
At a distance of less than 100 meters ahead of him,
a large group of zombies was wandering organized on the road.
When they heard the roaring sound of the armored vehicle, they all turned to look this way.
At the same time, they opened their foul-smelling mouths and stretched out their hands, staggering toward the armored vehicle.
In Lin Feng's livestream, the audience saw so many zombies, feeling tense yet excited.
Oh my, look! There are so many zombies ahead. Wow, so many zombies look so terrifying. What do we do? With so many zombies ahead, our Lin God won't be in trouble, right?
Rather than worrying about Lin God, you should worry about these zombies. Seeing the zombies staggering toward him, Lin Feng felt no fear at all. Instead, a smile crept up the corners of his mouth.
Since you are looking for death, I will grant you that.
Saying this, he stepped on the accelerator hard, and the engine roared.
Boom! Chapter 63, Breaking Through the Horde.
With the roar of the engine, the armored vehicle reached its top speed. The whole vehicle, like a raging steel beast, charged fiercely into the horde ahead with an unbeatable stance. Although there were 30 to 40 of these zombies. But under the impact of the car's front, they were no match.
Put! Put! Put!
A series of sounds of flesh tearing erupted densely. The few zombies at the front did not even have time to react before being instantly crushed into pulp by the speeding armored vehicle. Broken limbs and thick black blood splattered everywhere, covering the front of the armored vehicle.
Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25.
After the splatter of blood and flesh from the collision, Lin Feng firmly held the steering wheel. With a serious expression, he felt the slight jolt of the wheels rolling over flesh and bones. Even with so many zombies ahead, the armored vehicle showed no sign of slowing down after the collision, plowing through the horde like a hot knife through butter. In Lin Feng's livestream, viewers were shocked by this bloody scene, and a flood of comments appeared.
Wow! Lin God is awesome. He directly crushed so many zombies. Wow, it's the first time I've seen someone drive over so many zombies. Yes. This is amazing. Lin, crush them.
After running over dozens of zombies, it was exactly as Lin Feng had predicted.
As he rushed forward, more black dots appeared on the horizon ahead.
They came surging onto the road from the wasteland on both sides and from the abandoned vehicles. This time, Lin Feng was not facing just dozens of zombies. Instead, it was a tide of over 100 zombies.
As the distance between them shrank, the sight was overwhelming and dark.
They roared and crowded together, rushing toward the roaring armored vehicle.
My God, so many zombies, even scarier than before. Oh no, can Lin handle this many zombies? Wow, I thought that last wave of zombies was enough, but there are even more here. As Lin Feng's armored vehicle approached them, countless zombies pounced on the vehicle in a frenzy.
Although the zombies at the front were thrown off or crushed by Lin Feng's vehicle,
many zombies still clung to the body of the vehicle.
They scratched at the windows and armor with their rotting fingers furiously. They banged their heads repeatedly against the vehicle, making dull thud sounds. Some zombies even stacked on top of each other to climb onto the roof, trying to break in through the sunroof. In the Dragon Vision studio, the two hosts were extremely tense upon seeing this scene. The first host frowned deeply. This is not good, our contestant Lin Feng is now completely trapped by the zombie tide. The vehicle's speed is clearly slowing down. On the other side, the second host stared at the screen, looking very serious.
This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying scene.
Lin Feng's armored vehicle is very sturdy, but if it's covered with a lot of zombies, it will seriously affect mobility, and it might even be completely stopped. If the vehicle stalls, that would be really dangerous. Although every viewer in Dragon Country was sweating for Lin Feng at this moment, he in the driver's seat did not look so tense. He calmly glanced at the situation on the small map. So far, it seemed this section of road was the end of the zombie tide. So he didn't have to worry about encountering more tides ahead.
At least not for a while. Therefore, he could confidently unleash all his firepower. Hee hee, since you like my armored vehicle so much, how about a nice hot bath? Lin Feng locked the steering wheel, then activated cruise control and rolled down the window. The zombies outside tried to crawl in, but were instantly turned into sieves by Lin Feng's P-2000. Kill points plus 25. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Lin Feng quickly grabbed a Molotov cocktail, lit it, and threw it out. The glass bottle exploded among a group of zombies by the side of the vehicle, and a surge of flames erupted. Boom! Dozens of zombies were instantly engulfed by the flames, letting out chilling screams that did not sound human. They twisted and struggled in the fire, finally becoming charred corpses. This burst of fire created a space around them, easing the pressure on the vehicle. But this was definitely not enough. After all, there were still over 100 zombies. So he grabbed 2 grenades, pulled the pins, and threw them toward the densest spot of zombies ahead. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions shredded the zombies within dozens of meters, sending severed limbs flying everywhere. Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. In the following moments, Lin Feng used Molotov cocktails and grenades in rotation. In just half a minute, he cleared away most of the zombies. After this wave of bombardment, there was a clear gap in the tide of zombies ahead. Although a few zombies were still trying to climb onto the armored vehicle, Lin Feng randomly reloaded his pistol and switched to fully automatic mode. He aimed at them and unleashed a barrage. Da-day-day-day-day. A series of deadly tongues of fire burst forth from the gun, and the zombies' heads exploded like watermelons. After a round of gunfire, the zombies on the armored vehicle fell as expected. At this moment, the road was filled with burning wreckage, shattered limbs, and headless corpses. And Lin Feng's armored vehicle steadily drove out from among them. At this point, what just happened left not only the audience in the Dragon Country stunned. Even some foreign spectators, who had come to see how Lin Feng would die in the zombie tide, were dumbfounded by this scene. Oh my god! Did he single-handedly take down this wave of zombies? F***CK. Is this a college student? I would believe you if you said he was a Terminator, F***CK. Damn! This guy from the Dragon Country is too dangerous, we can't let him advance so smoothly. In the Dragon Vision broadcast studio, Cold Wind was also shocked after watching Lin Feng's seamless moves and said, "So amazing, I've never seen such a fluid combo attack. Molotovs clearing the field, grenades breaking the formation, firepower suppression, this action is practically on par with an entire special forces team." Half an hour later, Chensi drove her motorcycle to a section of the road littered with limbs, with the charred headless zombies all around. She stared at everything on the ground, knowing full well that it was all Lin Feng's doing. Did he take down such a wave of zombies all by himself? It seems your strength has exceeded my imagination. Chapter 64 Portable Cooking Equipment. At the same time, after Lin Feng successfully passed through the zombie tide, leaving a deep impression on audiences worldwide. Other countries, including those from the Dragon Country, were still taking turns crossing the zombie tide. Most contestants from the Eagle Country, like the legendary 5-star General MacArthur, although slightly strained, managed to pass through the zombie tide relatively smoothly. In the Eagle Country's Eagle Vision broadcast studio, MacArthur's live footage was being played. He was leisurely sitting in a jeep, smoking a big pipe and blowing out circles of smoke. Wow! This is so exciting! On his jeep, there were everywhere blood and flesh scraps. The front part of the vehicle was severely deformed. The host Kirk smiled as he watched the footage and commented, "Our General MacArthur was incredibly fierce in the recent battle. Even without an army of millions, he could still carve a bloody path through the zombie tide. Fortunately, he was quite lucky and found a few grenades ahead, allowing him to blow all those zombies to pieces. Of course, the grenades were merely assistance, the real powerhouse is still him." Audiences from the Eagle Country cheered. "That's right. Our General MacArthur is the bravest. Ha, so many zombies before him seem like recruits. General MacArthur is amazing." On the other side, in the live broadcast of Bear Country, Xiaoifu was driving a 6-wheeled armored personnel carrier, charging out from the zombie tide. Despite the large number of zombies, in the face of such a massive vehicle, no matter how many zombies there were, they were just sending their heads to him. They all turned into a mushy mess under the wheels. Hooray! Let the zombies come more, huh? In the Gallic Rooster Country, the live broadcasts of the Union Jack contestants showed that most people faced surprises without dangers. Of course, many unfortunate souls were surrounded by the zombie tide, worn down to bones. It was truly tragic. As for the contestants from the Rising Sun Country, they directly lost half of their players in this wave of zombies. Most of them were caught up with their own players. Subsequently, he became obsessed with the interactive magic mirror, unable to extricate himself. This resulted in him having no energy to deal with the sudden wave of corpses. In Dragon Kingdom's Dragon View, the live broadcast was showing Master Ma's scene. His truck had been overturned by the wave of corpses, and he had to get out of the vehicle to face this terrifying horde. Just as all the viewers were sweating for him, Master Ma appeared completely unfazed and shouted, "So many zombies attacking me, this is truly unfair. Take my lightning 5-strike whip. Whoosh. Hey. Ha. Whoosh." After a series of strikes, these zombies were actually torn to pieces by him. The host and viewers were left in stunned silence. Wow, Master Ma's 5-strike whip has some power. What is this? I'm completely dumbfounded. Wow, Master Ma really has skills. After a few rounds of his 5-strike whip, Master Ma cleared out the zombies. He then pushed the truck back up and continued on the road. The scene shifted to the live broadcast of Kai Koen and Lu Ruyan. The two were sitting in a sightseeing vehicle, pushing hard to escape the zombies behind them. Kai Koen, drive faster. I don't want to die yet. Lu Ruyan tightly closed her eyes, tears in her eyes as she shrieked while hugging Kai Koen's arm. Kai Koen, meanwhile, was trying hard to control the steering wheel, not letting Lu Ruyan's movement distract him. Just relax, we will be fine. They didn't know what kind of luck they had, but none of the zombies in the wave had legs. So they escaped this horde with almost no effort at all. Damn! What kind of luck are they having? I'm impressed, how is this even possible? No matter what, as long as our contestants are okay. But not all contestants from Dragon Kingdom were so lucky. Most contestants struggled to escape the horde of zombies. And the others were devoured alive by the undead. Announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Wang Bian has died. Cause of death: surrounded by a horde of zombies. Announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Yifan has died. Cause of death: swallowed by the horde. Announcement: Dragon Kingdom contestant Jiao has died. Cause of death: swallowed by the horde. Lin Feng was driving down the road. Seeing these announcements appearing ahead, he couldn't help but frown. In just a short hour, Dragon Kingdom had lost nearly 20 contestants. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the overall strength of Dragon Kingdom. More importantly, these 20 contestants were all living compatriots of Dragon Kingdom. But now they were just dead. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, a surge of self-reproach and anger igniting in his chest. If only he could have been a bit faster, if only he had encountered them earlier. Unfortunately, until now, he had not met any Dragon Kingdom contestants. Otherwise, he would absolutely not allow any contestant within his ability to protect to die. All being from Dragon Kingdom, they must live to the end and witness the victory of Dragon Kingdom. However, no amount of self-blame would help now. The deceased are gone, they could only move forward. While driving, Lin Feng discovered 3 treasure chests ahead. One of them was even a golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest? What good luck! Lin Feng cheerfully talked to himself, then accelerated towards the 3 treasure chests. The first treasure chest was a wooden chest, nothing special. Inside was a pack of little raccoon snacks and a dry battery. After trying, Lin Feng found that this dry battery could perfectly fit into his tactical flashlight. But there was only one, so he couldn't use his tactical flashlight just yet. Arriving at the second treasure chest location, it was also a wooden chest. But inside, there were a box of fresh fruits and a portable cooking set. This was a great find. This portable cooking set was very compact. Like a small cast iron pan for frying and a large pot for stewing, they all exist. And it also comes with a simple stove that uses gasoline as fuel. Because of its small size, it can be placed directly in the back compartment of the armored vehicle for use. Great! With this cooking set, I can finally prepare some real food to eat. Lin Feng looked at this cooking set and was very happy. Although he had collected a lot of food before, he had always been limited to eating only packaged foods because there were no cooking tools. For example, foods like bread and canned goods. He couldn't eat fresh vegetables and meats directly at all. But now, with this cooking set, everything became possible. Okay, both treasure chests are opened, next is the golden treasure chest. Chapter 65, Night Falls. Lin Feng drove the armored vehicle about a kilometer. Behind a bush by the roadside, he discovered a shining golden treasure chest. Detected golden treasure chest, do you want to open it? Open. Opening successful. Opened. Obtained, Kevlar Soft Liner X1, Lightweight Steel Plate Insert X1. Bulletproof Vest? Lin Feng took out the bulletproof vest from the treasure chest. This Kevlar liner is made of deep gray fabric and feels a bit rough to the touch. As for the other steel plate insert, it wasn't particularly heavy either. So, after a brief examination, Lin Feng put on this bulletproof vest. It's quite light. After putting on the bulletproof vest, Lin Feng jumped up and down in place twice. Although he now had some extra weight to carry, overall, his agility wasn't significantly affected. After all, this was just a basic lightweight bulletproof vest.
In his previous life, Lin Feng had handled quite a few bulletproof vests. So he was aware of the protection levels of each type of bulletproof vest. This bulletproof vest he just obtained could only defend against shots from regular handguns. If it were shots from 5.56 or 7.62 bullets, this vest would be of no use. However, since he arrived on this road for survival, not even 2 days have passed. There was no need to worry about rifles. Because at this stage, encountering such a threat was almost impossible. After putting on the bulletproof vest, Lin Feng immediately returned to the vehicle. Now that he had the bulletproof vest, he basically didn't need to worry about threats from other contestants. After all, from a distance, they couldn't break through his defense. And up close, they couldn't compete with his chainsaw. So his current state could only be described with 2 words: invincible. Then, Lin Feng drove the armored vehicle and continued on the road. Along the way, he occasionally encountered a few zombies. But without exception, they were all crushed by Lin Feng. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Soon, the last ray of light on the distant horizon disappeared below the horizon. Lin Feng turned on the headlights of the armored vehicle to illuminate the road ahead. Now, it was nighttime. To be honest, this time was generally not suitable for traveling. Because the dangers on the road at night are greater than during the day. Who knows if a big pit will suddenly appear ahead, causing your vehicle to flip over? As for the terrifying monsters that might appear on the road, they were still in the beginner protection period, so there was no need to worry about those things for now. But when the acidic rain hell arrives, then they must be careful. The monsters appearing on the road are not comparable to mindless zombies. These terrifying monsters are either extremely strong attackers that could take your life in an instant, or they possess a level of intelligence similar to humans. They will use various means to lure you, confuse you. And then, at your weakest moment, you will be caught off guard and dealt a killing blow. So for the seasoned survivors on the road, when night falls, they all seek a relatively safe place to hide. When the sun rises again the next day, they will continue on their journey. Now, he glanced at the fuel left in the armored vehicle. There is probably still 2/3 remaining. This means he has traveled over 220 kilometers. Right now, the collapsed road behind him is still over 180 kilometers away. Calculating at a collapse speed of 20 kilometers per hour, he has a total of 9 hours left to rest. Of course, for safety, Lin Feng set an 8-hour alarm on his 17 Pro Max. This way, he definitely has enough safe time to leave this place. The phone is still good. It's convenient to have a phone. Although Lin Feng loved to play with his phone, at this moment, he had no way to charge it. So after setting the alarm, Lin Feng turned on power saving mode and turned off the screen. Then, he took out a portable stove to start preparing dinner. At almost the same time, most of the contestants had chosen to stop and rest. Of course, there were still a few foolish ones who, even at the risk of not being able to see the road in the dark, insisted on moving forward. Among them were contestants from the land of the rising sun, who thought they were clever, advancing while others were sleeping in the darkness. As a result, they didn't run far before either falling flat on their faces, or they ran into zombies and screamed like crazy. Some spectators from Dragon Country saw this funny scene and laughed. Ha ha ha. These little fools are so funny. Thinking they are smart, but they are just clowns. They really made the fire laugh. Of course, most contestants were still relatively calm and awake. They basically just stopped on the road to rest. Some, fearing being run over by other contestants' vehicles at night, chose to rest on the road curb. As for the clever ones, they found safe cover in the nearby wilderness before starting to rest. Kobe Mamba from Eagle Country leaned back against a tree. He picked a good spot, surrounded by bushes that would hardly let anyone find him in the dark. He took a biscuit from his pocket and washed it down with water. This biscuit is like not eating at all. Kobe Mamba rubbed his belly. Clearly, for such a big guy, one biscuit was useless. But since he had no other food, he had to endure the hunger. Meanwhile, contestants from Bear Country, though they had no food, still retained their rugged and wild nature. Oleg took out an unfinished zombie leg from his space and set up a fire to roast it. Authentic Russian-style roasted zombie leg, smells so good. Contestant Jean Hyunchai from Western Aid Country was lucky to have a bowl of instant noodles. But without hot water, he could only force it down with cold water. Western 8, this cold noodle has a unique flavor. As for contestants from Elephant Country, their method was even simpler and more crude. The elder contestant from Elephant Country directly grabbed a lizard from nearby. After a few minutes of shaking, he poured a pool of gasoline on the ground and started barbecuing the lizard. As the white juice sizzled out, the elder swallowed a piece in one bite. Among the contestants from Dragon Country, Hichensi had a simpler situation. She sat under a rock wall, holding an energy bar to eat. Though simple, it still filled her stomach. I hope you won't leave tonight. Tomorrow, I must find you. Finally, the scene came back to Lin Feng. But when all the viewers saw Lin Feng's live broadcast screen, they were all stunned. In front of him were two pots, both cooking away.
Chapter 66: A New Day.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting on a vehicle repair toolbox, with two pots steaming in front of him. In the left pot, a dish was being stir-fried. When the camera zoomed in, the audience saw that what was being stir-fried was actually a famous dish from the Dragon Country, spicy stir-fried pork. As the green peppers changed color while being fried, Lin Feng tossed in a handful of sliced garlic. Then, he drizzled some soy sauce and added a pinch of salt. Finally, after a simple stir, this fragrant and appetizing spicy stir-fried pork was ready. Lin Feng turned off the stove and had no intention of using a bowl or plate to serve the dish. He simply put the frying pan on the table and dug in. At the same time, in another large pot, a red soup was boiling. As the bubbling water surged, pieces of meat and Sichuan peppercorns occasionally popped up.
This smell feels like it should be about ready.
Lin Feng turned off the heat, then used a spoon to scoop around, confirming everything was cooked. This was a simple water-boiled sliced pork dish made from ingredients he got from the village store earlier.
Although it lacked some key ingredients, like beef tallow, and was missing some flavor.
In this environment, having a pot of water-boiled sliced pork was definitely delicious.
As for the staple food, Lin Feng had prepared instant noodles, which he tossed in, waiting a few minutes before he could eat. And just as Lin Feng was enjoying his meal, the viewers in the live broadcast were dumbfounded.
What the heck?
While everyone else is starving, you're over here cooking up stir-fried dishes in hot pot? Oh my god, is this really Lin Shen?
Whether it's survival or eating, he's the best. Wow, if I didn't know this was a road survival show, I would think this was a food show about the Dragon Country. I'm truly amazed, while the Russian contestant is still munching on zombie legs, our Lin Shen is eating hot pot.
So awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Half an hour later, Lin Feng was full in content. He also cleaned up the cooking utensils and put them back into the space. Now he tried to turn over as much dirt as possible nearby, so he could cover the smell of the food he just cooked. Then he took out his handgun, checked that the magazine was full of bullets, chambered one, and held it in his hand, ready to sleep. He lay on the canvas, gazing up at the starry sky above. This world has such a wonderful starry sky, I wonder if this could be another world's blue star. He muttered to himself, looking at the stars above, and soon fell asleep.
GNI is so beautiful. Bay. Oh. GNI is so beautiful.
A sudden ringing phone pulled Lin Feng from his sweet dream. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the warm home he used to have on Blue Star. Instead, he was in an endless wasteland, under dense dark clouds. He took out his phone and abruptly cut off that annoying ringtone.
I wonder who set such an outrageous ringtone on this phone.
Lin Feng complained, then quickly got up and packed away the canvas.
Global announcement: the second day of road survival has begun. Every surviving contestant has received a reward of 20 resource points. Please check. First day survival statistics: a total of 2,548 contestants have died globally. Please cherish your life and keep working hard. Current top 3 overall rankings. First place, Dragon Country contestant Lin Feng. Second place, Eagle Country contestant MacArthur Bailong. Third place, Bear Country contestant Xiaoifu. Important reminder: there are 24 hours left of the novice protection period. In 24 hours, the first extreme disaster weather, the acid rain hell, will arrive on time. During that time, vehicles and living beings without effective protection will suffer continuous corrosive damage. Please find or create protective measures as soon as possible. Can it really be 24 hours?
Looking at the warning on the announcement, Lin Feng felt that this acid rain might be arriving just a bit too slowly.
He had made ample preparations for the upcoming acid rain.
After finishing everything, he discovered that this so-called acid rain hell still hadn't occurred. But that was quite normal, after all, he was a veteran of 10 years. It was reasonable for him to complete preparations so quickly. As for the other contestants, he had no idea. Today, the rankings were refreshed, and he was still in first place. The second and third places had changed, however. Overall, contestants from Eagle Nation and Bear Nation occupied most of the top positions. The rest were from the Sun Country, West 8 Country, Rooster Country, and so on.
Dragon Nation Si Chensi had risen in rank to 9th place.
As for Master Ma, he had dropped to 30th place. However, the situation for other contestants remained grim. When it came to the third contestant from Dragon Nation, they had already fallen to over 200. The fourth place was even over 600. The ranks dwindled to the thousands and tens of thousands behind. Therefore, at this moment, Dragon Nation still lingered at the very bottom. If it weren't for Lin Feng's outstanding performance, no one would even care about Dragon Nation's existence. And precisely because he stood out too much, contestants from other countries viewed Dragon Nation as their #1 rival. The situation for other Dragon Nation contestants grew increasingly difficult. As for the reward of 20 resource points, it was hardly better than having none, it was just a tiny consolation. After experiencing that terrifying zombie tide yesterday, over 2,000 contestants had died. Such a high death toll in the early stages of roadside survival was quite normal. Because most of the contestants who arrived at roadside survival were just ordinary people. Even if they weren't ordinary, none of them had ever faced such experiences before. Therefore, only a few would take everything here seriously. And because of that, many who did not take it seriously would suffer massive deaths in the early stages. This could be considered a form of survival of the fittest. After the large-scale deaths in the early stage, those who remained were naturally the elite of humanity. But it was still too early to say that, as the first disaster had yet to appear. Right now, although Dragon Nation's overall ranking still sat at the bottom, Lin Feng did not feel that Dragon Nation had no chance at all. As long as he could quickly find other Dragon Nation contestants, then he would have the opportunity to lead other Dragon Nation contestants to survive together. And to uplift Dragon Nation's fortunes. If all went well, they could return to reality as the last surviving country. I hope everything goes smoothly. Lin Feng murmured to himself, then left the resting area and returned to the armored vehicle. He started the engine, pressed the gas pedal, and hit the road again. Chapter 67, The Abandoned Military Medical Center. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng drove on the road, contestants from other countries felt uneasy about the announcement that had appeared before them. Eagle Nation's contestant MacArthur showed clear disappointment in his eyes upon discovering he was second. He had thought that after struggling through so much yesterday, fighting through countless zombies, he would surely be first. But unexpectedly, that first place actually went to the contestant from Dragon Nation. This was something he simply could not accept. After all, in his mind, only Eagle Nation was the strongest existence. He looked again at the other contestants from Dragon Nation. Which one is not ranked outside the thousands or tens of thousands? Why can this Dragon Kingdom player named Lin Feng become the first? This is truly unbelievable. There must be a problem here, that Lin Feng is definitely not a normal person. He muttered to himself while driving. At the same time, he had already made up his mind in his heart. If he encountered this Dragon Kingdom player, he had to get rid of him quickly. Otherwise, for the Eagle Kingdom, and for him, it would be a huge threat. As for the Bear Country, Sha Ifu had just woken up and saw the announcement in front of him. Yura! I'm actually third place, that's great. He was quite surprised by this ranking. Because all along, he hadn't fought too hard for resources, nor had he done anything with a clear purpose. He was just wandering randomly on the highway, and as luck would have it, he found an armored personnel carrier. Then he encountered the damned zombie tide, but he easily resolved it. He never expected that just like this, he had actually reached third place. It seems that the other players are worse than I imagined. He then looked at the second and first place on the leaderboard. I'm just playing around and I can get third place, what if I were to take it seriously? Sha Ifu chuckled. He believed that the second and first on the leaderboard had no real worth. He just needed to make a bit more effort to surpass them. As for the Fusang Kingdom, the 6th-ranked Yamamoto was unhappy about this ranking. Baka Yoru. It's this damned Dragon Kingdom person again, why is he first? According to reason, our great Fusang Kingdom's players should be the first. If it weren't for him killing our respected Swordmaster, then this first place absolutely belongs to the Swordmaster. Saying this, he gritted his teeth. Although he was dissatisfied with the higher-ups of Fusang Kingdom. But this moment is different from the past. He understood the current situation very clearly. As players from Fusang Kingdom, they needed to take care of each other. Unfortunately, he had not encountered the Swordmaster. Thus, he had no chance to serve or attend to him. This allowed the damned Dragon Kingdom person to have the opportunity to trap and kill their Swordmaster. Sinai. This grudge, I must repay. Meanwhile, other countries, like the Western 8 Kingdoms, Gallus, Elephant Country, and Union Jack Country's players, felt nervous and uneasy about Lin Feng, the first place on the leaderboard. Just like before, they were very hostile towards the players from the Dragon Kingdom. After all, in their eyes, how could those mere Dragon Kingdom people become the first on the leaderboard? They had no such qualifications, the ones truly qualified were them, the Westerners. F***K. The Dragon Kingdom people don't deserve to be first, we need to pull them down. Right, exactly. That's it. From now on, whenever we encounter a Dragon Kingdom person, we'll kill them. Ha ha. This should have been done long ago, I've disliked these Dragon Kingdom people for a long time. Exactly, let's kill them. Lin Feng's armored vehicle raced down the highway, occasionally running over a few zombies. Kill points plus 25.
Kill points plus 25. At this time, he had already traveled 70 kilometers. At this moment, a region he had never seen before suddenly appeared on the minimap. At the same time, next to it was marked with a string of characters, Abandoned Military Medical Center. Another new dungeon? He looked at the new area on the minimap and immediately realized he was about to reach a new dungeon area. Upon realizing this, he immediately began searching for treasure chests and the positions of enemies on the minimap. After he continued driving for another 500 meters, the entire Abandoned Military Medical Center appeared on the small map. In the center of this instance, there was a platinum treasure chest. Platinum treasure chest contains M4A1 assault rifle X1. There's an automatic rifle inside this treasure chest? After seeing this result, Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement. An automatic rifle is a wonderful thing. This thing not only shoots accurately and far, but its magazine capacity is also much larger than a handgun. More importantly, compared to handguns, rifles make dealing with zombies much easier. Although there are times when a single shot won't take them down, as long as you hit their head, it's a one-shot kill. And if this weapon is used against humans, it is even more of a killing machine. However, obtaining this killing machine does not seem to be so easy. Around this platinum treasure chest, dense red dots were wandering. Infected Guard, Surgeon, Screamer, Fusion Prototype. These names represent the red dots circling around the platinum treasure chest. And it seems that there are not only zombies here. Perhaps some modified biomonsters are also lurking inside. So it has finally come. In fact, in road survival, enemies like zombies are only the lowest level of threat. Above zombies, there exist mutated creatures, bizarre beings, and superpowered entities. The monsters present in this instance should belong to the second category of mutated creatures. So if he wants to open this platinum treasure chest, he must be fully prepared. Of course, besides these hostile creatures. On the small map, Lin Feng also discovered other enemies. Among them, some were of the red dot type, mostly contestants from Eagle Nation, Bear Country, or Samurai Country. There were also some yellow neutral markers, indicating contestants from unknown small countries. Lin Feng simply counted on the small map. There were at least 10 contestants from other countries. It seems this instance won't be so simple. He frowned and continued to drive the armored vehicle toward the instance area. Chapter 68, Entering the Medical Center. The engine of the armored vehicle shifted from a roar to a low idle, slowly stopping about 100 meters away from the massive building complex. The building complex ahead was that abandoned military medical center. Lin Feng turned off the headlights and parked the armored vehicle next to a rock wall behind the grass, merging with the surrounding shadows. Through the thick bulletproof glass of the armored vehicle, he could clearly see the instance he was about to enter. Unlike the previous village or service area, this place looked very grim and oppressive. The first thing that caught his eye was a towering concrete wall. On top of the wall, tangled barbed wire reflected intermittent cold light, some rusted and broken, hanging down weakly. At intervals, a watchtower stood tall, its hollow lookout gazing down at the ground below. Lin Feng could see a red dot named Mutated Sniper at the watchtower on the small map. It seemed he had to proceed carefully to enter this instance. Otherwise, he would be shot to pieces by these snipers right from the start. Directly ahead was the main entrance of the base. The heavy steel sliding door had been torn open by some unknown, unimaginable brute force. Twisted metal rods bent outward. The glass of the gatehouse was shattered all over the ground, and on a faded metal sign next to it, he could barely make out the words, Military Medical Center number 547. And below it was a smaller line of text, Highest Level Biological Research Facility. As his gaze crossed the shattered door, the scene inside was even more dilapidated and chaotic. In the wide open space, remnants of several military jeeps and troop trucks lay abandoned. Their tires were deflated, and their bodies were riddled with bullet holes and claw marks. One truck had even crashed through half a wall, its front deeply embedded in the building. On the ground, shattered bulletproof glass, scattered bullet shells, and dark red bloodstains that had long since dried all indicated that a fierce battle had once erupted here. As for the main building, it was a typical modern military-style fortress, connected by several square concrete structures. Most of the windows were broken, gaping black holes. The main entrance was an automatic glass door, now only half hanging on its track. The entire area was eerily silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the ruins, stirring up dust and debris. However, beneath this deathly quiet, Lin Feng's ears sharply caught a faint sound. The sound came from deep within the building, high-pitched and sharp. On the mini-map, the location was marked as Shrieker. Although Lin Feng was not clear what these so-called shriekers were, he understood that the upcoming actions would be extremely dangerous. After parking the car, Lin Feng tucked the P-2000 into his waist, the bullet chambered, ready to fire at any moment. He also checked the remaining 4 grenades, 10 Molotov cocktails, a chainsaw, and a katana. Although he had many weapons, it did not mean he was invincible. He had to ensure that each weapon would be crucial when the time came. He got out of the car and did not rush to enter through the front door, but instead found a side entrance on the minimap. This entrance was not surrounded by guard towers, meaning he need not worry about those mutated snipers attacking him. Though a few zombies were wandering nearby, dealing with them was much simpler than facing those guys with sniper rifles. Following the dirt road outside the main road, he made his way under the wall and then followed the route on the minimap to the side entrance. This place had a small iron door, which seemed to be for staff entrance and exit. The small iron door was covered in rust, and even the hinges looked broken, as if it would fall with just a gentle shake. Lin Feng approached and carefully shook it. Creak. The iron door made a slight creaking sound as it wobbled. Though not loud, it still attracted several zombies. He could see this on the minimap. However, their movements were sluggish, so before they could arrive, Lin Feng had already opened the door and slipped inside. As for the few zombies that had been lured over, Lin Feng did not hesitate to draw his katana and swiftly chopped off their heads. Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. Kill points plus 25. After killing these zombies, Lin Feng did not linger, immediately heading toward the fortress. The fortress looked like it had been heavily protected before it was abandoned. Now, however, its defenses had turned into zombies, so Lin Feng easily bypassed them and arrived beneath a window. He cautiously crouched below the window and quietly peered inside. It was dark inside, making it nearly impossible to see anything. But the minimap indicated that there were no enemies or other life forms present. So after a quick confirmation of the environment inside, Lin Feng climbed through. Thud. With a muffled sound, Lin Feng landed safely on a table. Upon entering, he was immediately hit by the smell of disinfectant, along with the pungent odor of rotting flesh and damp mildew. This does not look like a laboratory at all. There are only two simple desks here, with some documents placed on them. Besides that, there is nothing else. It seems like this should be an office. Lin Feng jumped down from the desk and muttered to himself. He glanced briefly at the documents on the desk. They were basically about some rules regarding this place, which did not interest him. In the corner at the desk, there was some space under the desk, and it was dark because it was not near a window. Lin Feng quickly moved over silently and hid underneath the desk. He had discovered on the minimap that two contestants from another country were coming toward him. 10 seconds later. Click. The door lock was twisted open, followed by the sound of 2 pairs of footsteps. Damn it, Henry. Here's another office. I think we should just hurry up and leave this damn place. There's nothing valuable to find, and there are so many crazy monsters. Staying here is really unwise. We can't. Our Gallic Rooster country hasn't killed a single dungeon boss so far. This places our ranking very low. We can't just give up like this. But Henry, this place is too strange. Didn't you notice monsters shooting at us when we came in? Have you ever seen zombies that can shoot guns? So have you ever seen moving zombies before? Come on, Macaron, we can't just leave. Besides, tomorrow, that hellish event is going to descend. We need to find some protective plastic. Lin Feng hid under the desk, quietly listening to their conversation. Henry, let's search this place first. Fine, let's hope we don't die here. Tap, tap, tap. One of their footsteps was getting closer to Lin Feng. His brow knitted, his hand moved toward the gun at his waist. Chapter 69, Mysterious Weapon. Tap, tap. The footsteps stopped in front of the desk, and a pair of white sports shoes appeared in front of him, covered in mud spots. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the gun, his index finger already on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Creak. The drawer was pulled open, and Lin Feng could hear him rummaging inside. Damn it, there's nothing here. Henry, we should change places. Wait a minute, it's dangerous outside. We can't miss any chance to search. Maybe there's a treasure waiting for us to discover here? Tisk, it's easy for you to say. Clang, clang. This guy, who should be named Macaron, rummaged through the drawer a couple of times and then stepped back. There's nothing at all, let me check if there's anything under here. He muttered to himself and then bent down to search the drawer underneath the desk. Seeing him bend down, Lin Feng had already aimed his gun at his legs. As soon as his head poked below, Lin Feng would pull the trigger before he even noticed him. At this moment, in Lin Feng's livestream, the audience held their breath watching this scene. Wow, this contestant from the Gallic Rooster country won't discover Lin God, right? Ha, even if he discovers it, what difference does it make? Our Lin God's gun is already aimed at him. You can't say, it feels so tense right now. Macaron was searching in the drawer below, but like before, there was nothing inside except for some moldy documents. He continued to rummage, and soon he was about to search the last drawer. To check that drawer, he needed to squat down. Only in this way could he avoid worrying that his ill-fitting pants would be ripped by the muscles on his legs. Shit, it's all shit, just full of shit. He rummaged quickly, looking impatient. Finally, there was only one last drawer left. He needed to squat down. Looking for the last drawer.
Lin Feng hid under the table, already seeing his knees slightly bent.
It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Although shooting here will attract the mutated creatures around, it seems there's no other good way, especially since you two are big guys? Lin Feng's index finger tightened on the trigger, murmuring to himself. Just as Macron was about to crouch down, Henry suddenly shouted. Wow! Macron, look what I found!
Hearing his voice, Macron straightened up from his crouched position, looking towards where Henry was.
What's going on? Why the big fuss? Are you not afraid of attracting those monsters?
Ha, those monsters are nothing in front of this thing.
Oh?
Macron walked over and then saw the black object in Henry's hand.
His expression clearly became surprised, and he couldn't help but ask repeatedly. My God, Henry, how could you find this thing in such a hellish place? I'm truly impressed. If even you could find such a good thing, what does that make of the crap I found?
Henry laughed roughly and then patted his arm while saying,
Hey, don't say that, brother. We're all on the same side, what does it matter who found it? Ha, you do have a point.
Now that we have this thing, forget those damn monsters. Even if we run into that college student from Dragon Country, I believe we will have no problem.
Macron sneered and said.
You really overestimate that college student from Dragon Country. He's just a mere dragon person. I could take him down barehanded without him recognizing his own mother.
Ah, don't say that.
Just look at how many people from Fusang Country have died at the hands of that college student from Dragon Country.
Being cautious never hurt anyone. So what?
Fusang Country and Dragon Country are no different, both are damn small-eyed races.
We Gauls are the noble white-skinned people, beating them is still easy, right?
Lin Feng hid under the office desk listening to their conversation, feeling more and more uncomfortable.
Damn white-skinned pigs, always so arrogant.
He cursed internally, carefully peeking out from under the desk to see what they had actually found. Unfortunately, Macron was quite big, perfectly blocking the view of the Gallic man named Henry. Crouching under the desk, he couldn't see what they had found from this position. Meanwhile, the viewers in Lin Feng's livestream were already furious over the remarks of these two Gallic players.
What the hell? What nonsense are these two white-skinned pigs talking about? What do they mean by small-eyed races? These two white-skinned pigs are too pretentious.
Lin God, stop being cautious and just take them out with 2 shots.
Exactly, how dare they look down on us dragon people? Do they really think they are a noble race? In the office, Henry proudly weighed the weapon in his hand and spoke in a low voice.
Macron, take a close look, this thing is not ordinary. I bet that Dragon Country student will definitely piss his pants when he sees this weapon.
Macron leaned in a bit and agreed. Exactly, Henry.
That dragon person is doomed, he better not let us find him. Lin Feng hid under the desk, listening to their words, growing more curious. Although he had no idea what the two of them were holding. But one thing he understood was that he had to strike first and kill these two. Otherwise, no matter what they were holding, it would eventually be used to kill him. Lin Feng held his breath, quietly stood up, and then aimed a gun at Macron.
Bang! Bang! 2 blood holes immediately appeared on Macron's huge body.
Henry was startled and immediately threw himself to the side when Lin Feng fired the first shot. Who's there? He shouted loudly, but Lin Feng showed no hesitation and shot again directly.
Bang!
A bullet hit his chest precisely.
Then came another shot. Bang!
It hit his forehead, and his head immediately drooped. A large amount of blood seeped from the back of his head, flowing all over the ground.
Kill points plus 300. Kill points plus 300.
After taking care of the two of them, the entire office fell silent. Only Lin Feng's slightly hurried breathing could be heard. He watched the mini-map warily, where several red dots were already moving toward him.
I can't stay here long. He immediately stepped forward and took the weapon from Henry's hand.
When he held it in his hand and saw what it actually was, his pupils contracted.
How can it be this thing? Chapter 70, What a Pair of Fools.
Lin Feng looked incredulously at the weapon in his hand. These two fools actually mistook a handheld label printer for such an impressive weapon. This thing is just something used in supermarkets to price items. With a black plastic shell, it does look like a gun, and it even has a small LCD screen and a keyboard on it.
What a pair of fools. He pressed the print button, and the machine sputtered out a short strip of blank label paper.
Seeing this, Lin Feng was completely speechless. The same situation was unfolding in his livestream.
Are you kidding me? Just a label machine, and those 2 Gallic chickens made it look like something special? I can't believe it. These 2 Gallic chickens are so clueless. This is just ridiculous. How can they treat it like a treasure?
Lin Feng glanced at the minimap. Outside the door, 2 red dots were approaching.
He quickly tossed aside the label printer and escaped through the window. Once outside, he found a bush and hid. Now, the mini-map showed 2 more players from other countries appearing here. They seemed to be coming in through the front door, but strangely, the mutant sniper at the entrance didn't attack them. He hadn't heard any gunfire besides his own. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the watchtower. On the tall tower, he could even see 2 humanoid creatures wandering around up there. Could it be that the guys up there don't look down? He thought to himself. If his judgment was correct, then he might have a chance to sneak up there. Then he could kill those 2 zombies and take their guns. If that happened, he would have a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle. With this weapon, it would be much easier to deal with threats in the future. Although he felt delighted thinking about it. Lin Feng quickly left the area. Because the recent gunshots attracted not only those monsters but also players from other countries nearby. For him, there were still many threats left unhandled in this area. He didn't want to expose himself too early. Otherwise, he would have to face a group of monsters and a group of human players. That way, he would naturally find himself in a disadvantageous position. Fortunately, a bit further ahead was a window leading to the other side of the office area. From those places, he could also enter the fortress. After about 5 minutes, Lin Feng looked at the mini-map and quickly arrived at the other side of the area. Then he found an office nearby with no zombies or human players and climbed inside. After entering this office, Lin Feng found that there was not much difference from the previous office. It was the same layout, the same smell of disinfectant and mold. He quickly rummaged through a drawer in the office before leaving. Lin Feng understood that it was impossible to find anything valuable in these offices. Rather than wasting time here, it would be better to hurry to the platinum treasure box instead. He planned the best route on the small map and immediately began to act. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the military medical center, a nimble figure was speeding along the road on a dirt bike. Chenxi's gaze was tightly fixed on the 2 clearly visible tire marks on the asphalt road ahead. These marks were broader and deeper than ordinary tire tracks. This was caused by the heavy weight of the vehicle itself. Earlier, she had seen Lin Feng driving an armored car at the service area. So she was sure that these tire marks were made by his vehicle. This guy is quite fast. Since leaving the service area, she had been following behind him. Unfortunately, she had never been able to catch up. Soon, she arrived near the entrance of the medical center. But here, the tire marks abruptly stopped at the edge of the kilometer, disappearing into the wild. Chenxi did a tail whip and stopped the bike. She jumped off and carefully examined the road, but unfortunately found nothing. He hid the vehicle. That means he chose this instance. Chenxi looked towards the large building ahead, hid the bike, and then retreated to a concealed dirt slope to start observing. The main gate had 2 towering watchtowers, where 2 dark figures stood. Although far away, she could still determine that they were some kind of creature holding guns. While she was unsure whether they had turned into zombies or something else. But she certainly did not want to be targeted by these guys. She also believed that since Lin Feng could come in first place, he definitely wouldn't choose to enter through the main door. So where would he enter from? She put away her binoculars and started moving along the outskirts of the wall. Soon, she found a rusty iron gate. When she entered, she noticed that under the fortress ahead, most windows were already broken and were in the blind spot of the watchtower. She quickly crouched down to one of the windows, confirmed that there was no one inside, and then climbed in. Once inside, she found that it was an office. The room was filled with the smell of disinfectant and mold. She quickly approached the door, listened carefully for sounds in the corridor. There was complete silence. After confirming there was no one outside, she slowly turned the doorknob and opened the door a crack. The corridor was empty, with only an emergency light flickering in the distance. After confirming safety, she darted out, quickly blending into the darkness. Just after Chenxi's figure vanished, 2 dark-skinned, short figures sneaked up to the office door, staring at the spot where she had just disappeared. The 2 of them were contestants from the Elephant Nation, and they had spotted Chenxi as they entered. Seeing her curvy figure, they could no longer suppress the fire in their hearts and followed her all the way. One contestant, with a cloth wrapped around his head, lowered his voice and said to his companion, his eyes shining with a lewd light. "Old Xian, that East Asian woman went in, she didn't notice us, it's a good opportunity." The other man, called Old Xian, licked his cracked lips and whispered. "No rush, Ni Erhan. This place looks very dangerous. Let her go in first to scout, and we will follow behind. When the time comes, we will take action." Chapter 71, The Terrifying Screamer. In the dark corridor of the fortress, Lin Feng moved silently like a ghost in the night, gliding through the hallway without a sound. Through the observation of the small map, he accurately avoided the wandering groups of infected guards on the way.
The emergency lights in the corridor flickered on and off, stretching his shadow as it was cast upon the mottled walls, where dried blood and scattered medical instruments formed an eerie picture. Soon, he was about to cross a glass corridor connecting two buildings.
Suddenly,
a piercing scream erupted from deep within the building without warning, like countless steel needles piercing violently into his eardrums.
Ah!
This sudden sonic wave attack made Lin Feng feel dizzy and disoriented. He immediately covered his ears and crouched down to steady his body. Almost at the same time, a blue screen appeared in front of him and all the contestants.
Announcement: Congo contestant Sajira is dead.
Cause of death: organs shattered by the screamer's sound waves.
Announcement: Sarahian contestant Bo Chow is dead.
Cause of death: surrounded and devoured by mutated monsters attracted by the screamer's sound waves.
The screamer? Lin Feng's heart sank, and he immediately looked at the small map.
On the small map, in a patient room area not far from him, the yellow dots representing those two contestants had completely disappeared. And in their place, a red dot named Screamer was flashing frantically. Even more terrifying, it seemed that the scream had triggered some kind of mechanism, causing all the red dots in the medical center to begin to stir and gather towards the direction of the scream. At this moment, in the Longshore studio, this sudden turn of events also shocked everyone. Dongqing covered her mouth, watching the announcements and the death footage from other live rooms appear on the screen, her face full of disbelief.
It's a new monster. Oh my god, can just the sound kill humans?
Lin Feng looked at the death footage, his expression more serious than ever.
He analyzed coldly. It seems this is a type of sound wave attack mutant monster. Extremely dangerous. This guy can not only cause lethal damage to humans through sound waves.
The more troublesome thing is that its scream will attract all nearby other monsters, creating a localized tide of corpses. If this monster locks onto you, you are basically left with no chance of survival. Saki Ling listened to Lin Feng's analysis, her words filled with worry.
Instructor Ling, if what you say is true, then Lin Feng contestant is now. The audience in the live room also exploded in commotion. What the hell is that thing? It's too perverse. Bushkaman, can just a scream kill? That's too scary. Chensi, be careful. Don't let that monster find you.
Lingard, you must be careful.
That monster is too dangerous.
Compared to the audience's worries, Lin Feng seemed much more calm. Although the chaos caused by the screamer was very dangerous for most contestants, for Lin Feng, this chaos was both a crisis and an opportunity.
On one hand, the gathering of monsters would make his originally planned safe route unsafe.
But on the other hand, it meant that the number of monsters and zombies in other areas would be greatly reduced. This was clearly shown on the small map. The monsters and zombies that had been blocking his path had all left because of that scream. So, based on the latest situation, he began to plan his route on the small map. However, just as he was replanning his route, he suddenly sensed something keenly. On the small map, several originally exploring yellow and red dots in other areas. After the shrill sound ended, they unexpectedly changed direction in unison. They were all moving towards the location of the platinum treasure chest. Goodness, could it be that these people are accidentally going to find the platinum treasure chest? Lin Feng knew that, apart from him, no one else could possibly have such a powerful cheat like the minimap.
However, this did not mean they couldn't discover the platinum treasure chest.
Even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse, this is not impossible. Now, regardless of whether they were lucky or whatever. In short, the direction of these people's actions was in line with his goal. I can't delay, I must get there before them. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he immediately abandoned the half-planned safe route. Instead, he marked a shorter, more direct path on the minimap, which required traversing an area where a few monsters were wandering. After planning the route, he then noticed a green dot suddenly appearing not far from his office area. Moreover, next to it, there was a line of small text that read, Chensi, Dragon Country.
Is that the king of soldiers from the Dragon Tooth Special Forces?
Lin Feng looked at her name on the minimap, feeling a hint of surprise in his heart. All this way, he hadn't had the chance to encounter any competitors from the Dragon Country. He did not expect to meet her here, and she was also the strongest competitor from the Dragon Country besides him. At the same time, he also noticed 2 competitors from the Elephant Country were following Chensi closely. He lingered his gaze on them for a moment. It was obvious that these 2 competitors from the Elephant Country had been tracking Chensi and surely had ill intentions towards her. However, Lin Feng did not plan to intervene. He believed that as the king of soldiers from the Dragon Tooth Special Forces, dealing with 2 common competitors from the Elephant Country would be no problem for her. Then, he gripped his katana, lowered his posture, and increased his speed sharply. He pressed against the wall of the corridor, swiftly moving like a shadow. Ahead, at a corner of the corridor, a red dot labeled Surgeon was approaching on the mini-map. It was wearing a white coat already soaked in blood, dragging a gleaming bone saw, making a strange clattering noise from its throat. At the moment it was about to turn the corner, Lin Feng moved. He sprang out from the shadows, as swift as a cheetah. At the same time, his katana struck towards its neck at high speed.
Put! Get in!
Before the surgeon could react, its head had already been severed, black blood gushing out. After dealing with this zombie, Lin Feng did not stay for a moment. His figure flickered past the fallen corpse without making a sound.
Kill points plus 300.
The viewers in the live broadcast room just saw Lin Feng suddenly raise his hand, then a cold light flashed, and immediately a headless corpse fell down. As for Lin Feng's figure, he was already several meters away.
What the heck just happened?
This speed, this knife technique, Lin God is just amazing at whatever he does.
So cool. This strike is worth me learning, over and over again.
Soon, Lin Feng was only a few dozen meters away from the sparkling platinum treasure chest icon on the minimap.
He quickened his pace, he had to be the first to arrive there and get that M4A1. Chapter 72, M4A1, Infinite Ammunition.
Following the route on the minimap, Lin Feng swiftly navigated through the complex corridors. The platinum treasure chest icon on the minimap was getting closer and closer to him. Soon, he stopped in front of a heavy metal isolation door. The red warning light above the door had already gone out by this time.
But even so, the words High-Risk Biological Research Area, Authorized Entry were clearly visible on the door. High-risk biological research? No wonder there are so many monsters in this place.
So this is where it all comes from. Lin Feng thought to himself, while noticing on the small map that a platinum treasure chest was right behind this door. Next to the big door, there was a touch-sensitive electronic password lock. It seemed that this door needed a password to unlock and enter. However, the electronic password lock was already blacked out, showing that the power here had clearly been cut off. It was impossible to crack this electronic password lock. But that was okay, he had no intention of using a hacking method to enter the big door anyway. He directly took out a chainsaw from the space and immediately pulled the starting rope.
V-room.
With a deep rumble, a high-speed rotating chainsaw ruthlessly cut towards the door hinge.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Amidst the harsh sound of metal friction and flying sparks, in just a few dozen seconds, the sturdy door hinge was brutally severed. Lin Feng kicked open the heavy metal door, and a round laboratory appeared before him. In the center of the laboratory, a huge glass incubation chamber had been shattered, with dark green viscous liquid flowing everywhere, emitting a pungent smell of chemical agents.
And beside the wreckage of the incubation chamber, a platinum-colored treasure chest was quietly lying there, glimmering. I've finally found it.
Seeing the platinum treasure chest, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He quickly walked up to the chest, without a moment's hesitation.
Detected platinum treasure chest, do you wish to open it? Open. Opening successful. Opened. Obtained, M4A1 Carbine X1. 5.56mm ammunition X1 20 rounds. Tactical Sight Kit X1.
Advanced Firearm Maintenance Tools X1.
10,000 times return activated.
Refund M4A1 X10000, 5.56mm ammunition X1 200,000 rounds. With the announcement of the 10,000 times return, a mountain of M4A1 rifles suddenly appeared in the square of the Dragon country's capital. At the same time, there was an even larger hill of magazines filled with bullets nearby. On Dragon Vision, the two hosts looked very happy seeing these returned weapons.
Sa Bei Ling laughed and said,
"Ladies and gentlemen, our player Lin Feng has just brought us 10,000 M4A1 carbines for our Dragon country."
Dong Qin also followed up.
"That's right, and not only that, we also received 1,200,000 rounds of rifle ammunition." Seeing the mountain of guns and magazines on the screen, the audience was extremely excited. "Great, our country has a large number of guns now."
"The guns are good, but the main thing is the bullets."
"Exactly, resources are running low, and our country hasn't produced bullets in many years. This batch of bullets is crucial for our Dragon country." As the system's light curtain faded away, a pitch-black, metallic feel, hefty M4A1 carbine appeared out of nowhere in his hand. At the same time, 4 heavy 30-round magazines also appeared on the nearby ground. A set of tactical gear including a red dot sight, and a complete set of precision firearm maintenance tools.
M4A1.
Touching the carbine in his hand, Lin Feng's heart raced instantly. As a 10-year veteran, he knew better than anyone what it meant to have a reliable automatic rifle at this stage. Compared to a pistol, a rifle was a powerful weapon against zombies. After all, rifle rounds have a larger caliber, stronger penetration, higher accuracy, and greater firepower.
Besides zombies, dealing with humans was even easier.
It could be said that after obtaining this rifle, he was almost invincible in this area. Only, the downside was the limited number of bullets.
Unless...
Lin Feng suddenly thought that after experiencing the tide of corpses, he had already amassed a heap of kill points.
He opened the system panel to take a look and found that his kill points had accumulated to 7,230 points. System, how many kill points does it take to upgrade the M4A1? Detected weapon, M4A1 carbine. M4A1 carbine LV1, 500 kill points for upgrade, LV2, 1,500 kill points for upgrade, LV3, 4,000 kill points for upgrade. Upgrading to LV3 requires 4,000 kill points? Lin Feng looked at the panel and the costs required for upgrading. Slightly fell into contemplation. But he just thought for a moment and immediately chose to go all in. Because, in this world of survival where death could strike at any moment, having a powerful weapon is the key to staying alive. Everything else can come slowly. All in. Directly upgrade to level 3. Consuming 4,000 kill points, M4A1 carbine is upgrading. A golden light instantly enveloped the M4A1 in Lin Feng's hand. Upgrade successful. M4A1 carbine LV1 M4A1 carbine LV3. LV1 modification, recoil optimization, enhanced stability of the gun. LV2 modification, gun barrel reinforcement, increased penetration and range. LV3 special modification, unlocked unlimited ammo module. Hint, unlimited ammo module has been activated, bullets in the current magazine will not be consumed, can shoot indefinitely. The golden light then dissipated, and the appearance of the M4A1 in his hand changed little. But when he inserted the magazine, a faint blue energy symbol suddenly appeared at the bottom of the magazine. It quickly vanished. Unlimited bullets? Lin Feng looked at the gun in his hand, truly unable to believe such a thing could exist in reality. While he admired the gun, several red and yellow dots on the minimap were converging toward him from different directions. Tap. 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 Outside the hallway, chaotic and hurried footsteps grew closer, mixed with heavy breathing and low whispers. Right here. That sharp scream came from around here. Hurry. Those Russians and Eagle Sauce people are coming too, we must get ahead of them. The door has been smashed, there must be someone inside who got there first. Bang. The metal door of the laboratory was violently kicked open, and several figures streamed in, warily surveying everything in the room as well as Lin Feng. Chapter 73, this entry is Gillen. The metal door was violently kicked open, and several figures streamed in. At the forefront was a stout white man with a full beard. He had a fire axe slung over his shoulder, and his gaze appeared very fierce. The name displayed on the mini-map indicated he was Ivan from the Bear Country. Following closely behind was a player from the land of Rising Sun, Tanaka, wielding a katana and looking malicious. And there was a steady-footed player from Eagle Country, Jack, holding a military dagger. The last to enter were the two from the Western Eight Country, Jin Shenkai and Park Changfan, who had fled earlier but were now following them, under the guise of authority. As soon as they entered, their eyes locked onto Lin Feng in the center of the laboratory. Naturally, the all-black M4A1 carbine in his hand also attracted their attention. M4A1. Jack, the Eagle Country player, licked his lips, his tone laced with disdain, and commanded. Hey, university student from Dragon Country, I advise you to hand over your gun. We might let you die a bit more painlessly? Ivan from Bear Country also pointed his fire axe at Lin Feng, shouting in a rough accent. Sucka, do you think you can handle us 5 guys alone? Meanwhile, Tanaka from the land of Rising Sun had bloodshot eyes. Lin Feng. You killed our brave warriors from Great Fusong. Today is the day of blood repayment. That's right, you're surrounded. You're done for today, Sim Ida. Jin Shenkai and Park Changfan hid behind them, shrieking weakly. Looking at this group, Lin Feng couldn't understand how they had united. After all, they shouldn't know he was here. However, none of this mattered. No matter how they had teamed up, he didn't put this bunch of misfits in his eyes at all. He slowly raised his M4A1, the gun's muzzle casually sweeping over each person's face. In his eyes, this group of people was no different from the dead. What a bunch of clowns. Don't you even measure how much you weigh before daring to cause trouble for me? But it's fine. Since you all have come, it saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Today, I will send you all to hell together. As Lin Feng spoke these words, Ivan from the Bear Country was extremely impatient. He roared, Yura. Then, his huge body, like a brown bear, swung the fire axe and charged toward Lin Feng with all his might. In his mind, as long as he got close, the gun would be useless, turning into scrap metal. However, just as he took his second step, Lin Feng's gun barrel was already aimed at him. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately pulled the trigger. Tot-a-tot. A crisp gunshot instantly shattered the silence in the laboratory. 3 5.56mm bullets, moving at an imperceptible speed, precisely entered Ivan's massive chest. In an instant, a blood mist erupted explosively. Ivan's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and his massive body seemed to be struck by invisible giant hammers. He then fell heavily backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never understood, even as he died, why this guy's shooting speed was so fast. Killing points plus 300. Ivan. Jack and Tanaka shouted in shock. Among them, Tanaka reacted very quickly. After roaring, he pushed off the ground and his figure slid to the side like a ghost. He tried to use the shelves in the laboratory for cover, quickly closing the distance between him and Lin Feng. But in Lin Feng's eyes, these tricks were nothing at all. The muzzle of his M41 followed him like a shadow. Tat-tat-tat. Another burst of short shots, bullets chasing Tanaka's figure, and just as he was about to hide behind cover, they precisely tore through his thigh and abdomen. He screamed in pain and fell heavily to the ground. The samurai sword in his hand flew out and dropped to the ground with a crisp sound. Killing points plus 300. F***CK. Does he even need to aim to shoot? Jack stared at Tanaka, who was lying in a pool of blood, and yelled in horror. Then he immediately flipped over and hid behind a metal experiment table. At the same time, Jin Shinkai and Park Changbian were so terrified that their souls almost left their bodies, turning to run toward the door. Trying to run? Looking at their fleeing backs, Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He immediately switched his design mode to full automatic. The next second, a terrifying steel storm swept through the laboratory's entrance. Tat-tat-tat. The muzzle of the M4A1 shot out terrifying flames. In just a few seconds, dozens of bullets poured out. But even so, the flames at the muzzle showed no sign of disappearing. And those two contestants from the Western 8 countries, who were about to flee, were instantly caught by this barrage. Their backs seemed to be pierced by countless steel needles, instantly turning into a bloody mess. They didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Killing points plus 300. Killing points plus 300. Hiding behind the experiment table, Jack watched as Lin Feng's M4A1 fired dozens of shots without even reloading. This was beyond his understanding. F***CK. How is this Dragon Country person's gun able to shoot without even changing the magazine? After eliminating the two contestants from the Western 8 countries, Lin Feng turned the gun towards Jack's hiding spot behind the experiment table. He didn't hesitate or stop, directly suppressing the experiment table with gunfire. Bullets poured wildly onto the thick metal surface, sparking and twisting the metal. The upgraded penetration power caused some of the bullets to even penetrate the table, leaving several deep craters on the floor tiles near Jack. Shit, this guy is a madman. Jack felt his guts twist in fear amid the storm of gunfire around him. He had never seen anyone fire an automatic rifle like it was a machine gun, unstoppable. The only sound left in the laboratory was the M4A1's relentless roar and the violent noise of bullets tearing through the air and striking objects. Lin Feng had no intention of directly killing Jack. He wanted to enjoy the thrill of unlimited firepower. In live streams around the world, everyone was completely shocked by the scene unfolding before them. In the Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, and Sun Country live streams, the previously arrogant commentators and viewers were now silent, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. Commentator Kirk stammered with trembling words. This is impossible. Why are his bullets endless? The host from Sun Country, Kojima, wailed in despair. This must be a trick, he must be cheating, this guy is insane. Chapter 74, Unlimited Firepower, Kid. The dense gunfire still echoed wildly in the laboratory. The flames from the M4A1's muzzle barely paused, casting the entire room in flickering light and shadow. Jack was hiding behind a metal lab table, surrounded by the intense gunfire, feeling as if he were going crazy. This guy's firepower was completely chaotic and unreasonable. It seemed as though the gun in his hand would never stop firing, and the cover Jack was relying on was being riddled with holes. The heavy metal surface had already been torn apart by bullets, with multiple gaping wounds twisting and warping, threatening to collapse at any moment. Fuck. A madman, this guy is a complete madman. Jack curled up his body, bullets whizzing past him. The whistling sound of bullets grazing his scalp made his insides churn. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, it would only be a matter of time before this cover was smashed to pieces by this Dragon Country University student. He bit his teeth hard, pulling out a flashbang from his waist, removing the safety, and throwing it with all his might towards Lin Feng's direction. However, his movements were far too clumsy. At the moment his arm rose, Lin Feng's gun was already predicting his action. Want to blind me with a flashbang? Ha, naive. Lin Feng sneered, and then... Tap tap tap. A series of precise bullets instantly caught up to the flashbang in mid-air. Before it could explode, the bullets pierced its internal detonator. Bang! A sound as loud as a firecracker exploded. The flashbang only barely opened a small hole before falling to the ground, not exploding at all. Because of this, the flashbang posed no threat to Lin Feng whatsoever. But Jack was not so lucky. He had just poked half of his body out when he perfectly exposed himself to Lin Feng's gun muzzle. Goodbye.
Lin Feng's tone was as cold as frost, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Tap 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 tap. This time, he showed no mercy at all. Directly, a long burst of fire rained down on Jack. The bullets were like the scythe of death, instantly tearing Jack's upper body into pieces. His flesh and bones splattered violently under the furious firepower. He didn't even have a chance to scream before he turned into a pulp of blood and meat. Kill points plus 300. After Jack died, the gunfire finally ceased. In the laboratory, a deathly silence enveloped everything, with the air thick with smoke and the smell of blood. Watching this scene, the global live stream suddenly fell into silence. All the viewers, no matter which country it came from, it was called unilateral overwhelming slaughter, shocking everyone completely. In just a few seconds, global live broadcasting rooms exploded. In the Eagle country's television station, commentator Kirk's face turned pale, his lips trembled, and the arrogance he had before vanished without a trace, replaced by unbelievable fear, mixed with some anger. The devil, this university student from the Dragon country is a devil. How come his bullets never run out? He must be cheating. He was clearly slaughtering all the competitors with unfair means, and it was utterly unforgivable. Road survival must punish such competitors. Meanwhile, in the Bear country's live broadcast room, the host pounded the table hard, roaring. Sucka! Ivan, our bravest warrior, was shot down just like that. This university student from the Dragon country doesn't follow any rules, it's utterly despicable, disgraceful, and hateful. And in the Sun country's television station, Kojiro was acting more insane, pointing at Lin Feng on the screen and shouting sharp curses. The devil, he is a devil from hell. Amaterasu, please descend divine punishment and punish this one who has tarnished the samurai's honor. Watching the wails and curses of these foreign commentators and hosts, the Dragon country's audience couldn't help but laugh. So refreshing, it's so fucking refreshing. Lin God is awesome. Not bro, 5 against 1, and his 5 were killed. What kind of operation is this? It's really killing me with laughter, do they even know how to play? Haha, look at Kojima's Sema face, it's really killing me. I just love their frantic looks, unable to stand us yet can't take us down. And in the Dragon Vision studio, Sabe Ling was excited with flushed cheeks, his voice trembling with excitement. Dear audience of the Dragon Brothers, this is simply a miracle. Our Lin Feng has created another miracle. He single-handedly faced competitors from 5 countries and achieved overwhelming victory. He not only defended himself but more importantly, he defended our Dragon country's dignity. At this moment, Lin Feng was also in shock, taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down, analyzing from a professional perspective. From the footage just now, we can see that the weapon Lin Feng held seemed to have no worries about ammunition at all. This is truly incredible. Although we don't know exactly how Lin Feng accomplished this, once he had this weapon, it meant he completely rewrote the rules of the game. This meant that for Lin Feng, the numerical advantage of competitors from other countries had lost all significance. Facing an unlimited barrage of firepower was useless, at least until the competitors from other countries found more powerful weapons. As global audiences were shaken by this scene, Lin Feng in the laboratory appeared unusually calm. He quickly replaced it with a new gate, only later realizing that this gun had unlimited bullets, making magazine changes unnecessary. Oh my, this is like changing a bullet disease. Just then, a bad message came from the minimap in the upper left corner. Red dots, dense and overwhelming, surged from all directions toward the laboratory. Infected guards, surgeons, mutated snipers, and even the previously only heard of Screamer and the massive fusion prototype. Roar. Hiss. In the entire fortress building complex. Various non-human howls and roars echoed in succession, coming from far to near. Even the ground began to tremble slightly, it was evident that a large number of monsters were rushing towards them. It seemed that the recent wave of firepower had completely startled all the monsters in this area. Chapter 75, The Thief's Heart of the Elephant Country Contestant. Soon, the sounds of footsteps from the agitated monsters outside the laboratory became more and more numerous and closer, the trembling of the ground also growing more intense. At this moment, Lin Feng looked towards the corridor outside the laboratory, which had been completely blocked by the swarming monsters. At the front were a group of infected guards, armed with electric batons and police shields, wearing tattered security uniforms. Their eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty red light, and a low growl emerged from their throats. Behind them were several surgeons, dragging bone saws, staggering in their movements. In addition, there were several emaciated yet incredibly fast mutated creatures. Looking at the rapidly approaching red tide on the minimap, Lin Feng's face showed no fear, instead, a smile of desire appeared. Hee, if it were before, I would have had no choice but to run in this situation, but now, things are different. He glanced at the cold, dark M4A1 in his hand, feeling the absolute confidence brought by infinite ammunition. Since you all are rushing to your deaths, I won't hold back, let me fulfill your wish. Before his words fell, Lin Feng's figure proactively moved to the laboratory door, boldly facing the swirling darkness and stench. The viewers in his live stream were stunned to see the terrifying monsters charging at him.
Wow! Why are there so many monsters here?
This is too scary. My god, there are 8, 9, 10, 20, 30.
It's over, so many monsters are coming. Why isn't our Lin god running away?
The viewers in the live stream frantically urged Lin Feng to escape quickly.
But how could he see the barrage of comments?
Besides, he had no intention of fleeing at all. He stood directly in the center of the narrow corridor, steadily raising the M4A1, the gun's muzzle aimed straight at the group of monsters rushing towards him.
Roar!
The front guards, now zombies, roared at him, wildly waving their electric batons as they charged recklessly. As they recklessly approached, Lin Feng's eyes held nothing but coldness, and he confidently and steadily pulled the trigger with his index finger.
Day.
The sound of the M4A1 erupted again. However, this time Lin Feng did not choose to spray bullets wildly but opted for a rhythmic 3-round burst. 3 bullets precisely erupted from the muzzle and accurately drilled into the heads of 3 zombies, bursting open like 3 snowflakes. Their charging momentum came to a sudden halt, and they instantly fell limp to the ground. Lin Feng's steps did not stop at all. He steadily pressed forward while using his precise, deadly bursts to shoot down the monsters attempting to approach him. His movements were frighteningly steady, as if what lay before him was not a group of monsters, but merely a shooting practice at a shooting range. For him, possessing infinite bullets meant these monsters were just a group of prey waiting to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, in another corridor of the medical center, He Chenzi was now tightly pressed against the wall, his brow furrowed. The deafening screams coming from all directions in the building also reached his ears. The sounds of monsters beginning to riot filled the entire base.
What is happening? Why have all the monsters in the base been stirred up?
I can't stay here, it will be dangerous.
I need to find a safe hiding spot quickly.
As a top elite soldier, he quickly made the most accurate analysis and judgment in that moment. However, just as he was about to move away, a nearby tightly shut hospital room door was suddenly smashed open by a huge force from within.
Bang!
With the loud sound of the door bursting open,
3 rotten zombies roared as they rushed out, blocking his way.
He Chenzi's eyes narrowed, and her expression showed no hint of panic. Faced with the sudden appearance of 3 zombies, she did not retreat but charged forward, pushing off the ground and leaping out like a cheetah, while drawing a sharp military dagger from her waist. She sidestepped the first zombie's bite and slashed the dagger across its throat, creating a deep, bone-visible wound. Next, she kicked a medical cart against the wall, sending the heavy cart crashing into the second zombie, pinning it firmly against the wall. Before the third zombie could react, He Chenzi had already closed in, stabbing the dagger accurately into its eye socket until the handle was buried deep.
The entire process was clean and swift, with no unnecessary showmanship. All 3 zombies were dealt with in just a few seconds.
Just as He Chenzi was about to confirm her surroundings while holding her dagger, she suddenly felt a deadly threat surging from behind her. Without thinking, she immediately rolled on the spot. Swoosh! A cold light grazed her back, and the bloody wind brought an intense chill. After regaining her balance, He Chenzi quickly turned around and saw 2 dark-skinned, short men, filled with lewdness and greed in their eyes, blocking her retreat. They looked like contestants from Elephant Country, as their dark skin and short stature perfectly matched the features of people from that place.
Hee, old immortal, she really took the bait,
Milhan said with a fierce smile while holding a curved knife. As for the man called Old Immortal, he leered at He Chenzi's curvy figure and licked his disgusting lips.
This Dragon Country woman looks really good, much better than our women.
We should have some fun with her. Hearing his words, He Chenzi's face instantly turned cold.
Looking for death,
she lowly scolded, gripping her dagger tightly as she took up a battle stance. Old Immortal and Milhan exchanged a glance, their faces revealing even more excited smiles as they closed in on He Chenzi from both sides.
Hee, don't struggle anymore, we promise to make you comfortable, hee.
Chapter 76, The Prototype of the Fusion Body.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the corridor, facing the tide of monstrous army rushing in. The M41 in his hand was now an unbreakable line of defense against this horde of monsters. Come on, you bunch of trash, let's see if your numbers are more than my bullets. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Instead of retreating, he continued to advance. He actively walked towards the tide of monsters.
Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat.
The sound of the M4A1 gun echoed continuously in the narrow corridor.
With every short and precise shot fired, another monster's head would burst like a watermelon.
Black blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, but he didn't care at all. His steps were steady, and the gun muzzle remained steady as well. The infected guards waved their electric batons as they rushed towards him, but at 10 meters away from Lin Feng, he shot one in the head. As for those surgeons dragging bone saws, their movements were obviously much slower compared to the infected guards.
They quickly became live targets, easily taken down by him. In an instant, the entire corridor turned into a horrific meat grinder. Countless bullet casings clinked to the ground, quickly covered by layers of monster corpses. Kill points plus 300. Kill points plus 300. Kill points plus 300. As countless monsters continued to fall, Lin Feng's kill points were rapidly accumulating. With the boost of infinite ammunition, his gaze was incredibly cold. Facing these zombies like a tide, he felt no fear, but rather immense excitement. After all, these zombies and monsters did not bring fear or threats to his life. Instead, they were living kill points, one after another. Meanwhile, in his live stream, the audience had completely become numb. No way, dude, why does this look like clearing a wave of minions? Wow, why doesn't he need to reload at all? I feel like he's hacking. Awesome, awesome. Watching these zombies and monsters getting headshots one by one is like playing a fantasy mowing grass game, so satisfying, too satisfying. Just as Lin Feng was about to clear this wave of monsters, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the depths of the corridor, loud enough to shatter eardrums. Eek! This scream was different from the cries of other zombies or monsters. This sound was clearly a type of high-frequency sound wave attack. Lin Feng could feel this sound wave penetrating through his skull, shaking his brain. He felt a sharp pain in his head, and then his vision began to darken, while his body started to sway uncontrollably. In that brief moment of distraction, a massive black shadow suddenly burst out from the darkness, smashing the corpses of several monsters ahead into pieces. Boom! Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound. It was a giant monster over 3 meters tall. Its body seemed stitched together from countless twisted metal parts and rotting flesh. On its chest, there was an energy device glowing with a strange red light. Its limbs appeared disproportionately thick, and one of its arms had even been modified into a massive hydraulic claw. On the minimap, its name was clearly visible, Fusion Prototype. Behind it, the monster that had just screamed also revealed its true form. It was thin as a twig, each rib clearly visible, but its mouth could stretch to an unbelievable angle. Just like the slit-mouthed woman from urban legends, revealing layers of sharp teeth, and in the depths of its throat, a terrifying red light could even be seen. On the minimap, its name was prominently displayed, Screamer. Eek! The screamer let out another piercing scream, and Lin Feng's brain felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. His movements instantly froze. And the Fusion Prototype seized this opportunity, starting to stomp forward with heavy steps, like an out-of-control tank, charging at Lin Feng. Damn it! Seeing the huge figure rushing towards him, Lin Feng gritted his teeth to endure the pain and desperately tried to recover from the soundwave attack. Then he quickly raised his M4A1 and fired a burst at the giant head of the approaching Fusion Prototype. Day. But what happened next made Lin Feng's pupils shrink sharply. He saw the bullets hit the Fusion Prototype, and except for a shower of sparks and the sound of metal clashing, the bullets merely left some shallow dents on its metallic armor, causing absolutely no substantial damage. How is this possible? The M4A1 bullets can't penetrate its defenses? Lin Feng was greatly shocked. He never expected to encounter a monster that could withstand rifle bullets at such an early stage. At the same time, at the other end of the medical center, Hichensi was currently being flanked by 2 Elephant Country competitors, with a strong curry smell and a nauseating lewd aura filling the air. Hee, woman from Dragon Country, I advise you to surrender quietly, so that my brother and I can have some fun. Mirhan approached with a curved blade, grinning maliciously. And at this moment, Old Immortal was even more unrestrained, licking his lips as if he could already see the wonderful scene. We will make you experience what real pleasure is, I promise it will make you. Ah! Before he could finish, a cold light flashed in Hichensi's eyes. She had been waiting for this opportunity. The moment Old Immortal relaxed his vigilance due to excitement, she acted. Her body suddenly dipped, avoiding Mirren's side swipe. Then, twisting her body at an incredible angle, her right leg shot up like a tight steel whip with a whooshing sound. This kick was as fast as lightning and powerful like thunder. Old Immortal couldn't react at all. Bang! A dull yet crisp sound echoed in the narrow corridor. Old Immortal's smile instantly froze on his face, his eyes bulging with bloodshot. His body twitched violently as if struck by lightning, letting out a shrill, inhuman scream. Ah! Chapter 77, Mirhan has a gun. This dull yet crisp sound crossed the screen, making all male viewers watching the live broadcast, regardless of their country, unconsciously clench their legs at that moment. Hiss. In Hichensi's live broadcast room, countless male viewers gasped in shock, their expressions a mix of relief and slight pain. Wow! That kick looks painful. Goddess Chensi is mighty. To deal with scum from the Elephant Country, that's how it should be done, directly making him unable to sire any offspring, showing no mercy. Ha, well done. I even heard what sounded like something breaking. It hurts a bit, but this is truly satisfying. Meanwhile, Old Immortal's inhuman, shrill screams continued to echo in the corridor. His body curled up like a shrimp, hands clutching the vital area that had just been kicked. His face turned from dark purple to ashen white, cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall. He opened his mouth, but could only let out a faint, leaking sound. The entire person was convulsing in excruciating pain, collapsed on the ground, curled into a ball. He had completely lost his ability to fight. On the other side, Milhan was stunned by this sudden scene. He watched helplessly as his companion was incapacitated in an instant. The heart-wrenching scream sent chills down his spine. Especially when he saw Lao Xian covering his painful lower region, he felt as if he were experiencing the same thing himself. Anger filled his face, alongside a hint of fear. "Damn bitch! How dare you touch my brother?" Milhan roared, but unlike Lao Xian, this time he did not recklessly charge forward. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and then he suddenly pulled out a worn-out revolver from his waist. Click! His thumb cocked the hammer, and a crisp sound echoed out. He Chenxi had just finished off her opponent, and Lao Xian was ready to take advantage of the victory to deal with Milhan, but just as she was about to act, she saw the dark barrel of the gun pointed at her forehead. Seeing this dark barrel, her pupils suddenly constricted, feeling an overwhelming shock inside. A gun? How can he have a gun? As a top Special Forces soldier, she knew better than anyone what it meant to have a gun at this stage. In a situation where most people were wielding only knives, cleavers, or even just a brick, to possess a gun meant absolute force suppression, which meant you could easily take someone's life. And now, she was only 3 meters away from Milhan. At this distance, all her combat skills became useless in front of the dark barrel of the gun. Unless she could close the distance between herself and Milhan, then she would have a chance to disarm him in close quarters. At this moment, the situation had instantly turned upside down. In the live broadcast room of the Elephant Nation, the spectators who had just been excited about Lao Xian being defeated suddenly became thrilled when they saw Milhan pull out the revolver. Ha ha, Milhan has a gun, that dragon woman is doomed. Well done, let her be arrogant before. In front of a gun, what kind of soldier is nothing? Milhan must avenge Lao Xian, he must let them know the power of men from the Elephant Nation. Ha ha, that's right, I can't wait to see the show now. And in Chenxi's live broadcast room, everyone watching this scene felt their hearts in their throats. Oh no, this Elephant Nation contestant has a gun. Chenxi is in danger. What should we do now? Despicable A3, actually using a gun, how shameless. In the corridor, Milhan saw Chenxi stop moving, and his expression became more smug and wild. He pointed the gun at Chenxi, inching closer step by step, the lustful look in his eyes was unmasked. Now do you still dare to move? He grinned maliciously, his voice filled with the pleasure of revenge. I advise you to obediently listen and drop your dagger. Chenxi's gaze was icy, staring intently at him, not saying a word, nor dropping the dagger in her hand. Not listening? Heck, it seems you're asking for punishment instead of a toast. Alright, I'll give you another chance, drop the dagger, then take off your clothes, let me enjoy myself, maybe if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. He drew a circle in the air with the gun barrel, finally steadying it on Chenxi's forehead, his tone full of provocation and threat. Otherwise, if I pull this trigger, your beautiful head will explode like a rotten watermelon, hee. A series of 5.56mm bullets poured down like raindrops onto the fusion prototype. Yet, they only sparked and made a tinkling sound, failing to penetrate its metal armor. Yee! At that moment, the screamer behind opened its terrifying mouth again, and the piercing scream struck Lin Feng's brain like an invisible hammer. However, Lin Feng was already prepared for this. Without any hesitation, his left hand suddenly pulled out a grenade from the space. He unhesitatingly yanked the pin out and tossed it towards them. Die! With Lin Feng's furious shout, the grenade was thrown in a tricky arc, accurately landing behind the massive fusion prototype onto the screamer that was emitting deadly sound waves. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the narrow corridor, and the hot shockwave mixed with countless steel balls and shrapnel struck the screamer's thin body. Immediately, the creature was torn apart by the steel balls, its screaming suddenly cut off. At the same time, the fusion prototype was staggered by the massive shockwave of the explosion, its huge body swaying in place, briefly caught in a state of dizziness. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed a prominent turret icon on the eastern part of the medical center displayed on the minimap. Seeing this icon, Lin Feng instantly realized what he needed to do next. Without looking back, he sprinted towards the eastern area. Chapter 78, Turret Charging. When the shockwave from the grenade made the fusion prototype stagger and briefly get dizzy, Lin Feng made the most decisive decision without any reluctance, to retreat immediately. He turned around and his legs erupted with astonishing power, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow towards the eastern area marked with the turret on the mini-map. Roar! However, just a few seconds later, the fusion prototype recovered from its dizziness. When it realized that its recently locked target was fleeing, it let out a deafening roar.
The massive body, a mix of heavy metal and flesh, began to move, chasing Lin Feng with a speed that didn't match its size. With every step it took, the entire corridor shook violently, and even the dust on the walls fell down. Thud! 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 The heavy footsteps sounded like a death drumbeat, relentlessly pursuing Lin Feng from behind. This scene unfolded before the eyes of every viewer watching Lin Feng's livestream around the world. Instantly, viewers from different countries began to express entirely different opinions. First, at the Eagle Country's television station, commentator Kirk finally showed a long-lost, gloating smile.
Oh, let's see what our great number 1 ranked contestant is doing now. Look, he is running away, like a mouse scared out of its wits. It seems that his so-called infinite bullets M4 carbine has finally met an opponent it cannot shake. I've already said it, no matter how good a person's luck is, it can't last forever. One day they will meet an opponent they cannot defeat, ha ha. In the television station of the Fuso country, the host, Kojima, laughed shrilly. Yoshi! This damned Dragon Kingdom person is finally going to meet his end. Run, pig, run with all your might. This is the retribution for killing our great Fusong warriors. Powerful monster, please tear this despicable Dragon Kingdom contestant into pieces. Meanwhile, the audience from other countries, including the Bear Nation, the West Aid Nation, and the Elephant Nation, were filled with mockery and curses. Ha ha ha. I thought he was impressive, but it turns out he's just a coward who knows how to run. This is so satisfying, I finally see him experiencing a setback.
Hurry up and let this monster catch him, squish him into meat paste, I can't wait to see that scene.
Ha ha ha, this is the first place from the Dragon Kingdom? What a joke, being chased by such a monster.
At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom audience in Lin Feng's livestream room was filled with worry as they watched the scene unfold. Every viewer stared at the screen, their hearts tightly clenched, fearing they would see the moment they dreaded the most. Lin God, hurry up and run, that monster is too terrifying, not even bullets can penetrate its defense.
What should we do? He seems like he's about to be caught, and can that path ahead even be passed? It looks like a dead end. Don't give up, Lin God. We're all cheering for you, there must be a way.
In the Dragon Network broadcast studio, the atmosphere had become extremely tense.
Sabe Ning clenched his fists tightly, sweat pooling in his palms, his voice trembling uncontrollably.
Dear viewers, we can see that Lin Feng is being pursued, and the situation looks very dire.
Dongqin watched the livestream, unable to avoid feeling anxious. That monster is far too terrifying, even rifle bullets cannot penetrate its defense. Our Lin Feng is really in danger now.
At that moment, only Lang Feng maintained the calmness that is typical of a soldier. His eyes were fixed on every movement of Lin Feng, beginning to analyze in a low voice. Everyone, pay attention, I've noticed that Lin Feng's retreat is intentional. He is running towards the eastern region of the entire fortress, although I don't know what that area is, I am sure, since Lin Feng keeps heading that way, it means there must be something there to deal with this monster.
Let's trust Lin Feng.
Lin Feng's words were undoubtedly correct. Lin Feng's running direction always moved towards the artillery icon flickering on the small map. Finally, after passing through a long corridor, a heavy metal door marked Eastern Wing Security Center appeared before him. Lin Feng showed no signs of slowing down, delivering a powerful kick that directly broke open the already loosened door lock. When the door was kicked open, it revealed a solid, semicircular room behind it, with bulletproof glass embedded in the surrounding walls.
In the center stood a pitch-black automated defense turret, its barrel menacingly pointed forward. Found it!
Upon seeing the turret, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he dashed to the control console behind the turret.
Just as his finger was about to touch the activation button. Boom!
The wall behind him was suddenly smashed in by a giant force. The massive and twisted figure of the fusion prototype stormed in, accompanied by countless flying debris and dust. At this moment, its energy core, flashing with red light, had locked onto Lin Feng, who was just within reach. Yet, Lin Feng showed no hesitation whatsoever at that moment. At the moment this guy burst in here, his fingers had already pressed hard on the dusty button on the control panel. Buzz. Accompanied by a low hum of electricity, the automated defense turret in the center of the room turned its indicator light from red to green, and the turret slowly began to rotate, emitting a mechanical clicking sound. And that big guy clearly sensed the sudden danger. Its ugly head, made of flesh and metal, turned towards the turret, and the energy core in its chest began to flicker, suddenly becoming blindingly bright as energy started to gather at a visible speed, producing an unstable buzzing sound. Lin Feng gripped the joystick on the control panel tightly, staring intently at the large screen ahead. On the screen, the turret's view was activated, and a red box quickly locked onto the massive body of this creature, displaying various weapon parameters and data.
Target locked, fusion prototype. Weapon system online, 20mm cannon, armor-piercing rounds. Charging 10%, 30%, 70%. Chapter 79, Hell is where you belong.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the medical center. In the dark corridor, Hichensi and Mierhan were now at a standoff.
Mierhan's revolver, with its dark muzzle, was like the eye of death, locked tightly onto Hichensi's forehead.
At that moment, a confident grin spread across Mierhan's face as he stepped closer, relishing the helplessness and fear of his prey in the face of absolute power. In his view, this woman from the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how strong, was just flesh and blood. Against a bullet, all struggles were meaningless.
Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Are you scared? Mierhan said with a disgusting tone.
Drop the dagger, then take off your clothes, let me have a good time.
Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. At this moment, the viewers from the Elephant Country in Mierhan's live stream erupted with excitement.
Ha, Mierhan has a gun, the Dragon Kingdom woman is finished.
Well done, she was so arrogant just now.
In front of a gun, all soldiers are trash. That's right, Mierhan must avenge old Xian, let her know the power of our men from the Elephant Country, make her kneel and beg for mercy, ha. The comments from the Elephant Country audience were filled with lewd remarks, eagerly awaiting to see Mierhan succeed and to witness the top female soldier from the Dragon Kingdom being humiliated. At the same time, in Hichensi's livestream, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were erupting with rage akin to a volcano, filled with concern for her. This despicable, shameless guy, how can he be so brazen?
What do we do? Our goddess is in danger.
This scumbag, I really wish I could jump through the screen and tear him apart. Facing Mierhan's relentless advance and his filthy words, Hichensi showed no signs of panic on her face. Instead, at that moment, the corner of her mouth seemed to curl into a faint and elusive smile, and a trace of cold mockery glimmered in her eyes. She slowly bent down, seemingly very reluctant, as she made a gesture to place the dagger on the ground. Her act of yielding instantly lowered Mierhan's guard to the minimum. The lust in his eyes became even more intense, and he started imagining the wonderful scenes he was about to experience. His grip on the gun unconsciously relaxed a bit. He believed he had completely subdued this woman from the Dragon Kingdom. However, just when Mierhan was only a step away from Hichensi, at the moment he thought victory was in his grasp. Suddenly, Hichensi's bent body exploded like a spring that had been compressed to the limit. She didn't put down the dagger in her hand, instead, she pushed against the ground with her hands and kicked out a long leg like lightning, aiming straight at Mierhan's wrist holding the gun. Crack! With a crisp sound of a bone cracking, Mierhan felt a sharp, piercing pain in his wrist. His hand that held the gun instantly went numb, and the revolver slipped from his grip, flying upwards. At that moment, he hadn't even had time to scream, as Hichensi's movements flowed like water, never stopping. Using the force from her kick, her body spun and leaped into the air, a fair and powerful hand already accurately catching the revolver that was falling towards the ground. Bang! Landing, turning, loading, raising the gun, all the actions were done in one go, so fast that no one could see clearly. At this time, while Mierhan was still immersed in the agonizing pain of his broken wrist and the shock from Hichensi's movements, he suddenly felt a chill on his forehead. He looked up and saw that the revolver, which had just belonged to him, now had its cold muzzle pressed firmly against his brow. At this moment, the situation had reversed completely. And this entire process took place in just a few seconds. You. The sneer on Mierhan's face had now frozen, replaced by endless fear and disbelief. For him, he simply couldn't understand why the situation had turned so upside down in such a brief moment. Only then did he realize that the Dragon Country woman's action of putting down her dagger was merely a show of weakness, intended to lure him closer, so she would have enough distance and time to snatch the gun from his hand. At this moment, Hichensi's gaze was as cold as frost. She slowly spoke, her voice devoid of any emotion. What did you just say you wanted me to do? At this moment, in Mierhan's live broadcast room, all the cheers and shouts from the viewers in the Elephant Country came to an abrupt stop. For a long time, not a single bullet screen appeared. In contrast, in Hichensi's live broadcast room, the viewers from the Dragon Country erupted with excitement upon seeing this scene. Wow, so cool! This is the power of our Dragon-Tooth Soldier King. Complete turnaround, didn't see that coming, haha, that Asen must be stunned, serves him right. Goddess Chensi is mighty. Make him understand, daring to provoke our Dragon Country women will end like old immortal. The cold muzzle of the gun was now pressed firmly against Mierhan's brow, the chill of death crawled up his spine to the crown of his head. The arrogance and lewdness on his face had long been replaced by fear, his legs went weak and uncontrollably knelt to the ground, and he felt a foul, hot stream in his pants. Were you so talkative just now? What last words do you have now? Mierhan was in tears and snot, completely breaking down. He crazily knocked his head, his voice twisted with fear. And no, don't kill me, please. I'll give you everything I have, food, water, and intelligence. I know where there are supplies in this base. Just let me go, I'd do anything. Looking at his disgraceful appearance, in Hichensi's eyes, only profound hatred. She had no interest in listening to a scumbag's confession at the end of his life. As for the information he spoke of, she was not interested in knowing it now.
Who knows if this would be bait luring her into the next trap. So she slowly pulled the trigger. For a scum like you, going to hell is the best destination. Bang!
A dull gunshot echoed in the narrow corridor, and a blood flower instantly bloomed on Milhan's forehead, his begging voice abruptly stopping. His body suddenly leaned back and crashed heavily to the ground, never making another sound. But the echo of the gunfire had not completely faded when a more terrifying sound came from all directions, sounding like countless violent footsteps.
Chapter 80, Killing the Prototype Fusion Body. Charging complete, 100%. Weapon system unlocked, can fire at any time.
The moment the prompt on the control panel screen turned green, the energy core glowing on the chest of the fusion body prototype had gathered to its peak.
Roar! With a roar that was anything but human, a deep red energy beam, nearly half a meter in diameter and capable of melting steel instantly, suddenly shot out fiercely from its chest, heading straight for the control panel where Lin Feng was. Clearly, it wanted to completely destroy Lin Feng before he could fire. But Lin Feng's eyes were fixed firmly on that devastating beam, and his body's instinctive reaction made him make the right decision immediately. He rolled to the side and narrowly avoided the direct hit of the beam. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, a wave of scorching air mixed with countless metal fragments suddenly erupted in all directions. As for the control panel where Lin Feng had just been, along with the wall behind it, was vaporized in an instant by the energy beam, leaving behind a smooth and scorching giant hole, through which the dark sky could even be seen outside. In Lin Feng's live broadcast room, the viewers who saw the scene all gasped in shock. My god, what kind of attack is that? A laser beam? Wow, this is too terrifying, right? If hit, there won't even be a trace left. Lin God, this is too dangerous.
However, at this moment, Lin Feng had no time to care about the explosion behind him. After rolling for a distance, the moment he landed, his hands were already pressing firmly on the fire button of another control platform.
Have you had enough fun? Now it's my turn, go to hell, you pile of scrap metal.
With his angry roar, the massive automatic defense turret in the center of the security center finally began to fire.
Boom! 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 The muzzle of the 20mm cannon began to spew out devastating flames, deafening roars covering the entire medical center in an instant.
Armor-piercing shells trailing hot tails tore through the air like massive shooting stars, slamming hard against the incredibly large body of the fusion body prototype. Unlike the clinking sound from before when Lin Feng shot it with the M401 carbine. This time, it was replaced by the sound of piercing flesh and blood. In the face of the 20mm armor-piercing rounds, this so-called unshakable heavy armor was as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. In an instant, sparks and blood flew everywhere. The shockwave from the explosion made the fusion body prototype stagger back, letting out extremely painful roars and angry cries.
Roar!
This guy tried to stabilize its body, it wanted to gather energy again for a counterattack.
But Lin Feng would never give it such an opportunity. His finger pressed down firmly on the firing button, and the turret's firepower began to pour out like an unstoppable flood of steel, continuously raining down on its body. Rows of bullets began to accurately cover every corner of its body, especially the exposed energy core on its chest. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several armor-piercing rounds hit the flickering red energy core precisely, and the fragile crystal shell was instantly covered in cracks. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he concentrated all his firepower on that point.
Right there! Blow up for me! Boom!
As waves of artillery shells flooded onto it, the energy core finally couldn't withstand the furious firepower. The unstable energy inside began to lose control in an instant, triggering a violent self-detonation. A white light, more dazzling than before, erupted from the chest of the fusion prototype, devouring its entire massive body in an instant. The massive explosion created a shockwave that shook the entire security center, sending countless metal fragments and pieces of flesh flying like a torrential rainstorm.
Killing point plus 8,000.
Global announcement: Dragon Kingdom player Lin Feng becomes the first player to kill the third dungeon boss, the fusion prototype. Reward for Dragon Kingdom player Lin Feng, 8,000 resource points, portable electromagnetic pulse cannon X1, fusion core X1.
10,000-fold return activated.
Returning 10,000 micro-controllable nuclear fusion reactors. After the wave of the explosion subsided, the entire interior of the security center was already in shambles. And that once mighty fusion prototype now lay only as charred remains scattered on the ground, along with smoking metal parts. At this moment, Lin Feng climbed up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his body, looked at everything in front of him, and let out a long sigh. At this very moment, Lin Feng's live stream room had fallen into total frenzy.
Lin God is amazing.
Oh my god, this is too impressive. This is what a boss battle looks like, so intense, everyone stand up. Oh my, 10,000 fusion reactors, oh my, with this, our Dragon Kingdom will achieve energy freedom.
The audience of the Dragon Kingdom looked at the square in Kyoto, where 10,000 microcontrollable nuclear fusion reactors appeared, and they erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, in the Dragon TV studio, the three hosts stood up excitedly. The voice of the host trembled with excitement as he waved his fist and shouted, "Miracle, dear audience, Lin Feng has once again created a miracle for our Dragon Kingdom. With his own strength, he has brought infinite hope and possibilities to our country." These 10,000 microcontrollable nuclear fusion reactors, what do they signify? It means that from this moment on, our Dragon Kingdom will completely escape the predicament of energy exhaustion, our future will be bright. At this moment, Dong Qin's eyes had completely welled up with tears. With choked-up voice she said, "How much pressure did he endure, how many dangers did he face, to exchange all of this for us? Lin Feng, he is undoubtedly the hero of our Dragon Kingdom." And Cold Wind stared intently at the screen, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Calm in the face of danger, decisive decision-making, using the environment to accurately strike at the monster's weaknesses, he is truly impressive." Chapter 81, He Chensi surrounded by the zombie tide. Just as the audience and hosts of the Dragon Kingdom were excitedly cheering. At this moment, in the live broadcast rooms of countries like the Eagle Nation and Fusang Country, there was a dead silence. The faces of the commentators and hosts were pale, as if mourning the dead. Commentator Kirk murmured in a daze, "No, it can't be nuclear fusion. How can they have nuclear fusion? It's just not fair, way too unfair." At this time, Ishida Yandang directly slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant, repeatedly muttering, "Dragon Country has nuclear fusion. How can our great Fusang Country compete with Dragon Country? Are we Fusang Country completely finished now?" Lin Feng calmly walked to the wreckage of the fusion prototype machine, picking up all the rewards provided by the system. Among these rewards was a sci-fi-style electromagnetic pulse gun and a fusion core that was still emitting a faint blue glow. The electromagnetic pulse gun was easy to understand. Naturally, it was a very powerful weapon. But Lin Feng was not quite sure what the so-called fusion core was meant for. However, it didn't matter, as it must have strong potential, being dropped from such a powerful monster. After storing everything in space, he glanced at the monster corpses scattered around in the distant unrest that was gradually settling down, his gaze becoming calm and profound. Meanwhile, the global announcement of Lin Feng killing the third dungeon boss spread before all the surviving players. On the road, Smith and Oleg, who had just managed to patch up their wounds with a medkit, looked at the screen before them, their faces turning extremely grim. Especially the words "miniature controllable nuclear fusion reactor" were unbearable for them. Fact. A nuclear fusion reactor, how did he get his hands on such a thing? Smith looked at the screen, howling in a low voice, his eyes filled with jealousy. On the other side, Oleg remained silent, only gripping his fire axe tighter. This Dragon Country person, he had underestimated him far too much. With a nuclear fusion reactor, Dragon Country would be invincible, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, atop the bread van, Yama, after seeing the announcement, slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. Damn it! It's him, again, it's him. His eyes were bloodshot, and the hatred and helplessness in his heart intertwined, nearly overwhelming him. He clearly understood what a nuclear fusion reactor meant. It signified that Dragon Country now possessed limitless energy, an immense gain for Dragon Country. But for the great Fusang Empire, with Dragon Country having all this, it only meant their hopes for revenge had dimmed further. And players around the world, after a brief shock, once again shared a singular thought: Lin Feng, or rather, all the players from Dragon Country, had now become their number one enemy to eliminate at all costs. In the dark corridor of the medical center, He Chensi naturally saw this announcement, and a flash of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes, which soon turned into a smile of appreciation. This guy really knows how to surprise people. But at this moment, she had no time to think deeply. Bang! From both ends of the corridor and behind the tightly closed hospital room doors, terrifying growls and crashing sounds echoed almost simultaneously. Roar! Hiss! Hearing these sounds, He Chensi's complexion changed drastically. She instantly realized she had made a tactical error. In this environment, shooting will definitely attract the surrounding mutated creatures. Shadows began to emerge from the end of the corridor, more and more, getting closer, various grotesque monsters, zombies, and mutated beings, and even a few mutated creatures moving on all fours at a terrifying speed, their eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty red light, just like a group of sharks that smelled blood, frantically rushing towards her. Trouble! He Chensi quickly checked the revolver in her hand, and there were only 4 bullets left in the chamber. Faced with this tide of corpses with at least dozens of monsters, 4 bullets were simply not enough. So she hesitated not at all, turning to sprint down another branching path. As a top Special Forces member, she understood better than anyone that in this situation, choosing to fight was equivalent to suicide. Therefore, finding a path to survive was the only correct choice. Bang! Bang! She accurately shot 2 mutated creatures trying to pounce from the side, buying herself precious breathing space. More monsters had started to surge up, completely blocking her path behind her. Furthermore,
the road ahead was also shrouded in darkness and the unknown sounds of roaring, and at this moment, she could only rely on her military instincts and solid training to desperately search for the last possible glimmer of hope within the complex building structure. On the other side, Lin Feng had just returned all the spoils to his space. He was preparing to plan his route to leave such a chaotic place, but when his gaze swept across the mini-map, he suddenly froze. He saw the green light point representing Hichensi. But at this moment, the green dot was moving rapidly down a corridor, and around it, dense red dots were closing in, like a net tightening quickly, frantically encircling her. Lin Feng's brows instantly furrowed. He noticed that at the location where Hichensi had been not long ago, there were 2 recently extinguished yellow points marked with Elephant Nation. It seems she took care of those 2 competitors from Elephant Nation, but because of that, she attracted so many zombies and monsters to chase her. Lin Feng quickly connected all the dots in an instant. Now he had finally encountered the first competitor from Dragon Nation, and it was none other than Hichensi, the second strongest besides himself. He absolutely could not watch her get devoured by monsters. If one more competitor from Dragon Nation could survive, then the probability of Dragon Nation becoming number 1 would increase further. Without any hesitation, he immediately set Hichensi's position as the destination on the minimap and quickly plotted the shortest route to her location. Chapter 82, Dead End. Meanwhile, on Hichensi's side, she was currently fleeing down the dark corridor. Her breathing became more and more rapid and heated, and with every breath, she inhaled air filled with the smell of rust and decay. Due to the sweat, her combat uniform was completely soaked, tightly clinging to her body, outlining her strong curves. And behind her in the corridor, the roars of the monsters and the sounds of their footsteps were clearly audible, growing closer and more intense. She had only 2 bullets left in her revolver. After firing these 2 bullets, the only weapon she could use was the knife that was already soaked in thick black blood. No, I can't keep going like this. I must find the exit, or else it's over. At this moment, this thought was burning wildly in her mind. She didn't dare to stop for even a second. She knew that if she stopped now, the only thing awaiting her was a dead end. Suddenly, a corner appeared ahead of her, and this corner seemed to lead to a wider area. Upon seeing this area, a spark of hope flashed in her heart, and without hesitation, she accelerated towards it. However, when she abruptly turned the corner, the sight before her made her feel as though she had fallen directly into an ice cave. There was no exit in this place, not even a path, only a cold and hard concrete wall, completely blocking her way forward. It was a dead end. Hichensi's heart sank sharply, and she quickly turned around, only to find that behind her, a mass of monstrous creatures had flooded the entrance to the corridor like a broken dam. They had completely blocked her only retreat. There were terrifying, quadruped mutant creatures, along with dozens of other monsters of various forms, their eyes flashing with bloodthirsty red light, trapping her in this small space, growling, roaring, and slowly closing in on her. At this point, she was cornered, with no escape at all. Hichensi took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, then slowly raised her revolver and reversed the grip on her dagger with her other hand. She knew that, at this moment, there was no hope of escaping. The only thing left to do was to fight to the death. I never expected that everything would end here. A trace of bitterness flashed through her heart, but her gaze remained as firm as iron. But even if I die, I'll take a few of them down with me. At this moment, the faces of her family flashed in her mind, followed by the comrades of the Dragon Feng Brigade. In the final moment, her vision fixed on the land of Dragon Country, the land she vowed to protect with her life. I'm sorry. I couldn't go further. At this moment, the focus of live broadcasts around the world was on Hichensi. In Hichensi's live broadcast room, every viewer's heart was in their throat, their faces filled with despair and unwillingness to look on. No, don't. Goddess Chensi is trapped. It's over, it's a dead end. With so many monsters, how could she possibly fight them all off? Is the strongest female soldier of Dragon Country really going to fall here? I don't believe it. In the Dragon Vision studio, Xia Beining's lips trembled slightly, unable to say a word. Dong Qin turned her head away, unable to bear watching any further. But Lin Feng, at this moment, stared intently at the screen. As the instructor of the Dragon Feng Brigade, he was witnessing the end of the life of the soldier he had personally trained. His voice was hoarse as he said, "She has done her best. As a soldier, she will fight to the very last moment. She is the pride of Dragon Country." In stark contrast to all this, there was a wild celebration in the live broadcast rooms of other countries. In the Eagle Country's television station, commentator Kirk laughed loudly, gloating. "Oh, look! The myth of Dragon Country is finally about to be shattered. Their strongest soldier now looks like a poor little mouse trapped in a corner. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful sight." In the Fusan Country's television station, the commentator Kojima Inaka screamed as if he had gone mad. "Yash! The karma! This is karma! Let her die!" Let her be torn to pieces by those monsters, as a burial for the warriors of our great Fusang Empire. Ah, the Dragon Kingdom is finally going to suffer, it's too delightful, I can't wait to see her being dismembered.
That's right, take her down. Let the people of the Dragon Kingdom know they are nothing.
Just as the spectators from other countries mocked Chensi, the monsters were already very close, and even the frontmost mutated creature was beginning to leap high, its sharp claws flashing with a terrifying cold light, about to tear apart Chensi's fragile throat at the critical moment.
Boom! A loud booming sound, enough to shatter eardrums, suddenly erupted.
That sound was like thunder from the sky, accompanied by a sharp buzzing sound generated by high-frequency energy tearing through the air. The dozen or so densest monsters in the center of the corridor had no chance to even scream as they were instantly vaporized in that devastating energy, leaving not even a trace of ash. Immediately afterward, a terrifying shockwave exploded, shattering the surrounding monsters like ragdolls and violently slamming them against the walls and ceiling, turning them into pools of bloody mush. At that moment, the entire corridor was forcibly cleared, creating a vacuum zone of several dozen meters. Chensi stood frozen in place, shocked by the sudden scene, letting the scorching airwave through her hair, splattered with monster remains and black blood, yet completely unharmed. She looked in disbelief at this hellish scene and at the path that had been forcibly opened.
Who on earth did this? Who could create such a terrifying sight?
Amidst the smoke and the drifting blood mist, a figure slowly walked out from the hole blown open in the wall at the other end of the corridor.
In his hand was a uniquely shaped weapon, its barrel shimmering with blue arcs of electricity.
The figure was backlit, making it impossible to see his face, but that familiar outline made Chensi's heart suddenly race.
Could that figure be him? Chapter 83, finally, the encounter.
The acrid smell of smoke and the stench of blood filled the corridor, mixing together to create a nauseating odor. Chensi stood dazed, her body trembling slightly from the close call with death, but her gaze was firmly locked on the figure emerging from the distance, out of the hole.
Despite the figure being backlit, that steady stride and that completely calm presence were unmistakable. Lin Feng. She almost instinctively whispered his name. At this moment, in Lin Feng's hand, the barrel of the portable electromagnetic pulse cannon still retained the warmth, with faint blue arcs buzzing around it.
He didn't acknowledge Chensi's shock, simply turning the cannon towards the scattered monsters on either side of the corridor, stunned by the explosion and hesitating to advance.
Is there anyone else who can't see the situation?
His voice was not loud, but it hinted at a sense of threat, clearly reaching Chensi's ears. As if responding to his words, a surviving surgeon dragged its broken body forward, making a gurgling noise from its throat, wielding its bone saw and charging again. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. Without even adjusting his posture, he merely flicked his wrist slightly.
Hum. The electromagnetic cannon let out a deep hum once again.
A blue energy bullet, though much smaller than before, still shot out with incredible speed.
Puff.
The energy bullet accurately hit the surgeon in the chest. There was no violent explosion, yet it directly blasted a huge hollow in its upper body, with arcs of electricity flickering at the charred edges. The monster, along with the bone saw in its hands, helplessly collapsed to the ground.
Kill point plus 300.
This attack completely stunned all the remaining monsters here. They instinctively felt fear, began to stir, retreat, and some even turned to run away. But Lin Feng would not let them escape so easily. He aimed the electromagnetic cannon at them again and launched a fierce attack. In the global live broadcast room, the foreign audience and commentators who had just been rejoicing and mocking were all now dumbfounded, their faces shifting from a smug red to a pale disbelief. At the TV station in Eagle Country, Kirk's voice became sharp and piercing due to extreme shock.
What weapon is that? An electromagnetic cannon? He really got lucky to have such a powerful weapon.
At the TV station in Fusang Country, Koji Irie slid off his chair and collapsed to the ground, muttering with a vacant gaze.
Damn, why is the luck of the Dragon Country people so good? It's not fair.
In stark contrast to their despair, in Chensi and Lin Feng's live broadcast room, all the viewers cheered.
Wow. 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 I don't know what else to say besides wow. Is this the power of the electromagnetic cannon? It's so terrifying. Who just said Goddess Chensi was done for? Look. We have God Lin in Dragon Country. God Lin is our guardian. So exciting. This is even more thrilling than a rock concert. One shot clears the field, it's so satisfying. In the Dragon TV studio, Sabe Ning was so excited that his hands were trembling. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted loudly. Audience, did you see that? People all over the world, did you see this? This is our Dragon Country's contestant. In the most dangerous moment, he descended like a divine warrior. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and fervor. He stared at the screen and said word by word. Now our contestant Lin Feng has an electromagnetic cannon. The appearance of this weapon will completely change the situation for our Dragon Country contestants in Road Survival. With this weapon, for Lin Feng at this stage, this is no longer survival, it's basically like a holiday, okay?
In the hallway, all the monsters had already retreated, leaving behind a scene of devastation and silence. At that moment, Lin Feng stored the electromagnetic cannon back to his space and slowly walked towards Hichensi, who was still in shock.
Are you okay?
Hichensi came to her senses and looked at the approaching Lin Feng, her expression very complex. There was gratitude, shock, and more curiosity about such a powerful university student who was much stronger than her. She shook her head, then put away her dagger and revolver, standing tall to regain the graceful demeanor of a dragon-tooth special forces soldier.
I'm fine, thank you.
Lin Feng's gaze swept over the bloodstains on her body and the scratches on her face. He said lightly.
We are all from Dragon Country, it's only right. It seems those monsters pressured you quite a bit just now? Hichensi nodded.
Her mind recalled the two contestants from the Elephant Kingdom, and her gaze grew cold.
Heh, indeed.
Besides these corpses, I also casually dealt with two blind fools. Hearing her mention those fools, Lin Feng immediately thought of the two contestants from the Elephant Kingdom he had seen on the minimap before. It seemed that, just as he had thought, these two contestants from the Elephant Kingdom were not worth mentioning to her at all. No wonder she could rank among the top 10, she truly was exceptional. This place is not suitable for staying long, the noise just now was too loud. Although we've temporarily dealt with some monsters, we can't guarantee that this won't attract more trouble or contestants from other countries. Even though Lin Feng now possessed terrifying weapons that could destroy the world, he chose to avoid unnecessary trouble and remain cautious.
Hichensi agreed. I think the same as you. What plan do you have?
She naturally handed over the initiative to Lin Feng. That shot just now had completely proved who should truly have the say here. Lin Feng glanced at the minimap. Hichensi's green dot was right next to him, and the surrounding red dots had already started to thin out. He pointed in another direction of the corridor.
Follow me, I know a place where we can temporarily rest and also replenish your ammunition.
As he spoke, he shook the M4A1 in his hand. Hichensi looked at the rifle in his hand and thought about her own revolver, which only had 2 bullets left, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Indeed, the gap between people can sometimes be larger than that between a person and a dog.
Okay. She didn't ask any more questions and briskly followed Lin Feng's footsteps. Chapter 84, Are we really in the same survival game?
With Lin Feng leading the way, the two of them managed to retreat much more smoothly than Hichensi had imagined. Lin Feng walked ahead, sometimes he paused, sometimes he turned, but he was always able to find the safest and fastest route within the gaps between the monsters. Hichensi closely followed behind him, feeling increasingly astonished and puzzled. As the king of soldiers in the Dragon-Tooth Special Forces, her reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities were already among the best. Yet in this completely unfamiliar and complex environment, she believed she couldn't predict all the dangers like Lin Feng did, stepping precisely as if he were in a place he knew well.
How does he do that?
This doubt flashed through Hichensi's mind, but she didn't ask further, she just focused more intently on keeping up with Lin Feng. After they passed through the last destroyed barbed wire, they finally managed to escape that suffocating military medical center. The air outside, while still very chilly, was already a breath of fresh air compared to the mixed scents of blood and decay inside the building. Lin Feng led her directly to the cliffside where he had hidden the armored vehicle before. When Hichensi saw the silver-gray armored vehicle quietly lurking in the shadows, even her composed self couldn't help but widen her eyes.
Is this your vehicle?
She walked forward, reached out her hand, and carefully touched the cold and heavy armor plate of the vehicle, her voice filled with disbelief and shock. The exterior of the vehicle appeared to be covered in a silver-gray coating. Key areas were further reinforced with additional armor plates, presenting the most perfect angles.
At the front, there was an alloy ram.
And those 4 heavy-duty puncture-resistant tires were several times wider than her mountain bike tires, with even deeper treads, truly eye-catching. Compared to Lin Feng's armored vehicle, her motorcycle seemed almost insignificant. In the live broadcast room with Lin Feng, Hichensi, and global viewers, everyone was shocked when they saw Lin Feng's armored vehicle.
Goddess Chensi has seen Lin God's vehicle too. Look at her surprised expression, it's just like mine back then. This is the difference.
Other competitors are still riding bicycles, but our Lin God is already driving an armored vehicle.
So much safety. If I could sit in that armored vehicle, I feel like I could walk sideways on the highway and survive.
At that moment, on the Eagle Country's television station, commentator Kirk looked as sour as if he had eaten a lemon. He's just lucky to find such an armored vehicle.
What's so great about it?
Looking at the vehicle, I can tell his fuel consumption must be ridiculous.
It won't be long before he's stuck on the road because he has no fuel.
That's right, it's just a broken car. Our General MacArthur's Jeep is much more agile than his. Lin Feng casually shrugged while watching Hichensi's professional scrutiny. Yeah, I just got it from the service area earlier, upgraded with resource points.
Upgraded with resource points? Chenxi's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing his words. Upgrading an ordinary vehicle to such an extent definitely required an astronomical number of resource points. She couldn't imagine just how far ahead this man was compared to others. However, Lin Feng didn't explain much about it. He casually asked, "Have you eaten?" Chenxi was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to ask that. Then, she took out a high-compression energy bar from her tactical vest pocket and shook it, just one meal a day, saving a bit. In fact, for most competitors, even having something to eat every day was already a luxury. Seeing the energy bar in her hand, Lin Feng shook his head. "That won't do. We are teammates now, surviving doesn't mean we have to suffer. Wait a moment, I'll make you a proper meal." As he spoke, he began to take out portable cooking gear, fresh vegetables, and fresh beef from his space. After seeing so much food being taken out, Chenxi was completely stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened, her red lips parted slightly, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief as he continuously brought out various fresh foods and cooking equipment from his space. Lin Feng quickly unfolded the portable cooking gear and assembled it into 2 sets of cooking pots. Next came fresh vegetables, bright red beef, and a whole array of jars and bottles, including salt, sugar, soy sauce, pepper, chili powder, Sichuan pepper, and so on. In an instant, the originally desolate rocky wasteland was filled with a rich scent of life. Chenxi instinctively touched the wrapping paper of her last energy bar in her pocket, then looked at the professional kitchen setup in front of her, feeling it was absurd and bizarre. Wait, are we really in the same survival game? She looked at all this, unable to help but mumble to myself. Lin Feng had already prepared everything by this time. He clapped his hands and turned to Chenxi, who was still in shock, showing her a relaxed smile. "What do you want to eat?" "Today, I'm the chef, let me show you my skills." Chenxi's lips couldn't help but twitch a little. She lifted the empty energy bar wrapper in her hand and pointed to the luxurious array of ingredients in front of Lin Feng, her tone filled with helplessness and teasing. "It's not that, Lin Feng. I've been gnawing on energy bars and chewing bread all the way here, and you're sitting here eating hot pot and singing?" Lin Feng was amused by her rhetorical question. "Ha, survival means you should treat yourself a bit better, right? Just wait, it'll be ready soon." He said no more and skillfully lit the stove. First, he heated the oil in the pan, adding minced garlic, dried chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns to release their fragrance. Soon, a spicy and dominant aroma quickly filled the air. Next, he tossed the chopped tomatoes into another pot, stir-frying them until they released a bright red sauce, and quickly slid in some golden egg mixture. Soon, a plate of enticing tomato scrambled eggs was ready. Then, he added the marinated beef slices into the boiling red oil soup base one by one. The meat changed color and curled up rapidly in the hot broth, while the spicy aroma mixed with the meat fragrance dug deep into her nose. Chenxi stood by, watching Lin Feng's smooth movements and smelling the mouth-watering food scents that she hadn't encountered for over a decade. Her stomach suddenly betrayed her with a loud growl, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Chapter 85, We Need a Convoy. Give it a try. Although it's a bit simple, let's make do with it. Lin Feng handed her a pair of chopsticks. Chenxi took them, looking at the 2 dishes in front of her, her nose suddenly felt a little sour. She picked up a tender slice of beef, still glistening with translucent red oil, and carefully brought it to her mouth. In the next moment, spicy, hot, fresh, fragrant, multiple complex flavors exploded on her taste buds. The tender beef melted in her mouth, the rich meat juice mixed with the spicy soup base, instantly awakening her long-dormant appetite. An indescribably immense happiness instantly enveloped her body and mind, causing her always sharp and vigilant eyes to unconsciously bend into crescent shapes. So delicious, so delicious. She marveled sincerely. At that moment, in Lin Feng and Chenxi's live stream room, the audience who saw this scene instantly erupted. "Oh my, why do I feel like I'm not watching Road Survival, but some food romance show? This scene is so loving. A strong boss and a cool warrior, and he's cooking for her? I ship this CP, no one can stop me. Look at Chenxi Goddess's expression, pure happiness, it's so sweet. I've moved the Civil Affairs Bureau over here, please get married on the spot. I declare that from today, this wind and she CP is locked by me, and I've swallowed the key." Not only the viewers from Long Nation, but even many foreign viewers couldn't help but post their comments upon seeing this scene. "Oh my god, cooking in the apocalypse, how romantic is that? They really look perfect together, that man is strong, and that woman is very beautiful. I support them being together." Unknowingly, the originally dangerous Road Survival live stream room had instantly transformed into a large online CP funding scene. The steaming hot food quickly dispelled the surrounding chill, allowing Chenxi's tightly wound nerves, which had been tense all day, to relax for a moment. Her eating posture was elegant, but her speed was anything but slow, clearly indicating that she was starving. Every bite of hot rice and every piece of tender beef filled her with a long-lost sense of satisfaction and warmth. After finishing most of the bowl of boiled beef, she finally put down her chopsticks and let out a long sigh.
She looked at Lin Feng, who was still savoring the fruits of his labor, and saw his sharp eyes full of inquiry and curiosity.
How did you manage to get this food? I'm talking about the fresh ingredients and so many seasonings.
You should know that it's very difficult to find food here. Lin Feng swallowed his bite of tomato scrambled eggs and said nonchalantly, "Oh, this? I collected these from a small shop in a village I passed by and a convenience store in a service area." Hearing this, He Chenxi's eyes flashed with a bit of surprise, which soon turned into admiration. "You are really lucky to always find places with plenty of food."
Lucky?
Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks. He lifted his head and looked directly at He Chenxi, his expression becoming unusually serious. "No, I rely not on luck, but on strength." Lin Feng enunciated each word, his voice soft yet filled with profound confidence. He continued, "I know where to find food, and I have the ability to acquire it safely."
If this is called luck, then what are others doing?
Seeing Lin Feng's confident face, He Chenxi's heart trembled. At that moment, she understood that perhaps she had underestimated this man from the beginning. The strength he displayed was certainly not just a result of a few strokes of good fortune. Lin Feng noticed her contemplation, but he didn't want to dwell on that topic for too long. His expression soon turned serious as he said, "Actually, what I just said isn't very important. I think what's more crucial right now is the situation we, the Longwa, are facing, which is far more urgent than you imagine."
What do you mean by that?
I took a look at the regional chat, and many players from different countries have already started to form private alliances, targeting our Longwa players as their number one goal. The players from Fusan country, Shiba country, as well as Eagle country and Maoshoan country, all have shown me great hostility. Currently, our Longwa's overall ranking is low, but my personal ranking has consistently remained at the top. Clearly, this has raised the vigilance and jealousy of players from other countries. He Chenxi frowned tightly. She had noticed this situation but did not expect it to be so severe. After all, given the current situation, Longwa's overall strength remained at the bottom, and logically, it should not have drawn such intense hostility from others. They believe that we Longwa pose the greatest threat. Because of this, a lone Longwa player becomes very dangerous at this time. If a Longwa player finds themselves alone and is discovered by their team, they are very likely to face an ambush.
He glanced at He Chenxi, implying, just like the two players from Dixiang country you faced earlier.
If they weren't 2 people, but a small team of 5 or even 10, do you think you would still have the chance to turn the tables on them? He Chenxi fell silent. She knew very well that facing a fully equipped team, even she would find it challenging to have any chance of winning. So our top priority is to quickly find more compatriots from the Dragon country, unite everyone together, form a convoy, act as one, share resources, and support each other. This way, my armored vehicle can become the core of our convoy, providing the strongest protection and firepower, while others' vehicles will be responsible for reconnaissance and flank support. Only this way, together, can we fight against those allied countries in this cruel game of survival on the highway. In this way, our chances of survival will be much higher. Lin Feng's words were very clear and powerful. A grand vision of a convoy began to unfold slowly in He Chenxi's mind. She looked at the young man in front of her, who was identified as a university student in the data, yet possessed a strategic vision far beyond ordinary people, and her heart was shaken beyond measure. She finally understood that Lin Feng's ability to become number one was definitely not just due to so-called luck. It was because his strength was truly exceptional, far surpassing her and He Chenxi as well as all the other competitors. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a touch of relief, grateful that such a strong competitor could appear in the Dragon country. Then He Chenxi nodded heavily and said, "I understand now, you are right, we do need a convoy."
Chapter 86, Upgrade, Shop LV3.
After He Chenxi finished eating, she watched Lin Feng skillfully clean all the cooking utensils, then put them along with the leftover food back into his space. She stood up, dusted off the dirt and grime from her combat suit, her movements crisp and neat. "Wait a moment, I will go get my motorcycle."
Okay, go ahead."
He Chenxi left quickly, and moments later, a faint roar of an engine came closer. When Lin Feng turned around to look, he found He Chenxi driving a dirt-covered off-road motorcycle, stopping next to his armored vehicle. This off-road motorcycle seemed to have been simply modified, with scratches all over the body, and some basic survival supplies tied to the back seat, making it look travel-worn yet revealing a strong aura. Lin Feng was sure that for He Chenxi, this motorcycle had undoubtedly been her most reliable assistant in previous operations. However, looking at the motorcycle, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and shake his head.
"What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this motorcycle?" He Chenxi noticed his expression and asked, a bit confused.
"If it's just for one person, then it's fine to ride alone, but as a member of our Dragon Country convoy, I think it's somewhat shabby." Lin Feng shook his head and spoke frankly, "This motorcycle lacks protection, and I feel its cargo capacity is very limited. Facing complex road conditions and enemy attacks, this motorcycle will not hold up." He Chenxi fell silent upon hearing his words. Indeed, what Lin Feng said was true, this motorcycle was indeed insufficient when facing a large number of enemies. "You are right, but..."
Lin Feng interrupted her, a confident smile on his face. No, but since we are going to form a convoy, we should have the appearance of a convoy, right? How about this, I'll upgrade your motorcycle. As he spoke, Lin Feng opened his system panel. Resource points, 9,010. Kill points, 23,000. Seeing the amount of resource points and kill points he currently had on the system panel, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel surprised, but more than that, he felt delighted. He nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the previous large-scale battles, especially clearing out that swarm of corpses and dealing with the contestants from various countries who came knocking, had accumulated plenty of kill points for him. Moreover, when he killed that prototype fusion body, the system also rewarded him with 8,000 resource points. Now, with so many resource points and kill points in his hands, he certainly couldn't waste them. System, exchange 18,000 kill points for resource points. Ding! 18,000 kill points have been successfully exchanged for 18,000 resource points. Current resource points, 27,010. When Chen inadvertently glanced at the long string of numbers on Lin Feng's blue panel, she was completely stunned. 27,000 resource points, what on earth is this? This doesn't make sense. She had worked so hard to kill so many zombies, and until now, she had accumulated less than 3,000 resource points. Now you're telling me he has 27,000 resource points? Chen was absolutely dumbfounded at this point. This Lin Feng was truly beyond her imagination. Now we have enough resource points, let's upgrade the store and see what new items there are. Lin Feng murmured to himself and casually clicked on the store interface. Current store level 2, it costs 5,000 resource points to upgrade. Upgrade the store. Spending 5,000 resource points, store upgrade successful. Current level 3. New areas added, vehicle chassis area, heavy weapons area, living facilities area. Other areas products greatly expanded. As the store upgraded, rows of brand new product lists immediately presented themselves in front of Lin Feng, dazzling him for a moment. Vehicle chassis area, new Ranger lightweight 4-wheel universal chassis, priced at 10,000 resource points. Can upgrade any small vehicle into a high mobility 4-wheel off-road vehicle. Heavy weapons area, new remote-controlled C4 explosives, priced at 500 resource points each, new M203 grenade launcher, priced at 2,000 resource points. Living facilities area, new portable water circulation shower device, priced at 800 resource points, new multifunctional induction cooker, priced at 500 resource points. Looking at the dazzling new products on Lin Feng's panel, Chen felt completely numb at that moment. She covered her forehead and couldn't help but ask. Wait, Lin Feng, are we really in the same survival game? Lin Feng didn't pay attention to her shock and directly purchased the universal chassis worth 10,000 resource points from the vehicle chassis area. Spend 10,000 resource points, purchase successful. After buying the universal chassis, Lin Feng shifted his focus to Chen's motorcycle. Then, he brought up the panel for her motorcycle and installed the universal chassis on it. Upgrading based on mountain motorcycle to Ranger light assault vehicle. A blue light instantly enveloped Chen's mountain motorcycle. In the light, the motorcycle's frame was being dismantled and restructured, and the metal components kept extending and assembling. As the light dissipated, what appeared in its place was no longer the flimsy mountain motorcycle. Instead, it was a powerful 4-wheel light assault vehicle. This 4-wheel light assault vehicle had sturdy off-road tires, a strong roll cage, and an open cockpit with a very broad view, and there was a small cargo bed at the back of the vehicle. The entire body of the vehicle looked extremely robust. As for Chen, she was now staring blankly at the brand new ride in front of her. She reached out her hand, incredulously touching the cold metal body of the vehicle, unable to utter a word for a moment. Lin Feng, satisfied, patted the engine hood of the Ranger and smiled at her. So, how about it? Are you satisfied with this new ride? If so, why not take it for a test drive? Chen came back to her senses, turned to look at Lin Feng, and then excitedly nodded her head. Yeah, okay, I'll go up and try it right now. Chapter 87, Wind and Tide Motorcade. Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming shock in her heart. Then, she skillfully flipped herself into the driver's seat of the Ranger. Her fingers immediately glided over the metal steering wheel, feeling its weight and solidness, so different from a mountain motorcycle. Let's fire it up and see. Lin Feng reminded from the side. Chen nodded, then turned the key. Boom! With a roar of the engine completely different from the previous mountain motorcycle, deeper and more powerful, the entire assault vehicle gently vibrated. She gently pressed the accelerator, and the wheels immediately left a deep mark on the muddy ground, as the powerful force smoothly pushed the whole vehicle forward. Chen drove the Ranger in a large circle across the wasteland, sometimes speeding up, sometimes dashing, and at times urgently changing direction. She even effortlessly crushed over a rock as tall as half a person without any accidents. After some driving, Chen noticed that the suspension system of this vehicle performed excellently, absorbing all the shocks, which made her hardly feel any severe bumps while in the driver's seat. Wow, this vehicle is amazing. When she steadily parked the vehicle back in front of Lin Feng, a rare and radiant smile of excitement blossomed on her face. I feel that the performance of this vehicle is far stronger than the lightweight all-terrain assault vehicle given to our Dragon Tooth Special Forces. With this vehicle, my mobility and survivability on the road will take a huge leap. As the king of soldiers in Dragon Tooth Special Forces, she knew better than anyone what it meant to have an excellent vehicle in this world. It was not just a tool for transportation, but also a mobile combat platform, a guarantee of her life in this road survival world. Seeing her satisfied expression, Lin Feng smiled along with her. At that moment, in the live stream room of Lin Feng and He Chensi, the audience was buzzing with excitement. Wow! Goddess Chensi has a new car too, and it's a four-wheeled one. So cool, now these two each have an armored vehicle, incredible. Haha, how can the other countries' contestants compete with us now? Our Dragon country's top two contestants both have armored vehicles. In the Dragon Vision studio, the joy on the faces of the three hosts was also hard to hide. Si Beiling excitedly slapped the table and said loudly, "Dear viewers, look, this is a historic moment. Our Dragon country's top two contestants have finally united, and now they both possess powerful armored vehicles. From now on, our contestants are no longer fighting solo like before, but officially entering a cooperative combat team mode." Dongqin added with a smile. Yes, player Lin Feng and player He Chensi are simply a strong alliance, which means that our Dragon country's strength in the world of road survival has been greatly enhanced. One has a medium armored vehicle like a mobile fortress, while the other drives a highly mobile light assault vehicle. This is simply a perfect combination. At that moment, Lin Feng gave them high praise from a professional perspective. Yes. Lin Feng's heavy armored vehicle can serve as the core of their team, providing them with strong frontal defense and suppressive firepower. And He Chensi's Ranger can use its high mobility for reconnaissance and flanking, as well as quick support. The two of them form a small vehicle team that is both offensive and defensive, agile, and flexible. In this stage of the road survival world, they already possess the strength to crush the vast majority of opponents. In the barrage below, the audience's comments flooded in like a tide. The Dragon country's team is officially established now. Fengshi team, invincible in the world. Looking at He Chensi's excited expression, Lin Feng also felt a sense of satisfaction and comfort in his heart. The strength of a teammate also means the strength of the whole team. However, he did not stop there. This time, he opened the system panel for the minimap. Then he locked his gaze on the sci-fi-styled portable electromagnetic pulse cannon in the space. System, how many kill points are needed to upgrade the electromagnetic cannon? Weapon detected, portable electromagnetic pulse cannon. Portable electromagnetic pulse cannon LV1, upgrade requires 5,000 kill points. 5,000 kill points? It seems that the more advanced and powerful the weapon is, the more kill points are needed for upgrades. But for such a strong weapon, using these kill points to upgrade is still acceptable. Lin Feng glanced at his remaining 5,000 kill points, just enough. Originally, he planned to keep these kill points for upgrading the minimap. But now it seems that his minimap is sufficient and does not need upgrading. So he chose to upgrade the electromagnetic cannon without hesitation. Consuming 5,000 kill points, upgrading portable electromagnetic pulse cannon. Upgrade successful. Weapon, portable electromagnetic pulse cannon modified, upgraded. New functions. Energy output enhancement, the destructive power of a single pulse cannon is increased by 50%, significantly increasing damage to armored units. Range gain, effective range increased by 40%, allowing devastating strikes on targets from a safer distance. Cooling system optimization significantly shortens the cooling time for continuous firing, unlocking the triple shot mode, allowing for saturation bombing in a short period on target areas. As a golden light erupted from the cannon's body after the upgrade. The originally complex patterns on the cannon's body became more numerous and clearer, with faint electric arcs leaping at the muzzle. Although the overall appearance did not change much, Lin Feng could feel that this electromagnetic cannon's power had significantly strengthened. Triple shot mode? Lin Feng noticed the newly added function after the upgrade. This electromagnetic cannon had played a great role when dealing with the zombies surrounding He Chensi. It only took one shot to kill many zombies and monsters. And that was only under the condition that this electromagnetic cannon could only fire single shots. Lin Feng couldn't imagine how terrifying the power of this electromagnetic cannon would be now that it could fire 3 shots. Everything was ready. Lin Feng was just about to tell He Chensi that they could leave. But when he saw the unprotected driver's seat of He Chensi's assault vehicle, he became worried again. Tomorrow, the acid rain hell is going to descend. At that time, if there is no protection, even with such an assault vehicle, it would be of no use. So the urgent task now is to find enough materials to upgrade the acid rain protection for He Chensi's assault vehicle. Chapter 88 Finding Canvas. On the desolate highway, 2 vehicles were driving side by side.
Lin Feng's armored vehicle was relatively heavy, easily and smoothly rolling over the broken stones inside.
He Chenxi's assault vehicle was relatively bumpy, but because it was lighter, it appeared very agile overall.
He Chenxi, our primary task now is to equip your vehicle with a cloak that can resist acid rain. Lin Feng's voice came through the vehicle's intercom to He Chenxi. The newbie protection period now has less than 24 hours remaining, we must be fully prepared before tomorrow arrives. He Chenxi listened to his words and took a glance at the empty roll cage above her head, her brow furrowing inadvertently. She knew very well that if her light assault vehicle lacked protective gear like a cloak, it would be like running naked in the face of the imminent acid rain hell, which was extremely dangerous. Even though she still did not understand what this acid rain hell would be like, she was aware of the power of acid rain. This stuff could easily destroy your skin.
Understood, so what do you need me to do?
She asked straightforwardly, already having unconditional trust in Lin Feng. Lin Feng shifted his gaze to the panel projected by the survival wristband. Under the vehicle section, He Chenxi's vehicle was displayed. At the same time, a modification plan appeared.
Upgrade plan, corrosion-resistant retractable canopy.
Required materials, plastic canvas X3, current owned, 0/2, high-strength alloy brackets X5, available for purchase at store. Lin Feng briefly explained the situation to her. I can buy the alloy brackets directly at the store, but right now, what we are most short on is a large enough piece of plastic canvas. So next, we will move forward while paying close attention to places where such materials might be, like abandoned trucks, warehouses, or industrial areas.
Okay.
He Chenxi responded decisively, then focused more intently on observing the surroundings alongside the road.
However, the following hours of the journey felt dull and long.
The endless black road seemed to have no end, and apart from the occasional wandering zombies, there was nothing else in the desolate wasteland on either side. As for those zombies, often they did not even get close before being effortlessly crushed by Lin Feng driving the armored vehicle, leaving He Chenxi no chance to take action. Even so, she still patiently scanned every possible corner around her, thanks to her top-level special forces training. She did not miss any place that looked like it might hold value. But after several hours, apart from a few barrels of contaminated industrial waste and a pile of useless scrap metal, she had gained nothing. Just as she felt her eyes were growing visually tired from the bleak scenery, Lin Feng's calm voice came through the communicator. Pull over, there's something up ahead.
He Chenxi was slightly taken aback and immediately slowed down the vehicle. She parked the Ranger behind Lin Feng's armored vehicle.
She looked in the direction Lin Feng gestured toward. In the distance, a few hundred meters away, the wreckage of a long-distance bus lay quietly, overturned at the roadside. The entire vehicle appeared rusty, and half of the bus body had already collapsed. She quickly scanned it, using her experience to judge. Such exposed abandoned vehicles, after so long, likely had their valuable resources scavenged or have completely deteriorated. But Lin Feng had already jumped down from the vehicle and walked straight toward the bus without any hesitation, as if he already knew what might be there. He Chenxi followed him with a head full of questions. Lin Feng circled around the back of the bus that had collapsed, rummaging through a pile of twisted seats and broken luggage. Soon, he dragged out a wooden treasure chest that was slightly rotten at the edges. This. He Chenxi's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. When she passed by here just now, she observed that there were no traces of any treasure chests. How did he discover it? Could it just be that his luck is extremely good? At this moment, Lin Feng did not notice the astonishment in He Chenxi's gaze. He skillfully pried open the treasure chest. Opened. Obtained 2 bundles of fresh organic spinach. 10 meters of high-strength nylon rope. Seeing 2 bundles of vibrant green spinach with a hint of earthy smell appear inside the chest, He Chenxi couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. In a world where even a complete piece of bread counts as a luxury, he casually opens a chest to find fresh vegetables? Here you go, extra dinner for tonight. Lin Feng handed the spinach to her and kept the nylon rope in his space. He Chenxi took the spinach, feeling the vibrant texture of the leaves, her heart was deeply shaken.
The convoy continued on the road.
After more than an hour, when they reached the vicinity of a broken bridge, Lin Feng immediately stopped the vehicle.
Did you find another treasure chest? He Chenxi couldn't help but ask.
Lin Feng did not answer, just pointed down below the broken bridge, where a pile of rubble and mud covered a bridge pillar.
This time, He Chenxi closely followed Lin Feng, watching him navigate through the rubble with ease. Finally, he dragged out a treasure chest from an inconspicuous gap. This time, it was an iron treasure chest gleaming with metallic luster. Opened. Obtained 1 kilogram of live shrimp. 1 signal gun.
As the chest opened, a bunch of lively shrimp jumped out. At this moment, He Chenxi was completely stunned.
Fresh vegetables were one thing, but now even live seafood?
Lin Feng was also surprised by this result.
Wow, these shrimp are actually alive?
Lin Feng had seen the information provided on the small map earlier, knowing there were shrimp here.
But he didn't expect the shrimp inside would actually be alive. At this moment, Chenxi's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, as she truly did not know how he was able to find treasure chests time and time again. The key was that he was always very certain. If it was luck the first time, what about the second and third times? Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore. Looking directly into Lin Feng's eyes, she asked seriously. Lin Feng, how do you do it? Don't tell me it's some so-called intuition. At that moment, Lin Feng stored the signal gun and shrimp into his space, turned to her, and revealed a mysterious smile. An excellent hunter always knows where to find the best prey. You just need to know one thing: if you follow me, you will eat meat. Lin Feng answered her question with a pretense of profundity. Although Chenxi was also a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, he did not intend to let her know the secret of the system. Chapter 89, Spicy Hot Pot. Chenxi knew Lin Feng said this because he was unwilling to tell her the truth. But since he was not willing to speak, she wisely did not pursue it further. After all, everyone has their own trump card, especially in such a cruel environment. She just needed to know one thing: this secret was beneficial for the Dragon Kingdom and beneficial for their small team. That was enough. Soon evening fell. The sky gradually darkened. It's getting late, let's find a place to rest for a bit and take care of dinner, Lin Feng said through the intercom, while slowing down the vehicle. Chenxi replied and followed the armored vehicle as it slowly left the road and entered a relatively flat wasteland. In this area, there were sparse clusters of cacti that were half the height of a person. These cactus clusters formed a natural, makeshift barrier, making it a decent temporary camping spot. After parking the vehicle, Chenxi habitually took her water bottle and a small piece of compressed biscuit from the transport, preparing for a simple meal. But at that moment, she noticed Lin Feng already skillfully taking out a portable cooking set. What are you doing? Without looking up, Lin Feng was assembling the stove and said, I told you, with me, you'll get to eat meat. Today we're lucky, we got fresh shrimp and spinach. We still have the leftover beef, let's throw them together and make you a spicy hot pot, how about that? Spicy hot pot? These 4 words sounded like a thunderclap in Chenxi's mind. In a world where resources had already run dry, the spicy hot pot almost only existed in historical documents and the legendary memories of the elders. She couldn't imagine just how delicious such a dish could be. Before she could snap out of her shock, Lin Feng had already started moving swiftly. The hot oil in the pot began to sizzle. He first added dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and slices of garlic, releasing a rich aroma that instantly drove the coldness of the wasteland away and filled Chenxi's nose. Then, Lin Feng slid the marinated slices of beef into the pot, where they quickly changed color under the high temperature, the meaty and spicy aromas perfectly blending together. After that, he added in the vibrant green spinach and the lively shrimp one after another. With the spatula flying, the ingredients rolled over the flames, their colors becoming increasingly tempting. Chenxi stood by in a daze, feeling the hard compressed biscuit in her pocket, a sense of absurdity rising within her. Indeed, she was playing a completely different game than Lin Feng. Soon, a steaming pot of spicy hot pot, full of color and aroma, was freshly made. The bright red broth wrapped around each piece of ingredient: tender beef, springy shrimp, and spinach that had absorbed all the broth. Just looking at it made her appetite surge. Stop staring, come eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold, Lin Feng handed her a set of bowl and chopsticks. Chenxi didn't hold back at all, she couldn't resist the unbearable aroma anymore. She took the bowl and chopsticks, picked up a slice of beef, and put it in her mouth, the rich layers of flavor instantly exploding in her mouth, making her so happy she almost squinted her eyes. The scene that followed stunned both Lin Feng and the viewers in Chenxi's livestream. The usually calm and poised Chenxi, at this moment, was like a child who hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights, completely dropping all her restraint. Her chopsticks began to dance wildly in the pot, moving with such frightening speed that it was almost like the wind sweeping away clouds, cleanly devouring an entire pot of spicy hot pot, leaving even the last drop of broth mixed with rice perfectly clean. Burp! Until she finished the last grain of rice. She suddenly realized her own mistake, her pretty face flushed, and she shyly let out a big burp. Lin Feng looked at her satisfied appearance and couldn't help but smile. It seems you were really starving. So delicious. Chenxi sincerely exclaimed, this was the most delicious meal she had eaten in over 10 years. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Feng was tidying up the cooking utensils while thinking about serious matters. He looked up at the sky, which had completely darkened, and said to Chenxi, it's already dark, and most of the contestants should have stopped to rest. We still haven't found the last piece of material, so I plan to check the trading area to see if any other contestants are selling. Saying this, Lin Feng opened the trading panel. In my opinion, the temptation of food is the greatest in survival on the road, so I plan to use a small part of our food to see if I can trade for a piece of plastic tarp. As he spoke, he skillfully created a new trade item in the marketplace. Trade item, freshly baked honey chicken wings, 5 pieces. Needed item, large durable plastic tarp, at least 3m x 3m. Seller's message, hot, just out of the oven. First come, first served, don't wait. Lin Feng took out a few chicken wings that he had gotten from the convenience store at the service area from his space. Then he grilled them on a simple grill over the remaining fire until they sizzled and dripped oil, golden and crispy, and took a picture to upload it. Once this trade was published, the entire regional chat channel exploded. Wow! Grilled chicken wings. Still warm? My god, is this real? Are you crazy? I can't even drink a sip of clean water right now, and someone is eating grilled chicken wings? It's that guy from Dragon Country. It must be that crazy number one from Dragon Country. Who else has the conditions for this? A plastic tarp? I think I have one, found it on an abandoned truck. Oh my god, should I trade it? An anonymous contestant hesitated. Trade it. Only a fool wouldn't trade. Can a piece of old tarp compare to warm grilled chicken wings? In less than half a minute after the trade was published, Lin Feng received the first trade request. Ding. Received a trade request from contestant Kangaroo Nation. Billy, do you accept? Lin Feng glanced at the item image provided by the other party, which was a rolled up and seemingly quite thick blue plastic tarp, and the size completely met his requirements. Accept. Ding. Trade successful. You have received large durable plastic tarp X1. The moment the trade was completed, Lin Feng's space had one more heavy tarp, while the 5 fragrant grilled chicken wings disappeared. Done. Now all the materials are complete. Once I buy the alloy support, I'll change the clothing for your ranger. Chapter 90, Upgrade the Canopy. As Lin Feng finished speaking, he quickly exchanged for 5 high-strength alloy supports that shimmered with metallic luster in the store. Spent 250 resource points, purchased high-strength alloy supports X5. Current resource points, 11,760. At this moment, a blue panel was projected on Lin Feng's survival bracelet. Chenzi looked at his panel, which had over 11,000 resource points, leaving her stunned. She silently closed her interface, which had less than 3,000 resource points. She had originally thought about sharing some of the pressure with Lin Feng. But now it seemed she was overthinking. This amount of resource points was nothing to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't notice the complicated expression on Chenzi's face as he walked to the Ranger assault vehicle and then pulled up the vehicle modification panel. Detected upgrade option, corrosion-resistant telescopic canopy. Required materials, plastic tarp X3, already satisfied, 5 high-intensity alloy supports, already satisfied. Should we proceed with the modification immediately? Modify. Lin Feng clicked confirm without hesitation. Then, a blue light shot out from his survival wristband. It enveloped the entire Ranger assault vehicle within it. Immediately, 3 pieces of canvas and 5 alloy metal supports floated into the air out of nowhere, then began to automatically disassemble, shape, and combine. The alloy supports started to fit precisely into the interfaces already reserved on the vehicle body, building a streamlined and sturdy frame. Next, the 3 pieces of plastic canvas began to seamlessly stitch together, perfectly covering the frame, with the edges automatically tightening and closely adhering to the vehicle body. Soon, a hardtop cockpit, integrated with panoramic bulletproof glass and possessing good sealing properties, magically appeared above the previously open driver's seat. As the blue light faded, what lay before Chenzi and Lin Feng was a new vehicle that looked more complete and had greater protective power. Let's get in and take a look. Lin Feng patted the brand new roof. Chenzi took a deep breath, then pulled open the heavy car door and sat down in the cockpit. When the door slammed shut, the wind and cold were instantly blocked outside, wrapping her in an unprecedented sense of safety. As she looked outside through the wide bulletproof glass, the view was still very open. Now with the protection of bulletproof glass, she was no longer exposed to danger without cover. She subconsciously murmured again, "Fortunately, Lin Feng is on our side." Outside, Lin Feng saw the undeniable shock on her face and smiled, saying, "Don't be too happy too soon. This roof may currently protect your safety and shield you from acid rain, but it only protects you, not the vehicle itself. Tomorrow's acid rain held will be extremely corrosive to vehicles, especially the engine, tires, and chassis, these crucial parts." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the joy on her face was instantly replaced with seriousness. She understood very clearly that Lin Feng was right. Although the vehicle now had a roof, it could only protect her and not the body of the vehicle. And vehicles were essential for survival in this world. If the vehicle were to be wrecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. What should we do? The best solution is, of course, to coat it with a special anti-corrosion layer, just like my vehicle. Lin Feng pointed to his silver-gray armored vehicle. But this material is very rare and can only be obtained by defeating powerful bosses or opening high-level treasure chests. You know, it's not so easy to find. But you don't have to worry too much, we still have the most basic but effective method. As he spoke, he set up a few more honey-glazed grilled wings.
After just a minute or two, he traded again to obtain 2 more pieces of canvas.
Okay, now we have 2 pieces of canvas.
Before we find the coating, we can only use these canvases to wrap your vehicle as much as possible, especially the engine hood and tires, because any additional layer of protection is always good. Chenzi immediately understood Lin Feng's intention. Without saying a word, she jumped out of the vehicle and began to work with Lin Feng. As the saying goes, working together as a man and woman is not tiring. The two cooperated seamlessly, spreading out the canvas and carefully covering the ranger's body, then securing it tightly with nylon ropes, circle after circle. This scene was clearly presented to the audience of Long Country through the live broadcast. In the Dragon Vision studio, Sakura watched their cooperation with eyes full of approval. Dear viewers, look quickly, this is the wisdom and unity of our Long Country contestants. Faced with the impending disaster, they show no signs of panic, and they are preparing in an organized and efficient manner. At this moment, Cold Edge nodded and added. That's right, at times like this, a calm mindset and effective team collaboration are key to their survival. Now their convoy is taking shape, equipped for both offense and defense, so I believe they can face the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of Eagle Country, commentator Kirk viewed the scene with a disdainful sneer.
Oh, look at what they're doing, wrapping their toy cars with a few pieces of ripped canvas? Ah, I'm going to laugh my teeth out.
Just a few scraps of cloth, what's that going to do for their cars? I bet when the acid rain falls tomorrow, their broken cars will be reduced to a pile of scrap metal, along with the canvas. Night soon fully fell, and the wasteland was now enveloped in complete silence. Lin Feng and Chenzi had thoroughly cleaned the area around the campsite, parking their 2 vehicles back to back under the cover of a cluster of cacti, extinguishing all lights, blending into the surrounding darkness. At this moment, Lin Feng glanced again at his small map, confirming that the road collapse behind them was approximately 10 hours away at a safe distance. We are still far from the road collapse, and we have plenty of time. He took out his Fruit 17 Pro Max from his pocket and skillfully set an alarm for 8 hours later.
You should sleep in the car, it's safer.
Lin Feng pointed to the recently modified Ranger.
Chenzi glanced at the closed cockpit and then at Lin Feng's armored car, nodding. What about you?
Lin Feng pointed to his armored car. I'll sleep in my car.
Tonight I'll keep watch the first half of the night, and you keep watch the second half. We'll take turns. Okay.
Chenzi had no objections to this suggestion. She knew this was the most prudent arrangement. After returning to their vehicles, Lin Feng leaned back in the spacious driver's seat, looking through the bulletproof glass at the Ranger wrapped tightly in canvas, feeling a sense of long-lost stability for some reason. Now, he was no longer fighting alone, he had a strong and reliable teammate. This gave him a bit more confidence. In the other vehicle, although Chenzi wanted to sleep, she found it hard to fall asleep. Sitting in the dark cockpit, she felt unprecedented safety, replaying everything that had happened today in her mind. From being rescued while surrounded by zombies in the medical center, to that unforgettable spicy hot pot meal, to this completely transformed vehicle. Everything had changed since Lin Feng appeared. She gently caressed the cold steering wheel, her gaze through the glass window settling on Lin Feng's armored car's blurred outline.
Lin Feng.
She whispered his name, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Chapter 91, The Arrival of Acid Rain Hell. G&I is too beautiful. Bay Bay. Oh. G&I is too beautiful.
An extremely familiar and mentally disturbing ringtone once again awakened Lin Feng from his sleep. He fumbled for his phone in slight annoyance and turned off the alarm, then pulled open the sunshade in the driver's cabin. Outside the car window, the sky was already bright, but unlike yesterday's gloom, the current sky showed a sickly gray-yellow. He could see fine strands of rain drifting down from the sky, landing on the bulletproof glass, making a faint rustling sound.
Has acid rain finally come?
Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He reached out his hand, carefully catching a few drops of water at the edge of the car door. A slight, yet sharp sensation immediately transmitted from his fingertips, as if pricked by a tiny needle.
He quickly withdrew his hand, shaking off the rainwater on it. Indeed, it is acid rain. Though the current strength of the acid rain was still relatively weak, its harm to the skin was limited. But without a doubt, it was a very dangerous signal, because over time, this drizzle would evolve into a terrifying disaster capable of melting steel. As a veteran with 10 years of experience, he understood this very well. At that moment, a blue light curtain unfolded before all surviving contestants around the world. Global announcement: Day 3 of road survival has begun. The novice protection period has ended. Starting today, survival rewards will dynamically adjust based on daily challenge difficulty. Each surviving contestant has received a reward of 100 resource points. Please check. 100 resource points? It actually increased? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing the amount of the reward. Originally, each contestant was only awarded 20 resource points on the first day. The next 2 days were the same. But today, the reward for resource points had risen to 100.
From the system's announcement, it seemed that as the survival difficulty increased, the daily rewards offered by the system would also rise. This was undoubtedly a significant incentive for the contestants who managed to survive. For Lin Feng, of course, he looked down on these mere 100 resource points. Warning: extreme disaster weather, acid rain hell, has officially arrived. Currently in the initial stage, the strength of the acid rain is weak. Expected to enter the strengthening stage in 12 hours, corrosiveness will greatly increase. All contestants please complete final protective measures as soon as possible. Day 2 survival statistics: a total of 527 contestants have died worldwide. Please cherish life and continue to work hard. Seeing this death toll, Lin Feng's heart sank. It seemed that so far, many people still had not adapted to this world's survival environment. But it didn't matter, after all, survival of the fittest. Personal leaderboard has been refreshed. Current top 3 overall rankings. First, Dragon Country contestant Lin Feng. Second, Eagle Country contestant MacArthur Beirang. Third, Bear Country contestant Xiao Weifu. Seeing himself still in first place on the leaderboard, Lin Feng was not surprised. However, when he continued to glance further down, his brows couldn't help but furrow. 11th, Dragon Country contestant He Chenxi. Has she dropped out of the top 10? Lin Feng thought to himself. While 11th place was still an excellent achievement, He Chenxi had killed quite a number of zombie monsters and contestants yesterday. Yet, she still fell outside the top 10. This could only mean one thing, that was, the top contestants from other countries were also rapidly increasing their scores. He continued to scroll down the leaderboard, and the situation made him feel even heavier. Apart from Master Ma ranked 48th, the next Dragon Country contestant's name only appeared outside the top 300. As for most of the other Dragon Country contestants, they remained stuck in the thousands or even tens of thousands at the bottom. It seems the overall strength of Dragon Country is still lagging. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that although he was very strong now, if he couldn't quickly find other Dragon Country contestants, together, we form a convoy. Therefore, the overall strength of Dragon Country will be hard to improve. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting hall of Dragon Vision, Sabe Ling gathered his spirits and, with his infectious voice, was the first to speak. Dear viewers of Dragon Country, let us once again cheer for our Lin Feng. After entering the third day of road survival, the difficulty has been fully upgraded. Even so, our Lin Feng has once again defended our Dragon Country's top honor with his unparalleled strength. He is undoubtedly our absolutely worthy anchor. With a shift in tone, Dong Qin took over the conversation, her words tinged with an undeniable worry. However, we must still see clearly that the overall situation of our Dragon Country remains grim. Apart from Lin Feng racing ahead and He Chenxi and Master Ma striving to maintain their positions at the front, most of our other competitors are still stuck in a very dangerous bottom area. This indicates that the overall survival pressure on our Dragon Country's competitors is still increasing. Cold Blade's expression looked very serious as he pointed at the data analysis on the screen. What Teacher Dong Qin said is correct. Right now, from the data, our Dragon Country's competitor rankings show an extreme inverted pyramid structure. While the top performers are outstanding, there is a serious gap in the middle ranks. Other countries, especially Eagle Country and Bear Country, even though their top competitors are temporarily behind Lin Feng, they have far more competitors in the top 100 or even top 500 than we do. We need to recognize that in this road survival, although individual strength is crucial, the overall strength of the national competitors is equally important. Fortunately, our two top competitors in Dragon Country have now come together, so I believe we still have a chance. A flurry of comments flooded the screen below. Lin God is amazing. Forever a god, our Dragon Country's pride. Sigh, looking at the rankings behind, my heart sank. Besides Lin God and the other two, the rest seem a bit miserable, right? Come on, other competitors, hold on. Quickly find Lin God and Goddess Chenxi, just cling to their legs and take off. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in Eagle Country's television station, commentator Kirk wore an unmasked smirk. Oh, yes, the people of Dragon Country have once again precariously kept their first place, how fortunate. But my friends, please open your eyes and look at the lower part of the ranking. Apart from those poor three, where is Dragon Country? I almost need a magnifying glass to find their traces among thousands. He spread his hands, smiling triumphantly at the camera. This is like a marathon. No matter how fast one person runs, they cannot lead a team of limping individuals to win the team championship. Dragon Country is merely a group of dwarfs led by Lin Feng. Meanwhile, every competitor in our great Eagle Country is an elite. Our overall strength is the true world number one. In the live broadcasts of countries like Fuso Country and Gallus Country, similar rhetoric filled the air. They deliberately amplified the overall decline of Dragon Country to overshadow the shock and threat posed by Lin Feng's individual strength. On the road, He Chenxi also received the same system announcement. After seeing her ranking drop, there was not a trace of discouragement in her eyes. Instead, a more determined fighting spirit flickered. She understood that rankings are temporary, strength is fundamental.
The voice of Lin Feng echoed again through the intercom.
Chensi, don't worry about the rankings, we have more important things to do now. Acid rain has just begun to fall, we must speed up our pace. Before it becomes stronger, we need to find more protective materials as soon as possible.
Understood. Chensi responded concisely. Chapter 92, Returning 10,000 Sets of Vehicle Repair Tools.
Under the gray-yellow sky, 2 cars were smoothly driving on the highway, splashing tiny droplets. The acid rain has just started to fall, still relatively mild. However, the faint corrosive smell hung in the air like a Damocles sword overhead, always reminding all survivors that if they did not quickly find protective gear, they would soon be struck down by this sword. It looks like all the abandoned vehicles and small buildings along the way have been thoroughly searched. Chensi's voice came through the intercom, tinged with seriousness. She was skillfully maneuvering the Ranger to avoid potholes on the road, constantly scanning the details on both sides of the highway. Lin Feng's voice sounded calm and confident through the intercom. The usual spots are indeed a no-go, but there are always some places they will overlook.
Don't worry, my intuition tells me there should be something ahead.
Of course, Lin Feng's so-called intuition was just the small map in his upper left corner. At this moment, within the map's display, several treasure chest icons were scattered around, most of them representing ordinary wooden chests. He quickly focused his gaze on them.
Wooden chest contains a rusty crowbar.
Wooden chest contains half a bag of expired chips.
Trash.
Lin Feng thought to himself, directly ignoring these wooden chests. If it were a matter of survival on the highway, he might have shown some interest in these chests at first. But now, the contents of these chests were all worthless trash to him. His gaze continued to move, eventually locking onto a treasure chest icon located 2 kilometers ahead, inside a culvert beneath the highway. Iron chest contains Advanced Vehicle Repair Tool Set X1, High-Calorie Energy Bars X5. The Advanced Vehicle Repair Tool Set should be pretty good. He felt a surge of excitement and spoke through the intercom. Chensi, about 2 kilometers ahead, there's a culvert on the left side of the road. Let's go check it out. Chensi, without a hint of hesitation, immediately adjusted her direction and followed Lin Feng's armored vehicle. At this point, she had already grown accustomed to Lin Feng's uncanny ability to pinpoint treasure chest locations. Although she remained curious about how he knew where the chests were, she didn't ask too much, after all, everyone has their own secrets. Moments later, the 2 vehicles stopped beside the culvert. Lin Feng skillfully jumped out of the vehicle and, much to Chensi's surprise, directly crawled into the culvert, half covered with sludge and weeds. He hardly exerted any effort and quickly dragged out a heavy iron chest.
Opened.
Obtained, Advanced Vehicle Repair Tool Set X1.
High-Calorie Energy Bars X5.
10,000 times return activated. Returning Special Vehicle Advanced Repair Tool Set X10,000. Lin Feng stored the tool set in his space and casually handed the energy bars to Chensi. Chensi looked at the well-packaged, hefty energy bar in her hand and recalled how she had rummaged for half the day to find 1 or 2 compressed biscuits, shaking her head.
Let's continue.
Lin Feng did not hesitate, returning to the vehicle to continue moving ahead.
In the next hour, under Lin Feng's small map's guidance, they consecutively opened 3 treasure chests hidden in abandoned corners.
Although there wasn't anything especially valuable inside, the rewards were still quite rich. They got a box of pure water, 2 military first aid kits, and even a small box of spare bullets of various calibers. Although most of them were useless to Lin Feng, it was better than having nothing. At worst, he could sell them later through trade. Furthermore, luck was on their side this time. Every treasure chest they opened triggered a 10,000-fold return. Although the items were not abundant, at least it could slightly increase the strategic reserves of Long Country. At the same time, it also raised the sense of security among the people of Long Country.
Oh my god, Lin Shen is simply a moving treasury. Following him, it feels like we've never lacked anything. Goddess Chensi is just too lucky. Did she follow the right person? Ha ha ha.
In Lin Feng's live stream room, there was a lively atmosphere as the audience watched with great interest. At the same time, on another road covered by acid rain, Fusang Country's contestant, Guayaichi, was currently awkwardly hiding under a bridge. He was completely soaked, his face smeared with mud, and his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. The tuk-tuk, the divine vehicle he had purchased before, made too much noise, attracting a small wave of zombies. Although he barely escaped, the vehicle was completely destroyed.
Baka!
Those damn zombies, and that bastard from the Elephant Kingdom who sold me the car. He muttered curses under his breath, chewing on the last piece of clean bread. His hatred for that bastard from the Elephant Kingdom who sold him the vehicle was fermenting continuously. At the same time, his hatred for Lin Feng was also growing. Lin Feng, it's all because of him. If it weren't for him killing so many of our warriors, how could our great Fusang country fall to this point? He began to blame all his misfortunes on Lin Feng, believing Lin Feng's existence was the greatest provocation and threat to the great Fusang Empire. Just as he was lost in self-pity, a loose piece of concrete suddenly fell from the bridge above, splashing mud all over his face.
Damn it!
He angrily hit the pillar behind him, and unexpectedly, a hollow thud echoed. Kwaiaichi was momentarily stunned, then he tentatively tapped again, discovering that the wall in this area seemed to be hollow. Then, a spark of inspiration struck him. He took out a spade from his space and started digging hard. A few minutes later, a disguised hidden compartment appeared before him. Inside it lay a chest glowing with platinum light.
Platinum chest?
Kwaiaichi's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath becoming rapid. He never dreamed he would have such luck. With trembling hands and an incredibly excited heart, he opened the chest.
Chapter 93, Kwaiaichi's AK-47. Detected platinum chest. Do you want to open it? Open it. Quick, open it, he almost shouted. Opening successful. Opened.
Obtained, AK-47 Assault Rifle X1.
7.62mm ammunition X180 rounds. Russian military bulletproof vest X1.
As a platinum light faded away, a beautifully violent AK-47 lay quietly in the chest. Beside it were 6 fully loaded magazines and a thick bulletproof vest. Kwaiaichi's pupils enlarged to the limit at that moment, and joy erupted in his chest like a volcano.
AK-47. It's a damn AK-47. Ha 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 ha.
He laughed manically, then grabbed the cold and heavy assault rifle. Then, he quickly put on his bulletproof vest, holding the AK-47 tightly in his arms, fingers repeatedly stroking the cold trigger, his expression slowly changing from ecstasy to a grim and cruel look.
Lin Feng, you pig.
Don't think being first place, with a powerful armored vehicle and strong weapons, means you can do whatever you want.
He suddenly lifted his head and shouted madly into the empty bridge hole. Now it's my turn. I'm the rightful protagonist. This gun is a divine artifact given to me by Amaterasu to punish you. He skillfully pulled the bolt, and a crisp metallic click rang out. To him, that sound was the most wonderful music in the world. Wait, Lin Feng. I will find you, and I will use this gun to turn your ridiculous armored vehicle into a sieve. I will kill you and every Dragon Kingdom player I encounter, one by one.
For the fallen warriors of our great Fuso Empire. At this moment, in his live broadcast room, every viewer from Fuso started shouting.
Go Fuso! It's an AK-47. The luck of the Wairaku Shirshirkuan is incredible. May Amaterasu bless our Fuso.
This must be the divine guidance, giving us the artifact for revenge.
Yoshi.
Kill Lin Feng, kill all the Dragon Kingdom people, let them know who is the real king.
Ha 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 ha. Gray-yellow acid rain continued to fall.
Hichensi was driving his Ranger assault vehicle, staying alert outside while watching the revolver he seized from the elephant's player placed on the central control panel. This gun is in terrible condition, and the wear on the rifling is very serious. Its effective range probably won't exceed 30 meters. But better than nothing, at least it can still play a role in close-quarter combat. His voice spread through the intercom. Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't worry, soon we'll have the chance to get you a new gun. Meanwhile, in the upper left corner of his view, the edge of the minimap displayed a brand new area as the vehicle moved forward. It was a dense cluster of building icons, different from the modern layout of the previous service area. This area's buildings looked scattered yet orderly, filled with a local flavor. And in the center of the area, 3 striking big characters were marked, Rice Flower Village.
A new copy area. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he immediately focused on the minimap.
As he gradually observed the icon distribution on the minimap, more and more information flooded into his mind. First was the resource distribution. There were many treasure chest icons on the map, more than 10 in total. Most of them were wooden chests, with some iron ones as well. But at the village's shrine position, a golden chest icon was flashing an enticing glow.
Not only that, there were even 2 platinum chests.
The map also marked several special buildings, like a convenience store at the village entrance, a health station, and a granary, etc. These places would definitely have many supplies worth collecting.
Golden chest contains M95 automatic rifle blueprint X1. Rifle blueprint?
Lin Feng looked at this piece of information with a bit of surprise. If obtaining a rifle directly boosts a person's or a team's combat power significantly, getting the blueprint, although it won't bring a large power increase in the short term, means they can mass produce it. Although they do not have the conditions now, in the future, as more and more competitors join the team, equipping these players with weapons will naturally be very important.
However, getting into these places is not that simple. In every corner of Rice Flower Village, the number of red dots representing hostile creatures is very high. Rough counting reveals there are more than 100. Most of them are infected villagers, but among them are also some noticeably larger red dots, marked with bizarre names like mutated plow ox and scarecrow puppet.
And in the shrine marked with a golden treasure chest, a dark red light dot, larger than all surrounding red dots, is slowly moving, with the label next to it saying, Mutated Village Chief.
It seems the creatures inside are not simple.
Lin Feng's gaze became sharper, but more than that, he felt excitement. After all, he currently possesses a rifle with unlimited bullets and a powerful electromagnetic cannon.
These monsters and zombies are nothing in his eyes.
He cleared his throat, then spoke into the intercom to Chensi. Chensi, adjust your direction, prepare to leave the main road, our next stop is arriving soon. After hearing this, Chensi immediately energized herself, driving the ranger closely behind the armored vehicle, while asking, What have you discovered? Based on my experience, about 3 kilometers ahead on the right side of the road, there should be a relatively well-preserved village. Villages of this size usually have small convenience stores, health centers, and may contain a large quantity of food and medicine. A trace of doubt flickered in Chensi's beautiful eyes, but it quickly disappeared.
Along the way, she was completely impressed by Lin Feng's astonishing luck and prophetic ability. She asked simply and directly, What is the danger level?
Very high, and I can feel that there should be many monsters and zombies over there, even some very terrifying ones.
But I think the rewards here are substantial, so it should be worth going there. Alright, then let's go take a look. Chapter 94, Shotgun.
The gray-yellow acid rain continued to fall lightly. Lin Feng and Chensi's vehicles sped along the highway, approaching that villager ahead. As they drew closer, a village filled with a sense of decay gradually appeared in their view. At the entrance of the village stood a wooden archway that had long faded. The words Riceflower Village had become mottled due to the erosion of the acid rain. On both sides of the archway were several huge, completely dead locust trees, their twisted trunks reaching out to the gray sky like ghostly claws.
This is it.
Lin Feng whispered through the intercom, while firmly stopping the armored vehicle behind the ruins of a collapsed barn. This ruin, made up of broken wooden beams and shattered tiles, formed an excellent natural cover, perfectly shielding the 2 vehicles inside. After hearing his words, Chensi understood and closely followed him, driving the ranger into another shadow. She jumped out of the vehicle, her vigilant gaze scanning everything at the village entrance, while she lowered her voice to ask. This place feels quieter than the previous military base, the silence makes me feel a bit abnormal. Lin Feng nodded, glancing at the small map in the upper left corner.
Silence is normal.
But be careful, the quieter it gets here, the more dangerous it becomes.
His fingers gently tapped the steering wheel.
Thoughts were swirling in his mind.
The information displayed on the small map was far more complex than what Chensi could currently perceive.
Within Daohua village, the yellow and red lights representing competitors from other countries were already all over it, scattered like stars. Lin Feng just roughly counted them and finally found at least 7 or 8, belonging to different factions like the Eagle Country and the Bear Country. They were exploring in various corners of the village at that moment. What made him feel even graver was that, on several other roads connecting Daohua village, more lights were rapidly gathering toward this place. The edges of the small map were flashing constantly, indicating new targets were entering the detection range. This meant Daohua village was like a huge whirlpool compared to the previous few copies, pulling all surrounding competitors into it.
It looks like a great battle is unavoidable.
Lin Feng thought to himself. At the same time, in the global live broadcast, as the camera switched to Lin Feng and Chensi's team arriving at Daohua village, the audience's emotions were stirred. In the Dragon Vision studio, the host Si Bei Ning said with excitement in his tone. Dear viewers, our Lin Feng and Chensi's team have arrived at a brand new copy area. From the environment, it seems to depict a rural scene from last century's Dragon Country.
Let's hope they can harvest something here.
Cold Wind looked serious, analyzing the content on the screen. From the information we have, the geographical location of this village is very special. It is an intersection formed by multiple roads. This means it will become a battlefield for competitors from different countries. Lin Feng and Chensi chose to hide their vehicles first and then scout. This was a very correct tactical decision. Recklessly charging in without knowing friend from foe would only make them the target. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Country's television station, the commentator Kirk wore a blatant sneer on his face.
Oh, look at what our first-ranked Dragon Country player is doing now. Hiding behind the ruins like a timid groundhog? I've said it before, their good luck will come to an end one day.
This village does not look like a place for him to run wild easily. To my knowledge, our great General MacArthur and Shaw Ifu from Bear Country are already nearby. I dare bet this Dragon Countryman's doom is coming soon. Lin Feng's eyes remained fixed on the small map. He had to secure the greatest benefits for himself and Chensi before many competitors from other countries arrived here. His gaze quickly swept across the small map, scanning every possible resource location. The convenience store, health station, and granary were his main focuses. However, although these places had not yet been rushed to by other players, they were surrounded by a large number of monsters. Going there recklessly would indeed be highly risky. At that moment, his gaze suddenly halted, locking onto a low building just 200 meters away from their hiding place, at the village entrance. The building's icon on the small map displayed as Village Entrance Shop, but inside, there were neither red dots representing hostile creatures nor yellow dots representing other players. Most importantly, behind the counter of the shop, a golden treasure chest icon was quietly flashing with light.
Found it!
Lin Feng was overjoyed in his heart and immediately focused his gaze on the golden treasure chest.
Golden treasure chest contains Remington M870 shotgun X1, 12-gauge deer shot X20. Shotgun.
Upon seeing this information, Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. This was like being gifted a pillow when one was sleepy. The revolver that Chensi had taken from the competitor from the Elephant Country had limited power, and the ammunition was scarce, making it impossible to cope with the upcoming intense battle. But a reliable shotgun in close-quarters urban combat could be devastating. One deer shot could shred enemies in the area in front of him into pieces. He immediately turned around and said to Chensi in a low, serious voice.
Chensi, we need to act right now.
Seeing his serious expression, Chensi immediately dropped her earlier observing posture and asked in a low voice.
What's wrong? Are there enemies nearby?
Lin Feng explained concisely.
There are many enemies here, but I found an opportunity.
About 200 meters in front of us to the right, there's a convenience store that is currently safe, and inside it are the things we urgently need. Chensi followed his pointed direction and looked over. The low flat house appeared unremarkable in the gray rain curtain, and its doors and windows were tightly shut, showing no sign of anything unusual.
What do we need?
Lin Feng's gaze was intense as he stared at her, his expression filled with confidence.
We both need stronger firepower, especially you. There's a shotgun there, a formidable weapon.
Chensi's face clearly showed a trace of surprise and excitement at these words. Let's hurry over while no one is there.
Okay. Chapter 95, MacArthur Barang.
On the other end of Riceflower Village, a heavily modified and sturdy military jeep rolled over the muddy road, making a dull sound, and finally stopped under the archway at the village entrance. The car door was pushed open, and a tall figure, though aged, still stood upright, stepped out from inside. It was the legendary 5-star general of the Eagle Country, MacArthur Barang. He wore a sharply pressed uniform and had his signature corncob pipe in his mouth. His deep gaze swept over the strange and eerie village before him. He took down the pipe and let out a puff of thick smoke, his tone filled with arrogance and disdain.
Humph,
a stench of decay from the Dragon Country.
This place is always quiet, making one feel uneasy.
Before his words had finished, several staggering figures emerged from the shadow behind the archway. They were a few ragged, pitiful-looking zombies that still resembled humans. They smelled the scent of the living, making hissing sounds from their throats, and their hollow eyes fixed on MacArthur. They stumbled forward with stiff steps, lunging at him. MacArthur's face showed no signs of panic, he didn't even move his feet. Just as the first zombie was about to pounce on him, he moved. His movement was remarkably fast, not at all like someone of his age should be capable of. He quickly sidestepped to avoid the zombie's bite, and at the same time, he drew a sharp military dagger from his right hip and skillfully stabbed it into the zombie's eye socket, twisting it forcefully.
Poochie!
The zombie's movements abruptly stopped, collapsing weakly to the ground. MacArthur didn't even glance at it, he lowered his body to dodge the grasp of the second zombie, and the dagger swooped up like a venomous snake, instantly slicing its throat.
In just a few seconds,
the 3 zombies had already turned into cold corpses, lying at his feet. He pulled out a pure white handkerchief and carefully wiped the black blood off the dagger. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle engine came from far and near. MacArthur's eyes narrowed, quickly retracting the dagger, while his right hand subtly pressed on the grip of his pistol at his waist. A worn-out mountain motorcycle wobbled towards him, and upon seeing MacArthur and the few zombie corpses at his feet, it slammed to an emergency stop, nearly tipping over. A short man with dark skin jumped off the bike. He was Park Young-hwan, a contestant from Shiba National. When he clearly saw MacArthur's face, recognizable all over the world, his expression instantly changed from fear to fawning. He practically rolled and scrambled to MacArthur's front, bowing deeply, speaking in heavily accented English. Respected General MacArthur, I am Park Young-hwan from the Great Cold Dark Nation.
To meet you here is my supreme honor. I am willing to follow you, to serve you, Simita.
MacArthur glanced at him from the corner of his eye, his gaze full of undisguised disdain. To him, such a weakling proactively seeking his protection didn't even qualify to be his pawn.
But having one more dog to scout ahead didn't matter much. Follow me.
He simply coldly dropped 2 words, then turned back to his jeep, as if saying another word would insult his identity.
Yes. Yes. General.
Park Young-hwan felt like he had received a grand pardon, hurriedly climbing back onto his motorcycle. He followed closely behind the jeep like a loyal servant. This scene sparked heated discussions in global live broadcasts, with commentator Kirk from Eagle Nation smugly saying,
See, this is the aura of a leader.
Our great General MacArthur doesn't even need to say a word to make other contestants willingly submit. This is true kingly demeanor.
Meanwhile, on Shiba National's TV station, host Shin Jingbing desperately tried to save face.
Our contestant Park Young-won's choice is wise. In such a dangerous environment, aligning with a powerful contestant is the best strategy to preserve strength and seek development.
Semida.
The scene shifted to another side of Rice Flower Village. Lin Feng and Hichensi silently passed through several abandoned alleys, eventually stopping in front of a low, humble house.
This is it.
Lin Feng said in a low voice, pointing at the closed wooden door covered in cobwebs. Hichensi nodded, then pulled out a small crowbar from behind her. She cautiously inserted the crowbar into the gap of the door and carefully pried it open.
Creak.
A slight sound rang out as the old door lock broke off. The two exchanged glances, and then Hichensi suddenly pushed the door open, quickly stepping aside, the dagger in her hand ready for any sudden situation. However, behind the door was a dead silence. A musty smell mixed with a faint soapberry fragrance rushed towards them. For Lin Feng, he already knew there was no danger inside, so he naturally appeared very calm. After Hichensi confirmed it was safe, she stepped into the small shop. Lin Feng followed her inside. The space inside the shop didn't seem large, and the light was very dim. Dust covered everything, but the products on the shelves were surprisingly intact. A row of neatly stacked canned goods, bags of rice and flour, and hanging cured meats and sausages released an enticing aroma.
It looks like everything here is surprisingly well preserved.
A glimmer of surprise flashed in Hichensi's eyes, then she stepped forward, picked up a vacuum-sealed bag of cured meat, and found that the production date was still very fresh.
It seems we are the first guests to arrive here.
Lin Feng smiled, then his gaze swept over the shelves and directly locked onto a spot behind the cash register. In that place, beneath an ancient wooden counter, a treasure chest gleaming with golden light lay quietly there.
Golden treasure chest.
Hichensi's breath paused slightly when she saw the golden treasure chest. But Lin Feng did not rush to open the treasure chest. Instead, he took out a burlap sack and began to gather supplies from the shelves.
Let's collect everything here first.
Rice, flour, oil, salt, canned goods, and cured meats are all valuable items.
We should take as much as we can.
Hichensi quickly reacted as well. They swiftly emptied the valuable supplies in the small shop, each packing them into their own space. After finishing their sweep, Lin Feng finally walked in front of the golden treasure chest.
Okay, let's open it and take a look.